The Pete Blaber hot question. If tomorrow you were tasked with eradicating the cartels, but you could only bring 5 movie actors or fictional characters, who's on your team and why? And in the most general terms, what's your weapon of choice? And what air support would you want overhead?
Wow. Well, I don't, I wouldn't go down that. I wouldn't use that approach. I wouldn't. I'd use, and you've been down there, and we're going to talk about Colombia. We've both been to Colombia, through with and by Clandestine, especially in, south of the Rio Grande. If you're a gringo and you're seen in some of these places, especially now after Venezuela, they're gonna see you, they're gonna ID you. It's, you're gonna have a really hard time collecting the on the ground intel you need. I don't want to throw a damper on that. So like, if I had the 5, I don't. As soon as you said that, I was going, well, I'd take Larry. I think you just interviewed Larry. I'd take a really good shot.
Yeah.
Larry would be one of my shooters. And, I probably wouldn't take any Hollywood actors.
I wouldn't either.
Because, they're just not, again, when you go into a contentious, very sensitive area like that, like counter-narcotics, where it's sensitive because, as you know, the narco traffickers are embedded in the local society. Mm-hmm. And not all of them are the rich cartel kingpins.
Some of them are the fruit stands.
Yeah, exactly.
Side of the road.
Exactly. So you start, if some of them are included, collateral damage or whatever, you've just lost the hearts and minds for further ops. You might get one cartel kingpin, but you're not going to clean up the cartels. So again, my advice would be go low vis, make it a clandestine. We should never say we're even, that mission is ongoing, but the infiltration should be starting right now. Obviously, Spanish speakers are a lot of 7th group guys, a lot of guys who, can blend in down there, would be needed. And I think, it would not be that hard to do some serious damage to them.
You don't think it would be?
I don't. I think if we had the intel,
how do you, when I just go to drones, marking a target, drone it.
Yeah.
Well, is that what you would do?
Well, but the drone, you'd have to know who the guy you're going for and where he's at. Mm-hmm. And if you got that, the drone would work. But, again, as soon as you start that, they're going to start looking for the drones. And, we had drones, we had Predators for Bin Laden, and we couldn't find him. We couldn't find Zawahiri. We couldn't, find Mullah Omar. And most of their lieutenants we couldn't find. And we had those drones flying all the time. And, a Predator is better than most of the drones that are flying today.
Is it really?
Yeah. Resolution level, flight time, the whole thing. The little ones,
have you seen these new Shield AI drones?
Yeah. Yep.
It's like 1,200 nautical mile.
Yeah.
With payload. I can't remember altitude, but it's up there.
Yeah, and then remember the thing, end of 24, the supposed drone invasion in New Jersey and all that.
Yeah.
I mean, that was,
everybody remembers that.
Well, I told you I got a cabin in the Tehachapi Mountains. And so when you look south from where I'm at on the mountain, Edwards Air Force Base is right over to the east, in the Mojave Desert there. And Edwards is where, Skunk Works is and everything else, Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin. And they were doing the same tests. From my cabin, I was watching, and you could see what it was. They were testing the mothership concept. So the mothership is the big drone. It's got the legs, it's got the antennas, and it's got the power to power that antenna. So, it can go farther. send signals back from farther away, but it gets to vicinity of the target, opens up its payload, and out come the mini drones, and the mini drones swarm the target or targets, and that they can go in a complete silent mode because the only thing they're communicating with is directly back up to the mothership. Then the mothership aggregates it and sends it back. But I was watching that. I was watching them test that in our mountains because they're completely, there's nobody in these mountains. They're, replete with people. That's why I jumped at the opportunity to buy land up there. There's only 80 private parcels. So.
Good for you.
Yeah, well, you got the
awesome.
same thing here, man. This place looks fantastic.
Yeah, but it's not surrounded by protected land. So
that was one of my prerequisites.
It's surrounded by a bunch of land that's probably going to turn into a neighborhood here pretty soon.
Yeah, then you move again.
Yep.
But you got this is really, really nice. And
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Really
so weapon of choice. What would your weapon of choice be?
It's still just a Glock 19 with
Glock 19?
Yeah, just
nice.
a simple gun. I've dropped it in the mud many a times. I slept with it. I had it in Iraq and Afghanistan. It was my sidearm. It always functions. I got a Trijicon sight on mine, red dot sight. I can hit anything with that, out to 100 meters. And again, I've got tons of other guns.
I got you a little something.
What's that?
I got you a little something.
Wow.
Let me grab it.
Okay.
It's not a Glock. But it is
whoa.
It's SIG's newest but
wow. That's yours?
Squad rifle. Yeah.
Nice.
That's the MCX Spear 5.56. So I got a friend over at SIG. His name's Jason. I told him you were coming on. He got all excited. He's at SHOT Show right now. They're talking about this exact thing. But and then also
I got the new silencer on here?
Yep. So I got a friend at Silencer Shop, and they heard you were coming on, so they wanted to throw a can on there.
Who makes this?
I believe that's a SIG
Yeah.
suppressor as well.
Okay.
So the suppressor's from Silencer Shop.
Yep.
The rifle's from SIG, and that's going to be the new squad rifle for supposedly all the U.S. military. But
Wow.
they're going to do it in this new round 6.8 too.
Wow.
But
That's awesome.
yeah, maybe we could break that in a little bit later.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're going to send you one.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you.
Wow.
They're going to send you the exact same thing. So maybe that could be your weapon of choice.
Yeah, it will be, man.
But look good up there in the mountains.
Yeah.
But so yeah, they'll send that to you.
Oh my God. Well, tell them thank you. I'm ecstatic. It'll have a place in my hidden safe up in the cabin.
Right on. And there was one follow-up question here. So if Delta Force was unleashed on cartel leadership in real life, what's your honest timeline to dismantle them?
Again, I don't want to sound like a contrarian, but I wouldn't put a timeline on it. I one of the things I think Putin did for Russia was he never told his generals there's any time limit on, take this sector. There's no time limit on you taking it. And a lot of people don't understand that. It's the Russians have incredible strategic acumen. They always have. If you go back, read about the Eastern Front, you're amazed at what they did, how they crushed the Germans, they cores of Germans at a time, and all through their strategic acumen. They think deeply about strategy and then they implement it over time. So on the cartels, if the unit was doing it, I'd go back to what our other, the answer to the other question. I would have them lead with plenty of other guys because you need all fluent Spanish speakers. So you're going to need to pick from a bunch of special ops units. And I would just give them the mission would be develop the situation, get them a base somewhere they can operate and then I haven't looked at whether that should be, where that should be. I'm sure someone with current Mexico expertise would be able to tell us that. So have kind of a base of operation, have these guys, out working with. The tough part about it in Mexico, I think, is it's really hard to trust anyone in the Mexican military or Mexican government. And that's not a derogatory thing. It's the reality.
The way it is.
Yeah. And what we said before, same thing, you go in guns blazing and you're going to kill that guy at the fruit stand, and who's supporting a family of 6, making $100 a month or something, which is what they pay down there. And, it would backfire on us. So I just think it's an incredibly sensitive thing, and it requires an incredibly sensitive approach. And clandestine, as much as possible, through, with, and by, if possible. And again, my expertise in Mexico is not, current operational. So there may be some people we can trust there that have been vetted. I don't know that.
Do you feel like, I feel, just from my experience, when we're comparing cartel to terrorists, I think those are kind of apples and oranges. And here's why. I think that terrorists, the ones that you and I are accustomed to fighting to, man, I hate to say this, but it is, for lack of a better term, more respectable than a cartel member, because terrorists are fighting for what they believe in, what they believe to be true, their values. Cartel is a fucking transaction for money.
Yeah.
And so if you were to, it's harder to infiltrate somebody whose motivations are not financial.
That's a great point.
It is a religion to them. It is their values. It is their fucking core as a human being. But a cartel member is a prostitute. And all you have to do to win a prostitute over is pay him more money than the next guy.
Yeah, that's a great point. But that's the kind of thing. So, if the mission comes up, guys, we want you to do this. Come back and tell us what you can do. That's the kind of input, that's needed. Brainstorming, multiple thought processes on the best way to do it, and then neck it down and figure it out. And, a little bit I'm speaking from experience, because, I had the privilege of, being part of both going after Pablo, and then, we're the guys who captured the intel that captured the Cali cartel. So, and we did both of those were through, with, and by, despite what some people have said in a few books, the Colombians killed Pablo. There was the DEA guys came out and took pictures. As soon as they heard he was dead, they flew out of Bogota into Medellin, drove right to the target and took those, happy to glad pics, which I think was a massive mistake, because they're smiling over his body. And again, part of any operational space that we enter, as you've been, you got a picture of Yemen up there, Afghanistan. You've got to respect the culture and the history of that country. And, one of the things I would just remind everyone, even at further ops in Venezuela, is everybody south of the Rio Grande, grew up with Grenada, Panama, and now Venezuela. And so it was explained to me by the chief of staff of the Guyana military. We were down there doing jungle training in Guyana. And he said, well, will the helicopters fly after that? And I was like, well, they fly out, they can go around the the capital city and then come back. And he goes, Peter, sit down. Let me tell you something. And then he explained that to me. He said, everyone down here goes to sleep at night. And when they hear a bump, they don't necessarily think it's a criminal. They think, is this the Americans invading our country?
Wow.
Yeah. And he was very sincere about it. And I could tell by his seriousness. And I never forgot that. And that's a big part of what we did in Colombia. And, I think it's a big part of what we'd have to do in Mexico. I've been to Mexico. I tried to open a business there. So I went to Guadalajara 15 times. We almost signed a contract. The last minute, COVID happened. And
What kind of business were you going to open there?
an armored car business, armor and cars. So I had a company. I'm just in the middle of selling it. I'm closing the deal right now, selling all my shares, which, it's just time to do it. And I'm selling it to my partner. So, but until that closes, I can't talk about it. But we armor civilian vehicles. So we've been doing that since 2018. We do a lot of undercover cops, do a ton of, exec VIPs, and then a lot of people who just have had threats against them. For about 35 grand, you can put what we call the anti-intrusion package. We'll put B4 levels, so 9mm shotgun. It'll take 5.56 as long as it's not shot point blank 6 feet away from your vehicle. So, when you calculate armor protection, you have to calculate the angle that a bullet's going to hit it at. It's all rated for 6 foot point blank. I think it's called 0 degree obliquivity. Perfectly flat. The weapon's perfectly flat at the same tangent level as the side of the vehicle. But as soon as you move off that angle, every caliber round loses its penetration ability on armor. So B4 is really all you need in America.
You can do that for 35 grand?
35 to 40 grand, depending on the vehicle. Yep.
Is it?
We do the doors. So if you had an Escalade, we do all your doors, we do all your windows, and we do your back hatch with armored panels. So interior armor panels and armored glass on all the windows. We would not do the top. Some people go, "Why? I want my roof done," and I always ask, what's the threat? And so if a trained sniper is after you, you might want to do the roof, but same thing on the roof. If you explain to people that unless the guy is on a highway overpass, shooting at your roof is really hard to hit someone in the car, to hit the roof. And when everything, there's a cost benefit to armoring every part of your vehicle. So you armor the top part of your vehicle. Now you are going to affect the drivability, the physics of that vehicle. You're going to make it a little more top heavy, a lot more if you go B6, which is 7.62. That's what, we had in Afghanistan. Any embassy has B6 armor.
What vehicle would you recommend?
All American SUVs are the best vehicles to armor. They have the most room in the doors, the least amount of superfluous crap, electric stuff. Like German vehicles are much harder to armor.
What about a Toyota LC?
They're fantastic to armor too.
They probably last the longest.
Yep. So we actually do a lot of Tacomas. The Tacoma Pros, because people want a less conspicuous vehicle, but also, and when people ask me, I tell them always, if it's an armored vehicle, you might as well go 4-wheel drive, because the number one protection is not your armor, it's that accelerator, that brake, that steering wheel. You drive into an ambush, your first reaction, your first course of action is drive out of the ambush. So.
What's the name of this company? Can I ask?
Ad Armor. Yep. It's there's a website. The website's still up. I'm still on the top of it as CEO. But that's getting switched over too. And yeah, my partner will still, if you want a vehicle armored, I can still get your vehicle armored. And this guy's a craftsman. He's been in the coach business. That's what these companies used to be called. He was Quality Coach Works for 30 years. He's our age. He's in his 50s. He's late 50s, but he's a great guy, total craftsman. And when we started the company, we started it saying, okay, what's our what part of this company is going to be our competitive advantage? And my input was, let's make it trust. Let's make it, you can trust us to put, real armor and attach it the right way, and then stand by it. If something happens, a panel comes loose, or you think something's wrong, we'll fix it for free. And we do that. And our shop is in Ontario, California, right outside the Ontario airport. But we do vehicles from all over the world, all over the country. That's why I wanted to move to Mexico. It's way cheaper. We were also going to move to Nevada, but again, COVID.
$35,000 for an armored vehicle is pretty damn affordable, if you have my opinion.
Yep.
But or to armor a vehicle, not for the whole thing.
Right.
But wow, that's. You should have come on here before you negotiated that deal. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
But you ready to get into the interview?
Sure.
Perfect. Let me give you an introduction here.
Okay.
Pete Blaber. Colonel Pete Blaber retired. You commanded at every level of 1st Special Forces Operational Detachment Delta, including interim commander during the Iraq invasion, a combat veteran with operational experience across major U.S. conflicts, including operations in Panama, Colombia, Somalia, the Balkans, Afghanistan, and Iraq. Pretty much everything. The author of the best-selling books, The Mission, The Men in Me, The Common Sense Way, and The Common Sense Leadership and Common Sense Leadership Matters. And most importantly, you're a Christian. Welcome to the show.
Touche. Thank you. Great to be here, Shawn.
It's an honor to have you.
Thank you.
And so a couple things just to knock out before we get to get in the weeds here. So I have a Patreon account. It's a subscription account that we've turned into one hell of a community. I think it's 100 and something thousand strong now. And they're the reason that I was even able to start this show. And they're the reason that I get to sit here with you today. So I offer them the opportunity to ask every single guest a question. This is from S. Grove 140. Given the levels of fraud, deceit, and complete betrayal by the U.S. federal government over the last 30 to 40 years, how can you best convince our next generation to want to step into your shoes?
It's a great question. I think you got to believe. I think you got to believe in what this country stands for. Certainly right now, I would tell anyone that the country is in as good a shape as it's been in a long, long time. I mean, even in Trump's first term, unfortunately, they put cement shoes on him, 16 to 20. They were right. The accusations started, the Russia hoax started in 17. He was completely sidetracked by that. He didn't have the right, individuals, I think, in the key positions. Probably a little bit of naivete by the president, which I don't find at fault. One of the reasons he makes a great president is because he's not a politician. But as you know, having the key people in the right, in charge of the right agencies is absolutely essential to, reestablishing that trust, real trust. And I think we said it earlier. What is that? It's people who understand that they serve the people of this country, and everything they do is about the greater good. Every decision they make is about the greater good of this country. and the people in this country. We've had a great military this whole time. We've had incredible economic power, but none of that does any good if we don't have the right leader in charge. And that right leader has to be someone who's guided by logic and common sense and faith and patriotism. And if they're not, we got the wrong person leading the country. But like I said earlier, I think we have the right person. You don't even have to agree with everything President Trump does, but certainly if you look at what he's doing and listen to what he's saying, he's all about the people. He just announced this thing and I didn't even fathom this until he announced it the other day, that he's going to end the requirement for seniors, anyone who owns their own house outright, that they should not have to pay property taxes anymore on it. So, we have all these retirees now who own their homes. And like, if you live where I live in California, just pick a number. If your house is worth $1 million, you're paying around $13,000 bucks a year for that house. And for a retiree, that's an incredible amount of money. And, that's one of those things that's not going to help the government coffers, but he understands the things that need to happen, and they need to be for the people. And his income tax thing, the tariffs, historians will look back on this and just look at the body of work, look at the logic of why he's stated he does what he does. And I think the historical record will be shocked that, there's actually politicians who are against all these things. Gavin Newsom has said that he, will not allow the no tax on tips in California.
Yeah, you just told me that.
He did?
You just told me
Oh,
that.
yeah. So it's like, no, you told me he was here, but I mean, how stupid is that? It's not going to save it's not going to even be a drop in the California coffers, but it just shows you there's no principle in his head that says do what's in the best interest of the people of California. He's wired to do what's in the best interest of himself. And that's one of the definitions of a toxic leader. And that's what happened to Pat Tillman and his platoon in Afghanistan. That's toxic leadership. Common sense leadership matters. Toxic leadership destroys. And if you just look at the last 5 years, that, the toxic leadership we lived under for 4 years, being lectured, being told, don't go protesting. We have the F-16s. We have all the guns. I mean, when he first said that, I was just like, no value-based person, no patriot in this country has ever once walked around and gone, man, we really need a civil war. That whole thing has come up from the left out of their desperation. And I answered some Patreon questions out there, and that was one of the questions.
It's on everybody's mind.
I know that. It is. But, my thing is, it won't be a civil war. I'd call it a civil grenada. It'll be about 10 hours long, and it'll be over with. There's no civil war that the left can win in America. There's too many freedom-loving, God-fearing patriots in this country. And although we haven't had a voice for many years, we have one now. And I think people would do the right thing. And anyone who would try to start a civil war would regret it very quickly.
If you've ever hired somebody like I'm in the middle of doing right now, you know this can be extremely overwhelming. You put a job posting out, and the next thing you know, you have 2,000 resumes all wanting to be the next producer. Well, if you're hiring, here's the good news. You can now review all these resumes and applicants faster thanks to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter has a new feature that instantly shows you the most interested, quality candidates first. And today, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com ZipRecruiter.com/SRS. What I really like is it cuts through the noise. Their matching technology brings the right people to you faster, and with this new feature, the candidates who are actually interested rise to the top. You're not wasting time guessing, you're getting straight to the people who want the job. And you even get a better sense of who they are because candidates can tell you in their own words why they're interested. Cut through the standard and get to the standouts with ZipRecruiter. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/SRS. That's ZipRecruiter.com/SRS. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Yeah, I don't argue with you on that. I think that there are 3 sides to that war. I think there's the left, the right, and the government. But that's the way
The
it appears
shadow
to me.
government, or what?
I don't know what you call it anymore. But I can tell you this, I don't think that very many people up there have our best interest. And I think that's becoming more and more apparent every single day. But anyways, I got something else for you too.
All right. Love it.
It's a Vigilance League gummy bears made in the USA.
Okay.
Legal in all 50 states. Not that it matters in California, but just candy. Just candy.
Yep, you gotta be careful of the gummies you take in California. Find yourself
That's what I hear.
out in the backyard looking at the stars.
But well, Pete, I want to do a life story on you, and I know you have a lot of stuff you want to talk about outside of your story too. That I'm interested in particular Venezuela, the Ukraine wars. Your thoughts on that stuff? But
Yeah.
But starting off, where'd you grow up?
I grew up in Oak Park, Illinois. It's a suburb outside Chicago. Idyllic place to grow up. I was one of 9 kids, Irish Catholic family. Went to Catholic school, got my ass kicked by nuns. I grew up on
Good old days.
on hose water, drinking hose water, not wearing helmets, and with one mission, just to have fun. And that was not the best mission when it came to going to school and scholastically. I was a horrible student. I used to tell people, the purpose of school is to learn how to be a stand-up comedian. I just wanted to laugh, and I was not suited for being cooped up in a classroom. But it was an amazing time to grow up. Even though school was hard, when I wasn't in school, I pretty much the same pattern of activity every day. I'd wake up, get a bowl of oatmeal, put my shoes on, and head outside. And my amazing mom would always say some version of the same thing. Stay out of trouble and be home before the streetlights come on.
Nice.
And, back then, there was no cellular phone / beacon on you. There were no text check-ins, just freedom and independence. And, there's some amazing studies, psychological studies have been done on people who grew up in the pre-digital era. So I don't put a lot of credence to the alphabetical generations, because I think more or less generations are in like 30-year bands. And within those 30-year bands, the 10-year bands all overlap, and then even the 30-year ones overlap. And the reason they overlap is because, the way you and me grew up is the way we try to raise our own kids. So if you grew up pre-digital, you should be taking some of those great things that, we were able to, the conditions we had, because what this study showed is that, growing up that way was incredibly beneficial. And they covered 3 things. The first was unstructured problem solving. The second was something they call adaptive risk calculations. And the third thing was the ability to believe in and trust your senses. And, you can see all 3 of those. It was aha moment when I read this thing. So let's just go back to, the daily itinerary of kids pre-digital. So after your mom tells you that, she kicks you outside and you're out in the backyard and you're like, okay, what am I going to do now? So this is unstructured problem solving. So, most of the time, first thing you think is, I'm going to go get some buddies. I want to hang out with some of my buddies. So whatever the type neighborhood you're in, what proximity is everything. For me, I walked across the alley, knocked on the back door. You talk to, the mom always answers, can Billy come out and play? And, every mom is like, yes, hey, get down here, Billy, Pete's here, get outside. Pretty soon you got, 4 or 5 kids and, you're in the unstructured problem solving mode. First thing is you're realizing, wow, 5 heads is better than 1, more ideas, we can do more things, we can have more fun. But you figured it out. You realize I figured something out. It takes action to make action. And, you just did it. You just took action and found yourself some friends. And then off you go, no itinerary, for young boys, you don't know a lot. So everything is a potential challenge. Mm-hmm. Every tree, every rock wall, every construction site, especially, which is like an obstacle course to a little boy. And every one of those is full of hazards. This is what the school of hard knocks is. And it's why I think pre-digital, all of us, there was never a moment we didn't have scabs on both elbows and scabs on both knees. And, that's learning the laws of physics. I ran too fast. I should not have tried to grab that limb on that tree. And at some point along the way, you're going to get one buddy, let's stick with the tree, who climbs up the tree. Come on, let's climb this thing. And, I had a friend who was an amazing climber, incredible strength to body weight and, grip strength. He could climb anything. And one day he was on a tree limb, yelling like Tarzan. I was like, hey, Danny, that's dangerous. You better stop that. Sure enough, the branch broke. He fell, broke his arm. And I never forgot that. And this is part of this adaptive risk calculation. You're building your memory. You're building,
Rolodex of experiences.
Yeah, and so it's experience for you, your body, your mind. What you can do physically. What makes sense to you. And so when that guy says, "Come on, what are you afraid?" On that one day, you say, "No, I'm not afraid. I just don't want to. It's not worth it climbing up that thing and breaking my arm. So let's go play baseball." And you walk away. And the real benefit of that happens afterwards. You realize you made the right decision, and you've now etched that pattern in your brain that, hey, you don't have to do stupid shit. If it doesn't make sense, veto it. Take care of yourself. And I've been asked many, many times, about survival in combat. And, I tell people one reason that I never got shot or seriously injured, beyond luck, was that adaptive risk calculation. I was always thinking, is this worth it? Number one, what am I risking? How risky is this? How much do I know about what we're doing? And if you don't know a lot and there's a lot of risk to it, then it might not make sense. But you don't have that unless you've got the experience, and you not just the experience of the conditions, but the experience of saying, I don't think that's smart. I don't think we should do it. So that's the adaptive risk calculation. The final thing is believing in and trusting your senses. And, that obviously applies to both the same things, but where it really comes in handy is interpersonal relationships. When kids are out, it's the law of the jungle. And you're going to run into some older kids. You're going to run into some strange kids. And you learn right away that, you have to understand who you're dealing with and that you can't trust strangers. You got to get some data on this person first. I mentioned the school of hard knocks, mistakes have consequences. You get your face washed out with snow if you say the wrong thing, or kicked in the stomach. And, I remember both incidents like that happening to me and my friends. And it was, one time we were just hanging out with these older kids, and one of my buddies, when you're 10, 11, 12, you say the word fuck as a comma. It's like, it separates the sentences you use. And when someone says something funny,
This is still how I speak.
yeah, me too. We'll probably, to the viewers, they'll probably see us regress to that during this conversation. I'm the same way. My son, when he hears me on the phone with my buddy, he's like, Dad, I've never heard you swear so much. I'm like, but I'm just back in military mode. But you learn to read people. You learn to pay attention to tone of voice, to the nuances of body language. And, that's emotional intelligence. You're looking at a person, you're listening. And, as we know, both those things, kind of signal what a person's about to do. So, again, the real benefit is when you avoid problems, when you spot, hey, this guy's crazy. Let's get out of here. Let's not hang out here anymore. And same thing, you've now etched a pattern in your brain, and you realize that the only thing you got in the real world is your senses. Mm-hmm. And that's a biologic fact. Ernst Mach, the guy who came up with the, Mach 1, Mach 2, the Mach principle, was a German scientist. And in 1869, he came up with the Mach principle, which is just, there's no other way to prove scientific fact than with your senses. And so still to this day in science, if you have a new hypothesis or new theory, you have to be able to validate that hypothesis or theory with sensory information. Like, you can't say, when someone says, well, where is it? And you say, well, it's invisible. You say, well, there's no such thing as invisible. Mm-hmm. Then the hypothesis or the theory falls apart. So believe in and trust your senses. It's all you got. The ironic thing is, that's even more important today than it was pre-digital, because there's so much fake out there. There's so many AI-generated video clips. There's so much propaganda. If you haven't learned to take every news report with a grain of salt, every government report with a grain of salt, then you're missing a big lesson of our time. So again, rock foundation is believe in and trust your senses. And then the final thing from that study that I thought was interesting is that pre-digital, 70% of teenage boys had jobs, either after school, on the weekends, or, and including all summer. And the majority of those 70% were not working to save for college. They were working to buy a car. And, again, I'm reading this thing going, that's me. That's what I did. I bought my first car. It was a 72 Impala for $250. It had 170,000 miles on it. It had a hole in the passenger side floor that I had to cover with plywood in the winter because slush would fly up. My mom wouldn't even get in it. But that thing ran like a champ, and I kept it and used it all through college. Drove down to my college and back.
Right on, man.
Yeah, so again, to sum up, the point of all that is not to sit around and wax poetic and say, oh, those were the good old days. There's no such thing as good old days. The world's always changing, society, culture, technology. But we could take those foundational aspects of human nature, unstructured problem solving, adaptive risk calculation, and believing in and trusting your senses. And we can understand how important those are to the development of the brain, and we can apply them and make every effort for our own kids and the society around us to allow that back, to have that as part of the way kids grow up today. Big kudos to our parents. Today, they call parents helicopter parents. They're hovering over their kids all the time, ready to swoop down as soon as they run into an obstacle or get hurt or have a problem. Our parents are called Home Depot parents. And Home Depot parents are parents where when you think you need something, you can't find anybody to help you. So you look around for a while, you still can't find anyone. You say, shit, okay, I'm going to figure this out. And so you use deductive logic to figure out what aisle this part is you're searching for. And then you go down, find the part, whether it's a toilet or electricity thing, and you start flipping them over, reading the specs on it, comparing them to the specs you brought, and you end up making a decision. I'll take this one, and you go buy it. And again, the real benefit of it comes at home when you find out that's the right part. You're like, I did that. I did it on my own.
Yeah.
And so, we can also try to be more Home Depot parents than helicopter parents.
Yep.
So that's my...
Certainly agree with you on that.
Yeah. So that's my childhood. At high school, I ran cross country, played hockey. I went off to Southern Illinois University in Carbondale. It's at the southern tip of Illinois, about 350 miles from Chicago. The farther away, the better. And it's an amazing place. It's where the Ohio and Mississippi come together in the bottom of the state. The glaciers of 10,000 years ago did not reach Southern Illinois, so it's still full of massive hills, ridges, rock outcroppings, cliffs, lakes, and 275,000 acre Shawnee National Forest. And when I went down there and saw that, I was like, I'm going to, this is the school I'm going to.
Wow.
And I didn't even tour the campus.
Yeah.
I went there for the wilderness, and, pretty much every weekend I was in college, I was out hiking in places like Panther's Den and Devil's Kitchen. It was the first time I used my own money to buy a book, which was Be an Expert with a Map and Compass by Bjorn Kellstrom. Yeah, I learned how to navigate, what terrain features were. Little did I know I was, inching my way toward joining the military. I didn't know that at the time.
No kidding. It wasn't even on your radar?
No, my first year, I think, was when the Iran hostage rescue mission went awry, Desert One.
Okay.
And that had an incredible effect on me because, 8 guys died in Desert One trying to save the American hostages in Tehran. I think there was like 400 of them. It was a lot. And it had a huge effect on me because it was the first time I ever stopped to think about how good I had it and what an amazing life I had in America specifically.
How old were you at that time?
I was just a freshman in college. So, 18, 19, something like that.
Wow, you thought that?
Yeah.
I feel like nobody feels like that anymore. Nobody takes the time, to appreciate it.
Yeah, well, you might be pointing out, I agree with you, and maybe it's because, look, can you imagine anyone kneeling for the national anthem when we were growing up, or disparaging, people who served? I remember as a kid hearing about the way they treated Vietnam veterans and, being completely disgusted by that. But I think, it was a more patriotic time. We hadn't had a full portion of the country who, did nothing but criticize our freedom and criticize our forefathers, tearing down statues.
Yeah.
So, I was a marathon runner and triathlete at the time, and I'd go on long runs in the hills of Southern Illinois. And on one of those runs, I decided, I need to pay something back to the country. And the way I'm gonna do it is join the military. And I want to be in the units that do the toughest missions. I want to, make sure that Desert One never happens again, that we don't have a tragedy like that on the world stage on an important mission. And, I was super naive at the time. I went to a recruiter and I said, I want to join the military and I'd like to be part of Delta Force. And the first recruiter
said that right off the bat.
Yeah, because they were at Desert One. And, I didn't know they were a secret or anything. And And this is the first
How
recruiter.
did you? So you heard about Delta Force from Tehran?
Yeah, yeah.
That was
out.
That was in the media.
Yep.
Wow.
And he said, "Look, let me tell you something. The only thing going into special forces is going to do for you is when you get out is either make you a criminal or a hitman." And I got up from my chair and walked out and found another recruiter in the next town over. And this guy was great. I still remember his name, Terry Story. And he was like, "What do you want to do? What do you want to do?" And I told him, and he goes, "Okay, you can't do that. But here you can get in, become a ranger, and then become that." I said, "Okay, well, how do I do that?" And he goes, "Well, you can join to go in the infantry and then rangers, or because you have a college degree, you can volunteer for OCS. The only catch is if you don't make it through OCS, you're going to be a PFC and they're going to put you wherever they want to put you." So I signed up an OCS contract, and again, I freeze that moment in time because it's happened literally millions of times since 1776. It's, our grandfathers did it after Pearl Harbor, and, all these great soldiers who joined after 9/11, same thing. Pat Tillman joined, the day after 9/11, he decided to join the military, to leave the Arizona Cardinals and join the military. So this process has been happening, and, it's important for us as veterans to say it out loud and be consciously aware of it, because, these patriots are our country's greatest natural resource, and we have to treat them that way, and we have to treat their lives that way. This is a fixed amount of individuals like this. They're not a never-ending flow. So these are a special part of this country, and these young men join with a lot of naivete, but they're joining. They're agreeing to sacrifice their lives and their livelihoods to serve and protect our great nation and the freedoms that our nation involves. And in so doing, they enter a contract with the government, and that contract is sacrosanct. All those patriots ask for is that the government uses common sense on when and where they're going to employ them, and provide them with common sense leaders who will make good decisions and solve complex problems so they can succeed when they're employed. And, I say it's important because when you find out like how the Ukraine war started, a bunch of Ivy League, State Department, CIA people concocted that thing, made bad decision, senseless decision after senseless decision after senseless decision. And,
Can you elaborate? I mean, we have this entire portion towards the end of the interview, but
Yeah,
we
yeah.
can crank it out right
so,
now.
So the Ukraine war was started by
You say this is the biggest propaganda war of all time, correct?
Yes, it should be called the propaganda war. The fighting's real. Everything we've been told about it is basically a lie. And every piece of history that shows it's a lie has been either kicked under the rug or lied about too. So how the war started? The war started when the Obama administration, I don't say U.S. because the Ukraine war could not have started with any other administration, because it couldn't have started without the press as part of the group that was going to provide cover for starting it. And they were all in on the start of the Ukraine war. But the U.S. Obama administration, Victoria Nuland, Jake Sullivan, John O'Brien, and Joe Biden. Joe Biden had one job. You can look in his archives as vice president. His one job was Ukraine. And Joe Biden and Jake Sullivan, his deputy, were the architects of the start of the war. And the way it started was the State Department and CIA, non-elected officials, along with their counterparts in the EU, Ukrainian politicians, and George Soros's Open Society Foundation, along with the neo-Nazi ultranationalists, created the fake Maidan protests. You can still go online. I checked before I came. Videos are still there, 2014, 15. Look at Maidan protests. You'll see brand new GP mediums in the background. You'll see them serving soup. You'll notice that everyone has these same orange hard hats on, distributed to them. The weapons, you'll see weapons, the same common weapons being held by the ultra-nationalist neo-Nazis. And then there are interviews. There's BBC and German TV interviews with Ukrainian protesters. And in one of them, all the guy does is ask, why are you protesting? And every single individual that they question says the same thing. I'm here because they told me to be here and I'm getting paid. And so Victoria Nuland admitted afterwards that the U.S. spent $5 billion in USAID funds to bribe all these people and to make it happen. And in February of 2014, the culmination of the Maidan protests was the violent overthrow of the Viktor Yanukovych government, the duly elected government of Ukraine. He was elected not just by Eastern Ukrainians, but by Western Ukrainians. And his election was validated by the UN. But for some reason, they decided we got to overthrow him. And the plan, and this is where this senseless decision-making comes from, and this is all in cables. It's in State Department, CIA cables, and in...
Just for the audience, cables are basically secure emails.
Yes, good description. It's all in those. They believed that by overthrowing Yanukovych, installing their Ukrainian puppet politicians, and then starting a ethnic war in eastern Ukraine, which is populated by almost 100% ethnic Russians, that by doing that, this would cause so much unrest in Russia that the Russian people would rise up and overthrow Putin. That was the plan. And, you know, when you read that, when you read the cables, when you see that, it's like these, you know, Ivy League, never been in a war, never been in anything real in their life. It's like they were like kids playing with matches, completely unaware of the potential unintended consequences of throwing those matches into a pile of leaves or into something soaked in gas. And what happened afterwards is a classic law of unintended consequences. They had no plan for after they overthrew the government. And in the power vacuum, because they had no plan, the neo-Nazis took over the Ukrainian government.
They had no contingency plans?
No contingencies. And that's why Crimea caught them so by surprise. So you also online, you can go on any of your favorite search engines and just look up Victoria Nuland, Gregory Pyatt. He was the ambassador. She was the head of State Department for the overthrow. Their phone call was intercepted by the Russians and then published on YouTube. Initially, it's on all search engines now. Their phone call is them talking about which Ukrainian politicians that they controlled would be the next prime minister. And this is before the violent overthrow. It's like 2 weeks before. So they're on record talking about who to install in the new government. So it's not a theory. There's a massive trail of evidence that shows exactly what happened, to include open source intelligence, the videotapes that show what's about to happen. So when the neo-Nazis controlled the 5 key ministries of the Ukrainian government, to include the Ministry of Defense, John O'Brien was the head of CIA then. He flew in the day after they overthrew the Yanukovych government, met with the head of the Ukrainian intelligence and the head of MI6. And the very next day, they began the ethnic war on eastern Ukraine, which was really one of the most horrific humanitarian violations in modern history. they just began shelling the civilian areas with artillery and mortars. And again, it's all on video. You can see grandmothers crying in the streets with dead, spouses and dead children, and saying, why is our own country doing this to us? Why is our own government doing this to us? The Eastern Ukrainian oblasts that have since voted for independence and autonomy, then independence and reunification with Russia, so Crimea, Donetsk, and Luhansk, all three of them would have stayed in Ukraine, but they had no choice. Ethnic cleansing began, and between 2014 and 2021, 14,000 ethnic Russian civilians were killed in eastern Ukraine, and most of them by artillery, mortar, and drone attacks. And
Wow.
all
I
the
had no
hospitals,
idea.
yeah, horrific. The ethnic Russians petitioned the UN to come in and investigate, begged for the UN to investigate. They wouldn't do it. We should have, as the U.S., if Trump always says, if I had been president, this wouldn't have happened. But any objective president, this was grounds for sending forces in. This was worse than Bosnia, worse than Rwanda, any of those places. We should have sent people in to stop it, but no one would do that. And the killing just continued, as well as the cover-up. Most Western Ukrainians still to this day believe what the propaganda said happened, that Maidan protest was an organic protest, that Yanukovych fled because of his corruption. He knew he was going to get busted. He fled the country. And then they say that Putin invaded Ukraine, and he did not. So I told you 14,000 dead. Crimea was the first in May of 2014. They knew what was happening. They instantly voted for independence. And in the vote, I think 89% of people voted, and of the population voted, and something like 85% voted to secede from
Holy
Ukraine.
shit.
Yeah, and Russia, the part of Crimea that's so important is the Sevastopol naval base. It's Russia's only warm water naval base. They had a contract with Ukraine to keep that till 2045. They just left the base and helped the Crimeans secure Crimea. But Donetsk and Luhansk begged for Russian help. Putin demurred. He was incredibly conscientious about not pissing off NATO, if you can believe that, because NATO is, actively working to undermine him, and he's not helping these ethnic Russians because he doesn't want it to look like, he's invading or that he's provoking NATO. So they set their own elections up in the summer of 2014, and the same results. 80+% voted and 80% voted for independence. So why is that important? Because today, when you hear people say, why would we give the Donbass basin back to Russia? They invaded. Well, you're not giving Donbass back to Russia. Dun stands for coal, Bass stands for basin. So Donbass is the coal basin. And within it is Luhansk and Donetsk oblasts, or provinces. And both of those voted for independence. They had no other choice. After all the killing in 2015, the president, the newly installed president of Ukraine, outlawed the Russian language, outlawed the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, which is like the sister to the Russian Orthodox Church. The Orthodox Church was founded in Kyiv. Russia considers Kyiv the holiest of holy cities. It's like Jerusalem to them. That's why they've been so circumspect on the bombing of Kyiv, because it's a holy city. But the Ukrainians forfeited any right to eastern Ukraine when they started killing them, when they took away all their basic human rights, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. You can't practice religion. You can't speak your language.
Yeah.
He stopped the pensions of all.
What the hell are you supposed to speak?
Yeah, exactly. Sign language. I mean, if you read the UN Charter on Human Rights, all those things are like the staples. And if you violate those, the UN Charter more or less says the country has a right to, for self-governance, to break away from whoever is doing that to it. So it's, again, clear-cut case. It's not theory. And then on the invasion, I liken what Russia did to, think of it this way. You can technically call it an invasion, just like if you're walking down the street and you come up to a vestibule and see your buddy getting mugged inside the vestibule, but on the door to the vestibule of the building, it says no trespassing. Well, you fucking kick that door in, smack that mugger on the head, toss him out, and save your buddy. Did you just trespass? Well, I guess technically you did, but no judge, jury, or common sense human being is going to say you shouldn't have trespassed. It's the same thing Russia did. 14,000 ethnic Russians slaughtered, begging him for help, begging for humanitarian assistance, and finally he just broke into that vestibule to save his people, ethnic Russians, and so calling him the invader, calling him the instigator, or Russia, just doesn't hold any water. It doesn't make sense as long as you cut through the propaganda. And that's kind of why I got involved. I've been to Kyiv, I've been to Ukraine. I love Ukraine. I love the Ukrainian people. I've never been to Russia, would love to go there. And I have buddies. I have a buddy in the State Department, two buddies in the agency, and a buddy who's over there as a long-term contractor. And they, one night, said, hey, let's call Pete and tell him this stuff and find out what he thinks we should do. And so they didn't call me. They just called and set up a meeting. We met at LAX, outside LAX, and they told me everything. And I was like, holy shit. Now, every one of these guys is still active. And, one reason they came to me was, can you get the word out? And I was like, yeah, I've got a duty to get the word out. Right now we're at about 1.25 million Ukrainian soldiers have been killed. So back to
that many?
Yep.
1.25 million?
Yep. The Ukrainian mods database was hacked about 4 months ago, and the number they had then was 1.2. I'm giving them a benefit of doubt. They've been losing about 1,000 men a day, every day of 2025.
Wow.
So it's incredible numbers. You can, I'm on about 5 or 6 different Telegram channels that I subscribe to, and there's some great independent reporters. I think you might have had one of them on, Patrick Lancaster. Did you have him on? Okay, maybe he was on Tucker or something. I probably shouldn't have brought that up. But
all good.
Yeah, so
we should look into him.
Yeah, he's an independent reporter. He's been over there from the beginning, and the first thing that strikes you when you watch one of his reports is, where the fuck is the press? Why is there no mainstream global media press coverage of the Ukraine war? Why have we not seen a single? Remember, they forced the U.S. military to embed them in Iraq, Afghanistan, and demanded it because not because they wanted to cover it, because that's the quickest formula for getting a Pulitzer Prize and getting, looked on favorably as a journalist. But from the beginning, the question has to be, why is there no coverage of the Ukraine war? And I'll tell you why there's none. Because if they cover it, they'll expose the propaganda stories that are happening. And the first way is the entire war has been fought in eastern Ukraine. So every city that gets taken by the Russians in eastern Ukraine, they're the liberators, and the people come out celebrating when the Russians come in and telling them about the hell they've been living through with the Ukrainian army occupying their town. These are ethnic Russians. The whole battlefield, all these flattened towns, all the infrastructure, that's eastern Ukraine. That's where these people live. That's Donetsk, Luhansk, and of course, Crimea has Odessa right next to it. So it's been hit too. But, you know.
When was this meeting?
When was what?
The meeting.
That I went to was right before 2022, right before the war started.
Oh, so this was a while ago.
Yep. And then we've stayed, they feed me stuff all along. I get new stuff. They'll call me up and go, this is total bullshit. There's been fake massacres that were blamed on Russia. They're so fake, they're a joke. And this is, again, why you see there's no Western press coverage. You know, people who were supposedly shot by Russians laying in the mud with their hands tied behind their back, but their hands are tied with pristine white ties. And then when this brave French reporter, who was actually one of the only ones who went and visited the massacre site, he saw the Ukrainian intelligence people pulling cadavers out of frozen trucks, laying them on the ground, tying their hands together. And he's testified on that numerous times. Same thing, his life's been threatened. He's been censored in France, but he's there's two of them, actually two French reporters, independent of each other, who reported the same thing. And then the war itself, massive lies about the progress of the war, about the casualties. You know, even President Trump was duped because his initial advisors to Ukraine were you know, the one guy he had was an ex-general. His daughter ran a NGO in Ukraine. And so when he was in Ukraine, he was paying his daughter's NGO to take him around and provide security for him. How can a guy whose family is making money from the war be taken seriously in trying to stop the war? And he was feeding President Trump, you know, propaganda information. So initially, you know, President Trump was saying, hey, Russia's lost all these men, you know, really bad, million men. Well, they haven't. They've lost probably about a tenth of what Ukraine has lost.
Shit.
Yep. And Russia, remember I talked about their strategic acumen from the beginning. They saw this is a war of attrition. And all these ex-generals who are now paid influencers, of course, they can't understand that. And so one of the things you heard year after, you know, 22, 23, 24, you know, look at Russia. They're so weak. They've only moved, you know, 50 kilometers in the last 3 years. Well, they finish that sentence and then they say, and the reason we got to keep fighting is because they're getting ready to take over all of Europe. So, I mean, they contradict themselves with their propaganda. You're saying they're not strong enough and formidable enough to even take terrain in Ukraine, yet they're going to take all of Europe, which they're not. There's not a single statement from Putin or anyone else, intercepted or not, that says they have any designs on Europe. And of course, thank goodness for Tulsi Gabbard. She just released, she did a press conference just about a month ago and said, hey, we've already provided this to Congress. There is zero evidence nor zero indications that Russia has any intention to invade Europe, or that would ever make sense for Ukraine to invade Europe. So that's been put to rest, but the propaganda continues. The influencers continue to repeat it on, you know, the global mainstream media, and you know, people without the truth continue to buy into it.
Man, which means everybody's repeating it.
Yeah. So all these guys are dying, you know,
man.
And they're just and people are going, keep the war going. You can't let it stop. And they're taking their time on these peace negotiations. Again, historians will look at this and it'll really shine a positive light on Trump, because he's the only guy who has said from the beginning, we have to stop the war. We have to stop the killing. And he used to say that every time he talked. He talks about it so much now, he doesn't anymore. But he used to start, and that is the start point. And back to that, as veterans, we understand that. We understand that sacrosanct contract that a patriot makes with his government. And so even though these are, Russian and Ukrainian military, I think as, veterans, we share, a responsibility for each other worldwide. And this is just senseless killing. And the really sad thing is that Ukraine, without knowing it, is being absolutely decimated because these people are telling them to keep fight. You can win. We're going to be behind you. And they're not, and they can't win. And they're in a position now where not just manpower, but military industrial complex, and then their command and control and leadership is so contaminated and so dysfunctional, they just have no chance against the Russians.
I wasn't expecting to hear all that. Wow.
Yeah, and again, most of it is still open source available, so anyone can do it. If people want, I've got a long form article on my Substack page, peteblaber.substack.com. It's the chronology of the Ukraine war. I expose it all. I provide the facts. I have hyperlinks to videos, hyperlinks to pictures. It's horrific. Mike Benz coined this, and he was right. He said, the overthrow of the Yanukovych government started the censorship industrial complex around the world. So when they figured out they could lie about something that big and they could collude to create a propaganda version of reality, they were emboldened. And, part of that is their control over tech, because, Facebook had a big part in that Maidan protests. Everyone got their directions via Facebook. So during that period, both during the Obama and the Biden administration, those tech companies were controlled by the government. The FBI was controlling Twitter and content on Twitter at the time. They were emboldened by it. And again, Mike Benz, did a great report on this. That's what made them go, hey, in 2017, we can do the same thing in the U.S. Instead of Maidan protests, they did the BLM protests. Create chaos, burn infrastructure, sow dissent, and let that happen so that it leads to the eventual overthrow of the government. And that's what they were trying to do with those riots and everything else. It's called a color revolution.
Damn.
It's bad.
Yeah, no kidding. Let's take a quick break.
Okay.
I didn't really think about how much my mattress was affecting me until I switched it. You just get used to whatever you've got and don't realize how off it is until you fix it. And that's what happened when I got a Helix. On the first couple of nights, I could already tell the difference. I wasn't tossing around, wasn't waking up throughout the night. I was just sleeping better and actually getting some real rest. One thing I like is they don't do a one-size-fits-all mattress. You take a quick sleep quiz and they match you to what actually fits how you sleep. And it shows. It's been a big upgrade from what I was using before. They've got free shipping, a 120-night sleep trial, and a lifetime warranty, so there's really no risk at all in trying it. Go to helixsleep.com/SRS for 20% off site-wide. That's helixsleep.com/SRS for 20% off site-wide. Make sure you enter our show name after checkout so they know who sent you. helixsleep.com/SRS. All right, I'm just going to say it. Most guys don't realize how much of a problem body odor actually is until it's obvious. And a lot of products out there just try to cover it up instead of actually dealing with it. And that's why I started using Mando. I've used it for a few different spots, and what stood out to me is it actually works. It's not just masking it, it keeps things under control. And once you start using it, you notice the difference immediately. It's a whole body deodorant, so you're not limited to just under your arms. You can use it anywhere you need it. And it fits right into your routine, nothing complicated at all. Some men mask their BO with sense. Mando men get the job done right. Don't mask it, Mando it. Head to shopmando.com because for a limited time, new customers get 20% off site-wide with our exclusive code, and that code is SRS. Seriously, if you haven't tried it yet, you really should. Go to shopmando.com and use the code SRS for 20% off. shopmando.com. Please support our show and tell them we sent you. Mando's got you covered. You know, since we're on the topic of Ukraine, as of today, Polymarket says there's a 12% chance of a Russia-Ukraine ceasefire by December 31st, 2026. Where do you think they're coming up with that? Do you think there's any legitimacy?
I think, well, what would tell me that it's far more likely than not is just the momentum behind what Trump's doing and then the logic of why it makes sense to ceasefire. And I don't think there'll be a ceasefire, unless it's part of it's over, they've agreed on something, but Russia's not going to agree to just a plain ceasefire. They'll agree to the terms that they put forward. The 5 oblasts, the size of the Ukrainian army, how
are they even getting anybody to fight? 1.25 million dead?
I could pull out my I show these every Tuesday on the podcast I do on CDM Media, and it's also on my Substack. We show every week the forced conscription. They're beating, they're tackling people, men in the streets, beating them, forcing them into vehicles, and the fights are unbelievable.
That's their recruitment? They
That's
beat
their
the shit out of their
forced
people to
conscription.
fight for their country.
Yep. And so I've said this numerous times. I believe never in the history of warfare has a country won a war where they had to force their soldiers to join.
Fucking believable.
Yeah. No one wants to join. Zelenskyy and Ukraine took a lot of criticism from Biden, Jake Sullivan, and Austin that they did not immediately draft 18 to 23-year-olds. They started, I think, at 25. They went down to 23. They still haven't drafted, but they've done the selective service thing. But when Zelenskyy established martial law, he closed the borders. So 18 to 23-year-olds were not allowed to leave the country. He just changed that about 6 to 8 weeks ago. The day after he did it, every border crossing was swamped. All the 18 to 23-year-olds pretty much have either fled. Yeah. And what does that tell you? It tells you that the messaging, 1, 2, 3, what are we fighting for, doesn't make sense to the actual people who are supposed to do the fighting. So when you have these actual citizens of Ukraine fleeing, fighting for their lives, bystanders join in and help the recruits against these forced conscriptors. You'll see the massive fights, and women too come over. They start beating on these guys. Let them alone. Let them alone. This happens every day all across Ukraine, because the logical why doesn't make sense. They see people disappear. They realize the truth is, whispered among the people of Ukraine, what's really going on, who's really trying to win this war, whose war it really is. And it's not Ukraine. It's the EU. It's the globalists. And they're the ones telling Ukraine, keep fighting to the last Ukrainian. But the Ukrainian people, the ones that are, the go-to-war age, are having nothing of it.
So they basically don't have a country.
No, they don't. It's not a real country. And that's not nothing against Ukraine. I love Ukraine. I love the Ukrainian people. But if you just take what Zelenskyy did, so first off on Zelenskyy, in 2017, he became the lead in a comedy show, Servant of the People, which the producers of which like, famous producers in Hollywood, were two of the biggest oligarchs in Ukraine, multimillionaire, billionaire oligarchs. The billionaire decided, hey, and probably in cahoots with the Biden State Department and CIA, because they needed a candidate. They needed someone for the 19 election, and it had to be a stooge. So they decided, let's make Zelenskyy a candidate. So up to that point, Zelenskyy had never even tweeted any position on any political statement, any political event. He had never spoken about any political proclivities. He had never written anything. He had never spoke. When he announced his presidency, his run for the president in his new party, which was called the same thing as the sitcom, the Servant of the People Party, he refused to debate the other candidates. He did no campaigning. Does this sound familiar? He put out no campaign promises, no platform. And I think 4 months after he announced, even though he was behind in the polls, the election happened, he won 73% mysteriously of the vote. The first thing he did was outlaw all political parties in Ukraine except his own party, the Servant of the People. And by outlawing them, making them against the law, this is, if you read the definition of a totalitarian regime, that's what they do. There's no, they outlaw competition, political competition. So what that did was allow him to take over a supermajority of the Rada, because all these other people in the Rada, that's their Congress, were not allowed to run. So they just stacked it with new Servant of the People, and now the Rada has a supermajority for his party. He also outlawed press. All independent press, newspapers, television stations were shut down. Only stations that run in Ukraine still to this day are either Ukrainian government or NGO, George Soros-sponsored stations. So you outlaw political competition, you end any ability, freedom of information, and then he ended freedom of speech too. There's no, you can't criticize the government, no right to protest. Those are all the hallmarks of a totalitarian regime. That corruption scandal that just broke it was a small one, 100 million off the energy sector, where his sidekick was indicted. He fled the country. He's now back working for him. He just not in the same role he was before. So corrupt to the bone. This is not a government of the people. It's a government installed. Zelensky's out of the country more than he's in country. And again, that's a pattern too that should make everyone question, what leader in contentious times leaves the country even once? None. He's gone, in the last 2 years, he's been out of Ukraine more than he's been in. Usually he's in Europe, gallivanting around Europe under the guise of collecting funds. But you have to ask, how can he do that? Well, he can do it because there's no competition. He's the stooge, and he's earned his right to maintain that from his EU handlers, from his globalist handlers, and from he's got American handlers too, the neocons, the left, the people who put him in power from the Obama and Biden administrations still want him to stay in power. They still keep the propaganda going. But the reality is men are dying by the thousands every day for no reason. Fake war. They don't even know what they're fighting for. They're definitely not fighting for Ukraine right now. and their leadership
Wow.
is also just a canard, something other than what it seems to be.
Well, I can see why there's only a 12% chance of a ceasefire by March 31st.
Yeah, he's not having any of it. Trump just said it a few days ago that Zelensky's the main barrier. He said Putin's already said, "Hey, I want to end the war." And finally, Trump's got good information. He's saying it now. He's talking about the Ukraine, over 1 million casualties. He's talking about they can't win. They have no military industrial complex. So if you can't make bullets and beans along with, ammunition, weapons, how can you fight an ongoing war against a superpower? And
Oh, let me answer that for you, because we send them all of our shit.
yeah, very true. Billions of dollars. I think 300 billion we sent them with no strings attached.
Do you have any insight on when they will run out of manpower?
They're pretty. They're.
gotta
I
be
think they're
pretty
there right
slim.
now. So Russia brought in 443,000 recruits last year, just to give you an idea of the standard. No one knows what Ukraine brought in, but it's believed to be somewhere in the double-digit thousands. So 50 to 99,000. So that right there just tells you. They can't keep up. And on this battlefield, Ukraine doesn't rotate their forces. If you joined in 2022 and you're still alive, you're still out there. There's no ETS date, which every soldier, is counting off the days till they get to go home. We talk about you fight for the guy next to you. Yeah, you do. But your foundational, what you're really fighting for is to go home to your family and, where you live. And they don't even have that. So they're dispirited. The command and control, the leadership of Ukraine is dysfunctional as can be. And we, again, the Obama and Biden administrations who were the architects, along with the rest of NATO. The Brits have been hand in hand on everything. The French and Germans, to a slightly lesser extent, trained this army. And it was the same mistake we've made everywhere, from Vietnam forward. They decided we're going to build an army and it's going to be a NATO-compatible army. So everything they built was to make it by the standards of NATO. And you can't, the lesson of Vietnam was don't try to build an American army in another country, a second world country who's got its own tradition of military customs, courtesies, protocols, and just ways of fighting. And it's the same thing in Ukraine. Most of the generals were Soviet trained. In fact, the commander-in-chief of Ukraine right now speaks Russian, was trained in Russia, Syrskyi. But, they don't care. Zelensky's in on the decision-making for combat. They're letting their guys die in these cities. I did an episode on this when Pokrovsk fell. We had a Ukrainian captain, talk to my guys on the ground and tell us how the thing unfolded. And he said, he gave this example. He said, when you're laying in a position for a long time, that position like the back of your hand, and everything around you. You've calculated time, distance from every, terrain feature, every tree, every rock outcropping. And with Pokrovsk, we knew where the Russians were, and my front line guys knew if they get to that copse of trees over there, this massive, forest belt that protects the farmlands, then we're dead in the water. We've got to fall back. And fall back is not retreating. It's just fall back that's called a supplementary position, which you always have in the defense. And so once the Russians made it to that point, to that copse of trees, they called in and said, hey, we've got this all set up. We've got alternate positions. Time to fall back. Roger, stand by. We've got to get permission from higher. That went all the way back to Kyiv and Zelenskyy and Syrskyi? And the answer was no, not 1 inch, stay and fight. And about 3 weeks later, they were surrounded, most of them killed, many of them captured. And the same thing just happened in Uye-Puye. It's a city down south Ukraine. Same thing. The guys knew if they make it to that position, we're surrounded. We're in a cauldron, and then you're dead, because the cauldrons in this war, because of the terrain and the technology, the drone technology. Whenever you see a position, that means that a 10 by 10 kill zone sits in front of that drone kill zone. So if you move up to here, now that 10K kill zone goes 10K from that point. So that's why when that captain, that Ukrainian captain said, when they make it to there, we got to get out of here. You listen to the guys on the ground. You listen to the guys who are assessing the reality of the situation on the ground, and they did not. And they continue that pattern, and it's because they're trying to keep this propaganda thing going that, hey, we can win. We just need more time, more money. And to me, it seems like the EU decided we got to get them at least through 2026. And I believe the reason for that is that then they could get all the orders with the European military-industrial complex, which is what's happened now. When Trump said, I'm not giving you stuff anymore, you can buy it from us, they saw that as an opportunity to reinvigorate the European military-industrial complex, which they had shut down. And though all those stocks skyrocketed before Trump got in power, and then in those first few months, but now they're all tanking because most honest, objective people see that the end is a fait accompli. It's going to happen.
I mean, if these guys are forced to fight for their country, some of them, I mean, why do you think they're not, or maybe they are? Why are they not surrendering?
A lot of them, yeah, a lot of them are. I've got tons of videotapes of guys coming out of holes, and Ukrainians are hard people too. They're all Slavs, so the Ukrainians are not pushovers. Mm-hmm. If armed properly, led properly, and motivated properly. But think about that. They're not armed properly. They don't. Back to the military-industrial complex, they've got huge supply problems, which is totally exacerbated by corruption. They're skimming money off the top. A couple of cities have fallen because the $50 to $100 million tranches to dig these, gnat's ass trench systems never happened. The money just was laundered and went into the pockets of the oligarchs. So the corruption has also, greatly handcuffed the Ukrainian military. But, there's their command and control. You tell guys on the ground, no, don't leave, stay and die. And you do that once, you're in big trouble. You do it twice, they're never going to forgive you. And I believe that the majority of Ukrainian military have lost faith in their higher headquarters and that they don't accept anything that's coming out of them as being credible. And then, the final thing is just motivation on not knowing when you're going to go home, seeing all these dead bodies. They're ordered to leave dead bodies where they lay. There's dead bodies all over the battlefield. And Russia polices them up. Since those Istanbul talks, there's one of the things they agreed to is body exchanges to repatriate the dead bodies. That's happened, I think, something like 15 times, and the ratio, we just had one, and Russia turned over 1,600 bodies, Ukraine turned over 29. So
whoa,
it was a ratio of 39 to 1. I don't know what it is now on bodies being exchanged, but part of it is just the number of KIAs, but the other part is they're not even allowing these guys to, pick up their dead colleagues and bring them back to repatriate them for their family. There's monetary incentives behind that. If the body's not recovered, Ukraine doesn't have to pay the family, and they don't. Even if the guy's off the ledger. Yeah.
Holy shit.
It's bad. It's bad. And this is all these globalists, they're globalists doing, like, again, little kids playing with matches, in a gas station. No clue of the laws of physics, no clues of the laws of unintended consequences. And what they've done is, one of the most horrific humanitarian crimes, I think, against humanity that we've ever seen. Over a million guys dead just on one side.
Man.
We lost 58,000 in Vietnam. 15 years, I think.
Man, wow. Well, that paints a very different picture than what everybody's told.
Yeah, thanks for asking. It's important that people, and again, do the research. All this stuff is available online. There's plenty of people that were there early who have come out and they talk about it. The war, it should be called the propaganda war, not the Ukraine war. The fighting's real. Everything we've been told about it is a lie.
Wow. Well, let's get back to you. You're going to Rangers.
Yeah. I think I joined.
Went to OCS, got a Ranger contract.
Yep. So I went to Korea, my first tour, DMZ in Korea. It's a great tour. And I did that, like I said, because you could apply for the regiment. It's a 1-year tour. I applied. I got fortunate to get in, even more fortunate to go to 2nd Ranger Battalion, Fort Lewis, Washington. Loved it there. It would turn out to be, I was there 4 years. I ended up as a captain, junior captain my last year. But it was a foundational experience because of the amazing leadership climate that was in place for all 4 of those years. And, I was taught then what a leadership climate is. And my battalion commander and my company commander said this to me. It was, think of a leadership climate the same way you think of a real climate. You can feel the effects of a leadership climate. You can see the effects of a leadership climate. And when people find a healthy leadership climate, they put down stakes. They work together as teams, think of neighborhoods, to make their place of duty, their place they're living better. And the positive climate makes everyone who lives under it grow, progress, and succeed. Now, when you think of an unhealthy leadership climate, it stymies growth, people are miserable, and the only thing they think about is, how do I get the F out of here and get to a place where the sun shines occasionally, and I can grow, I can progress, and I can succeed, which is what everyone joins the military for. Mm-hmm. So, the other thing they taught me, which was foundational, was that, that a leadership climate does not emerge from just the most senior leader in whatever the organization. Instead, a leadership climate emerges from the sum total of choices made by all the leaders in the climate system. So, leadership is a collective thing in an organization. It's not just the guy at the top, right? Because he can be cool and you can have tyrants right underneath him. And if they're allowed to operate, then, you're living in an unhealthy leadership climate, even though the guy at the top's okay. But what it also emphasizes is the responsibility of leaders. And my battalion commander, again, said this to me. He said, Pete, you can be the smartest, funniest, most handsome, most tactically astute commander a unit's ever had. But if you turn a blind eye to a tyrant who's making their lives miserable, they'll treat you with the same derision they treat that tyrant. That's your job. Your job is to remove these friction barriers that prevent your guys from growing, succeeding in what they do. And when you don't do that, it's, you're not doing your duty as a leader. So, from that day forward, I passed that on, but I also lived it. Leadership climate takes, constant pruning, constant maintenance. It doesn't mean you're looking for guys doing things, but you always keep an eye open for it because it's hard.
How would you take the temperature of the climate? Throughout your entire career, not just at Ranger Battalion.
Yeah,
You did a
just
lot.
talking to guys and and having and listening to other people who talk to the guys. Your sergeant major should be a huge part of that. But you take that temperature and remember a climate just like how would you tell if you're living in a good climate? The sun's shining, everything's growing, everyone's happy. Everyone takes pride in their, neighborhood and gets along with their neighbors, makes an effort to get along with their neighbors. And I think those are things that are hallmarks of a positive leadership climate. I mean, one in particular is just freedom of speech, the ability to speak up, out, or with anyone in the battalion. And so one of the things about, common sense leaders is they talk the same way to a private as they do to a general. And that's the way we all should be. And when you become consciously aware of it, you might even catch yourself at times, why am I suborning myself to this general? It's not how I talk to a private. And then vice versa. Why am I treating this guy? Hey, no, I don't have time for you right now. You wouldn't have done that if the general stuck his head in the door. So freedom of speech to speak up, out, and with is hugely important in any organization, corporate or military. Your people got to feel like they can come up to you and go, hey, sir, I don't mean to, I don't know who else to talk to, so I'm just at wit's end, but, we have a real problem in B Company. And, I know you're busy, but if you could send someone down to take a look, that I would totally appreciate it. You'll get that when you make yourself approachable, when people know that they can talk to you without repercussions. And so freedom of speech, I think, is one of the hallmarks of a healthy leadership climate.
Good to know. Thank you. So let's move on. Let's move on in your career.
Yeah. So, from the Rangers, I commanded a company, a light infantry company, 7th ID. We participated in the invasion of Panama. Amazing experience. I had an amazing company, 111 guys. We deployed to Panama. I had 28 fluent Spanish speakers.
Were you with Bob Porras?
No.
You know Bob?
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I think he was in the unit then. I was in the 7th ID. I was about to be in the unit. So
I don't think he was in the unit.
Oh, okay.
He got, actually, I think he jumped in a van with some unit guys. And that
was he in the 7th ID? Was he?
I can't remember what he was in.
I got to ask him. Yeah, I know him. He's a great guy.
He did see some action down there, and then he got picked up and it wound up in a van, and I believe that in the van was a bunch of
unit guys.
Bunch of D-boys.
Yeah, I saw him too.
So,
but what it taught me was we had better intelligence than the agency or, our division intel, because same thing, always listen to the guy on the ground doesn't just apply to the guy who's fighting on the ground. It applies to civilians and to some extent, people who are against you too. Listen to what they're saying, but you can't listen if you don't understand the language. And, it sounds incredibly elementary, but, for all of us who were in Afghanistan, Iraq, you realize, one of the biggest barriers to, not winning the hearts and minds, not losing the hearts and minds, and understanding where the enemy was the language barrier. Of course, we had interpreters, but, that was usually one per whatever type unit you were in. So the inability to communicate should be, a red flag in any type of expeditionary warfare we're considering. And it's just simple. If you can't communicate, you can't understand what that person's needs are. You can't even understand how to, get what you need to get out of that person, intelligence, operational intelligence, or just, like we were talking about with talking to your soldiers, finding out, taking the temperature of, the society at the time. So from there, I was very fortunate because I came right into the 7th ID, took command. Also very fortunate, I had a great battalion commander who understood. I told him I want to go to unit tryouts after this, and he said, yeah, by all means. So I finished command. 2 months later, I went to selection. Again, fortunate, made it through selection. And, that experience, I saw your episode with Larry, and I can't come close to describing selection as well as he did, so I won't. But there were some great moments in it, again, that, that taught me a lot about human nature. And, it started with the initial psych interview. And a lot of people don't remember this. You probably do. But, it used to be the biggest barrier to getting into the CIA or the special mission units was the lie detector test, the potential lie detector test. And of course, the biggest barrier of the lie detector test was one question. Did you ever do drugs in high school or college? And so, there were tons of people who, came back and said, no, they didn't take me, because I told them I tried whatever in high school, and to include marijuana. And so there was a lot of angst about that. And I went, as I told you, I went to Southern Illinois University, Carbondale. I think way, way before I was there in the 70s, Playboy magazine called it the #1 party school in the country. It was kind of a party school, but not egregiously, just in a very fun,
now I know it wasn't the wilderness down there.
Exactly. So, but I was a marathon runner, a triathlete. I had rehearsed all this in my mind. What am I going to do when he starts asking the lie detector test questions? And, just to be honest, it was impossible not to have tried marijuana where I grew up in high school and college. And again, the only thing that allowed me to, stiff arm it was I was a hardcore runner. And I believed if I took a puff off anything, I'd be knocking like 2 minutes off my time. So, I did not, I stopped everything when I started competing in college. So I walk into the psych interview, and Larry's the head psych guy, and he's sitting there and he's got a manila folder up, and he just motions me to sit down. I sit down. I'm like, what the fuck's he doing? And his first words out of his mouth are, Southern Illinois University, huh? That's quite the party school, isn't it? And someone had told me, whatever you do, don't give more information than the question. So don't answer them and then go into some long litany about how you tried it and it was not that great, or you never tried it and you're, all jittery. You can tell you're lying. So just answer the question. And I said, yeah, it got some rating in Playboy, but it was really, a great college, and I loved it because it was a great place to run and train for triathlons. I could swim in lakes, run to the lake, run back, and do my training there. And he asked me one more question. I can't remember what it was. It was something about, did you ever see cocaine or something? And I just answered him honestly, no, I never saw cocaine, without context. And then he said, okay. And he put the manila folder down. And then at the end of the interview, his phone rang, his phone beeper. And it was like, yeah, I'll be right there, sir. And he goes, hey, I got to leave. We got one more person. You got to fill out some stuff. And so I go, okay, yeah, I'll wait. He goes out. I pick that manila folder up. It's empty.
This is Larry Vickers?
No, this is our psych.
Like, wow,
his name's
that's
Larry
an interesting
too.
choice to give a psych.
Yeah, Larry probably could have pulled that off too. But it was part of learning about human nature and about effects-based activity that you can, if you know a desired outcome, then you can plan backwards and use little props to get that effect. And I probably did. In my 13 years there, there's 2 selections a year. I probably did 10 boards, sat on 10 boards. And probably 5 or 6 times, me and my sergeant major, when there was a guy it was like, hey, he's gotten some police trouble. We don't know. It might be nothing, And so we pulled out the manila folder. And the thing about the manila folder is, it's not to try to catch the guy. It's just to see how they react.
Because if the guy goes, yeah, I smoked some weed and, I smoked it for a while, but I stopped, and I haven't smoked in 2 years, whatever, that's fine. Same thing. I got drunk one night, I got in a fight, there are a lot of those. And guys
I'll bet.
guys would think I'm going to get thrown out. And,
It'd be hard to find one that didn't, I'll bet.
yeah. But so you're not trying to trick them to say something. You just want to see how they react. And I carried that forward into the corporate world. And I probably...
What is the reaction you're wanting?
You want to see cool, calm, collective. You want usually a smile, like, okay, and then instead of getting all uptight and talking fast and stuttering, they just tell the truth. They're resigned to tell the truth. They're resigned to, hey, I'm going to throw myself at mercy of the court, and they handle it. It's a little bit of pressure. It doesn't seem like much, but
Ownership.
Yeah. And if you think about that, it also comes with, when you're on an interview board, military or corporate, respect for the person. They're there. They've done everything to get there. This is their dream. This is their life. So, callous decisions going, I don't like the guy because, he smoked weed once or he got drunk. That's not what you're looking for. But guys who then turn that into, stuttering, long-winded, making up stuff, and you can already see that, he was arrested, he got in it, he did battery, all this other stuff, and they're not talking about that. Those guys, you want to scrutinize a little bit closer. It's the same thing in the corporate world. Like I said, I hired about 500 people, or I did about 500 interviews. I don't know how many we hired. What you're trying to figure out is how that person thinks. You're trying to get inside their head for whatever context you're hiring them. And I was hiring people for sales and marketing, senior sales and marketing people. So you want to see how they react under pressure. If you're a salesperson, you got to be able to take pressure. In the biopharma industry, you're in front of doctors, you're in front of payers, guys who make $1 million a year, who are going to price your drug and whatnot. You've got to be able to stay cool, under stress. And so part of that is what we talked about before, the unstructured problem solving, your ability to just work through something. And I had read this thing in Harvard Business Review right before I got out, and it was about what companies like Google were moving to, which was just intellectual questions that you ask someone, and you're not necessarily looking for the right answer. You're looking at how they come up with the answer, how they approach problem solving, and how they communicate that approach. So, one question was, how much water does the average family of four use over a 48-hour period in their house? And, you'd be surprised. Some people immediately, I don't know. I've never worked for the water company. And, someone else
Dissects it.
smiles, goes, okay,
baths.
4 people, let's see.
Dishwasher, dishes.
Yeah, I drink a gallon a day, right. And goes through exactly, that's what you want to hear. They're unstructured problem solving. They're saying it out loud. They're using logic, deductive logic to come to an answer. Another question was, why are all sewer caps round? And, there's no right answer to that, it turns out, but there's a lot of reasons they're round. They can't fall into the sewer. A square will break the street, the structure of a square. To put that into an asphalt street will cause, the physics of the street to fail much quicker than a circle, which is, I guess the strongest self-supporting structure, self-sustaining structure. So there's no real answer, but you want to see how they handle it, if they can think on their feet, they can use logic and common sense. And, if you ask pointed questions, tell me about a time, the famous questions, tell me about a time you had a difficult customer. Most of that stuff they've got already prepared. There's a pat answer.
Yeah.
You're not going to learn how that person thinks with those type of questions, but ask them something that makes them think, that makes them problem solve, see how they react, see how they communicate, and that tells you a lot about that person.
Makes a lot of sense. How is it? Do officers go through with the enlisted at OTC?
Yeah.
They do. Mm-hmm. Anything extracurricular
What do you mean?
that you'd go through? Well, for example, through the SEAL pipeline, the officers have an extra section.
Yeah. There is an extra.
Is there?
Yeah.
How many officers are going through at once?
It depends. Sometimes, there's none. Sometimes there's a good number of them. I'm not sure on the current, but it always seemed like there were 4 or 5 at least per class.
I heard you had a incident with a bear.
Yep. It wasn't a bear. It was a pig. I thought it was a bear.
This is gonna be good.
I was, navigating on one of the famous legs of the long walk, and I believe, no one knows the actual, so very few people know the standard. I don't. I believe I was way ahead of schedule, kicking ass, and I also believe I was close to the end. So I had to get up this mountain. I took this route that I thought would be the best route, and I ended up in what every class, like 10 guys end up in it. It's a manzanilla forest.
Oh,
So it's like swimming through a sea of 1,000 pitchforks. You're caught in this thing. And there's really, once you're in it, you make the dumb decision initially to keep going. This thing's got to end. And then you're in the middle, and there's really no way out except picking your ruck, throwing it, knocking a couple of the manzanilla vines down, stepping on those, picking your ruck up again. And so, it could take you 100 throws to get out. So I tried to get up a little bit higher to see if I could spot, which direction I should go it would take me quickest to the edge of the manzanilla forest. And so I got up a couple of branches high, right as I'm reaching for this next one, I'm going, I probably should have taken my rucksack off before I started climbing, and that thing snapped. I fell from the tree, fell down, instantly thought, okay, I'm either paralyzed, I broke my back, something, because I fell right on my back. So it was probably a good thing. Well, it caused me to fall probably, so I don't know if it was a good thing, but it cushioned the blow. And, as soon as I checked all my limbs and I was okay, I was like, all right, man. And then I heard, this noise behind me. And because I've been walking for 30 some miles, I tried to croon my neck like, an arthritic old man, how when you're rucksacking, you can't move your neck anymore. And I just turned halfway and I saw this thing coming at me, small, and it was squeaking and squeaming, and I instantly thought, that's a baby bear. And then I heard, so I was like, baby bear, and of course, any outdoorsman knows if there's a baby, there's a mom. Mm-hmm. Then I heard the massive crushing of the manzanilla vines behind it, and like the snorting, and bears snort. And so, adrenaline rush. I picked up my rucksack, used it as a shield, and just started sprinting like a madman and mowing down manzanilla as best I could. And sure enough, I came to the edge of the forest. The bears, what I thought were bears, were closing in on me. I could hear them getting closer. So my adrenaline was, all I had left. And once I broke free, the exaltation of breaking free was quickly dampened by the fact that the only thing in front of me was a cliff.
Oh, shit.
And so I was, I'm like, I'm not getting eaten by a frickin' bear while trying to go through selection. So I got up to the edge of that cliff, and it wasn't a sheer cliff. It was, like the West Virginia hills, pretty steep. and I just hurled my body off the edge of
Holy
that thing. And,
shit.
yeah, and hit on my feet. I thought I was going to grab this tree. It was a bad plan. They went right by that tree, cartwheeled down, and I ended up about 300 meters down, and I lost my map. So one of the things is if you lose your map, your weapon, and your weapon, you're disqualified. So my map, the end of it was a sheer cliff. My map was gone. It was like that thing's history. But I had my weapon, my rubber weapon, and I'm like, fuck. Now what am I going to do? At least I didn't get eaten by the freaking bear. And then I look up, and there up top is, is a boar, a pig, a baby pig, and a mama. It was a massive pig. And of course, I'm from Illinois, so I never knew there were wild pigs, in anywhere, much less West Virginia. And I was like, fuck. And, I had the momentary feel sorry for myself. And then I'm like, dude, you got to get back in it. And I just brushed myself off, made my way to the top. The pigs were gone. It was just starting to get dark. So, I had no map, but I've been to Panama, JOTC 3 times. And in Panama, you learn to navigate with your feet, to read terrain with your feet. So if your feet are at this angle, you're walking off the ridge line. When they're flat, you're on the top of the ridge line. Same thing, you're going left, downward. So you literally your brain is totally in touch with your feet because you can't see the terrain features in Panama. They're covered so thickly with jungle canopy. So you navigate with your feet, and that's what I did up there. It got dark. I just said, I looked at this route. What's left is about 4 or 5 kilometers on the ridge line. The ridge, meandered too. So I got to stay on this ridge, with no map. And so I stayed on it. I remember, because probably of the adrenaline rush, I was completely depleted. I was droning my ass off. I remember looking ahead of me and going, why is there a washing machine on the trail up there? And, I keep going. And I thought it was a washing machine because there was a little red light, and I got up to it to the washing machine, and it was, one of the Delta cadre. And he was like, color and number. And I gave my color and number. And he goes, go sit over there. And I went and sat over there. And I was like, I fucked up. I don't have a map, nothing. And about 5 minutes later, Sergeant Major came over and said, welcome to the unit. You made it.
No shit.
Yeah. So
How'd that feel?
it's just never give up. Oh, I felt amazing. It was, my dream. It was my singular goal in the military. It's why I joined. So I was ecstatic, and
They didn't ask for the map?
no, I can't remember. I don't. Somehow they knew I lost it. Somehow because later, a guy who became my sergeant major was one of the cadre, and he goes, yeah, we laughed pretty hard at you. And he goes, that happens about 2 or 3 times every single. And I said, no. And he said, yeah. And I said, have anyone ever been chased by a pig before? And he said, not that I know of, but bears, yes. And, I don't know what else is up there, coyotes or something. So.
Today I want to talk about something a lot of us put off. Life insurance. But if you got people depending on you, it's not really about you. It's about making sure they're taken care of if something happens. Fabric by Gerber Life is term life insurance you can get done today. Made for busy parents like you, all online, on your schedule, right from your couch. You could be covered in under 10 minutes, often with no health exam required. If you've got kids, and especially if you're young and healthy, the time to lock in low rates is right now. And if you already have coverage through work, that's a great start, but it might not be enough, and it doesn't follow you if you leave that job. Fabric makes it simple. They've got flexible policies that fit your family and your budget. Even something like $1 million in coverage for less than $1 a day, depending on your needs. And there's no risk. 30-day money-back guarantee, and you can cancel at any time. Join the thousands of parents who trust Fabric to help protect their family. Apply today in just minutes at meetfabric.com/Shawn. meetfabric.com/Shawn. And use my link so they know I sent you. meetfabric.com/Shawn. Policies issued by Western Southern Life Assurance Company, not available in certain states. Prices subject to underwriting and health questions. Right on. So where do we go from here?
Yeah, just I don't know. It's you're
What squadron?
B.
B?
I started in A. I commanded in B.
Okay. Well, I mean, how is it? Talk to a lot of enlisted guys that have been over there, but never an officer. So, I mean, what is it like for an officer to check into the squadron as a new guy?
Yeah, it's to me, it's as it should be. You got to earn. If you're going to get any respect, you got to earn it.
Mm-hmm.
That's not going to come quickly. You got to earn it over time. So, you going in and talking to people and telling them, how great you are and how you think is not going to do it. You've got to earn their trust. And part of that is your competency with tactics, techniques, and procedures. And the other part's just your ability to use common sense to communicate, to talk to people. And, for me, my first job, the first troop I got as a brand new, I was a major, so I'm brand new in the troop. That troop, Larry was one of the team leaders. So Larry and I, right from the beginning, kind of connected. He was one of the 3 best shots in the unit. Stories of his, amazing shots have circulated the unit and have been known to me and a lot of other people. But more than that, he was always a very astute tactician and never minced words, would always tell you like it is. And so we just, he was like a sounding board for me operationally. When I would think of something, hey, what do you think about this? And, one of the things we talked about was dogs. And he was one of the first guys who said to me, yeah, a lot of people have talked about it a long time. There's a lot of people who don't want them, but somebody tell me they got to go down and clear a deeply buried underground bunker and tell me that they don't want a dog with them to go in first.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I agree. And same thing. How about perimeter security? How about clearing just a building, a house where you got known enemy? So Larry was a big source of common sense to me. He's also very funny. He and I used to sit through briefings and, go back and forth, cracking each other up. And the most famous one was when, for 911, after 911 happened, we were up at JSOC, and the JSOC intel officer was briefing the plan they had come up with, which was an empty target raid. And it wasn't even the empty target raid they ended up doing. It was another empty target raid. And me and him were sitting there going, okay, so he opened the presentation up, said, we have to do something meaningful. And then he said, we've got the whole staff, we've been working for 96 hours, and this is what we came up with. And Larry and I, in that conversation, created this concept. We called it the operational cul-de-sac. You see the sign that says dead end, but you decide to go down the street anyway just to get turned around in the cul-de-sac and ending up back where you started from in the beginning. And that's what we're going to do here. We'll do an empty target raid, and then we'll be like, okay, let's find a target. Why not find a real target? Why not, instead of just looking for targets, why not make the mission get some guys on the ground and start figuring things out? And, so back to your question, if you don't have someone like that who you can speak freely with, who, you respect their opinion, they tell it like it is, I think it's a lot harder for an officer. But it should be, because it's an incredible position. You have to be, in my opinion, they don't need an officer, but they need someone to be looking over the next terrain feature. Someone's got to be talking on the radio to hire. Someone's got to be able to call, a medevac. Someone's got to be marking off buildings if you're clearing, a small town or whatever. So, focus on how you can contribute. Make sure you stay in your lane, and the guys, see the value of having you around. But if you do nothing but, act as a barrier, negative squasher of ideas, overbearing, and tactical operations and planning, you're going to fall right into the famous I don't like officers.
Yeah.
And again, to be fair, when I got there, there were some individuals where I just scratched my head and said, what the heck? How did they ever get in here?
Wow, no shit, even at that command.
Yep. So I think it's good. It's part of the process. You learn, you've got to adapt. You've got to blend in. You got to figure out your role, and you got to respect the amazing combat and intellectual power of a bunch of operators.
Well, I do believe Larry did say you are the only officer that he ever liked working with. He wanted to make that clear.
Wow. Well, I'll take that as a high compliment. I did not pay him for that. So,
oh man. So you went to Colombia with?
Yeah, that was my first deployment. So
that was the first one?
Yeah. So
holy shit.
Getting into the unit, I just give you my impressions. Like, it was like nirvana, because when I got there, everyone I talked to at some point talked about common sense. And, back then, that's what, if you had to do an elevator speech on what the unit was, it was just an organization that uses common sense. And there were symptoms of that. I don't remember any SOPs. There were no binders that said, this is how we clear a building. This is how we, the formation we use when we're doing desert mobility or whatever. There were historical records. There were things that showed here's the formation we use for this or that. But, back to that adaptive risk assessment, it was kind of this adaptive approach to any mission. Don't take set piece approaches to things. Every mission does not take one troop, one squadron, or one platoon, one company, one, battalion. Think about what you need, and then, array, allocate, and group your forces that way.
I really like how I've never heard, none of the guys that have come in here have talked about that and described the unit as a place of common sense. And that really fucking resonates with me.
Yeah.
Because man, I'm trying to put it into words, but I mean, it's just other units are not able to operate with common sense because of the fucking red tape and the guardrails that are put all around them.
So true.
Flying at night, daytime operations only, all these kind of fucking things. And those are just the two that pop in my head immediately, but you didn't have those guidelines over there. Why don't you think that more military units use fucking common sense? Because even in the SEAL teams, a lot of common sense fucking completely gone.
Yeah, no, that's what I do now. I consult, I teach companies how to use the common sense way to make decisions and solve complex problems. And it's not theoretical, it's biologic. You just got to, follow your instincts, what the brain tells you to do. And we'll talk a little bit about that later. But that's the way the unit was described to me. When the unit had the closest thing to like a charter was 3 guiding principles. And, I used them on every mission I went on. The first one was understand what's going on around you. The second one was blend in anywhere. And the third one is the only failure is a failure to try. And later I would, minimize those to learn, adapt, and interact in any situation. Learn about the situation going on around you, adapt to it, adapt to what you learn, and interact. It's the only way you're going to learn. You got to get out on the frontier and interact with the Indians in the terrain. You've got to understand that. So, when that was first told to me, I was, I took it like you take any guiding principles. It was like, wow, those are cool. But when I got down to Colombia, Colombia, just to give you some background, it started 91 when Pablo Escobar escaped from his luxury prison. And the president of Colombia said, no more deal making, no more being nice. He's going to jail, and he's going to jail for life. So the manhunt began. And of course, the manhunt in a foreign country or any operation is run by the embassy country team. And, that a lot of people don't understand that. But the embassy country team, which is an ambassador, usually the key instruments of national power, there's a mill group commander for the military, there's a CIA station chief, there's a DEA station chief everywhere down south, and there's usually an FBI guy, smaller group, they do international criminal stuff. But the mill group commander, the CIA, and the DEA were the key honchos down there. The ambassador, the guy, incredibly astute ambassador, his name was Ambassador Busby. He was very unhappy with his country team because of one of the most common symptoms of all country teams. Instead of working together and collaborating as a team, they work at cross purposes. And a big reason for that is because they're incentivized to. Whoever gets credit for taking out Pablo is going to get the big budget. They're going to all get rewarded. A lot of people don't do it in DOD, but in the agency, if you do well on a mission, even back then, you got like a $30K stipend for, not an ARCOM, not a little ribbon with a piece of, that we were like, did you see this ARCOM I got? Wow. And, all proud of it. They got like 30 grand. So they were, the system like incentivized them to work at cross purposes. And then same problem, you've seen it in the agency. The majority of people that end up in those stations are people with no life experience. They're never going to leave the embassy. All the reports, big eye opener down there. I'm like, you're the guy who writes the reports? Never left his office in Bogota. He's writing about Cali, writing about Medellin.
Wow.
Yeah. But they were working at cross purposes. And so he said he had been to a demo, and he's called back, and I'm not sure who he called to, but he said, I want some unit guys down here to help me figure this thing out. And so the unit sent a first team down. I wasn't with the first team. But that team, he told, same thing he told me later, which is, I need you guys to help me bring this team together. They don't work together. I might as well have 4 country teams because there's no communication, there's no sharing of information. And if you guys get in on this, then maybe you can do that. And, one of our missions was we are what you need us to be. So, we took that on as a challenge. And when I got down there, it was the last of Pablo. It was when Pablo got killed in Medellin. And my job was liaison in the embassy in Bogota. So I was part of the country team. And right off the bat, I was like, when I came in and the ambassador gave me my charter, he goes, look, I'm dependent on you. And if we're going to get him and get the other guys, we're going to need you guys to do it. And so I went back to my office and I was like, okay, what in the F do I do now? And then I just thought about it, the 3 guiding principles: understand what's going on around you, blend in anywhere, the only failure is a failure to try. So on understand what's going on around you, immerse yourself in the history of the country, immersed myself specifically, not just in the cartel traffic, but, all the way back to the Panama Canal times where basically Panama used to be part of Colombia. And why is that important? Because a lot of Colombians still carry a chip on their shoulder about Panama and the canal. That's one thing, getting up to speed on the Spanish language, making sure you're fluent. I had a good, I took it in college. I had a good understanding, but I had to, up my game on the language. That's understand what's going on. And the other part that was key was understanding the two guerrilla armies that were actually a huge part of the cocaine processing network. And that was the FARC and the ELN. And, they're both, I think, back around again because Maduro refinanced them and, rebuilt them. The ELN's in the north, the Ejército Liberación Nacional, and the FARC is down south in the Amazonia. So, and then blend in anywhere. Now you're working on a country team. So besides, my khaki jungle stuff, I got to wear a suit every day. I got to comport myself so that, the people in the State Department, CIA aren't calling you a knuckle dragger. You got to be able to communicate. And, only failure is a failure to try. My main thing was we got to get people out of Bogota. They need to be down where the narco trafficking is going on. We have to be interacting with the environment and the people. And that eventually, I mentioned Pablo got killed. The Colombian HRT deserved 100% credit for that, and they did it. The Agrupación is what they're called down there. But immediately, the day after he died, the ambassador called me in and he goes, okay, I want to go after the Cali cartel now. And I want you to lead the effort to go after the Cali cartel.
This is after Pablo was killed?
The day after.
Can you talk about the day he was killed?
Yeah, it's pretty much, he, one thing about him was he loved his family and they had identified this weakness. He had to get on, a mobile phone and talk to his son. And his son, at the time, his son and his mom were staying in like the Hilton in Bogota. They were, under house arrest or whatever, because they tried to flee, I believe, and a number of countries said they would not allow them. So Pablo was in Medellin. I can't remember the relationship of the house. I think his mom was either his mom's house or his mom's friend. He was hiding out there, and he got on his cell phone to call his son. His voice, he instantly was voice matched. We had trained up the Agrupación on how to use the direction finding SIGINT, package, which was literally a package. You put it in the back seat, and then you had the equivalent of an antenna that you would point out. It looked like a bullhorn. You'd point out, and that thing could triangulate a cell signal. And they literally, because the initial hit on it just put it in, I think, a 400 by 400 meter area. So they went out driving, two guys with the direction finding equipment, and they just did, a comprehensive search in the neighborhood, up, down, and on like their third up, down, bing, a hit. And the guy who got the hit, looked up, and there in the bathroom window of this house was fat old Pablo on the phone. And they immediately slammed on the brakes, ran up there, got in a gunfight, and shot him dead.
Wow.
Yep.
Shit.
And
Were you in Bogota?
Medellin.
You were in Medellin?
No, I was in Bogota when it
Okay.
happened. Yeah, but there were guys down there in Medellin when it happened, and they were in a safe house. But it was 100%, Colombian. When you hear people say the U.S. did it, we had nothing to do with it. And that was not by accident. We knew how sensitive it was, and we knew that, to kill Pablo, it's got to be by the Colombians or capture him. because, a bunch of gringos grab him. It just makes him a martyr, a hero, and
A lot of people liked him down there.
they did, especially around Medellin. He sponsored soccer teams, built parks, employed a lot of people.
Yeah.
So, but anyway,
I mean, how does that feel? First deployment, killed probably the number one most wanted guy in the world.
well, I didn't do it, but I mean, it felt good to see it happen, to see success, that the efforts, which had been going on, I think 6 or 9 months were successful. And then, I didn't have time to reflect, because that next day he said, we're going after the Cali cartel. And, I did the same thing. I was like, what do we need? How are we going to do this? And, to our conversation earlier, the first thing was no embassy employee had stepped foot in Cali up to that point. So you had this place that was supposedly 100% controlled by the cartel, totally inhospitable to any outsider. And we were like, well, there's only one way to find out. Let's get some guys down there. And there's a military airfield down there. So we, flew down there, unloaded our guys. The Colombian, our partners, the HRT was, very sensitive about down there. They're like, you guys have to, maintain low vis out here, or, it can get really bad. But what they found, first off, Cali's beautiful. If they ever turn it into a resort, it'll take off like almost nowhere else in the world. Gorgeous terrain. Yeah, it's beautiful. People, all across Colombia are great. They're super nice, super friendly. And, so we had the beginning of an op, and, I returned. I would go down there, check on them. The guys, the guys were living in squalor. I went back to the embassy, and, I had instantly an amazing breakthrough. And this is probably 3 weeks to 4 weeks in from when he gave us the mission. So I'm back at the embassy. It's Christmas time in Bogota, and I can't remember. I think it was like the 23rd. And I was in my little office next to the ambassador's office. It was 7:00 at night, and I just, I just got off the SATCOM with the guys down there. They were, and what they told me, gave me pause. They were like, Pete, we barely get any food. The Colombian supply system's hard broke. It's not their fault. They're not getting much food either. But the real problem is water. We've been out of bottled water. We're trying to boil it. We're not sure if some of the food the Colombians are feeding us is cooked in, water that was boiled at the right temperature. And sure enough, we're all sick as dogs, shitting our brains out. We've lost like 15 pounds. We're living in squalor. And the safe house, what's supposed to be a safe house, it's definitely safe, but it's not a house. It's a shit shack. So it's a safe shit shack that we're staying in. And I said, well, shit, man, you want to come home? I'll send an aircraft down tomorrow and bring you home. They're like, no. We're fine. We can hang another couple weeks. Just don't forget about us, Panther, and get some good intel. And I'm like, roger that. So I literally, put the SATCOM receiver down. I was standing there, and then another SATCOM radio that printed out digital messages beeped to life. And this one was an intel net, and it was sending me a SIGINT hit from the massive, you've seen them, the massive radar dishes that dot South America. It was a SIGINT hit. And I, tore the thing off and read it, and it was like SIGINT hit. Miguel Rodriguez Oriela, one of the Oriela brothers, head of the Cali cartel, positive ID at this lat long. And I'm like, holy shit. So I go over, we had a wall map, about half the size of this, cut this wall in half, it would cover the half the wall. And I went on, and, it took me a couple minutes to do the lat long. And I remember looking up at it and going, wow, these fucking guys know what they're doing. He was in 100-meter square around the most pricey condominium real estates up by the Zona Rosa in Bogota. And then because it was a 1/25,000 topographic map, I followed the terrain down from the SIGINT hit, and right below him was the 10-acre U.S. ambassador's residence. And, my first thought was like, simple genius, what better place to hide than right next door to the guy who's leading the search against you? So my next thing was, I got to, we got to take action on this. So I left my office. Like I said, I think it was around 7 at night. I left my office, went down to the agency's office, locked tight, no one there, lights off. DEA, locked tight, no one there, lights off. Mill Group, locked tight, no one off. And I was really looking for DEA or CIA, and specifically CIA, but nothing. So I got on the phone, the landline. I called their emergency numbers, got voicemail on all of them. So this is another, as I'm doing this, I'm going, this is why the ambassador brought us down here.
Probably out drinking.
Yeah, well, it's
Oh, the agency.
We're like military guys. When they're on a mission, they're on a mission. There's no time limits. You're going to pull an all-nighter if the mission, requires it. But that's not the same, and for good reason. They all had their families there, but you could see most embassy country teams have this corporate mentality.
You just cannot match the work ethic of military guys, probably especially SOF. I've not worked in a conventional unit, but you cannot fucking match that work ethic anywhere you go.
You're right.
Unless you're working here at Shawn Ryan Show.
I've talked to some of your employees. They told me
they work their fucking asses off. They're the best at what they do.
You got a heck of a team out there.
But that is one of the things I noticed immediately when I started contracting for CIA. These people's work ethic fucking sucks.
Yeah. Yep.
All they give a fuck about is getting drunk at the tally bar.
Yeah. And it's not good. And then for the wrong reasons. And you're trying to do something, it gets frustrating if you let it. But anyway, so I'm trying to figure out what to do, and there's a knock on the door. And I'm like, come in, and it's the ambassador's secretary. Her name was, I'll call her Maria. And she was like...
This could go one of two ways here.
Oh, Shawn.
So maybe both ways. I don't know.
So...
I heard you're a Delta.
I already had a good relationship with her because, as funny as it sounds, she was a career State Department employee, and she was just an administrative assistant. But if you needed an answer in that embassy, like if you needed to know, hey, I got this, who do I talk to? And then what do I do after I talk to him? She'd tell you, okay, don't talk to this guy. Talk to this guy. Don't tell him what you want. Just tell him what you found. She'd give you advice like that. Very highly contextual, very valuable. She helped us. I can't, put adjectives on it. But she stuck her head in the door. She goes, hey, I just wanted to check on you. It's pretty late. You're the only one here. And I'm like, yeah, yep, we got something kind of hot right now, Maria. I'm super busy. And she goes, oh, well, I wanted to just tell you we're having dinner at my place tonight. A bunch of people from the country team are coming over. We've got, the steaks in Colombia are like all world steaks. We've got fresh steaks. The chef's going to put them on in like 20 minutes. They should be ready in an hour. And I'm like, Maria, I can't. I'm here. I'll probably be here all night. And, this is really hot. I'm sorry. And she goes, okay, well, if you change your mind, here's my address, and I don't bite. And I took the address, and then she said I don't bite, and this is part of not working with women. The door shut, and I awkwardly said, well, then how will you swallow your meat? And I was like, fuck, I cannot believe I just said that. It's the fucking stupidest thing I ever said.
Oh, shit.
And I go back to plot the thing, and all of a sudden the door opens up again, and she goes, what did you just say? And I go, I asked, how will you chew your food? And she goes, oh, okay. I thought you said something different, but okay, the offer still stands. We're going to be there. You work really hard. So if you finish this up, please just come over. Steaks will be ready. It'll be a good time. And I'm like, yep, no change. So I went back. I called my guys down, in Cali, and I bounced it off them. I said, hey guys, here's what I got. And they're like, Panther, you got to figure something out, man. You got to act on this. This could lead to a lot of intel. And, this could be it. This is the opportunity we can't pass up. And I'm like, yeah, okay, I'll get back to you guys. I'm going to keep trying to call these other country team members. I tried again, no answer. So I went over to the map board and, something about this yellow sticky she gave me. I was like, I wonder where this is. So, it was like 122 Callaway, something like that. Cali, Calle. So I went up the map. I go, inside the circle. Her condo is, which makes sense, is also above the ambassador's residence, the best real estate in town. Inside this, at the time it was a 100-meter circle, the SIGINT circle is her apartment. So I'm like,
holy shit.
Damn. So I called the guys back up and I go, guys, horns of a dilemma here. No one's answering their phone. This SIGINT hit is getting colder by the minute. Right now it's 26 minutes old. So what I found out is the SIGINT hit comes either the same apartment or the apartment next door to one of the embassy employees who asked me to come over for dinner, but I told her I can't. I'm not going over to anyone's house for dinner while you guys are shitting your brains out. They're like, Panther, come to your senses, get your ass in the car and drive to that party and check it out. It's the only thing we got. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to do it. I'm going to be gone. I gave a 5-point contingency. I said, it should take me about a half hour to drive there. I'm going to drive. So give me a half hour there, half hour back. I may need to hang out in the party just as part of my cover for action. So give me 2 hours max. If I'm not back in 3 hours, call Southcom and tell them, what happened and where I went. And they're like, Roger that.
Sleep. It affects everything. When it's off, you feel it. Focus drops, recovery slips, and you're just not operating how you should. And that's why I started using Dream. Since I started using Dream, I've seen a real difference. I'm falling asleep faster, staying asleep, and waking up feeling like I've actually recovered. Dream isn't the cheap, overpowered stuff you find at the drugstore that knocks you out and leaves you foggy. Dream helps you fall asleep fast and wake up clear. No grogginess, no crash, just deep, restorative rest that lets you hit the ground ready to work, train, and show up for the people who are relying on you. Best of all, Beam is an American company that makes clean, science-backed products designed to help people perform at their best. Dream is our sleep formula, and it's loaded with ingredients your body actually needs to recover. Reishi, magnesium, L-theanine, apigenin, and melatonin, but dosed intelligently. I mix it up about 30 minutes before bed, and it's just part of my nightly routine now. And for a limited time, I've got my listeners an exclusive discount of up to 50%. Go to shopbeam.com/SRS, use my code SRS to get up to 50% off. This is the best discount Beam gives out, so tell your friends too, even if they don't listen to the show. If they want to fix their sleep, they've got to try Beam. So remember, go to shopbeam.com/SRS, use code SRS. With my code SRS, you can grab Dream for 50% off. Try it today.
So, again, this is my first deployment. I get in my car, it's nighttime. There was not a restriction against driving at night in Bogota, but it was highly discouraged by the State Department security. But I knew the route. I'd driven all over Bogota, and the route to get there took me through Parque Nacional, which is pretty hairy part of Bogota. And I remember all my training had come into place. I took my .45 out. It had a piece of Velcro stuck to the hand grip. I also had a
piece of hook pile tape, which is what Velcro sticks to, on the dashboard. So I stuck my 45 on the, because I got to drive, so I stuck my 45 on the dashboard, put a hat over it, so that if I ran into an ambush in Parque Nacional, I could just blast away through the front windshield and drive out of the ambush. So I drove, made it there. I got within, about 500 meters, slowed down. It was like, okay, am I doing the right thing here? And I know I don't want to go to the apartment, but I got to check it out to see if I got to check the SIGINT hit out. So I drive up, and my cover for action is I'm going to this dinner. So I shift my mindset. Don't act like a guy checking out a SIGINT hit. Act like a guy, a dumbass embassy employee going to an embassy party. So I pull up, beautiful glass-faced, high-rise condominium, 20 stories maybe. Beautiful, you can tell these are massive condos. Full glass vestibule. And I get out of my car, I park in front, and the car next to me was a Lexus, a black Lexus with tinted windows. And as soon as I got out of my car, I was like, there's someone in that car, and they're looking at me. And, the same thing had happened to me. My house had gotten robbed in Washington a couple of years earlier, and I came home from a bar, and the guys who robbed it were in the car next to me, and I had the same thing. I was like, my spider senses set off that someone was looking at me. So, I dismissed it. I'm like, stick with your cover, keep walking. So I walked up, act like you've been here before. I opened the door, act like you know where you're going. I walked over to the doorbell call box thing, saw her name, hit the thing, walked over to the elevator. It was a private elevator, and, turned. And as I turned, 4 guys were getting out of that Lexus. 3 of them were gigantic. One was, your typical like CEO looking guy in the back seat, which, fit the whole profile. And, I'm like, come on, elevator, come on, because they're coming into the lobby. And as soon as their door opened into the lobby, the elevator door opened for me. And I took one glance before I walked in, and I saw the lead guy, $1,000 suit at the time, and I saw a sidearm that he was armed. And, there's no guns. You're not allowed to have guns in Colombia unless you're a narco trafficker, or pistols in Bogota. So up elevator, I'm going up. I'm like, what the fuck? I think that's them, and they're in this building. So up the elevator goes. It comes to her condo. Bing, the doors open. The whole condo is like dark. There's, like 5 people in there drinking champagne, soft music. There's like candlelit table in the background, and all 5 of them turned at the same time. And they're all dressed. They somehow had changed, dressed to the nines. All of them turned, Pete, welcome. So glad you're here. And, I looked at them, and again, can't hide my geekiness. Bam, I hit the closed door button and the down button at the same time. They're like, the last thing I heard was one of the guys say, what the fuck? And I was like, all right, man. All right, breathe. I'm going down. What if they're still in the lobby? First thing I did was touch my 45, and then touch my spare mag. I had 8 rounds in the 45, 7 in the mag, so I had 15 shots. Should be more than enough if I get in a shootout, but I don't want to get in a shootout. What I want to do is walk right by them, get their license plate, and then drive away. And so, bing, the doors open up. There they are again. Same thing. This time, they're standing inside the lobby. Just one of them's on the old school brick cell phones. So I take a deep breath. I walk, right by him. I walk out. I look at the Lexus. It does have license plates. In a split second, I was able to memorize the license plate number. I got in my vehicle, and I drove away.
And I drove about a block away and then just watched. And sure enough, right after I walked out, they loaded their vehicle, and I was like, I might have spooked them. I gotta think worst case scenario. So I got back to the embassy. I immediately got on the SATCOM to my guys. I go, guys, here's what happened. They're like, what the fuck? Did you go back there? I'm like, no, I can't go back again. I don't want to blow the cover, and I don't want them to, know that there's embassy people living there or whatever. But we got to process this thing. And so can you guys somehow, without, letting the Agrupación intel guys know what we're doing, just see, I know they run plates all the time. They have a massive database of Colombian plates. See if you can run it and see what happens. And he goes, no problem, Panther. We know the guy who does it. We'll do that. So they ran the plates, and sure enough, they were registered to this office in Cali, which, they called up on a satellite photo that they had on their laptop. Like, it's an office. It's a one-story office. Can we go now? And I'm like, guys, it's got to be HRT, and they're like, yep, Roger. Okay, we'll get them ready for an op tomorrow morning. And so I stayed slept in my office that night. The next
FBI's
morning.
HRT?
What's that?
FBI's HRT?
No, these are the Colombian HRT
Okay.
is their equivalent of SEAL Team 6 and Delta Force.
Gotcha.
They're the Agrupación is what they're called. They're their CT force. And so, the next morning I wake up because I hear voices out, and it's the ambassador. He was an early riser, and the CIA station chief out there. And the CIA station, I walk out and CIA station chief's going, Ambassador, we got this SIGINT hit last night. We processed it. We know where it's at, and we're ready to go. And Ambassador goes, okay, make sure you brief Pete, and then let me know what you guys decide to do. And he turns to me and he goes, okay. And I go, hey, man, check out this license plate number and tell me what you find out. And he goes, okay. You mean you know what happened? And I told him, yeah, I was here last night. Didn't you get my answering machine message? He goes, oh, that was you? Yeah, I never listened to those. So that next day, all this worked together to get approval for the Agrupación guys to hit this small office, one-story office with my guys. So they get to the facility, and this is 92, I think, 93, yeah, 92. So, I mean, think about even in 1000, most people don't know what, a computer hard drive is. In 2000, even in 2000, people were still learning the internet and stuff. So it was full of computers and hard drives and printers. And my guys called me and they're like, Panther, we got to go inside. They don't know anything about computers. They don't know what to grab, what could be sensitive. They don't know how to interrogate the devices. And we had our SIGINT guy down there. He had all this high-speed shit you could just plug in. So I go, okay, I gotta talk to Southcom because our ROE is we're not allowed to go step foot on any target that the HRT is in. So I call Southcom and I'm going, this probably isn't the smartest thing to do, but I got to do it. So I call him. Guy gets on the phone. He goes, okay, let me run it by the boss. Calls me back 10 minutes later. Permission denied. You shouldn't even be out there. It's their op. Should be letting them run the op themselves. But permission denied. They're not allowed to go in. So I call them back up. I go, guys, here's the guidance. You're not allowed to go inside. They're like, Roger that. So, they had the Agrupación open all the windows. They went to each window around the building. They got on top of the roof. There was a massive skylight. They opened the skylight. They started pointing, that's a hard drive, get that. And the result was all that info turned up. Somewhere in there were two things. 8 key congressmen that they were bribing in the Colombian government, and also an address of one of their main residences. And that resident was was taken by DEA and agency guys, and they ended up going in there with the Colombian HRT and arresting the Oriela brothers. Found one of them. He was in a hidden room in there. So, to me, I reflected long on that, and my lesson was how sensitive decision-making is to context, and that you can never pre-decide anything, or you can never tell what you would do in a given situation without context. Was I going to the party as an excuse to check out the SIGINT hit, or was I going to the SIGINT hit as an excuse to go to the party? I don't know. Would I have gone if it had been somewhere else? I can't say that. But I know in the context of the moment why I did what I did. And, I was happy with every bit of it, to include, leaving, hitting the down button on that elevator and going down. And, they found out what happened, and all that did was get me invited to about 10 more of those.
Nice.
Yeah, but we had very clear lines, demarcation lines of never mixing business and pleasure. So,
Right on.
so
Wow.
yeah, that was my and so you started this asking about going after the cartels in Mexico, and that's what I mean, something similar to that. But the added challenge, it's so difficult to know who to trust in Mexico, and specifically in the government.
Yeah.
That it's going to be tricky, but I'm sure there's some Mexico experts who can come up with a counter solution, and then just incrementally develop the situation, work the intel, have people in place where you can take advantage of opportunities, and then the courage of your convictions to act. If it makes sense, do it, even if it seems like you're bending the rules a little bit. Fucking bend them, man, and ask for permission later, or ask for forgiveness later. And
I got a question for you. Well, since we're talking about cartels, and I'll just wrap it up into everything. I mean, if we are taking out a cartel, a terrorist organization, some type of a machine, through everything that you've been through, because you've been through just about every damn conflict that's happened in since Panama, would you rather go start with the bottom up or the top down?
I think if you got the intel on the top down, go top down. It's just usually it's the inverse. You got the intel on the subalterns, the lieutenants, and it's much sketchier on the big guy. But if you got good intel, you got to take it while you got it. Because finding a guy who doesn't want to be found is, even with all the technology today, is super difficult. The Maduro thing is an incredible op. And someday I'm sure we'll find out, where the intel came from, but it had to be pretty good. I wouldn't have passed that up either. So yeah, I'd always go top. I think, that's why human hunting, if we had taken out Hitler, if we had had the balls in 98 to take out bin Laden, and he wasn't that hidden. He was in caves. He was living in Kandahar, driving to Kaust, every week, which is like 400 miles on, elephant-sized potholed roads surrounded by landmines. So it takes like 10 hours to drive there. And he was doing that every week. We could have gotten him en route. We could have gotten him in Kaust, could have gotten him in Kandahar. We stayed in his house. We used it as a safe house after the invasion. We could have taken that thing out, but no audacity, no listening to the guys on the ground. I doubt President Clinton at the time had someone telling him, we can do this. It's not this complicated thing. But at the time, he had a 4-star. The head of the military was telling him, whatever we do, it can't involve boots on the ground in Afghanistan. It's like, dude, why? No one even know. You could land in Afghanistan, could have landed any time before 911 on a dry lake bed, a dirt road, anywhere, and no one would have known you were there.
Yeah.
So, those are the components, and, we have those now. So it's just a matter of, the interagency unity of effort again, and that's critical, and I'm hoping that's working. I know that the CIA still needs a lot of course correction from the tidal wave of woke hires they made from 2020 to 2024. And I'm not being derogatory. That's the truth. And I would say that if they were all right-wing fanatics, you can't have political people in the CIA. You just can't. Mm-hmm. You can't have them in DOD either, but you can't have them in the CIA because it's much more prone with the money and everything else to nefarious activities. And as we saw, we now have seen, again, Tulsi Gabbard released that memo where, the head of the CIA had already approved that the memo, the famous, Hunter Biden laptop memo of 51, had already endorsed sending that thing around. Gina Haspel, right, so you just can't be that way. And it's so foreign to most of us. Like, if anyone had ever said to me during the Obama administration, hey, we got some guys, there's guys on the inside, and they're working to overthrow Obama, I'd fucking rat them out, man. He's the president of the United States. And, they wouldn't have said that because it's so far out of the just any concept of righteousness or logic. But, that was the case. They were doing everything they could to, get rid of Trump. And who knows how many opportunities were missed, with real criminals, real narco-terrorists, real terrorists during that time. They were all focused on Trump.
Yeah. Yeah. So where do we go from here? Somalia?
Yeah, we can go there next.
What was your involvement there?
I was backup. So I'm in, so C did the mission. So before the mission happened, it actually coursed through all 3 squadrons. So B had, if you were on alert, you had the mission and you rehearsed it, the Somalia mission, how to get a deed. It was more or less a single snatch type thing we were working on. And so B had it first, then A, which was me and Larry, and then C. We passed it like the day of that they deployed was the turnover, and the commander decided to give it to them, which, it's fine. They did amazing there. But, the rehearsals were, I think, have some key learning points in them too, because the rehearsals, this was the like onset of the MH-60 dominating every mission that Special Ops went on. They were new. The fleet was just updated. All the 160 Blackhawks were new. They were big. They held the most people, and every mission was, a default to an air assault raid. And so we were out there rehearsing. There's no competition between squadrons, and like all missions, you're not really believing this one's going to happen because, we've been through 1,000 dry holes or 1,000. Nope, don't need to plan anymore. Knock it off. So it was just, the way I described Larry before, like just common sense, looking at shit, what works, what not. And so after the first night, we were like, these Blackhawks are not assault platforms. It takes 45 seconds for a Black Hawk to brake, flare, hover, and get his rope down. And then it takes another 45 seconds just to get one aircraft load of unit operators all the way to the ground. So you're talking a minute and a half. A little bird with 4 guys on it can pull up to a balcony, the top of the building, the side of the building. If it's a balcony, it can do one skid, turn around, do the other skid. But basically a little bird, it's brake, flare, hover, dislodge, 15 seconds. So a little bird was 15 seconds in and out, and a Black Hawk was a minute and a half. And we were like, they're going to blow that fucking Black Hawks out of the sky.
Common sense.
Common sense. And Larry can tell you, it was me and Larry. It was like 2 a.m. And unfortunately, in the AAR was led by all Black Hawk pilots and stuff. And they were great guys who I know and I would be honored to fly with. But they took it like, you know, personally, or like we were making an emotional thing. And it's like, guys, I like your Black Hawk too, but I just don't want to ride that thing into combat. We have enough little birds. Why don't we put the whole squadron on little birds? So we needed 12 little birds to do that. The whole assault force, I should say. And you know, that went all the way up to the commanding general. Well, the commanding general was a helicopter pilot, a Black Hawk pilot. And so the answer came back very swiftly, keep the Black Hawks. And so the next thing we were doing is, you know, you're rehearsing the shit out of them. We're like, can we at least try some other techniques? And, you know, one idea someone in the troop came up with was, you know, they have these shit-sucking trucks that is the only way they don't have sewer lines. They just have shit-sucking trucks that suck the shit out of their little vats below the houses, and they drive all over. Why not get a shit-sucking truck, hollow that thing out, clean it out, and we ride inside the shit-sucking truck right to the target, jump out, grab them. You know, we can even wait inside of it until the target presents itself. And that idea got kind of quashed too. And not by, you know, not by other squadrons or anything, by the higher headquarters. So it just, you know, it was just formidable to me because, you know, it was already apparent that everyone expected the U.S. to come in helicopters, you know, and we knew how easy it was to knock a helicopter out of the sky just with an AK-47, much less an RPG. So, you know, it just did not seem to make sense. And from then on, you know, I was dogmatic about no helicopters allowed. And the main reason is, you know, not even the tactical operational that I was just talking about. It's because when you default to the helicopter solution, you immediately divorce yourself from the real deep thinking that's required for any successful op. You know, what time does the guard shift change? What time do they eat dinner at? What's the pattern these guards do each night? You know, at the specific time we're looking at H hour. You know, can we use something like the shit-sucking truck to get in there? All these things that if you don't have a helicopter, you know, you're gonna think about. So I guess going back again to unstructured problem solving, you know, it's not unstructured problem solving if someone says, I need you to do a raid on these Black Hawks. Mm-hmm. The only option is to either fast rope or land where a Black Hawk can land. So already you're fencing your options in, and then that means you've completely lost surprise. And so squirters, unless you're surrounding the target, you're going to have squirters, and squirters almost always get away. So, you know, defaulting to the helo mindset, it's nothing against, we still need helos. We need to have them, but I think even most Black Hawk guys would agree, it's not an assault platform. It was never built to be an assault platform that flies to a target with known enemy and somehow lands or disgorges its guys. The little bird it's like a flying dirt bike. It can get anywhere it wants to go. It's got that small bubble signature. It even crashes well. It bounces when it crashes, very survivable. And they're in and out, like that. 15 seconds versus a minute and a half. So, I just became a big advocate of don't use helos unless you have to. And if you do have to, always try to use the little bird first.
Who shot that down?
Well, multiple were shot down. It was just the Somalis with the RPGs.
No. That's who shot the ideas down.
Oh, JSOC.
JSOC shot it down.
Yep. Yeah, at the time, probably take some hits for this, but you had like the helicopter mafia was in place, and by God, we've got these multi-million-dollar machines, and we got to use them. We got to show results for spending all that money on these helos. It's human nature. But
so it was a TF-160 Mafia. It's JSOC.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't even call them. They were old TF guys, but I think.
I mean, that is a mistake.
Maybe what?
I mean, that in itself is a mistake, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Again, I don't want to sound controversial, but in those first years, I was commanded by my JSOC commander for the Battle of Shai-Kot was an Air Force one-star general who flew transport planes. And he flew C-141s his whole career. And he was a nice guy, but my uncle's a nice guy too, but I'd never put him in charge of a bunch of commandos in a war zone. And, show me where in the military guys like you and me are taking command of F-16 wings or F-15 fighter squadrons. It's not. They don't put ground guys in charge of air, so why are you putting air guys in charge of ground?
Zero fucking sense.
Yeah, but there's been a bunch of them, and nothing against those guys. They're just taking what they can get. But I just agree with your premise. It doesn't make any sense. All you can contribute at that level is wisdom and knowledge, and hopefully learn through experience. But you've got to be able to relate the nuances.
You only get that from a well-rounded team.
Yep.
What was the sentiment at the unit after that happened?
After
Mogadishu?
It was, great, concern. I mean, first empathy for the guys, in sea and the families. I can't speak for everybody, but for us, it was my circle of guys. It was just, we need to learn like hard lessons and be very honest. And the unit was always very good at that. You pull off what you think's the most successful op in the world, and you get your ass ripped apart in the AAR afterwards. And usually good stuff brought up. They were productive. They weren't character assassination events. But we never really were able to hotwash it. A number of key commanders got hurt. General Harrell, he became a general. He was injured by that mortar round. So the unit was in a little bit of turmoil. I don't think we ever, did justice to all the lessons. And quite frankly, more than that, I wanted to hear like each of these team leaders who were in sea. I wanted to hear their stories, what happened to them, because they were all in slightly different battles, all throughout Mogadishu. And one guy pretty much became a personal hero of mine, Paul Howe, because he was taking it to the enemy. The Rangers and a bunch of other people had to, ordered, hey, stay static, stay in position. We got to figure out where everyone is. Well, Paul Howe was like, I'm not staying static. Let them surround me. And he just started moving and clearing buildings and clearing up a huge portion of the sector to ensure it wouldn't, they wouldn't get surrounded on the, 1 or 2 square block area where everyone was located. So, I wanted to hear more of that. But other than that, I mean, there was no negativity. It was just empathy and, compassion for the families and the guys who got injured, some of them, very seriously. So it took a big toll. And, same thing I said to you earlier, no one was walking around cursing Bill Clinton. No one was walking around. That didn't exist. We didn't take it out politically. We take out on ourselves. What could we have done better? Should we have agreed to this? I know one of the things C brought up was this template mentality they were forced to follow. It was the same, because you had this helicopter package, the same package was used. The little birds went in immediately around whatever the target building was, or on top of. The Blackhawks went to the 4 corners, drop fast ropes, Ranger, isolation force, security forces. And so that package, it was even called a template at the time, became, the default. And, I definitely, a lot of us learned formidable lessons from it. And I know I did, because it affected every op I was on from there on out.
Man. Yeah, I've interviewed Tom about that. I've never heard anything like it.
Yeah, and he was in the real shit. He's an amazing guy too. I would love to have heard his, classified AAR, every bit of it, because so much of the stuff those guys did, changed, course corrected the unit on things like CQB, our tactics, techniques, and procedures. As Tom probably told you, we all went to Mogadishu with skateboard helmets on, and we only wore helmets to hold our nods and our peltors to our ear. But after that, the unit's the one that invented what's now, I think, called the mole, the partial helmet. The unit invented that, started cutting just like they always do, started, turning operators loose with saws and helmets and cutting them into the right shape, and then turning back to vendors and going, can you do this? Can you make one like this? And change the padding. And they changed it, and they built the current helmet, of the version that produced the current helmet that everybody wears in the military. So that's just one thing, but tons of tactics, techniques, and procedures changed after that. Moving along walls, stuff like that, because the walls were getting hit by RPGs and bullets, and you don't really have to aim if someone's running along a wall. If you just hit the wall in front of them with an RPG, it's going to splash all over them. With a 7.62 round, if it's a good wall, it's just going to ricochet and go through however many guys are in a line along that wall. So that's another one I remember, but I'm sure Tom and the rest of those guys have a ton more that would be fascinating to hear.
Well, Pete, let's take a quick break.
Yeah, sounds good.
For this show, the biggest thing is preparation. When you're sitting down for a long-form conversation, you can't just show up with surface-level notes. You need real depth, structure, and the right questions. That's where I've been using Claude. It's helped me with research, building outlines, and shaping better questions before I sit down with a guest. I'll take a topic or a guest, run it through Claude, and it helps organize everything and tighten up the structure. It's a tool I use every day, and it has become a huge part of my workflow. Claude is the AI for minds that don't stop at good enough. It's the collaborator that actually understands your entire workflow and thinks with you. Whether you're debugging code at the midnight hour or strategizing your next business move, Claude extends your thinking to tackle the problems that matter. It's not doing the work for me, it's helping me think deeper. I still bring my own perspective, but it sharpens the questions, tightens the flow, and helps me get more out of every conversation. Ready to tackle bigger problems? Get started with Claude today at claude.ai/SRS. That's claude.ai/SRS, and check out Claude Pro. which includes access to all the features mentioned in today's episode. Claude.ai/SRS. All right, Pete, we're back from the break. I think we're moving to Bosnia and the Balkans next.
Yeah, so Bosnia, I did 7 rotations in Bosnia.
What were we doing over there?
It was,
I came in on the tail end of this.
yeah, it was to capture war criminals. S4 was the security force for Bosnia. So the International Criminal Tribunal, ICTY, I can't remember what the last part is, indicted these Serbian war criminals for good reason. There were massacres, massive massacres, hundreds of people. And they, once they were indicted, there was the NATO and the UN charged the U.S. with, and the multinational force over there with capturing them. And then JSOC was selected to, run the op, which was continuous. I think it started in, I want to say 95, went to 99. And, I think the war ended in 95. So, you saw the end of the war, you saw what happened. And it's crazy. I mean, like the ethnic hatred, on all sides was pretty heavy. And, you remember what I said about understand what's going on around you. The first thing you do before you go to Bosnia is, again, understand the history. And you understand, Bosnia's Muslims, and they were the object of most of the ethnic killings. But the history of that area goes back to 1389 when the Turks came in and slaughtered Serbs and Croatians, and they kind of never forgave them for that. And the Turks brought Islam to the Balkans, so you'd hear Serbian guys and Croatian guys talk about that, and it's like, wow, 1389.
Yeah, man.
That's a long time ago. But you understood, and to me, I sum up Bosnia as it was a living laboratory. It was like this, you can do whatever you want to figure out how to capture these guys, and we did. Back to that unstructured problem solving. First thing, blend in anywhere. Usually when you're over there, you wore what most males wear in Bosnia, and that's like blue jeans, a white T-shirt, and a leather jacket.
Some cigarettes.
Some cigarettes, yeah, a lot of cigarettes. I always remember one of the girls came down and on the first day of her tour, and for some reason the most common color of hair in Bosnia at the time was a color that knows no equal in nature. We just called it red, not found in nature. And she somehow went out and bought a box of this red, not found in nature, and dyed her hair, and it was like, whoa. But it was all about blending in, and the ability to go into a town, do a close target recce, walk down the street, see if you could spot the war criminal. A lot of cool innovations at the time, like to track someone, you need I forget what the triangulation SIGINT thing is the cops have. Is it LoJack?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's called LoJack, but it's the 3 antennas. When you're tracking a beacon, you optimal is to have 3 antennas. So you have 3 little antennas on top of your car. But it's like, how do you keep that from sticking out? Well, same thing. You understand what's going on around you, and people in Bosnia use their cars for everything. A Yugo is a 5 cars in one. It's a pickup truck. It's a dump truck. It's a bus. And so you'd constantly see cars with everything strapped to them. And we just decided, hey, let's put a box on top of the car to cover the antennas. And we'd switch the box out every few days, make it look like a washing machine or something, and strap it on and drive around like that. There was it was the 90s, so there was no Google Maps or anything. So you had to have also a SATCOM antenna to downlink, your digital SATCOM, your maps, because you might want one, that you don't have, a satellite photo or something. So a lot of little innovations, just again in this, art of human hunting, tracking, surveillance, and then the setup, setting these guys up. There were some incredible ops that were pulled off over there, really, really valuable long-term. One device that was invented was, we called it the Kevlar tennis net. And it's a good example of how stuff, how the unit, does research and development. It's just, hey guys, we got to find out another way to stop vehicles. We already had the spikes, which are good, but we wanted to stop a vehicle, and then with the intention of pulling people out and capturing them. So one of the guys did some research, and he found this German scientist who had sewed together a Kevlar tennis net, and he did it to put on the side of the Autobahn for cars that lose their brakes to be able to drive through, And so he came to me one day, and he said, hey, have you seen this thing? And I'm like, no. And he's like, this guy in Germany, I'm pretty sure he was German, has it. And it's made of Kevlar, and it'll stop a car up to 60 miles an hour. That's incredible, man. You got to check that out. And sure enough, he flew over, checked it out. We bought it. And we employed it. And one of the biggest war criminals, he was a Serb general, I won't name him, was captured that way. And it was cool. We spray painted it gray so it would blend into the asphalt on the road. First you got to find the right terrain. So anytime you're doing ambush, you want it around a curve, so you can get the vehicle as slow as possible when you do the hit. So we found a good curve in the road, and then, as luck would have it, there was a bridge abutment. So we were able to anchor the net on both sides to, and I'm not talking a bridge over the road. It was a bridge. The creek went under the road.
Gotcha.
And it had like the guardrails and stuff, but the cement abutments, and we anchored the net that way. Then the guys dressed up as road worker vests, shovels. About 6 of them were out there. And then 2 people followed the target. He got in his car and then passed it off to an aircraft that was tracking the vehicle. The aircraft tracked it, downloaded it to the assault force. The assault force was waiting in the woods off to the side. It was the capture. The guys were going to do it. The workers were all armed. They were going to be the initial, but we had like 25 guys out there. And sure enough, here he comes down the road, 50 miles an hour. Sometimes you can't believe shit while it's happening. And they pulled that net, and it stopped that vehicle, and everyone was pretty serious, but it was like little kids in a some kind of, I don't know, Christmas store. It was like, yeah, running out there, and this thing snagged this vehicle and captured him without, hurting him. He had an amputated leg, so his fake leg came off. But, captured him without hurting him, which is what the intention was. And in the process, invented this new, vehicle stopping device that I think is still relevant today.
Damn.
If you need to do it. So that's what I mean by living laboratory. A lot of things were invented. A lot of things were perfected. And, they set us up really well for Afghanistan because, the last tours, I think, were 99 in Bosnia. So only about a year and a half till 9/11 happened.
Anything else notable? How many war criminals do you think you guys took?
I think captured 7 or 8. There was, there were a couple of things. So Bosnia was the first time VTCs ever showed up, video teleconferences. So the Bosnian command and control cell was called S4, Security Forces Bosnia, I guess. And it was the most bureaucratic structure you've ever seen. A 4-star general, American 4-star at the top, like a 2-star Brit below him, a 1-star German below him.
Oh.
They all needed to approve everything. So
On your guys's?
on our guys',
wow.
yeah. So it was crazy. I remember one op, and this actually when it actually came to fruition, we had passed it. The SEALs eventually came over. We were rotating, doing. I can't remember if they did autonomous, but they were definitely over there, and they did a couple of the capture ops. And on this one, it was a guy we had been following for a long time. He's an old man, just living quietly. We knew where he lived in an apartment every day. He, got up, walked to the fruit market, bought some fruit, and walked back. So, the SEALs' plan was we're just going to pull a van up there. When he walks by, we're going to open the van doors, grab him, throw him in, and drive off. I'm like, fucking hey, great plan. And so, but it had to be approved by S4. And like
Yeah, no shit. How else are you going to do it?
yeah, and I can't remember why I had to go to brief it with them, but I was up there and you had all these generals and they listen to the plan. They go, once he gets inside the apartment, how many steps to his apartment? SEAL guys like 20, 23. It's okay. We need to know exactly how many steps. It's like, all right. What else? What kind of anti-intrusion devices do you think he's got in the apartment? Guy's like, probably not many. He seems pretty cash, he's just walking up and down the street. I don't see him taking a lot of measures. And this is an exact comment. He's like, I read somewhere that one of the best devices to tell if someone's breaking into your house is to just put a soup can on the door with some change in it. Do you think maybe he's got a soup can on his door?
Oh, man. What the fuck, man?
And we were just like,
Wow.
holy shit.
And that's when you know it's not even
Yeah,
fucking
and that's
real.
when we started. It's going to come into play later, but you realize this hierarchical decision making, these disconnected chains of command, and this is even though they're on the other side of the city, they're completely disconnected. They're running the construction, all this admin shit, and they want to play, infantry commando, when the missions come up.
I hate these fucking people.
Yeah, it really tries you, and it tried everyone's patience. There were guys pulling their hair out.
This is the shit why I only have 6 years of the military.
Yeah.
Because I just looked, as a 24-year-old, I was able to go, you're a fucking idiot. I'm out.
Yeah, I think common sense, again, winning the day.
Makes the fucking hair on the back of my head stand up. It makes me so angry.
Yeah, it
Makes
should.
me so fucking angry.
It should, because you care about soldiers, you care about doing the right thing, and that's what it messes up. So that guy, I mean, if he
ruined my fucking dreams. I'm not fucking around. All I wanted to be was a SEAL. And then I got there, and that's what I witnessed. And I was like, this is not what the fuck it was cracked up to be.
Yeah.
And a lot
Sorry to
of
have you.
guys had a great experience, and I had some really good experiences, but I just ran into that too many times, and I was like, this is not the fucking place for me, man.
Yeah.
But
No, I'm with you. And just to give you like the final story, I was again 99, I believe. So it was in the middle of that. NATO bombed Belgrade for like 78 days. I don't know if you remember that, the capital of Sarajevo.
oh,
Or capital, excuse me, of Serbia. bombed them for 78 days. It's NATO doing offensive operations in order to bring the country to its knees. Another stupid-ass decision. But during that, the Kosovo thing was also going on. So what happened was the Serbs finally decided to pull back out of Kosovo. And this was all being run from now EUCOM headquarters, because Kosovo wasn't part of the Bosnia thing. It was up to EUCOM. So one day, I get this intel tipper, and it said, hey, the Serbs are pulling out of the Pristina airfield. Pristina airfield's the only airfield in Kosovo that can land transport aircraft. It is absolutely critical to U.S. interests that we secure that airfield. So I was like, I know exactly where it is. I had 20 guys. We were doing some either prepping for something or we were going to do some training thing. So I had 20 guys, and I'm like, we have vehicles. I can get in my car right now. We'll drive there with the 20 guys, and we'll hold the gate and hold us by force a perimeter by covering it, with weapons. But we can easily secure that base because no one's going to fight us for it. It's just whoever arrives there first owns it. So I briefed this right to the S4 commander, and the S4 commander was like, okay, well, we don't have approval authority. It's got to come from EUCOM. So he gets on the phone to the four-star in EUCOM. Four-star in EUCOM goes, negative. We need to put this into the planning cell, figure out how to do this. So EUCOM goes into this 96-hour planning cycle. That same day, a lot of people don't know this, the Russians were part of the multinational security force in Bosnia. And the day before that intel tipper on Pristina came in, we had driven out and bumped into these guys. They had like 10 BTRs parked on the side of a road near where their base was, and it was their sector and everything. We stopped. It was kind of cool. I'm like, this has got to be the only time U.S. and Russian military guys have sat down, talked to each other, and we shot the shit, gave memories. They gave us our food. We talked for a while. They were like normal guys. Well, Russia obviously wanted that airfield too. Serbia was a huge ally of Russia, and they were red hot pissed off we were bombing it anyway. So they were looking for ways to, get their moxie back and do something, poke, the eagle instead of always having the bear poked. And so 18 of those BTRs loaded up with guys, followed by 20 civilian vehicles. They drove 400 miles to Pristina, got in the gate, shut the gate behind them, and still to this day, Russia controls that airfield in Pristina. And the Russian general just put this out. He's a civilian now. He put it out a couple of years ago. Someone interviewed him, and he said, well, the first thing is we knew that NATO was a paper tiger. They wouldn't do anything if we went there. So we were convinced to go there. And then we knew all we got to do is start out, because the multinational bureaucracy that they have in Bosnia can never make a decision. They'll still be talking to each other between Germany, the U.S., Britain, and the other commands. And he called it like laughingly.
It's fucking embarrassing.
It is, but again, it's only, experience only matters.
For it.
What's that?
I said those fucking generals probably got awarded for it.
Yeah. But again, experience only matters if you learn from it. And the lesson was, if you want to be nimble, you got to be quick and you got to be audacious, and you can't go through this hierarchical decision-making process in the real world. It doesn't work. And remember, there was no real world. Bosnia is kind of a, it's not a war, definitely. And Colombia wasn't a war. So we were not at war. These generals were the same way. They don't have a concept of operations, of how things unfold. For me and my guys, we could see instantly, just drive there, 400 miles, we'll be there in 6 hours or 8 hours, 7 hours. And it's a simple thing. No one's going to do anything. We'll take it. But, this demurring and this, get the JAG in here. We want to see if this is legal. It's never going to work. And again, I add that in because we're about to go to Afghanistan and see all of these, negative, destructive C2 protocols just, impede any potential for success on some of the biggest ops in Afghanistan.
Man, that shit just enrages me.
Yeah, well, it's going to get worse when we
I know
talk Afghanistan, and that's what Ukraine is. Just to keep going back to Ukraine, because we only talked 2021. So the New York Times just did an expose, and it's a funny thing. It was meant to be a propaganda piece to prop up the DOD and CIA guys who've been fighting the war. Well, it turns out the Ukraine war was commanded and controlled by U.S. generals from EUCOM in Wiesbaden, along with Brit generals. And I'm talking 4-star, 3-star generals. They're micromanaging. They're coming up with these attacks. They're coming up with these counterattacks, applying the number one negative lesson of all the way back to Bosnia, but for sure of GWAT, which is what I'm describing, and I'll describe again, and that's that decision-making and problem-solving by disconnected chains of command never has and never will be capable of making sense of the reality of the situation on the ground, nor will it be capable of making sensible choices for what the guys on the ground should do next. And the reason for that is not theoretical, it's biologic. The very nature of a disconnected hierarchy means its senses are disconnected from the environment. And as I mentioned earlier with, Mach, the only way to prove scientific facts is with your senses. The only way to make sense of any situation is with your senses. A video, anything else does not work. It has to be sensory information. That's how the brain works. Sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch. So these disconnected hierarchies that are on steroids now. They're $10 million every one of these jock talks is a massive space age, conglomeration. And
Where did this stem from? When did this start to happen?
I think it was part of technology. They figured out they could do it. And I think what entices these generals is when you're telling people what to do off of VTC, it's like being a captain again, they can be a company commander again and tell tactical shit. But they never understand that they're looking at a one-dimensional view of reality, that they can't smell, they can't feel the cold, they can't feel the fear that a guy has because he heard some guys coming up behind him. None of that is relevant to guys who are sitting in TOCs, tactical operations centers, with a wall of big screen TVs, air conditioned, heated in the winter, eating their 3-4 meals a day, working out. And so I think it just became intoxicating to these generals to...
I mean, did it stem from entitlement? Do they think they don't need to be on the battlefield anymore because they have a fucking star? I mean, where did this shit stem from?
No one ever self-corrected it. And, that's...
It's fucking crazy. I mean, there's this... Oh, man. Jamie Sands. Have you ever heard of this guy?
Mm-mm. Who is he?
Oh, he was what the hell? I'm having a brain. He was in charge of all of the SEAL teams. And has
same thing.
Battlefield experience. He was my CO at 2.
Oh man.
Yeah. He just got fucking shit canned. Finally. But I just don't fucking get it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I would love to know when this started happening. Was it World War II?
Well, I
Or
think
that?
I think the VTC, I think the
That's what it
SATCOM
is?
and VTC, have allowed these. I mean, I think it's always been, you see in the old movies of World War II, the generals in a chalet moving, little icons across a board. So it was probably to some extent then, but the chaos of World War II and the inability to send messages quickly precluded a lot of that micromanagement. But now you've got a predator, so you're seeing eye in the sky stuff. You think you got better SA than the guy on the ground. You don't have any idea what he can see. You've got SATCOM radio, so you're hearing sound bites of people talking and sit reps of what's going on the ground. And I think they just get caught up, that they feel like they've got this tactical omnipotence. They can understand everything. And then, the very nature of the fact, they're generals makes them realize, well, no one can come up, with a better decision than me. I'm going to use my wise general officer, wisdom to inflect this operation, and they just can't resist it. And I've seen it. I remember coming in from Shahi Coat back to Bagram and sitting in one of the talks, and an op was going on. They were all watching the Predator, and they called in fast movers. The fast mover dropped a bomb, and it nailed these people. And, I was not even convinced they were enemy. Definitely some of them were civilians. And the whole place started cheering, yeah! And me and my agency buddy were standing in the back, and, we never even gave a peep. We didn't cheer, we didn't say anything, because we were still looking, going, how the fuck do they know who that is that just got hit? And it's this, it's just this enticement that, hey, I can't resist injecting myself into this battle and potentially, hitting the mother lode and capturing bin Laden or whatever. And I remember a general at that same VTC said, Pete, come over, sit down next to me, and put a headset on. And guys started asking questions, and I knew the answer to the question. And then somebody asked me something like, well, what should we do? And, because of Shahi Coat, I knew what the response is to that. The response is, what's your recommendation? And get that guy talking. Get him unloading the tacit knowledge that he's accumulated on the target, because most of it is tacit. In other words, he hasn't made it physical yet. It's just inside their head, but no one has given him a chance. No one said, hey, blank slab, tell me what you'd do if you were in charge. What do I need to know right now? And they just start talking. And within that conversation, these pearls of wisdom, these nuggets come out, and you're like, of course, that's what we need to do. And it's, back to that principle, always listen to the guy on the ground. But the best question any commander can ever make when he's trying to figure something out to a subordinate is to ask, what's your recommendation, and get them talking, so you have some kind of accuracy to pivot off of. And again, I think that comes with experience. Most of these, generals, they don't care. We've been doing it now 25 years. So if we take the end of Bosnia till today, I guess it's 26, because Wiesbaden, it's one reason that I believe Ukraine's been so unsuccessful. Not only we build an army that was supposed to match NATO, which doesn't match Ukrainians and Ukrainian military training, we commanded and controlled it with the same disconnected hierarchies that cannot make sense. And they, in their zest to keep self-correcting, they just micromanage more.
What a shame.
Yeah.
We're never going to learn.
Well, shows like this, so you got to get the word out. You get the truth out and educate people, and I think at least we can chip away. And, the right guy is in the right place at the right time, and who's heard, the lessons. And that's that's the other part. I said it earlier, experience only matters if you learn from it. And I don't give a shit about proving I was right or someone else was right or someone was wrong. That doesn't matter. And that's why I try not to say names. People are like, why don't you name the guy? I'm like, because then you'll be thinking about that guy instead of thinking about it's one of the perils of human nature. And that guy's out, but there's 10 of him back in right now. So it could happen to you again, but it might surprise you because you only think that guy does that shit. And so don't personalize it. Just talk about the foundational lessons. And we have a responsibility to do that so they don't happen again. And, that's an example of one right there. Prevent these tragedies from happening again.
When did you show up in Afghanistan?
We were November of 2001.
Holy shit.
So we, did the initial raid on Mullah Omar's house was kind of the opening combat, boots on the ground. I was flying, I was the LNO in the AC-130 during that, so I flew above it. And then from there, again, a piece of history. Our command wanted to go home after that empty target raid, said, there's no more missions for us. And I had this PowerPoint presentation that we built in 1998 when we were told by the Clinton administration, come up with, a way to get bin Laden. And I described to you, he drove from Kandahar to Kaust, 400 miles. So I showed him this template, which was get guys in, move to a safe house, sequester them in the safe house, and then, wait for the right moment, move out, set up an ambush, grab them and get out. But what we found out while we were doing that was that southern Afghanistan's full of these dry lake beds that are like pool tables. So you can land C-130s on them. You can, land the C-130, disgorge vehicles, disgorge little birds. And that became our plan. Let's fly into these dry lake beds, unload vehicles, unload little birds, let the little birds go hunting, AH-6s, have a couple MHs, but mostly AHs. And the vehicles go out. We can take key roads, block those roads, interdict the roads. And they were going to still blow it off, but it turned out General Franks was so pissed off. He's like, why do we pay you guys all this money? You're not even, you don't do anything. You raid 2 empty targets. You didn't capture anybody. I need you to do something. So they sent that plan up to Franks. He's like, approved. And the next day we started the process, haloing guys into the dry lake beds, doing penetrometer checks to check the soil and the surface hardness, and C-130s were landing like a night later, unloading Gowers and little birds, and that's when the hunting began. That's when almost all the enemy fled Kandahar after that and ended up, in eastern Afghanistan in the Shahi-Kot Valley where they hid.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
You were in on Anaconda.
Yeah. Yep, I was the AFO commander.
A lot of history there.
Yeah, it was, it was the biggest battle at the time, and it ended up being the biggest ongoing battle of the war. But, it started the same way, we described earlier. General Franks, I was on the ground. It was the Taliban had fled. It was early January now. And we had 45, I had 45 AFO guys under me, and they were mostly unit guys. I had some SEALs, some SEAL Team 6 guys, Air Force CCT, and some special mission SIGINT guys along with us. And then the agency had, a small group of ground branch on the ground, but that was it. And, I had given the mission, guys, we're going to move out the frontier and start developing the situation. And Franks he had read one of our sit reps, and he's like, now this is what we should be doing. So he flew into Bagram and he said, tell Blaber to come see me. So I went to Bagram, and it was a shithole at the time. There wasn't even a fence around it. And I met him in a room off of a hangar, and he said, "Look, it's real simple. I want you to get AFO, go find the enemy, and then kill or capture them." And I was like, "Roger that, sir. That's the best mission statement I think I've ever gotten in my life." And it was a blank canvas. And, immediately got together with the guys. I, shared that, guys, here's our mission. Okay, how do we accomplish this? Afghanistan's massive, 645,000 acres. And so you'd think, 45 AFO guys wouldn't be able to do anything. But, that's where like logic and the process of elimination comes in. But bin Laden's only allies in Afghanistan were Pashtuns. So there's almost no way. Everyone else hated him, all the other tribes. So he's not going to be hiding amongst tribes that hate him. He's going to be hiding among tribes that like him. The tribe, which is Pashtuns. And that's really just the southern part of the country and then up the east side of the country. So you've now necked the country down by about a third. And then if you start looking at, what you have in that third, there's vast tracts of desert, flat as can be, same places we landed on. He ain't going to be out there, too vulnerable. There's, all throughout massive mountains, 20,000 footers. He ain't going to be up at altitude. He's, old. The rumor at the time was that he had diabetes or kidney failure. But, we just kind of necked it down. And then one of the big breaks that happened for us is I had been there for the initial invasions. And then, like I told you, our higher headquarters swapped us out. They wanted to start rotating people. We'd only been there like 3 or 4 weeks. And so everyone was like, why do it now? But, he did it. So roger that. So we all went home. The SEALs came over, and then the AFO concept, I, was selected to lead AFO. So I flew back, and I came back a different route this time, under alias and everything.
A lot of people hesitate when they're told they might need to start taking something for their cholesterol that they're not comfortable with taking long term. People want to feel like they still have some say in how they take care of themselves. That's why more Americans are turning to more gentle alternatives with ingredients they recognize. Things like CoQ10, ginger, pomegranate, and amla. One of those is Dose for Cholesterol. Dose for Cholesterol is a clinically backed cholesterol support supplement that targets triglycerides, LDL, HDL, and total cholesterol levels. I'll say this too. I use Dose myself. I've been consistent with it, and it's just part of my daily routine now. It's a daily 2-ounce liquid shot. Tastes like mango, no capsules, no powders, and it fits right into your routine. I love this stuff. New customers can save 35% on your first month subscription by going to dosedaily.co/SRS or entering SRS at checkout. That's dosedaily.co/SRS for 35% off your first month subscription.
So, in that initial portion, while I was home, this intel guy I had worked with for many years had called me up, and he's like, "Hey, Pete, there's a guy who used to be one of bin Laden's trained but non-security detail, worked on his detail, and he's in prison right now in the U.S. and he's written his own personal little pamphlet on how to find Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan." So it was like 20 pages long, legal paper. He goes, "You got any interest in reading that?" And I go, "Hell yeah, man. Can you get that to me right away?" And he goes, "I should tell you one thing." And I go, "What?" And he goes, "He's been in prison since 1998. And I said, "Well, if Warren Buffett wanted to give you a stock tip 2 years after he retired, would you take his stock tip?" Yeah, you'd fucking take his stock tip. So why would I turn down the guy who trained bin Laden's security detail, 2.5 years earlier? He still knows how they're trained, their habits. There's got to be something in there. So he sent it to me, and this thing read like, a best-selling novel. Every bullet. I highlighted the entire document, ended up being highlighted, tabbed. It was just full of solid, logical, operational information. And the part that stood out most was his recommendations for once we go over there. So before I tell you what those are, I called the guy back and I go, "Hey man, can I talk to this guy?" And he goes, "Yeah, sure." He's in a prison up in a large city on the East Coast. It's a prison that sits right in the middle of a large city, and I'm not going to say what that city is. And I'm like, "Okay, what do I need to do?" He goes, "You just need to, I'll take care of it on the Army side, but you need to call this number at the Bureau of Prisons and get permission." And I always point this out. This period right after 9/11 happened was a unique period in American history, because it's, for a brief, short period, this is how you saw how the government should work. Bureaucracy was not the watchwork. We're all Americans. We're all pulling together. And I saw it right off the bat. I called the guy in Bureau of Prisons. "Hey, I'm Pete Blaber." I explained who I was, what I'm doing. "You got any problem me seeing that?" He goes, "Ready to see you tomorrow. Just give me a time. We'll be ready." Same thing. DOD was like, "Yeah, tell him to go. We don't think he's going to produce anything, but let him go." So, we had broke down these bureaucratic barriers, and you could actually get things done. So that next day I showed up at the Bureau of Prisons, at the prison itself, showed my ID. They took me up into a room. All the tables and chairs are connected to the floor, can't be used as weapons. Sat down, and a couple minutes later, door slid to the side, and in chains and an orange jumpsuit came this terrorist, Ali Mohammed. And he was in prison for the Kenyan and Tanzanian embassy bombings, but he had also trained bin Laden's security detail. So I had his thing, and I told him, "Hey, I just want to talk to you." And when I asked him point blank, "Hey, how do we find Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan?" he said, "Ask the shepherds, because they have to have lamb meat to survive. Ask the shopkeepers, because Arabs eat different spices than the Afghans, and the shopkeeper will be able to tell you who bought them. Ask the money exchangers, because all the Arabs, Al-Qaeda, who come into country come through Pakistan, so they have Pakistani rupees instead of the currency of Afghan choice, which was the American dollar. And ask the taxi drivers, because the Arabs don't have driver's licenses. They don't know how to drive." And so, we took that. We were like, wow, this is really good. And, I finished my meeting with them like a couple of days later, flew back to Afghanistan. And then we just started, we necked everything down. We had a warlord tell us, we asked a warlord, "Hey, do you know where Al-Qaeda is in Afghanistan?" And he told us somewhere in the mountains around Gardez. So we occupied a safe house outside Gardez, and we started, a methodical searching. And, one day we were out, it was a long day, about 8 hours driving around. And I think the driver's the guy who saw him. Just all of a sudden looked over to the right, and I was looking at the same time, and he yelled, "A fucking shepherd," because we've been talking about these shepherds. Everyone knew ask the shepherd, ask the shopkeeper. Everyone was saying it, but it wasn't real yet. We hadn't had a shopkeeper, a shepherd, or a taxi driver, or a money exchanger. So we see the shepherd, and I think there were 5 of us in the vehicle, like little kids. We got out laughing our asses off. Motherfucking shepherd! I can't wait to talk to this guy.
Shit.
It's like that picture you had up there at the sniper hide site.
Yeah.
What guys do during the downtime? They laugh. Most of the time you're laughing. So we got up to him through our interpreter. We asked him respectfully if we could talk to him. He said, of course. And we just said to him, do you know where Al-Qaeda is hiding in Afghanistan? And he just beckoned us with his fingers, turned around, headed for this probably about 1,500-foot hill, and then just power strode up that thing like a Olympic gold medalist speed skater. And behind him was us, the warrior athletes who know no peer. And I always remember I got to the top and I'm like, hands on the knees, next guy's up. We're all, sucking air. And I look up and there he is at the edge of the ridge. And, I follow his arm down to his gnarly finger. And he's at the end of it was these daunting palisades. And he just said, 2 words, Shahi Kot. And, they never used maps. They always pointed to stuff or drew you a little sketch in the ground. And so we could see the mountain range. We still didn't know where the Shahi Kot Valley was, but we saw this mountain range. And, to give you an analogy, it was kind of like looking at the Grand Tetons from, Jackson Hole.
Damn.
Still a big ass thing, but at least, we had it neck down. And we used the same process. Same way our brain makes sense is process of elimination. It just starts chopping shit down to get to the relevant part that has a chance for whatever success you're trying to achieve. And so we looked at these mountains and you could see, he's not up at alpine level in the snow. That would be too difficult. We already knew that the Afghans weren't creatures of habit, so they needed an urban umbilical cord. They needed quick access to a small town or somewhere where there was water, wells, and food to buy, to feed them. So they weren't like the Viet Cong who could survive on grubs and stuff. They needed that urban umbilical cord. So by the time we necked the whole mountain range down, it was not a big chunk. It was pretty much the area they ended up being in and probably a small area off to the right of it. And we decided, okay, we need to do environmental recons, which is just go out, walk through the hills, check the route up to the area we think we want to go. Like, is there a route? And then, understand the environment. Is there any source of water up there? What's the terrain like? Can you hide up there? Are these barren, mountains? Are they too exposed? Is there any sign of life, civilian activity, enemy activity up in these mountains? Then all the operational stuff. How does the cold and altitude affect our batteries, our nickel cadmium batteries? How about our weapons? We learned we needed the desert silicone spray for our weapons to keep them from clogging up and getting frozen up. So a lot of little things the environmental recons proved, but mostly they proved we can do it. We can get in there. Then we came back and started planning to go in with 3 teams. I first had to request those 3 teams, which was incredibly contentious. I got on a VTC with the higher level commander. I was proud of what we'd done. I thought this is a no-brainer, so I went in, like a naive kid. And when I finished my briefing, all the intel we found, it was like very clear that this was not going to go that way. The general said, "What makes you think that your theory that there's Al-Qaeda hiding in a pocket is correct when we've combed that area with satellite imagery and there is nothing in there?" And I'm like, well, we've talked to people. We've had a warlord tell us they're there. We've had a shepherd. There's activity. We'd talked to a couple of Afghan who lived in the villages, and they confirmed they had seen these guys, Arabs, going in and out. So we had a lot of circumstantial evidence, enough certainly where this was not like us just guessing, they're in that mountain over there. So finally, again, same thing, pressure from Franks. He approved 2 teams. So 2 teams, I got 2 teams from the unit. I needed 3. And at the time, my acting sergeant major, we didn't call him that, but he was, like my sidekick, was a guy named Homer, a SEAL team guy. He was my sergeant major, and he goes, the SEALs are all sitting back at Bagram, cooped up, dying to get the fuck out of there. And I know for a fact that if you request a couple teams from the commander, he's almost assuredly going to give them to you. And I go, well, can we work it from both ends? And he goes, I already started. They're already waiting for your request. So I went back, requested 2 teams. They gave me one, and that team was a team led by a guy named Mike Goodenbow. Fantastic guy, sniper recce mentality to the nth degree. Funny, common sense guy, warrior.
I knew him.
Yeah, great guy. He was killed in action as a contractor after he retired. But
I worked with him over there.
Did you?
Fucking amazing guy.
Yeah, really. And just to bring him up, it takes you got to personalize it. Now go back to what that thing on Ukraine. 1.25 million of those guys dead, and Goody's dead, and there's a number of other guys. So when we had the debacle of the pullout from Afghanistan, to me, it dishonored all those guys who made all those sacrifices. But anyway, Goody was out there, so we were set. We moved in. One team used ATVs. 2 teams, we did vehicle drop-off. They walked in, and within a couple days, they were set in position. And the battle began. I'm going to try to give you a short version of it. So the battle began 2 days after the teams had surrounded it, and it opened with a thud because the 10th Mountain's plan was to land on the valley floor. We told them, you can't land on the valley floor, and you shouldn't fly those helicopters because there's Dishkas. And if you look in my book, there's a picture of it that Goody took with a Cool Pix camera of an enemy standing right next to a Dishka, and he's standing right where the brigade commanders of the 101st, who was participating in this with 10th Mountain, was going to land, and right on the OP we picked. So another lesson is when you pick out something because it's good terrain, don't be surprised to find that the enemy made the same choice. Mm-hmm. Expect every OP that you're going to be occupied because it's good terrain. And it was. And so, that fight started off, it was going well for us. The guys remained uncompromised. First time in modern history, I think that's happened. The 3 OPs, they were just calling fire in nonstop. Liquidating targets, 5 here, 5 there, 10 here, 10 there. It was shooting fish in a barrel. But again, things were not going well for the 10th Mountain. They were pinned down. They knew they couldn't get the second chalk in with the second wave of Chinooks because the first ones had taken so much fire. So the brigade commander, who didn't have a radio, his SATCOM broke, came up to Goody's position. He was like, can I use your radio to call back? So it was our AFO SATNet, and he called back, and he said, hey, to the 10th Mountain commander, great guy, General Hagenbach, said, hey, sir, I recommend we call off the op, bring everyone back. We reset and come back in another day. And General Hagenbach said, roger that. He listened to the guy in the ground. Now, it was our net, so I couldn't, hold back from adding some context. So I got on the radio and I said, look, I just want, before you make a decision, I want you to know what we're seeing, because it's a totally different battle than what your guys are seeing. We've prosecuted at the time, I can't remember, 37 targets or something. We've bombed damage assessment, between 50 and 100 guys killed so far. We've cut off all the ingress, egress routes by fire. Our guys have enough supplies to stay in position for another 48 hours before they need resupply. And quite frankly, this is the battlefield opportunity of a lifetime. And if you guys leave, I totally understand, but we're staying. And then Hagenbach did something that, I think is a model for all future generals. He changed his mind. He consulted with his 2 1-stars who were there. One of them was General Harrell, ex-unit commander, great guy. And they said, yeah, I don't think he should pull out. And he got back on the radio and he said, okay, we're not pulling out. We're staying. We'll get the next chalk in tomorrow. Here's what I want you to do. And, he did the right thing for the mission. He did the right thing for the men, and he did the right thing for himself by changing his mind. And so, I point that out because, the future battle commanders never don't allow ego to stop you from changing your mind. Changing your mind is what you do when you got more information. And the only reason you change your mind is because you have relevant information that makes you change it. Never hesitate to do that. Whatever you do, don't talk yourself out of it because you might embarrass yourself by saying, I was wrong or I shouldn't have said that when I did. So, we stayed in, we kept the fight going. And that night, the battle was like on everyone's computer. Everyone was being briefed on it. The Predator feeds were on in the White House Situation Room. CENTCOM was monitoring our SATCOM 24/7, having meetings about, what was happening. And that night the phone rang. And so all that adulation was coming to JSOC. So CENTCOM was calling JSOC, hey, great job. This is unbelievable what you guys have done. Who knows if the president called, but they knew that they were getting a lot of positive attention for this. And so that night, the guy who was the JSOC commander at the time, a 1-star Air Force general, calls me up on the red phone and he said, hey, Pete, great job on everything. You guys have really, really done super. But look, we can't have you do this anymore. It's too much. I need to get you out looking for the next battlefield. I need to get you out looking for where the other places the enemy are. And what I want to do is pass this mission off to the SEALs. And, sometimes when someone says something so outlandish, you have no response. And that's the way I was, I guess it's called dumbstruck. And I had like 3 firefights going on at the time. So I'm like, sir, can I get back to you? And he's like, yeah, okay. And I hung up. And my intel guy was like, I fucking cannot believe this. Because essentially what he's doing is trying to change the command and control in the middle of a battle.
Jeez.
And it's an incredibly nuanced battle. The terrain, the enemy, what we've done to prepare ourselves, just being acclimated. We were telling everyone you need 4 days here minimum to acclimate. Gardez is 7,800 feet. The battlefield was between 8,500 and 11,000. So serious altitude.
Yeah.
So I got back on that night and I go, sir, this makes no sense. We're fine. The teams are fine. They got another 48 hours. I'm fine. I'm not redlining it. We can keep commanding and controlling this thing and trying to pass it off to people who have not been immersed in all the things we've done and all the coordination is a formula for disaster. And he ended the conversation with, Pete, I'm sending the SEALs down tonight. Put them in by tomorrow night, and that's an order.
Holy fucking shit.
Yep. And so he sent that, I went to get a couple of hours of sleep. Me and my intel guy were trading off. When I woke up, The sun was just coming up, and I noticed, a couple cars, new cars in our parking area. And so I went into the talk, and there were the SEALs, and I said, what are you doing, man? And why didn't you tell us you were coming? Because they're really lucky they didn't get shot by the Afghan guards. They'd shot someone 2 days earlier, a civilian who just drove up without stopping at the sign. He said, because General Tribone told us to come down, and he said you were all good with it. And I'm like, oh man. So one of the guys with them was a guy named Brit Slabinski, and I knew him from Bosnia. He had done a tour same time I did. I had ridden in a car with him for like 20 hours. So, and I had a lot of respect for him, and we had a good collegial relationship. I said, Slab, can I talk to you outside? And he's like, yeah, sure. I said, Slab, you're a sniper recce guy. This makes no sense. Putting you in tonight, you haven't even acclimated yet. You guys haven't talked to the Afghans. You haven't talked to the guys who already went in and did the environmental recons. You haven't reconfigured your kit. We've got all these spray paint cans so you can get the modeled look of the mountains, the lava, rock, and everything else. Your weapons, you guys need to test fire your weapons, your nods, everything, frequencies. And he's like, I hear you, Pete, but I already fought this back at Bagram, and they wouldn't listen to me there, and they're not listening to me now. I've been told it's an order, and we have to obey orders. And then he said, I know you guys don't have to, but we do. And that's a joke. We do have to obey orders. But like you said earlier, in a unit based on common sense, one of the hallmarks is freedom of speech. In the unit, you tell a guy to do something outlandish, and he's going to go, tell me the logic of why. Why does that make sense? And you're going to debate it. And the irony of having that culture is leaders end up saving themselves more often than not from doing really stupid shit because they're saying it out loud. They're brainstorming, with another human instead of just in their head, bouncing off the walls of their head. And I understood that. The culture at the time was, you obey your officers and you don't ask questions. And, Slab had to do it. So, and I was given an order, so we let them plan. They came up with a concept to go up to Takur Ghar. And the original LZ was called LZ1. It was to the east of Takur Ghar on the flatland. It was not on the mountain. And we chose it because one of our other teams, Juliet team, could see that HLZ, so at least we'd be able to cover it by visual overwatch and by fire if needed. So the mission was on for that night in helicopters, and I also told the general that we had a no helicopter policy. But the only way that they were going to get in was by helicopters, because to get them in tonight, that's the only way. You can't drive them and have them walk and expect that they're going to make it tonight. So, now we had an air assault to bring them in. And that night, me, my agency counterpart, my special forces counterpart, all moved forward with the convoy, the Afghans. We were going to reinsert the Afghans that night. The Halos to pick up Mako 30 Slabs team flew in and landed at Gardez and immediately called back and said, we have engine problems. So it was darkness, so probably 8 o'clock at night, local. Engine problems going to be an hour. They're at 9 now if things go right. And the problem was Slabs' backwards calculation of the time it would take to get up that mountain in nightfall was about 30 to 45 minutes away from being, passed. So, 45 minutes, they still couldn't get the aircraft right. But during that time, the SEAL troop commander, who was a major, went up to the pilot and he said, "Hey, what do you think about landing on top of the mountain?" And the pilot was like, "I don't know if it's possible." And he said, "It is. I've seen imagery. I have the imagery." So I think he went in, got the imagery, showed the pilot. I think the pilot was Al Mack. I think you've had him on.
I did.
And
And it was.
yeah, and so Al's like, he can land a freaking Chinook on a gnat's ass if he wanted to. So he's like, "Yeah, we can make it up there," thinking, this is all good. Well, Slab had already recommended we roll 24 hours because it's now at like an hour and a half, and he's passed his min amount of time to make it up to the top in darkness. And so Slab said, "No, my recommendation is roll 24. Well, the troop commander walked away from Slab, got on the blue sat, called back to his headquarters, said, "Hey, here's the deal. We got engine problems. Slab wants to roll. What do you want me to do?" And they were like, "Charlie Mike, you need to get on that mountain." And so he went back. He was completely, and this is what I meant by a troop commander. You don't know anything yet, but you're full of vim and vigor. I want to get in combat. I want to be in the greatest firefight. And I think a lot of that was operating with this guy. And he went back to Al Mack, said, "The mission's a go. Let's do it." And, Slab, same thing. He told Slab, "You're going up on the mountain." And so now things are just getting worse. The delays keep coming. I'm forward, but I'm full suite of comms. So I had SATCOM, I had UHF, VHF, I had a Predator downlink, but they never called me. They never, whether it was headquarters or anyone else, never called me and said, "Hey," and the troop commander should have called me. The last thing I said to him, "Anything happens, call me and we'll talk it out." And he should have told me, because I would have immediately shit canned it and said, "We don't need to go up there. We control the valley, not them. There's movement on that hilltop, but they're not shooting any weapons. So when we have time, we'll go up there." And the 10th mountain was halfway up the mountain anyway, so I kind of figured they'd end up doing the top of the mountain clearing. But so Slab, finally the helicopter goes, they hop in, they fly up to Takur Ghar. Before they reach there, someone told an AC-130 to check it out. The AC-130 came back and said negative activity on the mountain. Turns out it was spider-webbed with paths. There was a donkey tied to a tree, a fire up there. Somehow they didn't see any of that. And Slab goes flying in. And, the way this mountain is the only place to land, the peak's up here. The only place to land's right here. It's 50 feet or 5 stories below. So the place where the donkey was, there was also a bunker, a hardened bunker. So here comes the Chinook, break, flare, flaring, its whole belly exposed, RPK, machine gun fire, RPGs. They knocked the shit out of that. Somehow Al Mack, credible, example of airmanship, steadies the thing. But while that was happening, Neil Roberts fell out the back of the helicopter, tumbled down onto Takur Ghar, and the aircraft went over the side, did a controlled crash landing on the valley floor, and Slab got out of that thing. He immediately called me on line of sight radio, gave me a sit rep, and said, I said the same thing to him. "What's your recommendation?" He said, "I got to go back up there. I got to go up and either rescue him or recover his body." And I was like, "Roger that." And so we began planning to reinsert those guys up on top of the mountain.
Shit. Man.
Yeah, and we're not even to Takur Ghar yet. And that's what's coming next. And that's Real tragedy. But, you know, it's the same thing. It's these, you'll hear this disconnected chain of command trying to make decisions and solve problems, and then injecting those decisions and those solutions into the battlefield. And guys who can see everything, hear everything, know what the right thing to do are, you know, nothing more than like gnomes who have to obey these mindless orders from the starship. And that's why I say it's the main lesson of GWAT. And, you know, I just saw something that they're looking to spend a couple $1 billion on this new C2 thing that has AI and, you know, all the screens. And I want to tell Hegseth, do not do that. Do not invest the money. You need to go back to the old way. You need to go back to the whole goal of the military should be reorganized so that command and control is always at the lowest level possible. We don't, you know, you can still have TOCs and jocks because they're good for things like helicopter and fixed wing aircraft deconfliction. They're good for beans and bullets stuff, logistics. But we should call TOCs the support TOC. You know, the TOC's job is to support the guys on the ground, whatever they need, not tell them what to do and only talk to them, you know, when they're not watching a VTC with another general officer in it.
Yeah. Man. Let's take a break. I've got to tell you, this is one of those things I didn't realize how much I needed until I actually started using it. Every device I got needs a different cord. Phone, headphones, watch. It's a mess, especially when you're traveling. But Ridge, they fixed it. Their 5-in-1 travel power bank has everything built in, so you're not carrying a bunch of cables around anymore. You've got MagSafe wireless charging, Apple Watch charger, Lightning USB-C, all in one device. I've been using it and it just simplifies everything. I'm not digging through a bag or fighting for outlets anymore. It's got 20 watts of power, charges your phone fast, and with 10,000 milliamp hours, you're getting multiple full charges out of it. And like everything Ridge makes, it's solid. It's built to last, and it actually looks pretty good too. Not like those cheap airport chargers. One thing to pack, 5 ways to power. You can find Ridge's power bank at Best Buy, or our listeners can get 10% off at ridge.com by using code SRS at checkout. Just head to ridge.com and use code SRS, and that's it. You're all set. After you purchase, they'll ask where you heard about them. Please be kind, support our show, and just tell them we sent you. All right, Pete. We're back from the break, and it's about to get heavier.
Yeah. So, you know, we picked up Neil Roberts fell out of the helo. Al Mack controlled crash landed the helo right in the middle of the Shahi Code Valley. Slab gets out, immediately calls me, gives me a sit rep, what happened. And in that sit rep, I'm going back up. So, you know, right off the bat, no one was telling him to go up. You know, no one had to cajole or convince him. He was going back up. Well, that helo is not airworthy, so another helo comes to pick them up. And remember, what's happening here, back to context, you know, Slabs, I'll go now to go back and pick him up, right? So the context of the moment matters. So the helo picks him up, takes him right to Gardez. It's only a 1.5, 2-minute flight. The Gardez safe house is exactly 7 kilometers from the center of the valley. So touches down at Gardez to wait for another helo, an airworthy helo, to take them back up. So I'm at the base of Takur Ghar, so to speak, you know, the base and about a half mile away. So I can see Takur Ghar from where I'm standing. I have line of sight. I'm talking, you know, I can talk to the top of the mountain with line of sight. no one's up there right now. But the AC-130 is narrating what he sees. And unfortunately, when we look at the tapes, there were a lot of missed opportunities there. The enemy's just, nonchalantly walking around in the open. At one point, about 30 guys surrounded Neil's body, and we know why. They were taking his equipment. One of the guys who later gets killed, a guy named Redbeard, we called Redbeard, is wearing Neil's Gore-Tex pants, laying there dead with his pants on. So, they're tapping into this bonanza material, but we're not, there's no high resolution feedback. And I don't have a Predator video. I'm walking around, in the Shahi Code Valley. So Slab gets back to Gardez. The other aircraft picks him up. Now, all these TOCs, Bagram, which is 50 miles away, Masira, which is 1,000 miles away in a time zone, are going beehive. We got a crash. We've got a man missing. We're going to launch a rescue operation. And you can hear they're trying to inject themselves. And remember, all the accolades had come the night before, and everyone's watching. So I think, this was described to me by a staff officer, they were conscious that this thing they just got complimented for and then took over immediately went to shit. Now, little did I know they were taking it over because that was about to start. My deputy, whose name was Jimmy, another unit operator, I had put him in the 10th Mountain TOC right in the beginning so that we'd have an LNO there, all our radios, they could hear our radios, they knew everything we were reporting, and Jimmy did an amazing job at that. Now, in totality, he's probably got the best SA of anybody because there's a Predator downlink. He's got that. He's got the AC, both AC-130s on radio. They're orbiting around. He's got AFO sat. He's got purple sat. He knows where the 10th Mountain guys are. So Jimmy gets on the radio and he goes, Roger, sit rep follows. The enemy is surrounding Roberts right now, bunching up. If we hit them right now with the AC, we should be able to either disperse them or kill some of them. He was making a recommendation. The Air Force 1 star I told you about gets on the radio, goes, stop getting all emotional on the radio. Why don't you just get off the radio? Kicks him off the net.
Fucking kidding me?
Nope. And little did we know at the time this was like, injecting cancer. What's that?
Do you know that fucker's name?
Yeah. General Chabon. It's out.
What a fucking piece of shit.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to even get worse.
How the fuck do these guys live with themselves?
I don't know. Yeah. So Jimmy's off, and unbeknownst to me, right after he did that, he gets on what's called the purple sat, JSOC sat. So I'm AFO sat. The blue sat is the SEAL sat. Everyone's got their own SEAL, their own SATCOM freak for command purposes. But for this mission, it's AFO sat. AFO is running this battlefield. But they get on the radio, and unbeknownst to me, they say, switch all stations to purple sat without telling us. So now it's quiet, and I'm like, wow, well, at least they exercising some, radio discipline. And we're not hearing anything. What's going on, what we now know, because we've got the tapes from the radio. So they switched the sat frequency, and so he's the commander, and this is another point. The guy they put on is a major. He's a field artillery major. He's never command and controlled anything before, much less a complex multi-unit infantry battle, because that's what this is now. You call it special ops, but we're battling like infantrymen on a mountain and down in the valley and using fire support to reach out and touch the enemy. Puts this guy on, and this guy is confused. He doesn't even know. He begins injecting himself in the battle. He doesn't even know that Roberts fell off on top of Takur Ghar. He thinks he fell off in the middle of the valley where the Al Mac put the helo down. About 50 meters from that helo is a mortar platoon. So he immediately begins obsessing, telling the AC-130s, grid, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I want you're cleared hot. I want you to waste them. And the AC, luckily, the lead AC pilot, heroically, he knows Roberts fell on the ridge. He knows that grid he's talking about is in the valley. It's not where Roberts is on top of Takur Ghar. And they're like, 5 kilometers away from each other. They're not right next to each other. So he continues talking these guys in, trying to get them to open up. This is a 101st Mortar Platoon. And luckily, he gives the approval to fire, and the AC-130, you hear the pilot say, negative, we're not going to do that. Do not fire on them. Then he straightens them out. At the same time, the guy is telling everybody, everything flying, okay, we're going to assault this mountain. We're preparing for an assault. How many shooters you got on board? First thing he calls is an HH-60, which is a medevac helo. How many shooters you got on board? It's a female pilot. God. She's a good pilot, squared away. None, really. How many guys got guns? We all got guns. Okay, you're all shooters now.
Holy shit.
A medevac helo.
Are you fucking kidding me?
No, and he's saying assault, and he ended up saying it, I counted 15 times on the 3 tapes. And major point here, in infantry and special ops, words matter, especially words that describe offensive tasks. Assault is what you do when you have enough people, enough firepower against a position you can overwhelm. This is a bunker 5 stories above them through the snow. They've got nobody. Slab's team is not assaulters. They're sniper reconnaissance guys. They got SR-25s. I believe he had plastic helmets on there too. They have no Kevlar on. They're kitted light like snipers.
Like they should be.
Yeah.
He's a fucking sniper.
But he's telling them assault, and he's telling everybody assault. Slab's aircraft lifts off. So their aircraft has purple sat. Chapman, who is a CCT, I don't know exactly, and I've asked Slab if he knew what he was doing, and he said, no, I don't, but I believe he was plugged in to the intercom on the aircraft. And if you're on the intercom, you can hear the comms, especially the purple sat. So Chapman, who's a new guy, and he's an Air Force CCT, is hearing this assault, which is, beyond belief. It's the last thing. The plan that we made, that Slab ran by me, was they fly us up. We're not going to land on the same spot. There's a defilade position up there. We're going to move to the defilade, contact the AC-130, and then do recon by fire and begin picking off targets from our defilade. And it was a beautiful spot surrounded by rocks. And that was the plan. But now I'm no longer talking. There's no one to talk to because I can't talk to Slab. He's in the aircraft. I could have talked to the 47s, but they'd switched freaks. So I'm thinking, wow, why is nobody talking anymore? There must be something going on. Must be internal comms, and they must be stuck at Gardez. So I should mention, before they left, I got a radio check from Gardez. It was Mako 30 Charlie, which is John Chapman. The Charlie is the suffix for RTO. He's a CCT, but he was their RTO and CCT. And so, he told me, we're loading up Gardez, take off ETA 10 minutes or something. I was, roger that. So off they go. Instead of even going right from Gardez, we're now like an hour from when Slab initially said that. Instead of going back to the mountain and landing offset. The guy they put in charge, that major who's 1,000 miles away, realizes he made this mistake and he was telling the AC to waste a friendly mortar platoon. He's a whoa, we got to get things straight. Tell Razor 04, I think it was, to go into an air loiter. So instead of going and landing and getting on the mountain, they go only 1 nautical mile away, which is nothing. The thump of rotor wings of a 47 are like they're in your backyard from a nautical mile in the mountains. So the guys on top of the mountain, the enemy, is like, they're over there, they're doing something over there. They sit in that air loiter for, I think it was 40 minutes. And then he gives them the go-ahead. Okay, send him in, and does one final assault.
God, dude.
So if you look at the video that's on the internet, and the more videos will be coming out, the actual videos unedited that show the full sequence of events. And when you see them, everything becomes clear about what happened. On the video, you watch the 47 lands in the exact same place it tried to land the first time. So all this gibberish on the radio he's doing, he never tells them, and oh yeah, remember, do not land on the same spot. But they do, they land on the same spot. Luckily, the enemy decided to just wait and shoot once the aircraft took back off to try to knock it down again. So it disgorges Slab's team, Mako 30, and you can watch on the video, and it's on the internet right now. You'll watch 4 guys run as planned to the defilade position, and 1 guy alone beelines it for the bunker. When I first saw that, I didn't know what happened. So after everything happened, I'm jumping forward a little. The 2 days after it happened, I flew back to Bagram to watch. I wanted to see the tapes. That's when I first watched the AC-130 and the Predator videos. When I see this guy get out of the helo and go right to the bunker, I'm like, I thought it was Slab. And if it wasn't Slab, I thought, I didn't even know that, wasn't even thinking he's got a CCT with him or anything. I'm like, fuck, what are you doing? Because 1 guy is going right for the bunker. Well, what I believe is that, Chapman is a junior guy. He heard over and over, I told you 15 times, we're going to assault. This is an assault. So he gets off that halo. He's new. Remember, this is 2002. There hasn't been a war. So everybody is a new guy in actuality. We've been out there at least a little while. We've been sneaking around. So we're a little more, attuned to things, but everybody else is new. So all the little things that became second nature, like getting off a helo and making sure you never stray from the guy in front of you. And, as an RTO, you just follow your leader. And if that's a team leader, you follow that team leader. That radio is your weapon, and it's the most effective weapon up there. But I believe he was confused. It's cold, it's dark, snow's blowing. You've gotten off many helos, and you know how easy it is to be just temporarily disoriented. But if you've also been listening to this cacophonic, gibberish and this assault, he's fucking thinking the plan changed. We're assaulting the bunker, and off he goes. And, I point this out, and I mean it. He's a new guy, but this is kind of a heroic thing. He's charging a machine gun nest. He believes his mission now has changed, and he's charging a machine gun nest. Well, Slab obviously takes a head count, notices he's missing, they can see him up ahead. He's heading for the bunker. He yelled to Chappie, what are you doing? And I can't remember exactly what Chappie said. It was something like, I don't know, or I'm not sure. And right when he said it, the bunker opened up on all of them, firing blindly. They don't have night vision. They don't have sights. So, The one thing these guys had going for them was they had night vision, and the Uzbeks who were up there did not. So Chappie heads up, Slab goes right after him, and you watch on the tape, and it's, the guy on the tape says, the team leader never catches up with them. Well, duh, because he's going up 5 stories through a 1.5 feet of snow. You're not going to catch a guy who's ahead of you going up 5 stories in a 1.5 feet of snow, and everyone's on adrenaline. Chappie makes it all the way up there to the top. In the video, they call it Bunker 2. It's not a bunker. It's a stove. It's just a cutout into the ground surrounded by rocks. In the video, they say he first clears Bunker 2. It's not a bunker. There's no one in it. You can see the heat signatures of everybody up there. You can see the donkey still alive up there. So Slab follows up. Chappie goes down right when Slab gets there. And they're under withering fire. Slab brings the rest of his team around because they followed up too, and starts trying to position them. They're on a rock, a big boulder. A couple guys, they're spread out like they should be, 4 guys, 2-2. And another guy gets hit. Another one of Slab's guys gets hit. He's on top of the boulder, rolls down, hitting the leg. So now Slab's got 1 dead, 1 non-ambulatory injured, and he said, and they're under crossfire from 3 directions. Behind him, the side of him, and in front of him, the machine gun nest. So Slab makes the decision, okay, we got to go over, let's go over the side. We need to get out of this kill zone. Right decision again, second guessed by a lot of people. He gets over, as they're going over the side, 1 more guy gets hit. So now he's got 2 guys injured, 1 guy dead. He's actually got 2 guys dead because Roberts is dead too. And, he's got him and 1 other guy who are ambulatory. They go over the side. This is 24 minutes after they landed. So from the minute they landed, the AC-130, I had briefed the AC-130. I'm talking to him line of sight now. So he doesn't know I'm not on the purple sat. The ACs don't know that, but I'm talking on the line of sight fires net. And so I told the AC, okay, here's what you need to do. You need to cover these guys' movement when they get out of the helicopter. Any enemy you see up in the bunker area, you're cleared hot to fire on them. Any movement you see, you're cleared hot to fire on them. He said, Roger that. So when they got out of the aircraft, within 1 minute, the AC-130 is calling, Mako 30, Mako 30. This is Grim 3-3, Grim 3-2. Over, no answer. So I get on. They call back to me, Ultra 01, this is Grim. No answer from Mako. Are we cleared hot to fire? And I go, I can't clear you hot now. Only Slab can clear you hot. I can't see the top of the mountain, so I can't do that. I don't know where anyone was. Good thing, because, if Chappie was he was non-ambulatory, he might have still been alive, but those Slab's team hadn't made it all the way down, and the AC is usually very inaccurate on its first rounds. So I did what you're supposed to do. You don't want to clog the net by nonstop. Mako 30, Ultra 01, over. So I go to every 45 seconds to a minute. Mako 30, Ultra 01, over. It turned out, remember I told you they demanded they get put in that night? So Slab's team had less than 24 hours to prep, probably 18 hours for one of the most complex, deadly missions you could ever send guys on. My guys had 2 weeks and 10 days of immersion. And during that immersion, you do stuff like, okay, what freaks are we all on? You're all on your internal comms, which they were on. But unless you've been in combat, everybody doesn't have the fires freak loaded. Or unless a fires guy comes around and loads it, right? That's just even assaulters. The fire guys comes around before he goes, hey, you got the fire support freak? No, load me up. So none of them had that. Slab had it, but he's on his internal comms. He's not, even though the Empire can monitor both, he's doing what he should do, talking to his team, trying to, keep them alive. But for 24 minutes, I called every 45 seconds to a minute, no answer. Finally, at 24, when Slab makes it over the side, he switches freak. He knows I got to get the AC. And boom, now we're talking. To, my initial assessment, the reason I never thought that Chappie lived was because of that right there. Not only did I watch the videos and never see a body move, but I called for 24 minutes and no one answered. He's the CCT. I know his radio worked because he called me from Gardez. That's his lifeline. Even if he was injured, he'd be on that radio fucking calling in hell on earth on top of himself. And from everything I know, he was that kind of guy. He would have done that. But he didn't have it. He wasn't on that freak either. So I don't know. I believe he was killed right off the bat. Slab begins. I tell Slab, you got to control the AC. Just go ahead and have at it. You know where everyone's at. I don't. I can't see it. So they open up the AC. Like I said, it's 105 fire. It's incredibly inaccurate. They bomb the shit out of it. When you watch the full tape, you'll see this is hell on earth. They probably fired their basic load, which has got to be 25 to 50 rounds of 105 on top of that mountain. Why they're doing it, you look up at this tiny rock outcropping up on this finger that leads down to the bunkers. And there's two guys just fucking huddled up, sitting there, showing you what kind of warriors that are up there. These are mountain fighters, man. And we have pictures of them because from the sensitive site exploitation. These are fucking hardcore mountain fighters. And sure enough, they hang out. The AC-130 ceases fire. It's, they're about out of ammo, but then they fly off station. And this enemy somehow knew that. And you watch, this is, I told you, I asked when I saw the edited tape, where's the enemy? Where's that enemy that comes IMT and individual movement technique across the snow plane? And that's when, he's like, forget it. You don't want to watch it. And he shut it down. So it's not on there, but that's what kept me skeptical and wanting to find out more information. Sure enough, this is Redbeard. The first guy of the two comes down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Well-trained fighter. They're confused. I believe he thinks Slab's team has taken over the bunker. But here he comes. He's coming back to get the bunker again. So again, telling you what kind of guy this is. He's IMTing back to assault that bunker. But the first place he goes to, and the whole way he knows this mountain, he's got Robert's pants on, his Gore-Tex pants on. He knows this mountain because when you track where he went into a perfect defilade position where the bunker could not shoot. It's below that 5-story thing. You can't de-elevate your weapon to shoot at that angle. The first thing he does is go up to that stove where Chappie was hit. IMT's right up to it, sits there for 30, 45 seconds, probably checked, saw that John was dead. IMT's right back down his position that's out of defilade, goes down all the way around, flanks the bunker, gets up. You watch his AK, you watch the report on the Predator video. He begins firing at the bunker. Then the fire comes out of the bunker. Both RPK, machine gun, and RPG. Redbeard goes down. And how do we know all that about Redbeard? Because where he goes down in that videotape is exactly where my guys found him when they came across him on the sensitive site exploitation. We took pictures, we marked the body, marked the position, never moved from that position. Now, the other enemy who was hiding up there starts IMTing down. He too comes down all the way to where Chappie ended up, but he doesn't leave. He stays there. And what's going on in the background, again, unbeknownst to me, I'm down there, it's starting to get a little bit light. Not light enough where you can see anything, but you can see the horizon. And behind Takur Ghar is 11,000. Behind it is another mountain to the east that's like 12,500. So sunrise and BMNT are even later for the top of Takur Ghar. You'd think mountaintop, it's going to get sun first, but it's not. It's occluded by this other mountain range to the east of it. And so the sun's rising. All of a sudden the AC says, hey, we've been ordered off station. I said, negative. You cannot go off station. He says, yes, we're going off station. And so I got on another radio to have Jimmy check it out, see if he could find out what the order was. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to me, the general who took over the battle in Bagram launched the Ranger QRF. The Ranger QRF, that's your job, QRF, so you wait around, and then during firefights, you get ready. They ran into them. They said, we need to get the QRF forward right now. The QRF commander or captain goes, what's the mission? Where are we going? Well, there's no time. Just get in the helicopter. We'll tell you when you get to Gardez. Well, the helicopter they get in has no SATCOM. So these Rangers from 1st Battalion get in this helicopter to come on a mission they know nothing about. They don't even know Roberts fell out of the helicopter. So they're flying forward to Gardez. They pause in Gardez, and then I hear this radio transmission on the line of sight say, tell the AC they need to stay until the QRF gets here. And I get on the radio and I go, QRF? What's going on with the QRF? The QRF is inbound. They're like 5 minutes out. Now I hear the wop-wop of rotors. Here they come. So they're going in on short final. The AC is pulling off, saying, I've been ordered off. I tell the AC 130, and this is a quote. I say, I am Ultra 01, I'm the ground force commander. I am ordering you to stay on station. If you leave station right now, they're going to blow that helicopter out of the sky. When we watch the tapes later, that aircraft was already on its way back. When that tape's playing, they're already on their way back, so they're gone. Now here comes the QRF. This is either 51 or an hour plus after Slab had landed. Slab was told in the beginning, remember I told you when he said, I'm going up? He was told on the radio in the helicopter, the QRF will be right behind you. So Slab's getting out of that when he got out and, Chapman headed up. Slab's thinking, well, we got QRF right behind us. They're not. They're an hour out still, which again, he never would have executed this mission. Slab would have called the thing off with the helicopter before it ever landed, but he didn't know that either. No one's talking to him either. So here comes the QRF. And, I wish I had my pictures here. I'd show you the QRF lands in the exact same place.
Gosh.
So now we're on our third helicopter landing in the exact same place. 5 stories up from where it's going to land is an RPK machine gun. It's already sighted in on 2 other helicopters. This one comes in, nails it with RPG, nails it with RPK, shreds the helicopter. I believe 3 guys are killed before they ever get off that helicopter. No one on the QRF helicopter still knows Roberts fell out of a helicopter. There's SEALs up there. There's enemy. And of course they don't know, don't land on the same spot. The second QRF helicopter somehow got word. It lands over on the other side of the mountain, down a bit. These guys go into Superman mode, power up that mountain. It took them about an hour, but it was an incredible feat by those Rangers. But they tore up the rest of the Rangers, and the guys continued to get hit. They were pinned down again, 3 directions. Slabs now, calling, trying to figure out what's going on. I'm trying to figure out who's up on top of that mountain. Something else that happened, that same troop commander who overrode slab for sliding it 24 hours and told him to go, hopped on the second QRF aircraft at Bagram, didn't tell anybody, didn't tell me he's leaving Gardez. He was, like the acting OIC of Gardez. Gets off the Ranger helicopter, goes, you guys do your thing, I'm going off. Goes off on his own to find Mako and finds him. And he doesn't have radios, but he's got a cell phone. So he makes cell phone connectivity back to Damnick. Damnick is talking to the Blue Talk. I still don't even know this guy's on the mountain. So now things are compounding even worse. We can't figure out the head count. We've got dead guys, we've got live guys, but there's extra guys up there and no one knows. It doesn't make sense. In this period after the Rangers arrived up, the second half of the QRF, Jason Cunningham was this heroic JCU. He's a Air Force medic. He's treating the pilots. Both pilots have been shot. Got IV bags going. A guy from behind them sneaks up, shoots him, gut shots him. So now we're on golden hour. We got a gut shot guy. We got to get him off in 1 hour. So, I got to get this count correct so they can allow this medevac helicopter to fly in. I'm telling them, bring it in. Finally get the count correct because someone comes up, someone says, hey, the troop commander's up there, the blue troop commander. I'm like, fuck. So we added him. The count now works. And I'm talking to JSOC and I'm saying, I need that medevac now. We're 20 minutes into the golden hour. He's got 40 minutes to live. I need him now. Yeah, Pete, we've talked it over. We can't send another helicopter up there. We've already lost 2, and the risk is not worth it. And I'm like, motherfuck. I told him again, I need that helicopter. You need to send it. I'm giving you my word. The top of the mountain's secure. They got some other report that a mortar had been fired or whatnot, and there was still enemy, but it was worth bringing a Black Hawk in, with the amount of guys we had up there to provide fire support. We could have built a wall of fire. I still would have brought him in. It was worth saving a guy's life at this point. But the request was denied, and Jason bled out up on the mountain. So we weren't allowed to medevac him. Everything went quiet. The bunker, I should add, was still firing away. There were at least 1, maybe 2 guys in there on that RPK. They had plenty of ammo. They held the Rangers. The Rangers could not assault and take it. They were pinned down there, and there's no superpowers when it comes to frontal assault on a machine gun nest. Nothing you can do. So they brought F-15s in. The F-15s were missing, and I'm like, one of my OPs said, hey, Panther, did they know the Predator has a Hellfire on it? And I'm like, I thought they did, but great point. And I called the CCT up there and I said, hey, use the Predator Hellfire. It's 1 shot, 1 kill. And sure enough, he used the Predator Hellfire. 1 Hellfire, blew up the bunker, killed the guy. The mount was secure. And that was midday, I think 12 or 1 o'clock. And they wouldn't allow a helo in there. The rest of the day, we had to wait for night. Finally, helos were sent forward and evacuated all the guys off the mountain. So they all left. JSOC went back to not commanding, controlling. We stayed, finished the battle up, I think, 4 more days. And then we headed out for the Northwest Frontier Province in Pakistan. But again, everything from the forced injection of a team that doesn't even want to go in, not giving them sufficient time because you don't understand how critical time is, that we don't pull shit out of our asses in combat. We prep ourselves to address every possible contingency, especially on top of an 11,000-foot mountain, because all you got is what you got. So it's in, PhD combat packing list. But they didn't have time to change their freaks. Then changing the radio net, taking command over without telling the ground force commander or even consulting, telling me, hey, we got this. Nothing like that. Then putting the aircraft, telling the AC-130s the wrong target, putting the aircraft in an air loiter, delaying it beyond comprehension, sending it in, not telling it to land offset or in a different spot from where the other helicopters landed. This is the prima facie. This is 2002, and I'll just say the lesson that would go on to haunt our military throughout GWAT and still haunts it today and has now been exported to Ukraine. And that is decision-making, problem-solving by disconnected chains of command never has and never will make sense, because the only way to make sense is with your senses. And a disconnected chain of command, by very definition, cannot make sense because their senses are disconnected from the environment. So, never again, we've got to shit can this whole concept that a battle can be commanded remotely from a multi-million-dollar TOC. It does not work.
It's a fucking ego problem.
It is an ego problem.
How the fuck do they live with themselves?
I don't know. And
there's a documentary about to come out about this, I've heard.
Yeah, there is. Well, there's a movie too. Ron Howard, I believe, is making a movie about the version that, from the edited video that Slab left the guy. And, I've said to people, Slab's my friend. Not like we hang out. I haven't talked to him in a year or something. And, a friend, like anyone you go to combat in, is your friend. And Slab is my friend. I knew him in Bosnia. I rode around in a car on him. If you know Slab, he would never leave someone on a mountain who he had any doubt was not dead. And to character assassinate him like they did to get this other narrative forward just doesn't make any sense.
I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, well, you'll find it out. That's what the whole documentary is. The documentary is proof that John Chapman was killed by that first volley, which even the autopsy backed up. It was terminal injuries from the first rounds. But in order to get he got up and cleaned out the bunkers himself, you had to include that Slab left him up there, and that became the narrative. And, I'll say this, Slab wouldn't mind, but he went through, it caused physical harm to him to say that. It's hard enough balancing the whole PTSD thing when you get out, especially with all the shit he went through. But when you being falsely accused of something, it makes it even worse. So yeah, there's a movie and then the documentary, which is being made, which is, in my opinion, a very productive piece of history, because they go into great detail. They interviewed all the Rangers. They interviewed all the helicopter pilots. They interviewed AFO. They interviewed General Hagenbach, the 10th Mountain Commander. They interviewed SEALs. They interviewed other Air Force CCT. It's really a comprehensive, piece. I haven't seen any of it. I know what they're doing, but a lot of that info is what needs to be put out.
They've reached out before.
Have they?
They've reached out before to come on here.
Yeah, they'd probably be a good guest and bring some of the clips. He went back to Takur Ghar, got permission from the Taliban. Mm-hmm. And some unbelievable footage. They went back and filmed the battlefield geography again and the geometry, what I was talking about, the 5 stories, the areas that are in defilade and those that aren't. So, my thing, Shawn, I'm not getting involved in the bickering, and a lot of it's inter service, because it started in 2015 when the secretaries of all the services put out a memo and it said, all services are directed to review all silver stars and above to see if any of them qualify for Medal of Honor. So all the services did that. The Air Force had not had a Medal of Honor yet in Afghanistan, and this is 2015, and so they put, that's where the John got put in for the Medal of Honor. The Navy countered it and put Slab in for a Medal of Honor, and then it began this inter-service bickering. I know nothing about that. No one called me. I remember hearing about it. I'm like, they're changing their award. I wrote Slab's initial reward. I think there's a reg that says you can't change it unless you consult with, the prior commander. But, the SEALs
have a history of this shit.
Yeah.
The SEALs have a history of this shit.
Well, both sides did it. Neither side, called. So I would have just told them, I don't have a parochial bone in my body.
A lot of fucking lies come out of the SEAL teams.
Yeah. Well, in this case, I think they were pretty accurate, and they ended up being accurate. But, the battle still today, online and everything, is these narratives. And someone asked me to address, the Air Force guys' criticism that I was supporting this other narrative. And I'm like, I'm not supporting anybody. I'm the ground force commander. John Chapman and Britt Slabinski were my guys. I still consider them my guys. And my only responsibility once that battle ended was to make sure that the lessons that were learned from that battle are shared and passed on to current and future warriors, so the same thing never happens to them. And that's all I give a shit about. I give a shit about accuracy. I don't care about either side's parochialism. I don't have a dog in a fight. I don't have a favorite. And I'm not going to get involved in a debate with any of them about what they think. They got involved in this in 2015 off an edited video. I've been involved in it since 2002 off real world experience, and I'm the only guy who's seen every video from start to finish. So, to me, it's about learning, and the fact it's turned into this narrative battle about, what happened after John got shot is also letting off these people you very elegantly directed some, emotional intelligence toward. They're the ones. The lesson is the disconnected chain of command caused this entire thing. This op was going, as smooth as a massive battle op could ever go, especially when you're talking about 3 sniper recce teams infilling over 11,000-foot peaks amongst 1,000 enemy and never being compromised. But what happened on Takur Ghar happened, and we got to learn from it, good, bad, and indifferent. All the little things. Maybe some guy in the future will go, hey, do I got my fires freak on my radio? Another guy in RTO will go, okay, when I get off this helicopter, follow the team leader, follow the team leader, follow the team leader. Don't ever, even if you're by yourself, just take a knee and hold what you got. You're not an assaulter. You don't go assaulting something unless you're with the assaulters and preferably behind them. But the biggest lesson of all is that this C2 system is broke hard. And this was the first major incident. If we talk about Pat Tillman, it's the same thing happened to Pat Tillman and his platoon. I'll explain that one, but it's the exact same thing. Their deaths was the responsibility of this disconnected chain of command, micromanaging and ignoring when they needed it, ignoring the guys on the ground. And again, same thing. We need to learn that. And if we don't change it, that's why I'm so big on Hegseth understanding this. We're going to get our asses kicked the next time we get into a real battle, a real war like the Ukraine war. We're going to get our asses kicked it's also tragic because the real strength of the American military is bottom up command and control. It's letting guys adapt and improvise on the battlefield, communicate themselves. They know what to do. But when you take all that away from them, you've messed with nature and you've messed with human nature, and the results continue to be, to this day, either catastrophic or massively unsuccessful.
Have there been any consequences for the
No.
leadership? They're probably still fucking in.
The 1-star got promoted to 2.
Of course he did.
The 2-star got promoted to 3.
Of course he did.
No consequences at all. They covered it up. They
Slap some awards.
Yep.
Make everybody a fucking hero.
Yep.
Yeah, good job.
Yep.
That's what the fuck they did.
I know.
That's where those awards came from.
And to me, the crime is you're denying those current warriors and future warriors their freedom to learn the lessons that could keep them alive in combat. And these are foundational lessons, but they're also, it's the beginning of, a cancer that is now metastasized in our military. We've got to end this senseless C2 method and go back to dispersed C2, guy in the ground C2, flexible C2, but everybody works for the guys on the ground. You're in support when guys are on the ground, and that's like a philosophical shift that has to be taught and repeated over and over. Repetition breeds recognition. We need everyone to know that a TOC's job is to support the guys on the ground, and that's all they're there for. If there's a request, they answer it. If it's intel that they need to update, they can send the intel, but they don't tell the guys on the ground what to do, and they certainly don't tell them, key life and death decisions like they feel free to do right now.
I just want to clarify something. I am not commenting on whether those awards should have been given or not. I don't fucking know. I wasn't there. But I will fucking comment on this. The United States Navy has a fucking history of turning people into heroes to cover up fucking shit that never should have happened.
Yeah.
And you know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yeah. No doubt. And
fucking bunch. The Navy has a fucking integrity problem.
Yeah.
Probably every other fucking branch does too, but that's
do.
just what I'm aware of because that was the fucking community that I was involved in, and I am fucking ashamed of it.
I think it's higher ranking people. The first recourse when an operation goes south, and it's very clear why it went south, because the fucking orders that were delivered via micro messenger, whether it's over the radio or in person, are what caused it. So the first recourse to cover up a tragedy is what you said, drowned the participants in a tidal wave of awards. Then the awards eclipse the fuck-ups.
Turns it a positive.
Right, and no one stops asking, well, yeah, but what do we learn from it?
Then the generals get promoted. The admirals get promoted.
Because it's looked at
Good
as
job for fucking
most-
killing people, you fucking pieces of shit. Sorry, man.
No.
Let's take a break. Pete, I don't know how much more of this shit I can take for one day, man.
Yeah.
But it's important work we're doing, so let's press on.
Okay. So, I guess we'll kind of do a segue because we're in Afghanistan in 2002. Just 2 years, not even 2 years, about a year and a half later, 8 kilometers to the east of Takur Ghar is where Pat Tillman and his platoon are searching for weapons caches. How I got involved in this was kind of twofold or two-pronged. First, in 2017, Mary Tillman, Pat's mother, found an intermediary that contacted me, and she sent me an email, and it said, I read your book. I know you were in Afghanistan and you were a ranger. If you have time to talk, I'd love to talk to you. And so I called her immediately on the phone, and she said, she told me her story. She said, it's been 13 years and I still don't know whether my son was killed on purpose or whether it was an accident. I have a massive 3,500 pages of videos, reports, testimonials. If you have time, would you mind taking a look? And I told her, hey, I'll be up there, tomorrow. I drove about 400 miles, I think. They lived up around San Jose. I drove up, met her at her place of work. She came out at lunchtime. She gave me this big bin of documents, and I took the documents home, and I was smoked because I did a round trip in 24 hours, and I just opened one binder and I started reading, and next day I found myself like with dribble coming out of my mouth, collapsed into the binder I'd already highlighted, tabbed, because what I was discovering was, just shit that every page I was like, you got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. And so
There's speculation that he was killed. He was murdered?
Well, she didn't know. And she didn't know because the Army lied to her. It took them 35 days from the time Pat died. It took the Army 35 days to tell the family, to include the brother who was in the platoon,
35 fucking
that
days?
Pat was killed by friendly fire. And so when she found out, that Pat, it took 35 days to tell that. The original story, which was embedded and told via the Silver Star narrative, was he was shot while charging uphill to counter an ambush. That's what his Silver Star read. So, once her quote was something to the effect of, if that's the way he really died, why would you make up such a massive lie to cover it up? And, that's what happens too, is, once you're lied to, lied once, then lied twice, and still no truth, you don't believe anything you're told. And I think that's the mode that the rest of the family was in, and quite frankly, a lot of people who looked at it and still look at it.
This is why the entire U.S. government and every fucking institution inside of it is in the position that it's in right fucking now.
Yeah, you're right. The credibility, lack of consistency, lack of telling the truth. And, in this case, there was no reason for it except the same old thing: pride, careerism, covering up, something that was very embarrassing. But, I went into it with eyes wide open. I told her, hey, I'd be happy to take a look, but I just want to tell you right now, because I didn't believe he was murdered right off the bat. And so I just said, I just want to be frank with you. I'm going to tell you exactly what I think after I read this, and it may not be what you want to hear. And she said, I'm fine with that. I just want to hear what you think and what we can do to prevent it from happening again. So, I was super busy at the time. I just opened a new business. I was trying to finish my second book, which was a complex book, The Common Sense Way. But, I did what anyone would do when a Gold Star mom asks him for help. And that's, you got it. I'm in. And I started working on basically the research for that. I did not initially think I was going to write it into a book. I just decided that at some point a few months in, because I realized the same thing. The only way to get the truth out is to put it in on paper so people can read it and memorialize it. So, I started right away. The first thing I did was talk to some old Rangers, who, not old, but Rangers I knew when I was in the regiment. And I served in 2nd Ranger Battalion twice. As I told you, I was a lieutenant. I went back once from the unit for 18 months to be the S3 of 275. So I went back as a major for 18 months. A mentor of mine who told me, hey, I know you love it at the unit, but in the same way you join the military to pay something back, you ought to go do some time in the regiment and pay something back to them, share some of the knowledge you learned in the unit. And I like that. And I loved Fort Lewis. I'm not pretending it was some massive sacrifice. And I loved every minute of being back in the Rangers. Same thing. I had a great battalion commander while I was there, a great bunch of captains, NCOs. So, I knew 275 very well. Many of those NCOs who I knew even as lieutenant were now first sergeants, sergeant majors. So I knew a lot of guys in the battalion still when I started working on it. And, right off the bat, I just started calling up Rangers, getting Rangers to give me other Rangers numbers, guys who were involved, and started talking to them. And, I think 3 things I learned right off the bat. One, what unbelievably harrowing situation these guys were in when they were ambushed. I mean, when you hear the details of it, there's not many ambushes like this, this ferocity. They were in the most daunting terrain, and that was inhabited by the most obstinate and difficult to ally with or reason with tribes in all of Afghanistan. These are ancient Pashtun tribes, tribal sects of the Pashtun tribe, who are known to be bandits, smugglers. They're right on the border with Pakistan, where this area is. It's called Spara District, Khost Province. And like I said, it's 8 kilometers east of Shahi Kot, and about from where Pat was killed, about 5 to 8 kilometers to the Pakistani border. So unbelievable area, ambush, most intense ambush. But the thing that really stood out was, I think the platoon was, when they were out there, they were about 40 guys. I didn't get a hold of everybody. Some guys went, so they're so wounded psychologically by it that no one knows where they're at. But out of all the guys I talked to, I think 20, a little over 20, still had PTSD from this event. Damn. At least 2 of them were still suicidal. And so, right off the bat, I was like, 20 years, almost 20 years after it happened, all these guys are still suffering. And from talking to them, what you discover is most of their trauma is from the investigation, is from the way the whole thing was handled. Because the platoon they scapegoated the platoon after it happened. They made it, they told the rest of the regiment, they told everyone higher, this platoon fucked up, and that's what caused it. It was a massive, series of errors by the platoon, and nothing could be further from the actual truth. When I looked at it, pretty much across the board, and anyone can second guess platoon on anything you want, but pretty much across the board, they did all the right things. To include the young platoon leader, who was only a lieutenant at the time. So those were the 3 things that struck me. I ended up learning a lot more about PTSD that I didn't know. And one of the things that I think is most important for our viewers is a universal principle of how you help people heal from PTSD. And it's this: psychological wounds only heal with truth and community. So guys who, whatever they're diagnosed with psychologically from war, the two salves they need are truth. They need to know what really happened, and they need community. They need guys, preferably the guys who are in their unit, but it can just be guys in the community telling them, hey man, I would have shot that guy too. Don't torture yourself. He was standing there with a gun, you shot him in the head. And I talked to a lot of my former colleagues about this. Another thing you learn about PTSD is mostly it's a young man's disease. It can accumulate to be a more senior guy, a guy in his 30s. You can have it in your 40s, 50s. But most of the guys who get the severe PTSD are the young guys. And part of that is what we now know biologically. The male brain doesn't fully develop till you're 25 years old. And the part that doesn't develop is your neocortex, your thinking brain. So a lot of these guys, their brains aren't fully developed. And so they can't handle a traumatic event like an older guy who, just what I just gave an example of, the way you deal with emotions is you use your thinking brain, the logic-based brain, to make sense of the emotions. And, as an example, anxiety makes sense when you think about it as a way for your subconscious to tell you there are things that you're not addressing in your life that need to be addressed. That's what anxiety is. Subconsciously you're not doing something, and anxiety is produced from that. Guilt is the same way. Guilt is actually a productive emotion. Guilt is your subconscious way of telling you that something you're doing could have serious negative effects on a relationship you have. And, it can be wife, girlfriend, anything like that. But that's guilt. And it could be your brother, your son, it doesn't have to be, sexual. It's just logic makes sense of our emotions. And a younger guy has a harder time making sense of it. And, my good buddy from the unit, Kevin M., I'll go by his nom de guerre, Predator. He's a guy who pointed this out to me, and he said, remember that time we were sitting there after an op in Afghanistan? It was you, me, and the third guy. I won't say his name. I'm like, yeah. And he goes, we were doing the AAR. It went to like 3:30 in the morning. I'm like, yeah. And when the AAR finished, I said, come on, let's go get a shower and get a beer. And you were like, okay. And you and me stood up, and we looked over at our buddy, and he had his head in his hands. And we were all right next to each other on this target that we were talking about. Everyone saw the same thing. Everyone shot at the same targets. But that guy took it differently, something about it. And I didn't know it at the time, but probably the difference was he didn't see all the same things we did. And, one of the problems we have as victims of PTSD, we're men, and we're hard men, and we don't like talking about our injuries, and we don't like talking about our frailties. We don't like admitting it. We want to fix it ourselves. And, what really, instead of putting your heads in your hand, the most important thing to do is to, say out loud what's bothering you, because then your buddies will say, dude, I shot him too, or you may not even have hit him. I hit him twice, and I have no problem with that, but certain things set people off. You can never tell. Everybody's got a different brain. Everyone's got different past experiences, but the main thing is truth and community. And I started seeing that real time, because as I'm piecing this whole thing together, I talk to these guys every day, at least one of them every day. I never logged a call that went less than 2 hours. I had some calls that went 3, 4, 5 hours.
Wow.
And at the end of these calls, I couldn't get the guys off the phone. And I want to thank them, but they can't stop thanking me. Thanks for listening to me, man. And none of them, it turned out none of them were allowed to read. There were 4 investigations. So none of the guys in the platoon were allowed to read the investigations. So again, holistically, I end up knowing, because I've read now all 3,500 pages, watched the videotapes, been over the maps. I'd been there myself. I drove through that area. I now know it better than them, and I can piece shit together for them. So it's both truth and community they're getting. They're getting the truth. No, that's not what happened. There were guys who thought, he shot at me. I'm like, no, he did not shoot at you. He was shooting at the target up on the ridge, and you were in the line of sight below him, but they were not shooting at you. I didn't know that. I've been pissed at that guy for all these years. And I'm like, yeah, he did not. That's not what happened. And it's right here, and 2 guys witnessed it. And he's like, fuck, I wish I'd seen that. A couple of guys called each other for the first time, said, hey, man, I'm sorry I was mad at you.
Holy shit.
It was really, in aggregate, I'll just jump forward
Just ripped these guys apart.
It did. And that's what I mean. There are guys, they're in the prime of their lives. They're mid-40s now. I mentioned a couple of them were suicidal. A couple of them can't work. They've got anger management. So you're in your mid-40s and you're already basically disabled from working, the best, most productive years of your life. Really sad. Again, jumping forward, I made
Why were they not allowed to read the investigations?
They just didn't, I don't know what the exact reasons they were given. They just weren't allowed
Because the investigators didn't want the actual fucking truth?
I believe that's what it was. I believe that the investigation never could withstand any scrutiny by an objective observer / reader / investigator. And this goes up again to the JSOC commander at the time. He signed off on the Silver Star. He signed off on the repercussions. The platoon was punished. The platoon leader was reprimanded. 4 guys were thrown out of the regiment. The squad leader was fined like $3,000. I mean, they punished these guys, but none of the guys who actually caused it were ever punished.
Of course.
So yeah, just and I don't want to short.
JSOC commander, no, this was all a fucking lie.
By at least
on a lie.
Yeah, by 72 hours after everyone knew. Because
how the fuck can you expect? I mean, isn't integrity ingrained in every branch of the fucking service? And you have the fucking JSOC commander, the fucking top dog, the person every fucking buddy wants to work for, JSOC, is a lying fucking piece of shit.
Yeah.
Signing off on fucking lies to protect his sorry fucking ass.
Yeah.
What's his fucking name?
McChrystal.
Huh. Another fucking SEAL.
No, he's a Army, tried and true Army guy.
Okay.
So you're thinking of McCraven. But, same thing. And I'll tell you what he did that is really egregious. So let me just go through I'll start at the end. The result was my finding that I delivered to Mary Tillman first before the book. And by the way, she would not ever read anything I wrote. And she didn't read that book till it was published. She didn't read a word I wrote in that book until it was published. That's my final report to her. That's what I decided. I'm like, I'm going to have to give her a massive report. And then I was like, I should make this a book because there's so many foundational lessons here, especially about toxic leadership. And, the lesson of the Pat Tillman incident is the title of this book. Common sense leadership matters. Toxic leadership destroys. And it does. And until we internalize that and institutionally say to ourselves, we will seek out and fire every toxic leader that comes up on the radar, we're not going to fix the problem. It's got to be treated, worse than whatever the worst DEI offense was over the last 4 years, because toxic leadership is a killer. And ironically, toxic leaders seem to get promoted when their peers who take care of their people don't. So even more reason to fix the problem. But my findings, basically, to summarize, Pat Tillman was killed in a tragic friendly fire accident. But that friendly fire accident was not caused by the fog of war, battlefield friction, or enemy acumen. Instead, the death of Pat Tillman and the friendly fire incident was caused by the sum total of senseless choices made by the toxic chain of command and their staff officers who issued the orders.
Who probably were not even fucking there.
They weren't there. They were 44 miles away in this newfangled version of what I was telling you, now called the CFT, the cross-functional team concept, which essentially made every TOC in Afghanistan the same. And they consisted of a wall of VTCs, a U-shaped table. Each side was 10 staff officers. One side worked on current ops, the other worked on future ops. Don't ask me what that means. I can't, there's no such thing in my mind. Every op is a future op. And the current op, you just stick with the op that's going. You don't have 10 staff officers and 10, and then the commanders sit at the base of the U at the top. Their days were defined and I'd say gauged by how many VTCs they participated in. And usually it was 4 to 5 VTCs. Most of those were higher headquarters back at Fort Bragg, CENTCOM, anywhere else that they needed to talk to. So, and while the VTCs were going, none of the commanders in the VTCs were answering radios. So the radios went to people manning the radios. And again, one of my recommendations is the military needs to set out an edict. If you're a commander, you do not issue an order to subordinates who are in the field unless that order comes out of your mouth. You don't pass it to a staff officer to pass. You don't send it out via email or secure text. You say that order out loud. Same thing I told you before. Saying it out loud is our best common sense litmus, because when we say it out loud, we make it physical. And when we make it physical, our own senses and those of the people around us can pressure test it to see if it actually makes sense. But they don't say it out loud anymore. And the takeaway is technology hasn't made saying it out loud obsolete. It's made it absolute. And we have to get back to that. Every order you give. And if you can't talk on the radio, like we just talked about at Takur Ghar, that Air Force general never came on the radio. He never said a word. He had a field artillery major commanding the battle. If you can't command a battle on a radio, you do not deserve to be a commander. That's part of what you're supposed to be able to do. That's how you issue orders. That's how we get this back and forth we talked about. Hey, that doesn't make sense. Can you explain to me the purpose of that? But you can't do that if you're not talking to the person who issues the order. So it has to come back. Pat Tillman's, what happened to the platoon is just a cavalcade of senseless orders. And, it's hard to believe all of them. Essentially, they were given an order, a made-up order to go clear grid zones in this area, one of the most daunting and dangerous areas in all of Afghanistan, and that's saying a lot. So they were riding around in Humvees that were constantly breaking down. They'd drive up to a remote village, try to find a village elder, tell him, hey, we're here to check for weapons caches. We need to check every house. Then they'd go in, toss the house, search for their weapons caches and go out. About 6 days into it, they had found a rusty machete, a couple of old RPG rounds, and just an ass load of marijuana. A lot of people think of Afghanistan as pure poppies when they think of drugs, but weed grows everywhere. It grows wild. It's a cash crop also. And where Pat died, there was a weed field below where he died at. So incredible waste of time. Terrain kicking their ass. They're low on food, low on water. I think they were 7 days in when one of the vehicles broke down, and it was a Humvee that actually Pat Tillman happened to be riding in. Now, it broke down while they were static at a place called Border Crossing Point 5. So it's up on a raised elevation, manned by Afghans, secure fence, HLZ inside of it. The Humvee breaks down. They call back to the rear, say, hey, the Humvee's broken. And the rear says, well, fix it. If you guys are already behind schedule. So in the TOC is monitoring everything with this color-coded sync matrix. And if you got a red box in your sync matrix, it means you're behind schedule. Each green box means you have already cleared the grid zone. So, you got 9 platoons in a battalion. You got 9 rows of green blocks, and then this one platoon is starting to fall behind. But this is a made-up mission. The S2 of the battalion made it up. There's no intel that UBL and Zawahiri are living here, and there's every weapon that is owned by Al-Qaeda is hidden here. Nothing like that. It's just made up
This
fishing.
is the kind of bullshit we did in Afghanistan.
Yeah, a lot of people
Just
did.
a bunch of what
Busy
the
work.
fuck is this?
Busy work.
This is fucking special operations.
Yeah. Well, I should add too, again, back to remember the time. It's 2004, and every leader at the time in the military lays their head on the pillow at night and dreams of getting lucky the next day and capturing Osama bin Laden, being the one. So when you see some of these far-fetched missions, they're far-fetched, but they're far-fetched because guys are willing to do anything, no matter how painful for their guys, if there's even a slight possibility they might find UBL. And I think that was the case here. So these guys call from border crossing point 5, BCP 5, and say request a spare part. They thought at the time it was a fuel pump. It ended up being a solenoid. So if a fuel pump's flown out there, they try it, still doesn't work. Platoon leader calls back, says, hey, it's deadline. I know you want us to get moving. Recommend we leave the vehicle here at BP 5, which is a secure site. A helicopter can come in, airlift it out, or a helicopter can come in with a higher level mechanic who's qualified to fix, a solenoid. This guy was not. Negative, we want you to tow it with you. And the route they needed to go to get to this town they had to clear called Mana was taking them the opposite direction of Kaust, which is where they had to tow it back to. So they were basically telling them, hook it up with nylon straps and tow it through the most difficult terrain on the planet for about 55 miles, maybe 60 miles off. This is creek
That's
beds.
insane.
It is insane. So off they
It's
go.
like trying to get through the fucking Rocky Mountains
It's
on a
Grand
trail.
Canyon. Yes. Yes.
on a fucking trail.
Yes,
Wow,
exactly.
these people are so fucking disconnected.
Yeah. So off they go. They leave in the day, driving along. The average speed is 1.5 miles an hour. Imagine towing a Humvee with nylon straps. So there's a guy.
1.5 miles an hour for 55 miles. Look at that, 50 hours.
Well, right. But at the end of 4.5 hours outside a little Stone Age town called Magara, the vehicle's had enough. The wheels collapse outward, tie rods break. This thing will never drive again. So once again, they get on the radio. Now they're in this town. So most of these rural tribes are friendly in Afghanistan. You probably experienced this. But that doesn't mean the part that you're seeing is friendly, but the young men and whatnot are almost certainly not, especially here. And they break down immediately. The town folk, there's about 100 people living in the town, surround the vehicles, so they got a security situation. Call back to the rear, it's 11:30, and they say, hey, we got a vehicle deadlined, it's not going to move. Request CH-47 to airlift it out. The answer is, Roger, wait, basically we're busy, we'll get back to you. Half hour later, they call back, negative, there's no helos available. We want to send a wrecker, which is a military tow truck, to pick it up. But the wrecker is not allowed to go more than 1 kilometer off the main highway. So we need you to get the wrecker, to get the Humvee to the Takur Ghar highway, which is still about 15 kilometers away. The platoon leader does the right thing. He says, that's 15 kilometers. How am I, Roger, we want you to do it.
Also, it can just sit in a fucking boneyard at Coast.
Right. Thing's not worth anything. And then let's fast forward a few years. We left $85 billion to include something like 3,000 Humvees in Afghanistan. So the absurdity of it cannot even be described with adjectives.
Here's what should have happened. Blow it in place, leave it the fuck alone. Never talk about it.
Well, the next thing, they wanted to blow it. And same thing, negative, don't blow it, tow it. And in one of the testimonials, they interviewed one of the commanders, and he said, the reason we didn't blow it is because that's, number one, it's against Army policy, and number two, the enemy would use it for propaganda. They'd get on top of it, they'd take pictures, and that would not be good. So what I add in the book is there is no Army policy, nor was there ever an Army policy against blowing a vehicle. I had just in Iraq in 2003 had one of my M1A2 tanks that we asked to have attached to us to pretend we were a tank battalion. It flipped over in a ditch. So the guys amazingly came out the bottom escape hatch. The tank is in a ditch 20 feet down, upside down. It's over. To get a crane out there would take 3 days and require guards for 3 days. And then it would probably take another 3 days for the crane to get it out. So
you guys rolled a tank?
Yeah. Yep. Upside down.
Nice work.
And so I said to the guys on the ground, what's your recommendation? And they said, well, we got 2 tanks left. Let's fire a Sable round into it and just leave it. And I'm like, Roger that. And I didn't ask permission. I told them, fire that Sable round in there. Hanging out, we're not going to guard a tank and get a Ranger kill. We had been in a massive firefight a few days before that with Fedayeen, like 28 of them in pickup trucks, killed most of them.
Damn.
One of our guys got killed. But it just showed you they were still coming out, and I was not going to leave Rangers in the middle of the desert. And we blew it. I didn't ask permission to blow it. And no one ever second-guessed us. No one ever wanted to know, why'd you blow that vehicle? We're doing an investigation. And the M1A2 tank was, I think, worth either 2.5 or 3.5 million at the time. So, again, when you're talking about toxicity, you're talking about making decisions that are divorced from taking care of the men. In fact, they're designed in spite of taking care of, to exert more pressure to, we'll show them they're behind schedule. We'll show them, they're gonna pay the price for it. That type mentality. That's where toxicity comes from. So they're trying to figure it out. They war game. They figure there's a driver comes up to him from Maguire. He's got a Jenga truck, and he says, "Hey, I can tow that thing for $150." He calls back, gets permission. Platoon leader gives the guy $150. They chain this Humvee to the back of the Jenga truck. Now, I need to explain, 2 wheels are up off the ground, so the rear wheels are the only wheels that are touching the ground. The front is elevated on the back of a Jenga truck. And now they're going to drive all the way back that way, or attempt to drive. So it's going to get worse. Now they get it set up, and they get another call. And the TOC, it's now been 4.5 hours they've been sitting there, and the TOC calls them, the CFT, and says, okay, here's what needs to happen. You need to split the platoon. One half of the platoon will escort the broken down Humvee to the KG highway, which is up, take this route up north. The other half of the platoon will drive directly to Mana and get boots on the ground in Mana before nightfall. So the platoon leader, again, he's new. A lot of platoon leaders would have shrunk from the moment, but he's like, well, why do we need to get to Mana tonight? We're not allowed to clear villages at nighttime. It's against SOP for good reason. Women are in there, not fully clothed, and you're going to get someone shot at nighttime. You won't see squirters. And so they rogered that. And he said, so we're just going to drive to Mana and sit there and get some sleep till the morning and then wait till the other guys come back? Yes. Okay, well, as far as splitting the platoon goes, if we split the platoon, then only one element will have a 50 cal and we'll only have one SATCOM. They actually had 2, but he was right. Their radios would be limited if they split the platoon, because the SATCOM's the only thing that would work. Line of sight doesn't work when you've got a mountain between you and the guy you're trying to talk to. Negative, the answer was do his plan, do what you're told. The platoon leader before leaving, so now it's starting to get dark. Time is, sand slipping through the hourglass. He tries one more time, hoping that maybe he can get through to some other people if they can hear the predicament, to include Ranger Regimental Headquarters, which is at Bagram. So he gets on the red SAT. I did not mention that the whole conversation up to this point has taken place on email. And the guy answering him is his company XO. His company commander's not talking, the S3's not talking, and the battalion commander's not talking to him. There are VTCs going on. All he's getting is emails telling him split the platoon. So all this is memorialized. This stuff's all in the investigation, the emails. But you're reading them and you're going, a fucking email? You're telling them they can't blow the vehicle over email? You're telling them to split the platoon over email? Again, one of the hallmarks of toxic leadership climates is that they don't communicate. They don't respect subordinates, and they don't communicate. Everything is passed down through staff officers and intermediaries and emails and, always indirectly, which is kind of the coward's way of issuing an order.
Passive-aggressive, fucking coward, yes. A pussy.
Yes. So he gives one more try. He switches from email to the red SAT. So red for Rangers. Everybody's on this. This is monitored 24/7 in and out of country. It's the Ranger SAT. He gets on it, says his call sign, asks for his company commander. Once again, company commander doesn't answer. XO answers, hey, you got me. And he's like, okay. He ran the scenario by again. XO said, nope, still stands. No one else chimed in. No one else at Ranger Regimental Headquarters, who was at Bagram, no one in the TOC, no one else chimed in. This platoon leader was, really just begging for a lifeline. And as much as he was begging for a lifeline, this is where platoon leaders need leaders, where junior leaders need senior leaders. He just wants a sounding board. He's under incredible stress. He's got this platoon looking at him like, are we fucking really doing this? He's in this, incredibly harrowing situation. He's new, so he doesn't have a lot of experience to draw on. But this is where you need someone to get on and go, okay, tell me what's going on. What's your recommendation? And why does that make sense? And walk them through and use logic and, reasoning with them. And again, the irony of doing that instead of avoiding it is you save yourself from making, as a leader, some incredibly catastrophic mistakes, which is what's about to happen here. One that will go down in history is one of the biggest senseless chains of decisions that were ever made. So, they're in Magra, they're broken down. Now they got to leave. They've got the vehicle rigged. The first serial, they called it serial 1, serial 2, with the platoon leader leaves out 5 vehicles, drives to Mana. It's only 3.2 kilometers, but to get there, you go through a slot canyon. And I don't know if you've ever been to the Narrows in Utah. A slot canyon's like the Narrows. It's got 1,000 to 1,500 foot walls, and a creek runs through the middle of it. This one, the creek was only a trickle, but the creek bed was full of massive, geometrically sized boulders. And so just getting through this, the slot canyon is shaped like a mushroom. So it comes up, goes out, goes around, switches around again, comes down, and goes out. That's how you get, most slot canyons are in a U-shaped format. This one was like a mushroom. So the first group gets through. Every guy in his statement says a different version of the same thing. I got a bad feeling about this because if you get ambushed in there, you could be killed by rocks. You don't even need bullets. You can be killed by rocks. That's how vulnerable this area was. First group makes it through, makes it all the way to Mana, pulls up on the outside. They believe the other group who comes out of Magra is going to take a right and follow the route to the KG highway. The first 2 vehicles do that, but when the Jenga truck comes, he slams on the brake and he ain't moving. Everyone's like, what now? So they get out, the interpreter's riding with them, and the interpreter begins translating for the platoon sergeant. He says that route is impassable. They actually knew that. They drove that route to come in. They almost rolled their vehicles like 3 times. Humvees could barely make it. So the driver's telling them, you can't get a Jenga truck, much less a Jenga truck towing a Humvee over that ridge. It's 6,950 feet. But here's the thing. This other route, the route Serial 1 just went on, is not only faster than that route, it's way safer. There's no hills. It's like an open highway. We'll get there faster and we'll get there safer. Platoon sergeant, okay, let's go. But before he goes, he gets on the radio and tries to call the platoon leader and tell him, hey, we're changing direction. We're coming in behind you. No comms. He tries and tries on line of sight. Then he gets on SATCOM. That doesn't work. Then he gets on the SATCOM again, and it's 6 o'clock. So the biggest VTC of the day is at 6 o'clock. He calls back to the CFT, the battalion headquarters. He's doing the right thing. He's calling back to get them to bridge comms. So when you can't make comms with an adjoining unit, you call higher so that higher can call relay between the 2 units and then stay there as long as needed to make sure that you're passing.
Conflict.
Right. But there's no answer from battalion. So he starts driving. And now, if you read the statements, there are some senior guys in Serial 2, and Kevin Tillman, Pat's brother's in Serial 2, Pat's in Serial 1. And everyone said the same thing. We had no idea we were driving, that Serial 1 was anywhere near us, much less right in front of us. And Serial 1, the guys in Serial 1 said, we had no idea where Serial 2 was, and much less did we think they were right behind us. But they're behind them now, like about 10 minutes, because they've stopped. So Serial 2 turns around. So they tell the Jenga that's okay. Jenga now pulls out into the lead. Now you're getting into the 7 mistakes before a catastrophe. They know it's only 3.2 kilometers. They can see on the map, but he's out in front. The road's narrow enough just to get to change that position, it's going to take 1.5 kilometers to find the right spot. So he leads the Jenga truck. There's 2 Ranger NCOs sitting in the front seat with them. They pull into the slot canyon. Same comments. I got a bad feeling about this. But they really have a bad feeling because all the platoon Humvees are behind the Jenga truck now, and he's moving at about 1 mile an hour. So I mentioned the geometric boulders. Not only do you have to zigzag to follow the creek, but you have to zigzag within the zigzags because the boulders don't let you go, cross at the spot you want to cross the creek or move up the little sand dune that you want to use to get to the next spot. So it's almost impossible driving. How this Jenga truck got himself in the Humvee even 100 meters in is amazing, much less the whole canyon. But about 100 meters in, 2 explosions. Some guys think they were RPGs. Other guys said they were mortar rounds. They blew up on the canyon wall to the west of them where the sun's going down. A massive boulder gets loose, comes crashing down the size of, like an F-150, goes right between 2 vehicles. Everyone's watching it. Luck would have it. They do the right thing. They get out of their vehicles because they weren't sure if it was an IED or someone shot something at them. And then the RPK machine guns open up from up on top on the ridge. The Rangers return fire. And only Rangers can do, they've got a lot of firepower. They've got Mark 19s, 50 cals. They've got AT4s, mortars, and they just start opening up. It's actually the right thing to do. They took some criticism for this, but to suppress the enemy, you got to blanket them, drown them in shrapnel, and rounds flying over their head to keep their heads down. So your first recourse when you drive into an ambush is to drive out, but they can't drive out because the Jenga's in the lead. He ain't even in the vehicle. He's scared shitless hiding behind a rock. And at first, some of the guys thought, hey, he's in cahoots with the bad guys. They set us up at this last town. He wasn't. He was just scared shitless, and he's in the middle of a firefight. So they force him back in the vehicle, get moving again. And, if it wasn't so deadly, it's farcical. They're moving through. It's like a Monty Python thing. You're moving through an ambush at 1 mile an hour, stacked up, 4 vehicles behind a Jenga truck and a towed vehicle. The Jenga truck stops again in the middle of the slot canyon. They get out. Heated discussion happens. One of the squad leaders, gets in what was called almost a fight with them, smashes his window. The driver goes berserk, but he gets back in the vehicle and starts driving again. Finally, they come to the end of the canyon, and the canyon opens up. The Jenga truck can move over and let the Humvees go by. They've been now firing for 12 to 14 minutes. So we talked about making sense, how important it is in combat. And one of the definitions of making sense is the only way to make sense is with your senses, sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch. So when you lose any sense, you're losing a major ability to make sense of what's going on around you, especially sight and sound. But if you expose the human ear to a decibel level of 130 decibels or more for over 30 seconds, temporary deafness sets in. And temporary deafness is a variable thing. It can go anywhere from minutes to hours to days. The lowest decibel weapon they were firing was the M4 at 150 decibels. Almost none of them had earplugs on because they're not a mech unit. They don't drive around. They should have been driving with Peltors on, but they didn't have Peltors. Only the mortar guys did. But they didn't even have earplugs on. So 12 to 14 minutes, they were exposed to machine gun, mortar, and rocket fire, at the 150 decibel range. Almost the entire platoon is now deaf. And it's in every statement. My squad leader had to get up and yell in my face, and still I couldn't hear him. I could just read his lips. So they're now seriously handicapped because they can't hear. The light's also going down. Now, before we come out of the canyon, let's go back to Serial 1. Serial 1 pulled in to Mana, which is they're about to drive up toward Mana. Serial 2. They got out to do a map check, and just as they got out to do the map check, they heard the boom, boom, and they could tell it came from back in the Slot Canyon. They got on the radio, still no comms, no one to talk to, so the decision was made, let's get up to the high ground, see if we can overwatch the position, provide suppressive fire, and or kill the enemy. So the squad leader and the platoon leader have a hunch that it's the rest of the platoon behind them. The rest of the platoon has no idea. They just think, we're going up to shoot the enemy. So up they go. They leave the vehicles and all their crew serve weapons. A couple of guys stay with the vehicles, and the rest of them run up, 11 guys, up this incredibly difficult slope up to what's the terrain feature is a spur, which sticks out from a ridge like a tongue. And they occupy this spur thinking, here's where we'll be able to get comms and provide fire support. They try the comms, still no joy on the comms. So that's out. Fire support, there's still a whole nother ridge between them and the canyon, so they can't see into the canyon. But they can see down right to where the canyon opens up, where Serial 2 is about to come out. Now, as soon as they get up there, they come under fire from the high ground. So 6 guys in Serial 1 said they saw enemy up in the high ground to the west. They don't know, though, that Serial 2 is shooting at that same enemy. So you can kind of extrapolate that rounds are bouncing off rocks, looking like even more fire. These guys said they saw guys up there. Pat Tillman, who... I should go back. When they said split the platoon, something happened that violates a major part of any fighting element's strength. Everyone was in a position based on where their squad leader, team leader was, and then how they sat in the vehicle was based on that same organic relationship. You always want to be with your fire team, your squad, whatever. When they split the platoon, because they were told, don't just split it, here's how to split it. Send 2 mortars, send 2 snipers, send these guys.
Shit, they
so
fucking broke it all up.
Broke the organic relationship of the platoon apart.
They micromanaged it all the way to that.
So now Pat's with a squad he's never worked with before. He's a team leader of 1. The other team is in the other serial. The squad, no one tasked the squad with, hey, Pat's attached to you. So same thing in Serial 2. You got guys in vehicles. In the lead vehicle, which has the most firepower, is the weapons squad. But this weapons squad leader is not in the front seat. One of the rifle squad leaders is. And so where does that matter? Unless you've gone over all your hand and arm signals for fire, what direction, ceasefire, you got no way to control those guns when you're driving and, the guys are in the back. So the organic nature of the platoon's been broken apart. Pat gets up to the top of the spur. The squad that he followed up there, did their immediate action, laid out beautiful linear formation, military crest of the ridge. Pat, there's no more room. So Pat goes, hey, how about I take me and my guys down by those 2 boulders right there. And they're about 20 meters lower on the east side of this finger. He means 2 guys because he's got 1 Ranger private, that guy's really attached to him, and 1 Afghan. So these Afghans came with him from border crossing point 5, and one of them decided to follow Pat Tillman up the mountain. So he's now with them. This is not a great position. It could have been sufficient, but they weren't good boulders. They didn't provide full protection for the most likely spot you'd be shot at, which is right down on the canyon road. But they get down into that position, and so they're set. And just to give you an idea, so a spur is like this. It's like a tongue. Pat's down here, the squad's up like this. The canyon comes out right like this. So the rest of the platoon is behind this ridge, but they're about to come out in the canyon right in front of them. And, you can hear them because you can still hear them shooting. And to Pat and the private, they're new guys. And one of the things I cover in the book is that, friendly fire is a constant. As you read, I've been to combat in Panama, Colombia, Somalia, Bosnia, Afghanistan, Iraq, and I've experienced friendly fire in Panama, Colombia, Somalia, Bosnia, Afghanistan, Iraq. Friendly fire and experience in combat go hand in hand. It just tells you friendly fire is a reality of combat. So what does that mean? That you just shrug your shoulder and go, no, it means you're always expecting friendly fire. Your brain's always extrapolating. Well, if he goes over there, these guys could be shooting at us. It's becomes second nature and you expect it. For new guys, that's not going to be in their, locus of experience. They're not going to go, if that might be second platoon coming around. They're not alerting themselves, hey, they're not going to know we're up here. We didn't tell them we're up here. They're going to start shooting at us. And remember, Pat's squad leader, who is a fairly experienced guy, he's down riding in the Jenga truck. So if he was up there with them, I know, because I talked to him, he would have done what I would have done if I was there. And it would have been, guys, get up, get out of here, get back behind the military crest of the spur. This is totally exposed. When they come around that corner, they have no idea we're up here. They're going to be shooting. And that's pretty much what happened.
Fuck, man.
Within a couple of minutes, out they come around the corner. The lead gun jeep has a 50 cal, a saw, 203, two saws and a 203, I think. And they're firing full up because when they come around the bend, the Afghan who doesn't speak English will not get down. Pat and the Ranger private are trying to tell him, dude, get over here, down, but he's not getting down. Whatever reason, language, how he didn't understand. There were 203 rounds landing like 50 meters away. So
Froze.
He
Probably fucking froze.
Yeah, whatever. But he's firing his AK too, like from the hip. He's firing up at where they had seen enemy across the road to the south. So Serial 2 comes around this bend, blind. First thing they see is a guy with a beard in these weird khaki camos, AK-47 firing away. The squad leader, who's now pretty much in reptilian brain mode after 12 minutes of firing and fighting with the truck driver. He just puts his M4 up to his eye, looks through his ACOG sight, drops him, fires 7 shots, hits him. The guy was hit at least seven times. So shot him, at about 50 to 75 yards, dropped him. When a machine gunner does not get a verbal command, they're trained to shoot where their squad leader shoots. So this is a squad leader who hasn't been working with them. He just shot at the Afghan. So all the machine guns swing around, including the 50 cal, and start firing right at that Afghan. 10 meters behind the Afghan is Pat and the private behind these insufficient boulders, especially for Pat's hulking muscular frame. So they begin opening up, and it's a hail of fire. These guys are on their back, and suddenly the firing stops. So Pat and the private think the Afghan's down, but they don't know that yet because they didn't see him drop. But Pat and the private think, oh, they figured it out. So again, what really happened was these guys came to a corner. There's a rock wall down there that fences, made of rocks, that fences this marijuana and poppy patch that's growing by the creek. To get around it, they had to make a right turn, but to make that right turn, there was a depression. So the Humvee sunk into the depression and the guns wouldn't elevate over the rock wall. So they paused their firing until they came back out of that depression. Pat and the Ranger private thought, hey, they must have figured it out. They stand up, start waving their arms, going, hey, it's us, it's friendly. And Pat's like, it's me, Pat Tillman, Rangers. Well, they also don't know they're deaf. And they're even deafer now because they've been firing 50 cals right next to their already, damaged eardrums. They get back down again. Somehow they survive the return fire. He's like, what the fuck? And the Ranger private, who, is a great guy. He stayed in the Army the whole time after this, became a sergeant major, passed on Pat's legacy to every soldier he taught throughout his career. But he's a brand new guy, months in the Army. He knows nothing. He starts praying. Pat tells him, hey man, now's not the time to pray. We got to pay attention to what's out there. And if you pay attention to it, you'll save your life. And the Ranger private writes, and he was right, because by refocusing my brain on where they were shooting from, I was able to inch my body around with the boulder to get the max cover out of it and avoid getting hit. But right when he did that, Pat said, I got an idea on how to stop this. Pat had a smoke grenade. And he got up to his knees to throw that smoke grenade. And this was probably the last couple hundred rounds shot by this lead vehicle. They were about to be, again, occluded by terrain. And the saw gunner had swung around, and the saw gunner saw him come up and hit him with three rounds right in the head and killed him. Pat went down the platoon, the privates screaming. Finally, these guys see there's a bunch of Rangers up there. Ranger, it's getting dark. Serial 2 comes riding in. They're like, what the fuck happened? The guy, the platoon sergeant, there's actually the new regimental sergeant major, great guy, are in the rear vehicle. They come up, what happened? Because no one knows. And now word comes, hey, we've got an Eagle KIA up here. And what's his initials? PT. And the whole platoon, but Kevin Tillman, the squad leaders and platoon sergeant, hear that. They know Pat's dead. Devastation falls upon the platoon. Some of the guys, broke into tears up when they saw his body. One of the conspiracy theories that he was killed was that he was killed by the platoon, and I can vouch for the platoon. They revered him, not because he was a football player, but because he was a great guy. And he was this guy who sacrificed to do exactly what they did. These kids from small towns across America who didn't have nothing but a high school job, like we talked about earlier. And here's this guy who's doing the same thing as them for the same reasons, but he gave up a $2.2 million contract and a career in the NFL. And he was just a great guy. You can read all the independent statements, even squad leaders who normally in the Rangers, don't interact a lot with junior guys. They loved talking to him because he made everyone feel like they were being listened to, and he was a great conversationalist, asked great questions, super intelligent, but just a good person. And so the platoon is devastated. The platoon sergeant comes up, starts piecing things together. He finds the platoon leader who was from Serial 1. He's injured. He was hit by a mortar round or a 203 round that was fired by Serial 2 and hit him in his RTO. He's bleeding, going into shock. So they got to get him medevaced. They got to secure the perimeter because there's still enemy out there. So this chaos, and it's dark, it's getting dark, and no one knows where anybody else is. You know, they're spread out. This is sheer, utter chaos. And, you know, they did it. They called in a medevaced Pat's body, the Afghan's body, and medevaced the platoon leader, his RTO. Both were hit. The RTO was shot in the knee, again, by the first vehicle. They confused them, too. They saw them, shot them also. And Kevin Tillman went along because it's his brother, and he was despondent, you know, once he found out that it was Pat.
Fuck, man.
Yeah, so they have a memorial service back at Kaust, you know, at the airfield there in Kaust, which is, you know, the base. Memorial service for Pat. At the end of memorial service, his body's going to be flown to Bagram first and then off to Germany and back to the U.S. And Kevin is going to go with the body, accompany the body all the way, you know, back home. So before that morning, I should say, so this is 2 days after. The next morning, the battalion commander shows up and they do an investigation. He walks up to the site where Pat was killed, asks the first sergeant, "What do you think happened?" He said, "Sir, I'm pulling 50 cal rounds out of the rock Pat was behind. This was friendly fire." By 12 noon, every guy in the platoon who was still out knew Pat was killed by friendly fire. The battalion commander knew he was killed. The battalion commander in his statement said, "I called the regimental commander at 12 noon and told him Pat was killed by friendly fire." So anything you hear now when we go to the 35 days, just remember that these guys knew it was friendly fire. So now the next day is the memorial service, and they're going to put Pat's body and Kevin onto this Chinook. Before they get on, the body's loaded. The battalion commander and the S3 pull Kevin Tillman aside and you know, give him their condolences and say, "Look, we just want to let you know we're going to find these guys, and when we find them, there's going to be hell to be paid." They knew he was killed, but they had been told by the regimental commander, "Keep this under your hat. We got to do an investigation before we say anything." But this is a member of the platoon, so he's both a brother in arms and a brother in blood. He, of all people, knows how chaotic it was. He was in Serial 2. His gun had its buttstock torn off by one of the canyon walls. His Mark 19, thank goodness, jammed. If he had opened up with that Mark 19, he probably would have killed multiple guys in Serial 1. So he's in the back of for the ambush 12 to 14 minutes, he's got a 9mm. He fired 8 rounds out of his 9mm in that canyon. So of all the people who knew how chaotic it was, Kevin Tillman knew how chaotic it was, knew how difficult it was to identify the enemy, knew the volume of fire they were up against, knew that you couldn't see anything, knew they were following a senseless order, but they don't tell him. So Kevin gets on that helicopter, flies to Bagram, still doesn't know, but he's going, "Why isn't anyone talking to me?" And he tries calling the Ranger private who was next to Pat when he died. He demands they put him on the red phone from Bagram. They put him on the red phone, and the battalion commander tells him, "You say anything, you're going to pay the price for it." So they make him...
To his fucking brother?
Yep, they make him lie to the brother, not be truthful. He did whatever I don't know. And, you know, him and Kevin get along great. Kevin now knows he was coerced into doing that. And again, if you freeze the moment in time...
fucking shit.
And think of what these guys did by not telling Kevin. When Kevin landed in Bagram, he went right to a phone, a secure phone, called his mom and Pat's wife, Marie, and gave them the bad news. And he did it in the way that there's no sugarcoating it. "Mom, Pat was killed in one of the most chaotic ambushes I've ever seen today. I'm flying home with the body. mother devastated, wife devastated. There's no sugarcoating telling family members that their loved one's been killed in action, but you can only make it 1,000 times worse by not telling them the truth about how he killed, especially when the truth about how he killed is friendly fire, and you're telling him he's killed in an ambush. So for the next 35 days, I'm not inside this chain of command's head, but somehow they're, no, hold it off. To just be completely objective and fair, for 48 to 72 hours, they could have said, we don't know for sure. I would have told Kevin everything I know. Kevin, we don't know exactly the bullets that killed Pat, whether they came from friendly or enemy. They didn't know that, and they could have still come from enemy. But what we do know is the guy who was laying next to him, the Ranger private who's still alive, is telling anyone who wants to hear that Pat was killed by friendly fire. They came under fire from the lead gun jeep, and he believes he was killed by friendly fire. I want to tell you, we're going to continue the investigation. They're doing an autopsy at Bagram before they ship the body. As soon as I get a definitive cause and what killed him from the autopsy, you'll know everything I know. And if you need anything in the meantime, the battalion is at your service. That's what I would have told him. Instead of, let us know if you need anything. We'll get these guys. And off they went. But Kevin would have told the mom and Marie right there, not just that he was dead, but he was killed by friendly fire. And the whole thing that went on for basically 20 years would have been nipped right there with just the truth. So, the old adage, the truth doesn't get any better with age. Bad news doesn't get any better with age is, on steroids here. But they're aging it, and they're aging it 35 days. A memorial ceremony in San Jose where they read this Silver Star citation, charging up a hill to counterattack an enemy that ambushed his comrades. And so here's the other part. On 3 days after it happened, the platoon comes back into Kaust, into the base in Kaust, and they do a hot wash. They're directed to do, and they do a hot wash. No one from the chain of command attends that hot wash. In the hot wash, you can really be, I was very proud of these guys because each squad leader got up. The first squad leader, who was in the gun jeep that shot Pat, said, it's not my guy's fault. We thought we saw an Afghan. We had been shooting in that direction for 12 minutes. They only shot up there because I shot. I'm the one who shot the Afghan. They did what they were supposed to do and shoot where their squad leader is. Don't blame my guys. Taking full responsibility. Next squad leader gets up, says, I was up on top of that spur. I knew Pat was down there. I didn't know he was supposed to be under my supervision or whether he was or not, but I know he doesn't know much about friendly fire or positions because he doesn't have experience in combat. Pat was very common sense, astute guy. So I take responsibility for it. So two guys get up, two squad leaders, 24 years old, and they take full responsibility like leaders are supposed to. And as I point out in the book, there's a huge difference between responsibility and blame. Responsibility means accountability, which is by default, if you're a leader, you take accountability for what happens to your men in a combat zone. Blame means you are admitting that it was your fault. So these guys took responsibility, not blame, but then by taking responsibility, this thing was flipped completely into blame. It was their fault. They should have made comms. They should never agreed to split the platoon. They should have known that their one element was behind the other.
Should have never agreed to split the platoon.
They were ordered to.
It came from the fucking XO.
Yep.
Where's the XO?
The S3.
The
and
S3.
So here's one that'll get you. The S3 gave the order to split the platoon. He lied about it when he was first interviewed, 4 investigations. So the first one, he said the company commander did it. Finally, he admitted, the battalion commander said, no, the S3 gave the order in a separate interview. Then the S3 admitted it once he heard the battalion commander say, yeah, well, I told him too, but, because they needed to hurry up. They were behind schedule. That guy was a major at the time. He just got promoted to 4-star general.
What's his fucking name?
I can't remember right now, but I'll get it for you. But he's a 4-star general.
Of course he is.
And he's probably...
Under Pete Hegseth?
Yeah.
Right now.
Yep.
Pete Hegseth has a fucking lying piece of shit who's too much of a pussy to take fucking responsibility under his command.
Yeah. Yep. Scapegoats the guys.
And I wish you knew this fucker's name.
Yeah, I'll remember.
4-star fucking general.
I'll remember.
A 4-star fucking general with an integrity problem.
Hodney.
Who's probably going to wind up being the Secretary of War sometime.
Well, not.
What's his name?
Hodney.
General Hodney.
Yep. Yeah, so...
Wow.
So
man.
it just goes
Could you
from bad to
imagine
worse.
watching 24-year-old fucking kids take responsibility
when
for
I-
your
when
fuck
I
up,
interviewed
and then
guys-
you fucking get promoted to 4-star? This shit happens all the fucking time.
Yeah. And no one would ever know the difference if you didn't have a mom, a resilient, you're not going to tell me to shut the fuck up, mom. One of the things she told me in the beginning was, everyone, that people won't talk to me. People hang up the phone on me now in DOD and whatnot. And she said, if the roles were reversed and if I was the one killed, Pat would never give up till he found the truth. And so I'm going to do the same thing. And she did. And, I write a letter to her at the end of this book of what an amazing mom she is. And, I say, as a son of an amazing mom myself, I know Pat would be incredibly proud of you to know how you fought, how you never took no for an answer. You kept at it. You somehow found me, contacted me, were able to work and figure this whole thing out. And, she got some closure out of it, but it doesn't make it any less painful, the reality of what happened and the fact she was lied to.
Once again, General Hodney. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. How many of these fucking people do you think there are?
Well, I think this is the tip of the iceberg. Like you said, I think it happens way more than we know about. And they just find a way to scapegoat their way out of it. And again, the tragedy is they prevent current and future warriors from ever learning from it, learning what the real lessons are, and preventing it from happening again. And that's what happened here. And my recommendations are we need new studies on group PTSD. This group PTSD, find these clusters of PTSDs, and when you find them, you're probably going to find a toxic chain of command above them, because the PTSD comes from no truth, no community. These guys were ostracized. When they got back to 275, no one would talk to them. The word was already out. They fucked up. They got Pat killed. This was a huge embarrassment.
These fucking leaders will stop at nothing. Nothing. They will fuck anybody over. They will lie. They will fucking cheat. They will do any fucking thing in their power to get that next fucking star.
Yeah. Yep. And so,
Would you say this is the majority of the fucking military?
I wouldn't say that. I just think there's a number of these incidents out there, a lot of them that, still need to be uncovered, talked about, exposed.
Any incidents off the top of your head that need to be dug into?
Well, I think you already mentioned the Red Wings thing needs to be corrected. The truth on that needs to come out, especially because of Red Wing. All the guys who died on that helo, flying back there, they dropped the ropes. You don't fly back to an HLZ where you drop the ropes the first time. When you drop ropes, you've compromised that position. They left those ropes. So, what happened to that team was just a string of errors when they were compromised by the goat herder. Any experienced sniper recce guy knows compromise is mission abort. There's no question. As soon as you're compromised, it's abort the mission. They weren't going to disarm a nuclear weapon. That would be maybe an exception to that rule. They were going on a tipper that a low-ranking Taliban guy lived up there and hung out with his gang up there. So this was also a fishing expedition, but these guys were watercraft guys. They weren't sniper reconnaissance guys. Who would know that? When you're compromised, it's abort the mission. There's no debate. Do we kill him? Do we tie him up? You get the fuck out of there. You call for exfil or use Shoe Leather Express to exfil yourself. No and ifs or buts about it. In Luttrell's book, that's not covered. He criticizes, I think, the lieutenant for saying, no, don't kill him. And the book goes into some diatribe on, we should have killed him or something. And you don't fucking kill non-armed combatants. You abort the frickin' mission. You've been compromised. He almost assuredly has a cell phone in his pocket. Someone knows he's out there. He didn't show up. You're compromised anyway. And now they're going to be coming after you. So, there's plenty out there. But yeah, with Pat, it's a tragedy. Pat Tillman, to me, is, a role model for future warriors, future leaders. And in a time where we don't have a lot of role models, this guy represents, one of the purest that I can think of. And his name deserves to live on. His legacy deserves to be carried on. People need to know he's sacrificing. Ironically, if you watch Pat's speech he gave on September 12th, he says, it makes you realize what's important in life. Same thing about freedom. And he says, all my relatives served. My grandfather was at Pearl Harbor. And, I look at my life and I haven't done a damn thing. And then the next day, the media swarmed him and he said, look, I'm joining the military. I'm not giving any more interviews. This isn't about me. Treat me the exact same way you treat every other private, every other soldier in the military. And ironically, that has ended up, what happened to him. There was no special dispensation for this platoon because Pat was in it. They were treating this toxic leaders treat everyone with the same disdain. And that's the way they were treating this platoon. Just tell him to do shit in spite of what they wanted to do. Almost like, a bad parent punishing his kid for not doing something that they expected. And Pat paid the price for it. But his memory and what his mom did, I think every parent out there can draw inspiration from what she did. I certainly did, and certainly have a lot of respect for her and the Tillman family in general. So, not to beat the horse again, but this is exactly what happened to Takur Ghar. It's a disconnected chain of command, trying to make decisions and solve problems, micromanaging the guys on the ground when they have no ability to make sense despite their wall of high-resolution screens, satellite imagery. They have no ability to make sense of what's happening on the ground or sensible choices for the guys on what to do next.
What advice do you have for the Secretary of War?
Change the way the military thinks about leading and organizing. The current way does not work. There is another way. It's called the common sense way. And I'd be more than happy to explain it. It's not invented by me. It's invented by our ancient ancestors. It's all based on the way the brain works, the way we're biologically hardwired to make decisions and solve problems. And we need to go back to that. We need to teach it. We need to teach people to stay calm in a crisis. If those guys knew about diaphragmatic breathing, they could have been breathing. They were stressed out to the max. When they came around that corner, it was like coiled springs with 50 cal machine guns and Mark 19s and every heavy caliber weapon you can name. That's the times where you've got to calm down. And remember, panic like calm is contagious. So when one guy's panicking and flipping out, the whole vehicle is. But we really need to change the way we think about leading and organizing, and specifically change this trajectory on command and control. It is hard fucking broke. And if we keep going down this path that these generals are telling him works, it's never worked. There's nothing on record that shows this working. And someone might go, well, we had it for the Maduro raid. Well, the Maduro raid was a set piece operation. It was a one in and out thing. Yeah. That's where you have to have a talk somewhere. So, but the same thing that was done probably with $10 million of whiz-bang shit could have been done by a squadron commander with two SATCOMs and a couple of RTOs and an intel guy sitting next to him like I had for all of Anaconda Shahi Coat. That's all I had. That's all I needed. And I was not maxed out in any way, shape, or form. So yeah, I'd tell him we got to change the way, and there is another way. And we need to start teaching our people how to use their brains to make good decisions and solve complex problems that set the condition for our soldiers to succeed.
I hope he listens.
Me too.
Take a break.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Sarah Adams, the host of Vigilance Elite's The Watch Floor, where we highlight what matters. It became a permissive state, explain to you why it matters, and then aim to leave you feeling better informed than you were before you hit play. Terrorists, hostile intelligence agencies, organized crime, not everything is urgent. But this show will focus on what is need to know, not just what is nice to know.
All right, Pete, we're in the 9th inning. I want to chat with you about getting out, your journey out, and we talk a lot of heavy stuff today, and I think it would be good to end on a positive note and talk about some things that guys could think about, that are out, that are struggling, that are getting ready to get out. I mean, we're coming off the ass end of 20-something years straight of war.
Yeah.
And guys are already back at war. We didn't even talk about the Afghan withdrawal, but something I wanted to, tell you about is, I think everybody needs to hear this shit, is, I got, still have a lot of friends in, and I don't want to say what unit, group, any of that, what branch they were in, but a good friend of mine just came back from Syria about a year ago, saw a lot of shit there, bonded with the Kurds, who we have now abandoned already. And he fucking texted me this morning, and he said, man, he's like, we went in there, we did this fucking regime change, we abandoned the fucking people that I was fighting with, and now they're being slaughtered in the fucking streets. And they're asking where we're at. And, man, I just read that shit, and I can't believe it's happening again.
Yeah.
And I just said, man, I'm fucking sorry, man. Seems like every fucking American generation a veteran goes through this shit. Vietnam, Afghanistan, Syria, fucking everywhere we go, we do this shit.
Yeah. Well, you said it earlier, like, part of the responsibility of veterans is not that you're a veteran of going to combat or a veteran of serving. It's you're a veteran of knowing what was said before you joined and went to combat and what happened afterwards. And when you look at it in, in a cohesive way, beginning, middle, end, it shines a different light on, everything you thought and everything you believed in the beginning and what you now know. And what you end up saying is what you said earlier, which is advice to, young man, you're going to see, don't be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. What you think you're doing may not be what you're doing. And what they do after it's over might shock you, because you went in under this belief system like Afghanistan. I think we're all, still suffering internal pain, because every single one of us in some way, shape, or form, whether verbally or through other means, told the Afghans, we're here, we're going to support you guys. And, there's a lot of freedom-loving Afghans, and they thought they had their country back. And when they still had it, they still could have defeated the Taliban if we had just let them. But they were told to stand down by the fleeing American generals and admirals. There was an admiral on the ground too. So, war is not just what you learn in combat. It's what you learn afterwards. Was it worth it? Were those great men, who, that's why it's always important to keep some of these guys top of mind, because they're gone. That's an evolutionary change to the planet. These incredible human beings are gone. And what are they gone for? Well, based on the way our government, treated it, nothing. Because I guess our president at the time, Joe Biden, was saying, hey, none of this ever mattered. These people don't matter, and we don't care that you gave your word that we'd always be there to protect them.
Pretty soon we're not going to be able to go anywhere in the world without that fucking reputation.
Yeah,
because
I
that's
agree.
What this country fucking does.
I'm with you. And that's what so again, if we had Hegseth in here, I'd tell him, everyone needs to be brought up when these decisions are being discussed. The Kurds especially, that goes back to the Gulf War in 91. They've been our allies, incredibly valuable allies. And they should still be. They're the finest fighters in the Middle East, in my opinion. They should still be protected as the go-to guys if anything ever flares up over there again. We can count on them,
Not anymore.
Yeah, no, it's disgusting. I did not know that till you brought it up, and
Not anymore.
it's despicable.
Man. But why did you get out?
Yeah, thanks for asking. You never make a major life choice based on one single variable. So if you think about all the major life choices you made, there's no one reason you make it. And getting out is a complex decision. And it was very hard for me. I was promotable. I was already a full colonel. I was on the brigade command list, both regular infantry and for special mission units. But, I had been thinking about it for a long time. Afghanistan, I, told the commander, when he said, the whole story I told you, was not happy with that. Iraq, we didn't get to Iraq, but, when he told me to send my guys into Tikrit in unarmored vehicles, I said, we're not doing that. That's not the mission I gave them. They're already pulling out, and they don't have the combat power to go in there anyway. So
good for you.
So yeah, that was part of it. The other parts, I never saw the military as defining my whole professional life. And I'd had a couple what's the Christmas Carol movie, you know, he sees the ghost of the Christmas future. And like, I remember this, one of the few times I had ever been in the Pentagon while I was still in the unit. And I was walking through there, seeing all these old, broken down, white-haired colonels, and, you know, and a lot of them were the civilians working their GS-15, and that's cool. But I looked at them and I'm like, I do not want to be that guy. And, you know, I want to try something new. I want to reinvent myself. So that was part of it too. And then, you know, I had 2 kids at the time, and I just wanted to spend more time with those kids. And it was bothering me that I was, you know, not able to go there because of GWAT, Afghanistan to Iraq, back to back, and then nonstop tours. So, you know, all in all, it was the right thing for me to do, but hard to do. And so when guys ask me about it, I tell them, you know, first off, the brain can only think of one thing at a time. So the way you get around that is when you want to make a complex decision, you have to understand all the key variables of that decision. So sit down with a pen and paper and just ask yourself a question. Why do I want to get out? And then start writing. No filters. You know, you might throw in there, I want to make more money. There's nothing wrong with that. That might not be one of your priorities, but you should still go in there. I'm sick of the mindless shit. You know, all those little things are important too. They may not end up being the 5 key variables, you know, whatever, your marriage, you never saw yourself. You always wanted to do something different. You want to live somewhere different. Things like that matter, but write them out so that you're consciously aware and you can make a good decision. Because I think it's such a hard decision. A lot of people default, and the military institutionally will pressure you unless you're in a very special, you know, situation where people who really care about you are, you know, advising you. Usually they'll pressure you. That Sergeant Major I just told you about, who was laying next to Pat, they almost wouldn't let him retire in his 21st year. You know, they wanted to keep him in. And I remember quite a few operators that happened into during GWAT, you know, instead of, you know, when a guy comes to me and says, I want to retire, or I want to go to another unit, I say, tell me about it. Okay, what can I do to help? You know, that's your job. Even when they want to leave, your job is to help them make that transition. You owe it to them. They've given their blood, sweat, and tears to you. Now it's time to give them a little something back that helps them in their life. So
they wouldn't be what they were anyways because their fucking heart isn't in it anymore.
Yeah. Yep. If you're thinking about it, and that's huge. If your heart's not in it, get the fuck out before you get, you know, killed. And never have a regret, never look back. Every one of these accidents, any one of us could have been in one of those accidents, could have been in one of those friendly fires, plane crashes, helicopter crashes. There's a lot of shit. So
it's a damn shame the real fucking good ones never seem to stay in to make the difference.
Yeah.
It's always the fucking shit bags.
Well,
Much like politics.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think you can be a general without, you know, compromising your integrity. You've got to genuflect to
not only your own, yeah.
I mean, you have to. And I never had any interest in that. You know, I kind of knew what I was doing when, you know, in Anaconda, I was told stop sharing information with the CIA and the 10th Mountain or the command, you know, JSOC commander is going to bring you home. And I was like, well, you know, I guess he's going to have to bring me home because I'm not going to do that to my guys or their guys. And I never regretted it, but I knew even at the time, you know, that I was, you know, in some ways, you know, digging my career grave, but I didn't give a shit. It was like liberating. And then when it happened again in Iraq, you know, I was like, I had no doubt, you know what the right thing to do is. So, you know, I was happy to get out. I also had a thing, you know, I always was intrigued by business as like another frontier, you know, and it's got actual metrics, black and white. You either make a profit or you loss. So, and you know, in 2000, before I'd even just, you know, made the decision, I enrolled in an MBA course at Fort Bragg. Go to school on Saturdays. Other part was online, and then you went in the summer. It was a year and a half long. And so when I initially deployed to Afghanistan, I had one book with me, an organizational behavior textbook, and I read the thing from cover to cover. But I loved it, you know. It was like a different, and it sounds kind of geeky, but it's, you know, someone once said to me, you know, you've got to reinvent yourself every few years, or you're not taking advantage of this thing we call life. And I think that's good advice.
I think business is it's the perfect thing for guys that are hard chargers to get into.
Yeah.
You can put as much into it as you want. You can never put too much in, you know, and I mean, you never hit the end.
Yeah.
You know, and so I think, you know, if you're a guy getting out, in my opinion, you know, it's entrepreneurship, business. If you got the drive, you don't fit in society, you don't take authority very well, this is it, man. It'll be the hardest fucking thing you ever do, and the most rewarding, but you control it.
Especially if you own your own business. It's not as easy. Everyone, you know, thinks you're living this easy life, and it's full of pitfalls and stresses and
We're all
legal
addicted
shit.
to stress, right?
Yeah.
Plenty of that to go around in business, but
you said it, you know, I think a lot of guys don't understand what they possess when they come out of the military. And, you know, you hear all the shit, but the main thing you possess is you've got discipline, and discipline is a strong neocortex. That's how you strengthen your thinking brain, through resistance training. So you resist temptations to strengthen your thinking brain. You resist temptation and train the brain by reading, and, you know, things like standing in formation require discipline. So when you come out of the military, you are at a level of intellectual discipline that surpasses almost anyone except maybe the most geeky, hardworking, fanatical scientist. You can sit down and read. You can sit at a project and work for hours on end, and that shit's going to start, you know, ebbing away the longer you're out of the military, unless you stay on some kind of intellectual discipline program. Same thing writing a book. People ask me a lot about writing a book, and I don't write with ghostwriters. I write by myself. A ghostwriter is not your book, in my opinion. But people ask me, how do you write? Were you always a writer? And I'm like, no. And like I told you, I was a dumbass in high school and college. I did not do well. You know, if you gave me an English test, high school, college, I'd come close to flunking it or getting a D. Nothing about it was a talent that I possessed. But there's two variables you need to write: experience and discipline. It's a everyday thing. You know, I woke up in the mornings. I like to wake up early, 5:30, and just start writing. And when you first start, you try to write an hour, move to 2 hours, but very quickly you can get to 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, and that's an incredible thing to be, you know, self-contained, no distractions, no internet, you know, no social media. You become a machine, and you realize it while you're doing it. And like I said before, if you don't keep something up, it fades. And so, you know, I wrote that first book in 2008, and I didn't start on the second one, Common Sense Way, till like 2016 or something. And when I first started out, I was like a guy going into the gym who hasn't lifted in 5 years. You know, I was weak. I had to go back to an hour, 2 hours. Now, knowing that the strength is there makes it easier to do, but I had to build up my, discipline, my neocortical strength, and I did it. But it reveals the same thing. When you go out into the corporate world, it's easy to be intimidated, think, these guys highfalutin colleges, they're also smart. They're not. And most of them don't have any intellectual discipline. You've got discipline. You've got stick-to-itiveness. You know how to interact with people. You know how to motivate and inspire people. So I feel like a lot of military guys underestimate how much potential they have in the corporate world and how much they're appreciated. In good companies, a military guy that'll travel anytime he's told to travel and not bellyache about it, will take a report that needs to be done over and go, okay, I got it, and go do it. Those are the things that make you stand out. And, you feel like you're behind when you go into any company, but every company, the turnover rate in every company these days is so huge. You're not far behind anyone, and you'll close that gap immediately, the same way we close it in the military when you start a new job. You immerse yourself, you read everything, you become an expert. And when you do that in the corporate world, you start, memorizing formulas, memorizing specs on whatever the job is, and you become a guy. People are suddenly like, wow. And you force other people to pick up their game. But it starts right here with what we call discipline, but it's really neocortical strength. You've got this resilience, this ability to concentrate, and the ability to self-discipline yourself without distractions.
I would add work ethic too. I mean,
Yeah,
we brought that
yeah.
up. We brought that up at some point in this marathon, and but I mean, one thing that I've found is just fucking brute work ethic.
Yeah.
I mean, most people don't have it on the outside, especially for and I just don't have any time in conventional units. But I mean, it's where I grew up in the fucking SEAL teams. I mean, you're up at 5, you're working till 1, 2 in the fucking morning every single fucking day.
Yep.
These people don't know how to do that shit.
Yeah.
But they sure as fuck take note when they see it.
Yep.
Everybody here does, but not anywhere else. And if you don't have it here, you don't fucking last long. And I think that's a big, big reason that we've wound up in the position that we're at is we have a fucking work ethic.
Very impressive. What
insane.
you've done, man.
And so I think, I mean, we look for that. And
Well, you should talk about it. You've launched an amazingly successful business here, and you should put your thoughts down and do an episode on that, man.
I talk about it all the time.
Do you?
I talk about it all the time. And that's really what I love doing here is plucking guys out that are grinding and putting them in a spotlight and watching their businesses flourish. It's really, really, it's the most rewarding part of this whole thing is being able to do that. So
Amazing.
yeah. Did you struggle with any stress, PTS, TBI, any of that kind of stuff?
No. I mean, when I showed up, I got a job in a biotechnology company, so super high tech, super highly educated people. I showed up my first day and walked in this meeting, and this female vice president was talking about launching a new product, and she was like, all right, bottom line is we've got to take a toehold on the beachhead, expand the beachhead, move inland. And she's using all these military metaphors.
Are you serious?
Yeah, and then as I'm kind of laughing to myself, but not wanting to, look like I'm laughing. And I'm looking at her and I'm going, and she looks just like the deputy chief of mission in the Budapest embassy. And the takeaway to me was human nature is human nature. And so what the other thing, military guys are going to find an industry where value-based people work. And I would tell you that in a lot of sales organizations, salespeople are that way. They eat what they kill. So they kind of get that mentality, and they're just good, solid people, especially tech sales. But people. You've been in the military, you've been studying people, and so don't be shy about like recognizing the common ground and applying the same thing you do in the military with difficult bosses, good bosses, common sense people, glom on to people that will talk to you, people that, respect you, and then pass it on, make sure you pass it on. And everybody, I think, admires guys with military experience. So, don't shy away from that. But you said it, you've got so many advantages: work ethic, that discipline, intellectual discipline, and just the ability to, accomplish a purpose, to set your sights on it and do what it takes to accomplish a purpose.
Problem solving, contingency plans.
Yeah.
It's fucking hilarious. Every time we run into a problem here, my guys know I already have 15 different avenues we're going to go down, or not 15, but they give me shit because I've already solved it 50 different ways.
Well, that's a good sign too. If they're giving you shit, that's reflective of being a good leader. And that's what I said about freedom of choice. When your guys can make jokes about you, when they can, do little back and forths with you, that's an open environment. They feel comfortable, and that's the way they should feel.
Yeah.
Friendship is an important aspect of leadership. It doesn't mean you buddy with all your employees or treat them like, with special dispensation. It just means that, if you want trust and loyalty like you have with your friends, you got to treat people that you want the trust and loyalty the same way you treat your friends. And I always remind people, remember, friends don't let friends drive drunk. And when they do drive drunk, a real friend will take you to task for it. And that's part of that, contextualizing friendship. This doesn't mean you don't take them to task when they screw something up or don't, or let something fall by the wayside. But, friendship is important, and it's I think a harbinger of your leadership philosophy and the culture you're setting amongst those people. So very clearly you're excelling at that.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's very obvious.
Well,
they love you.
I learned a lot from you today.
Likewise.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just want to say that, man, I'm really thankful that we met. And I just think you are a hell of a guy.
Thanks,
So,
Shawn.
Thanks for being here.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for being you. Takes a lot of courage to do what you did.
Thanks,
and
man.
what you're doing. Cheers. Want more from The Shawn Ryan Show? Join our Patreon today for more clips and exclusive content. You'll get an exclusive look behind the scenes where you can watch the guests interact with the team and explore the studio before every episode. Plus, unlock bonus content like our extra intel segments where we ask our guests additional questions, our new SRS on-site specials, and access to an entire tactical training library you will not find anywhere else. And the best part? Patreon members can ask our guests questions directly. Your insights can help shape the show. Join us on Patreon now, support the mission, and become part of the Shawn Ryan Show's story. Pete, welcome back.
Good to be back, Shawn.
Same episode. So
Yeah.
just I just want to throw some context out for the audience. So I just looked, and we went, I think, 7 hours and 3 minutes on camera last time you were here.
Incredible.
And got about halfway through the outline. And I was just so enraged with the institutions that we were talking about, the leadership, the top leadership that, man, I couldn't fucking sleep. And I think we were both exhausted. And I remember saying, I think we got the point across here. And then I went home and I was talking to my wife and tried to go to bed, couldn't sleep. And I was like, this isn't complete. We have to finish it. I think it's important that we finish it. So I called you and asked if you would be willing to make the trip halfway across the country again to wrap this thing up. But I just think it's such an important topic, and people need to know this stuff. And you know what's weird is after, like, we're talking a lot about institutions, and after you left, the next couple episodes were all about institutions. In fact, one of them, which hasn't been released yet, and it'll probably actually release before this, he actually read your books and used a lot of your pillars, all of them, for his leadership. I told him you were here.
Wow.
And he lost his shit, but he was two-time chief of station for CIA, got hit with Havana syndrome in Southeast Asia.
Which is real.
Yeah, it's real, all right.
And how is he? How's he doing?
Not well. Not well. And all to protect a fucking institution.
And is the institution doing anything for him?
Nothing.
That's
Nothing.
unbelievable.
Nothing.
That's unbelievable.
Wouldn't even give him his retirement. They told him, I mean, the guy couldn't even walk. Had something, I can't remember what he called it, but it was way worse than vertigo. Can't tell up from down.
Mm-hmm.
Says he's got about 2 to 3 hours a day where he can get clear thinking, where he's super engaged. But if he utilizes that 2 to 3 hours, he's down for a week. After that, and but yeah, if I remember correctly, the CIA told him his options were come back to work,
Unbelievable.
go part-time, burn leave, or quit.
And he's the chief of station.
Yep,
Which is
two-time
like
chief of station.
The most exalted position in the CIA. You know, it's the top operational position. It's unbelievable.
Told me here on camera that the whoever he met with, I can't remember if it was 7th floor or whoever, one of his colleagues, and said, you know, I'm being forced to pick between people and protecting the institution, and I'm going to protect the institution. Is that fucking crazy?
Yeah, I don't get how it's protecting unless, you know, the agency was doing some experimental thing.
They lied about it.
Well, exactly. Why wouldn't they come out?
They told him that they would wittingly lie in front of Congress to cover this up. They told him that to his face. So if you have the CIA lying to Congress, I mean, how can we trust anything that comes out of there?
You can't. And you're right. That's the thing about institutions. There's got to be accountability. Most of these people making these decisions are non-elected officials, you know, which, when allowed, bad people will do bad things. But the only thing that stops them is accountability. That's why we have, you know, a penal code. That's why you go to prison if you rob a store, and you know that's why the death penalty was created as a deterrent against killing other humans. And you know, to some extent, they work, and certainly the penal code works because people think twice. You know?
What is the penal code?
Well, just meaning it's our whole criminal justice system.
Oh, okay.
You're going to go to jail. You're going to go for 2 years if you do an armed robbery or whatever it is in whatever state you're in. But if it's not enforced, you know, then they can do whatever they want and shit like that. You know, same thing with the guys from DOD who were kicked out for refusing the vax.
Yeah.
There should be no boards. Everyone who was kicked out for refusing the vax should be allowed back in and should be given back pay. And the reason's very simple. there's no doubt anymore. This was an experimental substance. It's not a vax, it's a shot. And I was an executive in the biopharma industry, and there's one overriding principle in biopharma: never take a new molecule, a new therapeutic that does not have long-term safety and efficacy record, with massive emphasis on safety. If there's no safety record, you don't take it unless you're a stage 4 terminal cancer or other life-threatening disease type person who's been told, we've tried everything, there's no hope for you. Then you can try. But before that, no one ever tried, no one would ever do in the biopharma industry anything, any shot would be put in the body that didn't have a long-term safety record. So we launched that thing and then forced it upon people with no safety record, no efficacy record. They called off the phase 3 clinical trial that most drugs have to go through and that are highly scrutinized. They called that off. They unmasked the blinded side, the placebo side, gave them all the drug. And that's a classic technique used by drug companies to hide serious adverse events. You unmask the placebo group, so now everyone has the drug. So now you can't see any difference between drug and no drug. And, heart attacks are happening with everybody in both groups. And unless there's an asterisk every time you call that out, and they didn't do that. And then they lied about the efficacy. They said it was 96% effective initially. It wasn't. It was 96% relative risk ratio. And I won't go into it. It's a kind of complicated thing, but relative risk ratio is made only for cancer drugs. And the term relative should tell you all you need to know about it. It means it's not factual. It's just, in a relative sense, you'd have this much more of a chance of living if you take this drug than if you didn't, given your terminal condition right now with cancer. So it's, everything about it has been proven. And, as Jason and I were talking about, especially the crime against humanity was especially pronounced against the junior NCOs and the low-ranking soldiers. So if you're an E6, a staff sergeant, you probably have 2 to 4 kids. You're living on post in military housing. You're making, I don't know what they make. It's not a lot. And during the pandemic, you're told either take this drug or you're out. They have nowhere to go. There's nowhere to get employed during the pandemic anyway. You already sacrificed your livelihood to serve your country. So, most guys can't go back out and pick up, a job, a skill that's transferable. So, we did an unbelievable disservice to those individuals who were kicked out because of the vax. And it's the same thing you're talking about. It's institutional accountability. And, I tip my hat to you for exposing it and providing a platform where it can be talked about and people can, become aware of these things.
Thank you for saying that. I mean, what you said the first time you were here, all the things that we talk about, it really got my head spinning about institution and how history is documented. And really, we only went through 2 events where the institution was covered up, but there's multiple. We talked offline about some really big events that happened in the SEAL teams, but are complete bullshit. And I don't know who to talk to about it, and I won't talk about what they are unless I'm talking to somebody with firsthand knowledge like you, because otherwise it's just fucking hearsay, right? I mean, I know it's a lie, but I have to find the right people to talk about. And so, right now, the Bin Laden raid's like a huge controversial topic in the veteran community. It's a fucking embarrassment.
Yeah.
It makes me wonder. It's like, was the fucking guy even real? I hate saying it, but it's like we kicked his body off a fucking boat in the middle of the sea. We can't figure out who shot him.
Yeah, I think we can figure that out. I think it's
what it's just in what we talked about with Anaconda and what we talked about with Tillman. Those are 2 events.
Yeah.
Two events from two separate institutions. And one of those institutions has a lot of events that are lies that I know personally. And I don't know much about, Red, but, and then after our interview, it just made me think how, I just talked about the CIA with the Havana syndrome. I mean, the FBI, it just goes on and on, but we're talking about two events that happened where history was totally manipulated to cover up a lie, documented it like it's accurate history, and that's just two institutions and two instances that the American public have no idea what actually happened, and they turned it into a fucking heroic event.
Yeah.
And so that's two instances in a 20+ year war, and then and then you think about it, it's like, man, that's just two incidents. How many incidents happened at each one of those institutions? How many institutions is this shit going on in? Probably all of them. How many institutions are in the country? A lot. How many institutions are in the world? A lot. And then you think about the time, that we occupy. It's a sliver in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah.
And so kind of what I'm getting at is man is just a fucking liar. And then you take all the history from the beginning of man to present day. How much of that history has been manipulated into a fucking lie?
Yeah.
Is anything real? What do you think?
Oh, well, it's a great question. And, again, I don't want to blow sunshine up your rear, but that's I think what you're doing is why it's so important. Look, we talk about accountability, and that's definitely a main factor of it. But here's the bigger factor: the evolution of our species. How did we get here today? We got here today, humans were 200 to 300,000, Homo sapiens, 200 to 300,000 years old is our species. That's what they believe. So how did we make it? How did we make it? And at one time, after one of the ice ages, it's believed that only 600 humans were left. So 300, they call it 300 breeding pairs, were left on the face of the earth. How do we make it back? We have no claws. We have no fangs. We're not fast. We're not camouflaged. How do we make it? Well, a lot of things, but the main way we made it is we have this neocortex that allows us to learn to adapt. And the way we learn to adapt means change. So we all experience 911, but if you didn't learn from it, you didn't, if you didn't change after 911, you didn't learn a thing. Learning is change. And literally in our brain, that's what happens in our brain. Every time you learn something new, axons in your brain change, reconnect with another neural cell, and your brain changes. So we learn through this learning feedback loop. And when you take away that learning feedback loop, we're not learning anymore. So why is it important to know what really happened when guys died? It's the learning feedback loop. We owe it to the guys who are currently in those positions and all the future guys who are going to be in those positions to present them with the truth. For their own evolutionary potential, they need to be able to learn from the reality of what happened so that they can change too. And the individuals who take that away, who cover it up, who lie and do it supposedly for the greater good of the institution, are denying all of those individuals their freedom to adapt. Mm-hmm. And if you don't adapt, you can't change. And if you don't change, you're going to go the way of 99.9 infinity of all species that have ever walked the face of this earth, and that's extinction.
Man.
So, it's not a little thing. We've got to learn, and that's what motivates me. That's what, I'm not on here. I don't make money off telling people what happened. I'm doing it because I have a responsibility. I was fortunate enough to have the privilege of leading in the military and in the corporate world. And so I have a responsibility for the rest of my life to pass on what I learned. And that's especially applicable to the military, because we are the people of this country. We represent the people of this country, and we owe those people the truth after we experience these lessons again, so that they have the right to survive, adapt, and survive in the future.
Man, that's another aspect I've never even thought about. So thank you for saying that. It's just what good is an institution if it's not there for truth?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just sad. But all right, let's get in. Before we get into it, everybody gets a gift. So another bag of those.
My son loved the last ones.
So
Oh man.
I guess we had a little problem with the spear going to California. So I know you already talked to Jason, but this is the SIG Cross chambered in 308, and
Beautiful.
I believe this is what they're sending you. So
Yep.
But thought you might want to take a peek at it. That stock folds.
Gorgeous, dude.
Maybe you can grab a nice elk with that.
Yep. And I know the stock folds inward to enable you to put it in your backpack.
Yep.
It's beautiful. And, thanks to you, thanks to SIG. Love it, man.
Right on. All right, so I think we left off at Operational Working Dogs back in 1999.
Okay. Yeah, so the dog program, to me, is a prime example of, since we're talking about institutions, the way every institution should approach whatever their product is, whatever their industry is. And that's with this culture of never being satisfied, with what you have. Everything needs to be turned upside down, inside out, looked at. If you find something wrong with a methodology or a piece of equipment, you need to have the freedom to say that out loud, to share it with other people, to explain the logic of why it makes sense. And the unit's just naturally like that. It's always been this incredible engine for innovation. From the time I got there, that culture was already well established. And, to give you an example, unit operators invented the SATCOM top hat antenna, the one you put on the ground, fold out.
Oh, you guys invented that?
Yeah, that was.
I did not even know that.
It was invented for Desert One to be able to walk out of an aircraft, put down an antenna. Normally from that location you'd face south to the Indian Ocean. That's what it was invented for, and the unit was like that the whole time. I'll tell another Larry story. Larry was a team leader for me, and we got this new high-speed device. He's probably sitting at home going, "Oh no!" And it was like a all-in-one gyro-stabilized laser thermal sight, and brand new off the shelf, like out of the laboratory. And this company brought it right to us. Hey, can you test it? And I gave it to the guy who would obviously do the best job at testing in lab. Says, "Yeah, I got it." Well, he leaves my office. He comes back about 45 minutes later. He goes, "It doesn't work anymore." I go, "What happened?" He goes, "Well, I wanted to make sure it was waterproof, so I threw it in the pool, and it doesn't work." And I go, "Lab, don't you think that could have been the last test you ran? Don't you think you should have shot the thing first?" And he's like, "Maybe." And we got a big kick out of it. And they were able to send us one almost immediately, and we tested it. But it's that's the engine that makes that unit so great, and why it continues to invent so many things. And if you look at the Ukraine war right now, they're all wearing the same equipment and accoutrement that our soldiers all had when Afghanistan ended in 2021. They got the mole helmet, the half helmet. They've got the BDUs with pockets on the side. They've got, a chest plate with their magazines stuck up top, nothing constraining their hip flexors like the old LBE did. And the helmet, that uniform was invented by unit operators, not telling some guy in R&D in a company, here's what we need. These were guys on sewing machines, sewing this shit in to make the prototypes and then wearing it, and then everyone's seeing it and going, that's a great idea. The sleeve thing was invented by snipers. They're like, you can't get anything out of your cargo pockets when you're laying in the prone. It has to be up here. So you put shit you want to access when you're laying in the prone up here. So ergonomics, I'm looking at you in that helicopter right there, and you got the big side, the sleeve pockets on right there. So, that's why I said before, to me, the culture of the unit is the culture of common sense. So the dog thing, it started, I was the B commander at the time. And, I would never say we came up with the idea, because people have been talking about dogs from the very first time I got there, senior guys. One guy in particular had a bunch of German shepherds, the black German shepherds, I forget what they're called. And he had them in the back of his house, and he said, hey, can you come to my house? I want to show you this. And
he had him in the back of his house?
Yeah, well, he was a dog trainer. He was raising these dogs, and he goes, I think this would be a great addition for the unit. And let me show you some of the stuff these dogs can do. And he just showed, basic training stuff that military working dogs, all can do today, or most of them can do today. So the idea was around, it was still controversial. There's plenty of, another beauty of the unit is it's incredibly diverse. Nobody is the same. Everyone's from different states, different cultures. They share the patriot, common ground, but they're very different people. And so you have very different perspectives. And some people were totally against, dogs. It'll take operators away from their primary job of shooting, moving, and communicating. We'll spend valuable resources on keeping them alive and sustaining them. So it was not a no-brainer. But at some point in our squadron, we just started talking about it. We were like, we need to figure out a way to do this, to experiment with it. And sure enough, right within our own organization, we had one guy, he was a medic who was trained. Lackland Air Force Base is DOD's center for dog training, always has been. Dogs were huge in Vietnam. When the Vietnam War ended, all operational dogs in the U.S. military were done away with.
Why?
I don't know. They just were. There was no longer an operational dog. The only dogs that were trained at Lackland were MP dogs to sniff out, weed and whatnot out of guys' lockers or rooms, and then bomb sniffing dogs for in case there was a bomb on post somewhere. So those were the only military working dogs in DOD in 1999 when we started the program. So we had a subject matter expert, and we had a number of guys who just loved dogs, knew a lot about dogs, anecdotally. And we just started talking about it and all the things dogs could do. CQB always has been and always will be kind of the foundational skill of the unit, because it's target discrimination, which is what the unit's so good at. This room could have 10 people in it. 9 of them could be civilians. 1 could be a crow, a bad guy, and they could come in here and look in an instant, and guys would, coalesce on that one guy, and he'd be the only one shot. I'd be confident that would happen 10 out of 10 times. That's how good they are. That's how serious they are about target discrimination. So CQB was the first thing. It was like, hey, imagine if we had a dog. First off, stairs are the most dangerous thing in CQB. You've taught CQB. A dog runs up that step. Steps are clear. You know, he stops at each floor. You can train him any way you want. You can go all the way to the top, clear the whole thing. Now you can move with speed, right? Because you know it's clear. One of the big missions has always been deeply buried underground facilities. That's where everyone hides their nukes. And to get to a deeply buried underground facility, almost always there's a tunnel, and it's not just a shaft. There is a shaft for people to go down an elevator, but it's a series of ramps so they can drive trucks down there, move heavy equipment in and out. And so to get to the deeply buried underground facility, you have to go down this funnel of death. And everyone who ever practiced it, you know, in a real site was like, this is kind of a suicide mission. Mm-hmm. So as soon as you think about a dog with a camera attached, you know, to his head or his collar, and sensors on it also, you're like, no brainer. And then, you can put a dog, you can halo a dog in on your chest, tandem them in. Dogs, you can add dogs to the MH6. There's that little space in the back on little birds, so the dog doesn't even need to sit on the bench. He can sit inside. So just when you think and say out loud all the advantages that dogs can provide, and I didn't mention sentry, acting as sentries in your patrol base, which, I'll get to when we talk about Iraq. They were huge asset in Iraq for us when we were behind enemy lines, living out in the desert. So it made total sense. Now we had to figure out how to do it. And again, in this book here, The Common Sense Way, I talk about this concept called developing the situation. And developing the situation, I didn't make it up. It's the common sense way humans are hardwired to not only make decisions, but solve any type problem. And, when we talk about problem solving, you can't talk about it without opportunity seizing. So we didn't have a problem. This is what I mean about the culture. The culture it's always a problem. Every piece of equipment can be better. Everything on your body can be more ergonomically positioned, can be better ergonomically positioned. So it's continuous improvement. And that was the case here. It was just, hey, this will take us up another notch, but we got to figure out how. So the first thing we did was, got our shit together, our facts, found out, where we needed to go to get approval. Lackland Air Force Base. We read the DOD PAM 112 or something like that, that covers, dog care and sustainment. We were like, we can do all this. The fact my medic was Lackland Air Force Base trained meant we had a legitimately certified dog trainer already in the unit. At least we were, we figured he met that threshold. So first thing we did was go to the unit commander. It was Colonel Harrell. And this just shows you, how important good leaders are. So many other commanders I worked for there would not have approved of it. And in fact, I know of at least two who thought it was, insanity, thought it was another just ridiculous idea coming out of, guys who didn't understand what really made the unit tick. But he was like, okay, I could see that makes sense, but how are you going to get this approved? And I was like, sir, let me work that. I'll keep you updated at each step. We're going to get it approved, but we need to do some traveling. So the first thing we did was flew out to Lackland Air Force Base, and same thing on leaders. It matters. Leadership matters, and the right guys at the right time are why we have every great invention, every great breakthrough that mankind's ever experienced. And this guy, I think his name was Vance Zeter, Colonel. He ran the dog school. So he had every reason to be like, reticent, like to be parochial, to go, what are these special ops guys that now they want to, cut into my dog thing? He was not like that. We walked into the conference room. He had three of his chief trainers there with him. And we walked in and we go, sir, here's where we're from, the unit we're from. Here's what we want to talk to you about. And he goes, okay, stop. Because everybody take the batteries out of your cell phones. It's funny today, and it's funnier because people are like, battery in the cell phone. Well, batteries before the iPhone, cell phones had batteries in them that you could pull out, and that was how, the secure thing, when you were going into a skiff or whatever, you could bring your cell phone, it just couldn't have a battery. So he goes, everyone take it, and we're like, fuck, how do I get the battery out of this? So we got it out, and then he goes, okay, go ahead. And then we just explained it to him, and you could see in his face as we were going, he was a lover of dogs, lover of, a believer that dogs should be doing more than just searching for marijuana in guys' lockers and, sniffing out fake bombs around a military post. So he's listening with great interest. And he said, well, tell me what you want to do. And we had the whole thing set up. We talked about deeply buried sites. We talked about CQB. We talked about, squirters. So, in Somalia, a bunch of squirters got away by running into the crowd. Well, you got a dog, that crowd does not save you. He's on your scent. He's going to go. You could have 10,000 people. He'll still zero in on the one guy he's been chasing. So on every level, you just, it makes sense.
How do they know? I was never afforded the opportunity to work with dogs.
Yes, because their nose brain is so much more sensitive to ours. And apparently humans used to have a nose brain similar to dogs.
Really?
Yeah, we used to be able to scent stuff out. We used to be able to smell water. We used to be able to smell, obviously, fires from long distances. You could smell humans. And we know there's all kinds of olfactory things about, attraction that happen at the unconscious level because we're not conscious anymore of them. And I guess a good description would be, if you're ever going wine tasting and you want to impress someone, you need to, before you go, put out a thing of cinnamon, a thing of chocolate, a thing of raisins, caramel, whatever, all the ingredients, and then smell each one and then say out loud what each one is that you're smelling, because that's the only way our brain knows that's what cinnamon smells like. That's what chocolate. So when you sniff the wine, you can actually identify the scents in that type of wine. And that's what we've lost. We no longer need to smell water, smell an animal sneaking up on our position. So we've lost that sensitivity. Dogs have it. Our smell works. The reason you smell is molecules are attaching to sensory receptors at the top of your nose. So, there's nothing invisible. Real molecules are entering your nose. That's why you're smelling. So, when you smell a good meal, you're smelling at the molecular level, little pieces of that good meal. And, when you smell shit, the same thing applies. So that's how dogs do it. Once that guy runs, that's a scent. He knows that's my target. That's what I'm going after. And every human smells slightly different. So he just is able, he's that sensitive to discriminating smells that he can find a guy in a crowd.
How do you get him to smell before you hit the target?
You teach him. Oh, to smell, what do you mean?
If he's looking for a certain individual.
Yeah, we don't, I was never involved in that. I'm sure maybe you could do that if you had great insider info. Like maybe if you were trying to find Maduro and you had an insider give you one of Maduro's shirts or something, you could train the dog, but you have to condition the dog ahead of time. The squirter thing is just, he's running after him. So, behind him is this, non-visible to the naked eye trail of not just scents, but we exfoliate skin 24/7. So little chips of skin are flying off every time you run or every time you move. And the dog is smelling that, and he just is locked on to that specific smell, especially a good disciplined dog who know he's only rewarded when he finds his target, item. So, so we were in there, and this guy just believed. And as we talked through all the different mission sets, he right off the bat was like, I'm going to support your pilot program. I'm going to write you a waiver. Please share all your lessons learned. We can't do that here. We can't expose them to gunfire here. We don't have and explosions. We can't, expose them to helicopters, because all this stuff has to be done. Do you have a dog?
I do.
Yeah, so I do too. And, all the same training principles of a working dog apply to your own dog. Dogs are smart. They're mammals. And people think you just train your dog, and lazy people, you can send your dog to dog trainers. And I'm not criticizing dog trainers. They're great things. But you got to train your dog. And it never ends. It's kind of like a kid. You don't stop telling your kid to wash their hands or, clear the table or whatever you tell your kids, make their bed. You don't stop. It's continuous. And the dog's the same way. A dog's training will fall off as they get older unless you continue it. And so, like with my dog, I still do the find it game. He's got an amazing sense of smell, and he loves it. I bring him in the back room. I tell him lay down. I tell him stay with the hand and arm signal. He lays there. I go hide the item. I take these jerky strips. I cut them into 5. I hide them around a room in the front of the house. And then I whistle to him and I tell him, find it. I show him nothing in my hands. And he works that room methodically. And he lives to do just that. A couple times a week. He lives to train because your dog wants to please you. Dogs they're like kids. They want to do something that you go, wow, great job. And that's a hormonal thing. There's all kinds of neurochemicals that reinforce success. So that's the way dogs are. And this guy, this head of Lackland, deserves all the credit in the world. He goes, I'm signing the waiver. You guys can start the program immediately.
Wow.
Yeah, we walked out of there high-fiving each other. We went right from there. That's Lackland Air Force Base. We went to at the time, the biggest dog training facilities in the world was in San Antonio. I think it was called World Dog Training. And we visited them. They had a direct pipeline to Belgium, where the best Malinois are bred and raised. And we're like, we want the very best they have. And they're like, you don't know what you're talking about. First off, you got to go to Belgium and it's going to be a hefty price. We're like, yeah, but no problem. So 2 days later, 2 of my guys flew to Belgium. 2 guys, members of a team, both flew to Belgium with, I told them, you find the dogs, you're cleared to spend whatever you think makes sense. And at the time, you could get a quality dog for between 10 and 15K, like the best dogs, the best lineage, the best breeders. And so we bought the 2 best we could find in Belgium and brought them back. They were the first operational dogs to run our pilot program. Yep.
Why did you guys pick the Malinois?
Just all our research and our one subject matter expert said they're the best working dogs. They're bred to be working dogs. They're bred to, dogs like different things, bones. They like, being petted. A Malinois lives to taste blood. And a Malinois, the first thing the breeders told us was, we asked him, how long will it take to train him to do what we want to do? And he said, oh, you'll get him trained, but he'll never hit the kind of PhD level until he tastes blood. And then you'll notice this dog will be a completely different dog. He'll become 100 times more focused, more dedicated to, finding and capturing a guy that you release him on. So, I went back to my commander. I said, sir, we got approval. We got dogs. we're ready to go. He goes, all right, man, you got it. He goes, but you got 1 year proof of concept, and just keep me updated on what you do. And I already gave him credit. I give him more, because that's the essence of what commanders do. You don't then micromanage the shit out of it, make it happen the way you want it to happen. Release your hounds, your human hounds, and let them explore, let them innovate, let them adapt. And that's what they did. The first thing was conditioning the dog to be around the rest of the unit. We knew what was important. Again, we're tapping into all these experts, the breeders in Belgium, the 30-year trainers at this facility in San Antonio. And we're getting smarter as we go along. That's part of developing the situation that I was talking about, problem-solving technique. You get smarter as you go along. And so we're learning things about these dogs. We got the bite suits out, and everyone was volunteering to be a squirter. and you could go out at any lunch for hilarity and watch someone try to escape the dogs and get attacked. And then, you can't even imagine the debauchery that was going on with some of them, because boys will be boys. But very incrementally, you could see these dogs, the utility of these dogs, and that they were very quickly becoming habituated. They would sit in the squadron. We'd bring them in. We have a squad, usually there's a bar in most of the, common areas, so that after a mission or whatever, you can have a beer or something. And so on like Fridays would be a big day that people would meet down there. So we'd always have the dogs down there during that time. And, you have to act differently around a dog. Like I never, so Arco was our main dog. I never petted Arco. People were like, Panther, you brought him in, man. And I go, because that's not what this dog's for. You don't get down and talk baby talk to a military working dog. They respect you. I show no fear around them. I walk right up to them, but I don't start, hey, Smoochie, and making out with them, all the crazy stuff that deconditions dogs. Malinois are like the dog you have in your house. They have to have an alpha male. And what we're trying to do with these Malinois was train them that they not only have an alpha male as their trainer, but they have like friends of the alpha male, sub-alpha males that are also ahead of them in the pack, and that's the rest of the squadron. We got them on helicopters. We got them into tunnels. We did all the technology stuff, huge breakthroughs in cameras, scent detection devices. And then, so 1 year later, 99, it's March of 2000, we did a demo, again, no-brainer. The commander was like, wow, these things are incredible. We had them jumping out of MH6s. They can jump out of a helicopter from 10 feet off the ground and take off. So you don't even need to hold them. All of ours are taught, and they're taught in Belgique commands. So, they don't get confused. They only understand that. But you take the dog, he sits, you just put your hand right on top of his head, so that he can see the edge of your hand. That's how you point to where you want a dog to go. Yep. And they were able to do all that. They were able to find things. So passed with flying colors. Again, just to show the diversity and that, change, no matter where you are, always comes slowly. There were plenty of people who were like, yeah, whatever. Those guys why they're out there wasting time with Poochie, we're shooting better. And, how many rounds can you shoot on the range? Like that shot group is a pretty good shot group. Taking it down to that is, for competition and whatnot. So there were still guys who didn't believe that would change in the coming years. We took them to Afghanistan. They were very helpful in Afghanistan. There were a couple patrol bases we used. They were like sentries. We used them when we'd capture guys to, keep them from thinking, hey, I'm going to make a run for it. I'm going to fight, because people have a natural fear of dogs. But it was in Iraq in 2003 when we got our first bites. The first phase of combat was over with. I'll get to that a little bit later. We had moved into Baghdad. We were staying in an abandoned home as our safe house, and it was right on the edge of Baghdad. And one night, a couple of insurgents, they were armed, tried to sneak into where we were. We had a good standoff area. It's why we picked it. There was a lake in front of us, and then a couple of acres of flat ground to the back of us before you hit a road. And they came through that side. And the dogs were out at the time, took off, got bites on both those guys. And they were completely different dogs after that.
Were they really?
Completely different. 1 week later, Arco gets taken out on a mission. It was a routine mission. It was in this house is two of Saddam's Decca 52, go in and capture them. So we get on the ground, we isolate, we breach, we secure. Only one of the guys was in there. We're calling in a medevac for the guy because he was injured, and we didn't want to take him by road all the way back because he needed to be interrogated immediately. And all of a sudden, sniper fire opens up from behind this house, I'd say about 1,000 meters behind the house, and like a lot of places in Iraq around the Euphrates River, long sawgrass, probably up to here, so you can't see anything. And this guy has got us pinned down. And, the urgency was not like one of our guys was injured, but we wanted to save this guy. He hurt himself. He fell down the steps. We didn't shoot him or anything. And we wanted to save him because he was valuable intel. And so, we were pinned down. I was like, fuck, and it didn't dawn on all of us at the same time. The dog guy, without anyone telling him, just at a low crouch, moved up, did what I just showed you, put his hand over this dog's head, pointed him where we believed the sniper was coming, and then unleashed the latch on his collar, and that thing, he'd already tasted blood. He took off like a bullet. And we all just, everyone just sat there. No one was shooting. This guy's still shooting. No one's shooting back. Seconds pass. They seem like minutes. All of a sudden, you hear this orgasmic howling from the dog. And I mean orgasmic. It wasn't pain. We knew he wasn't injured. Wow. With some sound we had never heard before. And so the rest of us, kind of like that story I told you about when we saw the shepherd, we just started cracking up and running as fast as we could out there. And, still had our weapons facing forward and everything, but we just ran to where the orgasmic noises were coming from. And we get to this little spot, and there's Arco, and there's this sniper. His SVD sniper weapon is off to the side. Arco has his face in his mouth. His whole face is in this dog's mouth, and the dog's just, orgasmically, and the guy's like, help, help, help. And we called it off, and, he had bite marks on both sides, but this sniper was looking through his scope when the last thing he saw was a massive mouth of a Malinois, which took his face in like a vice grip and then held on. The dog won't break his jaws until you give them the Belgique command. Gave him the command, took that guy back. So we were in business, and then, to finish with the dogs, and they've just gone to incredible levels. They do things that you just can't believe. Some I don't even want to talk about here because I don't want to give away the capability. But maybe their most high-profile mission was Ude and Kuse. So we found Ude and Kuse. They were in a house, second floor of a house, holed up. The approach, and I wasn't there on the ground when this happened, but the approach was isolated, and it happened up near Mosul, I believe. And so they isolated it. I can't remember the division. It might have been the 101st. So it was surrounded by every weapon, every gun jeep, every mech vehicle, and our guys were there. And so our guys went in to clear, and they got through the first floor, got up to the stairwell, and gunfire was coming from not the top of the steps, but the hallway that those steps led to. Same thing. Now it's 2 new dogs. They released these dogs. They ran up the stairs, went one way, nothing, came back the other way. Udi and Kusei were in the same room. We heard them. You could hear what happened. No one saw it. You could hear them go in. You heard Udi and Kusei scream in terror. Then you heard them open up with their weapons. And as soon as we heard that, we followed. It's like a flashbang. You know they're distracted. Let's go. So the team ran up, but by the time they got up to the top, first off, both the dogs have been killed. Both of them have been shot. But if they didn't know that, then they pulled back because Udi and Kusei were still firing on automatic. There was, a funnel of death in the door. They're like, fuck this, we're not going to go try to clear them. They just pulled back out. The dogs were dead. I think they pulled one of them out. They couldn't get the other. And then they knew what room they were trapped in, went outside, fired, I'm not sure what anti-tank weapon was fired into that room. And that's how Udi and Kusei came to an end. But those dogs, in the years since then, they've saved so many lives. They've enabled, guys to accomplish missions that we would never have been able to accomplish as quickly and as efficiently as without them. So yeah, it's just a story of innovation and adaptation. It's what, again, since we're talking about institutions, I think every company should be like, every corporation. Your people should know, your culture should be, never be satisfied with what we got, continuous improvement, and it starts with you. You're the subject matter expert. Fiddle with things, throw it in the pool, after you've tested it. And, just have that innovation. You're all scientists. And I really think when you're in the unit, you feel that. You feel like you're a research scientist. That's part of your job, and no ideas are bad. Nothing's out of bounds. There's been some crazy shit invented there that you would never think is possible, but the guys do it, and that's where dogs came from. Those were the first operational dogs since Vietnam. Once everyone saw what they were doing in Iraq, it started the tidal wave of we got to get dogs, and now I think almost every unit. Every infantry unit in the military, I think, has dogs at some level. The Rangers have dogs. Everybody has dogs now. So
how quick did you see the other squadrons?
Yeah, it's a good question.
Dog into their
it took a while
tactics,
because we didn't use them in combat for that's 99 now 2003. So it took 3 years to get those bites. So it was kind of all theoretical. Guys could see them in Afghanistan. Prisoners are not going to run. They're not going to try to fight you when you got a dog snarling at you and a guy with his hand on the quick release. So it took a while, and but that too, I think, is an important part of that innovation culture. You got to have people who are. It's okay to go, well, I'm fucking not doing that. That doesn't make any sense to me, and it may not. Like with equipment, ergonomics is everything. So what is the best, gun for you and me might not be the best gun for Jason or anyone else. And so they got to be able to feel, the freedom of speech to go, yeah, I don't fucking believe that. And then it makes you think deeper about the logic of why you're doing it, and the most controversial thing was who should be the handlers. Should we bring in outside handlers or make operators handlers? Well, we believed that you should make operators handlers. So, and as far as I know, that squadron still is the only one that uses operators as handlers. And
oh, shit.
Yeah, and we did that for a lot of reasons. Like, first, by rotating guys through, and I was shocked at how many guys wanted to do it. So it shows you how many guys love dogs and can see the utility of it. So there's no shortage on guys who wanted to do it. You got to have the right guy, but there's no shortage on that. And then you just get into operational dynamics. So, to get to target areas, most of the time you're flying in a helicopter. And if it's me, I'm flying on an MH6 if I have any choice of it. And there's only 4 seats on an MH6. So, if you got 4 MH6s, that's only 16 guys. You're going to sacrifice one operator, one shooter, for a dog handler, a guy who's, no matter what you say, he's not going to be fully integrated into the unit. He can live there, but he's not going to get that full integration. And so it's just more difficult to do. And that was very controversial too. But most units tried the operator. I think now that combat's ended, some of them have gone back to doing, having a full-time handler.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Man, that's cool.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
just cool. I mean, you implemented it, you and your team implemented it. Now it's in every unit, every spec ops unit, every police unit. It's everywhere. All stemmed from that.
Yeah. Well,
It's pretty wild, isn't it?
common sense though, and yeah, it is wild. And it's a great, it's just one of those things you feel lucky that you were part of, that to be there at that time. Anytime you and I had this conversation, anytime you're starting something new and you're heading full speed into uncertainty, there's no right answers. No one's ever done it before. The more those conditions are in place, I think the more motivated we are to be part of it and to make it work, because that's life, right? That's the complexity of life, is what what jazzes us, is what we feed off of. It's what makes us human. And so, I think it should be recorded as, an example of the innovative culture that every organization should have and should instill in their people. And the rewards are, inestimable, because they're so huge on the breakthroughs you can make on all types of things.
It's crazy how fast things are innovating now.
Yeah.
I mean, I just I think it was yesterday. I never really messed around with the FPV drones. Mm-hmm. That wasn't a thing when I was in. It came long after I was in, but I didn't see him when I was contracting for CA either. And I got a buddy that's up at 5th Group, and he just got back from Syria, and he talks to me about some of the shit they're using now. And I saw this picture yesterday of this guy, dressed up just like, we used to dress up, but he has these fucking goggles on, and
Yeah.
he's flying these mini drones, and it's just
First-person
fucking
view.
crazy, man.
Yeah.
It's like, he looks like he's like hiding in a cave or something, and these
Yeah.
fucking drones he's doing the work, but I don't think I would even recognize the battlefield now.
Yeah. Well, it's the same thing whenever these big technology changes happen, but then context is everything. So, we're watching the Ukraine war, which is fought. The equivalent, it's the equivalent of fighting a war in downstate Illinois and Iowa. So it's farm fields with rows of trees to break up the wind that line the roads or bisect the properties. That's it. There's folds in the terrain. There's not a lot of significant topographical features. There's folds, and terrain has a lot of rivers, obviously too, but it's flat. And so now think, if that war was fought in Vietnam, we'd be barely hearing about these drones, because they can't see through the trees and they can't fly through triple canopy. They'd find some places to go in, but they have nowhere near the effect they have there. Same thing, the Russians do most of their movements in bad weather now, which has always been the way, except we were stymied for that by the helicopter. We became helicopter centric. And so when the fog and rain would come, we'd be like, mission's off. It's like, why? Fucking enemies all buttoned up in, their trenches, in their shelters. Now's the time to infill. The helicopters can't fly. But that's why now the Russians move, because the drones can't see, and they can't fly in heavy winds and heavy snow and stuff like that. So, and to every technology advancement, there's a countermeasure. The counter drone stuff is taken off, amazingly too, the lasers. But you're right, the drone, just what you can do with the drone. And it's the same thing. That's all innovation. That's all, guys forward adapting to the battlefield, adapting the equipment to the battlefield to make it as effective as possible.
It's really interesting. I mean, I interviewed this guy, founder of Skydio. I don't know if you've heard of that company, but they hadn't even thought of it, but they're using drones. They live in these mini garages. They charge up and they just deploy from there, and they're putting them on fire stations, police stations all over the country. And it's responding to stuff. And they gave me one.
Wow.
And so this thing comes out of the garage, patrols the property. It can fly to other properties.
Wow.
It's all done by AI. It can follow somebody so if somebody breaks in, the damn drone will follow them for like 45 minutes to an hour.
Wow.
And just broadcast it. You can talk to them. You can put sirens. You can play music. You use thermal. And it's all AI. You just tell it what to do. He sent it into the woods. He's like, watch this. Sent it into the woods. It just finds its way out. And then they have ones that do indoors too, and they'll rove around your house or building or whatever,
incredible.
And notify the police. It does all that shit. And I'm just like, holy shit, man! This world is changing so fast.
Yeah.
In Ukraine, I mean, we talked about Ukraine the first time you were here, but do you think there's any part of that war that keeps going on because so much innovation is coming out of it at another country's expense? Somebody else's lives are on the line.
It's definitely one of the things that has been stated repeatedly. If you listen to like the generals, the 4-star generals, American, EUCOM commanders who have been commanding and controlling this thing since, it started in 22. They when they get in front of Congress, and do their report outs, they always say, one of the biggest benefits is what we're learning, about equipment. But what they never say is what Russia has already learned, and it's very clear Russia's already figured out how to neutralize our Patriot anti-aircraft, anti-missile batteries. They've figured out how to neutralize our ATACMS, which are, kind of like precision rocket artillery fire. They have reverse jerry-rigged all of our primary equipment over there. And I don't really see, to me, the advances, I always ask, like, there's, this just happened. They just were in front of the Senate, this 4-star general. And I wanted the senator to go, have him name something that's changed. Because if you look at the Ukraine war, it is just old school light infantry. Drones have taken out any mech, any armor potential. I mean, they still use them sparingly. They bring forces up, and if they find a big salient, a big weak spot, they might charge through it, or at least charge forward in armored vehicles and that to disgorge the guys. But armored and tanks are not being used on that battlefield. It's 100% light infantry battle. And Russia's fighting it the exact same way they defeated 3 German armies on the Eastern Front during World War II. And it's it's the tactic of choice anytime you're on flat terrain. You probe, you find the enemy's defenses, then you go around them on both sides. You envelop them until panic sets in because they realize they're caught in a cauldron. And if you just look at what's happened in Ukraine, every big city that's fallen has been caught in a cauldron because there's some point, I think I said this in our original one, there's some point where that guy laying in his defensive position, he's been staring out in front of him for days, weeks, months, thousands of hours, and he knows if those guys get past that copse of trees over to my right, we're fucked. We're surrounded. And so once they pass that copse of trees, panic sets in and defense always invariably breaks down. The big problem for Ukrainians is they have a command and control, a disconnected command and control element that, disconnected hierarchies don't give a shit about the guy on the ground. They can't because they're looking at screens in air-conditioned talks. In the case of Ukraine, 1,300 and 500 miles from the front lines. What's happened in Ukraine is there is the same thing mistake Hitler made. His generals were like, request permission to fall back to the Volga River. It's a better position. We can no longer sustain this positioning. And Hitler had the same answer every time. Not 1 inch. We're not giving 1 inch to them. Hold every position like it's the last position you'll ever hold. And that's why 3 German armies were annihilated. Like 150,000 men died in one massive battle. Yeah, surrounded, brigades, divisions surrounded, and then cut to pieces by artillery and direct fire, and eventually direct fire weapons. So, the Ukraine war is a light infantry war. It just goes back to why, as high speed as everything's gotten, it's still the thing that matters still today is your competency at shooting, moving, and communicating. And all 3 of those things have to be wrapped together because as a light infantryman, you got to be able to shoot, but you got to be able to move, and you got to be able to move with everything you got is on your back. And that brings on huge decisions about protection versus speed. Do you wear Kevlar or do you go light? I never wore a Kevlar vest in Afghanistan or Iraq. I would have if I was clearing a building, but I never wore one driving. I never wore one in the Battle of Shahi Kot because I wanted speed. I wanted to be able to get behind a rock, to get over a wall like that and not be tired. Then once I assess where the enemy is, I'm going to try to flank him. But you can't do that if you're not in shape or if you're carrying too heavy of a load. So the Ukraine war is a light infantry war on steroids, and it just reinforces all the things that, hardcore ground guys have been emphasizing, those old sergeant majors for decades. And it's still as relevant today as it was back in World War II.
Yeah. Another thing, this is kind of a rabbit hole out of left field here, but since we're talking about Ukraine and innovation and all this other stuff, decentralization of the military is a huge strategy that's coming up now with all these drones and stuff. And I never really, I've heard it, talked about, and it never really clicked until I had Brandon Sang from, he's a SEAL, he's the founder of Shield AI. Are you familiar with Shield AI?
I don't think so.
They just came out with this, they just came out with the XBAT. It's a drone, and they put I think it was a 3/4 scale model out here on the front yard. It's like 20 feet wide, 20 feet high, vertical land, vertical takeoff. The way Brandon describes it, every pickleball court in the world becomes a launch pad. But what's interesting is, Operation Spider, was it Spider or Spiderweb, where they took all the drones and blew up all the,
strategic bombing base.
Exactly. And you think about how we do, and it's like, shit, all our jets are on a fucking aircraft carrier. They're all at Bagram Air Force Base. It's all centralized. But now that they have these vertical takeoff and land drones, and I think it has a 12 or 1400 nautical mile radius it can go with payload. It's fucking wild.
Yeah.
And so that means that you could have one at a forward operating base of Delta guys, and have one guy stay back and operate the damn thing, or whoever. It's just they could be spread all over, not centralized at all.
What's the payload on that thing? Like, what can it carry? It sounds
Man, I
pretty
can't
powerful.
remember, but I'll send you the episode. I don't think he could tell me what all it could carry, but I think he told me the weight, but he didn't tell me, what all they were putting on, and they're all modular, so you can kind of put whatever the hell you want on them. But I mean, what they've invented and what they've developed is just it literally changes everything. Yeah. And then you think about how do we even start to decentralize everything? It's almost like you're recreating the entire U.S. military at that point.
Well, it needs to happen.
I'm with you.
Yeah, I mean, we talked in the last episode. To me, the lesson of 25 years at war, which includes Ukraine, because our generals were commanding and controlling the battle until 2025 this year out of Wiesbaden, was the main lesson is that decision-making and problem-solving made by disconnected chains of command who aren't there never has and never will be capable of making sense of what's happening on the ground, nor capable of making sensible choices for what the guys on the ground should do next. And the reason for that is not theoretical, it's biological. Mm-hmm. Our nervous system makes sense through our senses. The Ernst-Mach principle, which came in 1869 and still stands today, is that the only way to reveal scientific fact is through our senses. So in other words, there's no reality unless you can prove it with your senses or sense-enhancing devices like a microscope. So by very nature, a disconnected chain of command, by the nature of its definition, cannot make sense of what's happening on the battlefield. So you can line every wall with 50-inch high-resolution flat-screen TVs. You can have every sensor out there, and you're still just looking at a one-dimensional view of the battlefield from your air-conditioned, darkened talk with coffee pots humming all over the office. It does not work, but that's what we've adopted, and we've adopted it because the senior guys love it. It allows senior guys to be captains again because you can micromanage the battlefield with your SATCOM radio while watching the Predator feed. But that Predator feed is not the reality of the situation on the ground. It's a one-dimensional depiction. And with AI, it's even worse because you can get hacked and have a fake video feed and tell it to do shit. But in every case, that's why we've had so many friendly fire, drone deaths. That's why we've had so many mistaken targets, because they're making decisions that are disconnected from reality. So what I'm advocating is we end the disconnected chain of command, these massive multi-million-dollar jock talks that we set up everywhere. We name them something new, the Tactical Support Facility. And that's what you are. Even as an overarching commander, you're in support. When you guys are on the ground, that's why the question is, what's your recommendation? That's why it's so powerful, because those guys are the only guys that can come up with a valid recommendation, and you have to tap into that. You have to let them know they're the guys in charge. The decision's got to come from them. And I'm concerned about AI too. I saw some of the prototypes for the new C2 system, and it's full of these AI feeds. And, I see two problems with AI. First, I'm not yet convinced that it's smarter than a human, certainly on rote stuff, accessing data. It can do it quickly, but it's not smarter than a human because it has no emotions. Mm-hmm. It has no feelings. And so remember, everything matters. The temperature on the ground matters. The light level on the ground matters. They're looking at it through a thermal scope.
You're looking at it at night. So what you're going to do is highly dependent on that light level. But the bigger thing I think AI is problematic about is that once we take away that decision making from the guy on the ground, that, that like a little kid when you're playing, hide and seek or ditch, you're thinking, your brain is 100% focused on that task right there. Lay still, he's walking by me. Okay, once he gets around the corner, turns that corner, he can't hear me anymore, I'm going to get up and run the other way. Those decisions, instead, you're going to be some heads-up display on your helmet telling you, in 5 seconds, get up and run for another position, it'll be safer.
Yeah.
There's no learning feedback loop there. You didn't come up with that. What it's teaching you is to depend on this electronic advice, which can be broken like all electronics. There's still no breakthroughs in antenna reach, power capacity, the ability to carry a battery that provides continuous power and also enough power to send a signal to wherever you need to send it to. So I think we should be continued down that road, continue developing all this stuff. I'm not anti-AI. I just am anti-AI in conjunction with these disconnected hierarchies as an answer to what, the future warfare. The future warfare is teach guys how metacognition, how the brain thinks and makes decision, become consciously aware of that, and understand how your brain works, and then understand how to make good decisions and solve complex problems. And once you do that, to me, the tactical and operational world is your oyster.
Yeah. I'm just curious, have you seen the new Eagle Eye helmets that Anduril's putting out?
Yeah.
What do you think of those?
They look cool. And I mean, in concept, it looks like it has promising aspects to it, but that thing's full of AI too, with data that's coming in, and you're from Missouri, so the show me state, so you're going to have to show me, and you're going to have to put it into action. And I'd put that thing on a bunch of from every level. I'd put it on the E5, E6 team leader, squad leader level primarily. I'd put it on the sergeant majors, the platoon leaders, the company commanders, and let them throw it in the pool and figure out what its strengths are and what its weaknesses are. But I don't think there's any replacement for your senses and your brain's ability to collate sensory information and make good decisions and solve complex problems. And again, if we take that away, it's kind of like, the same drawback of GPS. GPS has created some generations of warriors who can't fucking
Read a map.
Right, read a paper map. And not only read a paper map, but just read terrain in general. From reading a map, you learn to read terrain. You can look at terrain and go, that's where we need to go. That's where the defensive position needs to go. That's where we need to avoid, or if they take that ridge over there, we're fucked. Which makes it key terrain. I need to put an OP up there for early detection to tell us if they're trying to take it. So those are the things I'd be concerned with. But I saw the Anduril thing, and it looks cool.
Yeah. I thought I talked to Palmer about it. He actually kind of, I can't say he unveiled it on the show, but he made the announcement here or at the old studio. But some of the capabilities of that thing are just fucking out of this world.
Like what? What?
Well, it can identify aircraft, helicopters, whatever, and based on its maneuvering, it will tell you this is the probability of what's about to happen. Wow. It's about, based on the way it's flying, it's about ready to come and do a bombing run on you. So get the hell out of here. Another thing is you can see people through walls.
That's cool.
You can see people through walls. It will identify every member on your team, where they're at.
See, and I'm all for it. That's sense enhancing. So
I
thermal
I get
sights
what
and
you're
shit,
saying.
Yeah.
But you still have to, if the helmet goes away, you still have to understand how to
Right.
fucking how to operate out there. But it's so enhancing that I mean, I don't know what the bugs are they worked out. I actually made a suggestion to him. I asked him if it could, if they had done anything with hostage rescue stuff. And
That's a great question.
he had said no. And I said, if you figure out a way, maybe if you can put facial recognition in it or something like that, if you can figure
Yeah.
a way out to identify the hostage, if they dress them up, no matter what, it identifies the hostage. It would speed that process up immensely, and which would make us more successful.
They should have paid you consultant fee for
I know,
that.
I know, right? He said he didn't think it could do facial recognition, but that they might be able to do something where they take the exact height of the hostage and plug it in, and then it will identify
They're usually sitting
that
when
person.
you come into the room. They're usually tied up.
I think what he's saying is the AI would be able to maybe see the bone structure or
Okay.
something and get the exact height, whether they're sitting, standing, leaning over, no matter what.
Wow.
Compute it and then outline that hostage in blue or green. Enemies are all red. I was like, if you could fucking pull that off,
Dude, that's incredible.
that would be incredible. But I'm excited about a lot of this stuff. I think it's
Yeah.
really, really neat what all these younger innovators are bringing to the table.
Yeah, and with him, you can't help but appreciate his passion, his patriotism, that seems to sit at the foundation of what he's doing. And, the best scientists are mad scientists. So, you got to have guys who are fanatically dedicated to figuring shit out. And he seems like one of those guys. So,
Yeah. Well, Pete, we're getting ready to move into Iraq, and I think this is going to be a very long segment. So let's take a break.
sounds good.
Perfect. Want to stay up to date on all things SRS? You bet your ass you do. Our newsletter brings you the latest SRS news and critical updates. Get instant alerts on the newest episodes. Never miss a beat. Exclusive intel briefs from counterterrorism expert Sarah Adams. You've seen her many times on the show. She's going to give unfiltered insights on global terrorist activity. For Patreon exclusives, you're going to get epic range days with me and damn near every guest that's come in the studio. You're also going to get behind-the-scenes content and guest updates. You're going to get first dibs on new merch drops and limited edition items that will never be sold again. Plus, exclusive offers from our partners you won't find anywhere else. So subscribe to the Vigilance Elite newsletter right now. All right, Pete, we're getting into the Iraq invasion. So you were the interim Delta commander during the invasion, destroying al-Qaeda pockets and accelerating Saddam's fall.
Yeah.
Where do we start here?
That's a good question. I guess start where it started for me. The Iraq War started for me in Afghanistan. So I was doing my third tour, 2002. So we already talked about, Battle of Shahi Coat / Anaconda / Takur Ghar. After that, I went to Pakistan, did a tour in Pakistan.
You did a tour in Pakistan?
Yeah, we opened. So remember I told you in that story, we followed the Trail of Tears out of Shahi Coat, the bandages. These guys were discarding equipment. They were, the foreign fighters and the Taliban were retreating, and we followed their route. This is day 13 from the first day of the battle. Everyone else was gone. It's just the original AFO guys left. And like, what do we do now? And I'm like, fucking let's follow them, man, and destroy every one of them we can find while we're following them. And we followed this Trail of Tears, went through that Spera district, Kaus province, which is, where Pat Tillman was killed, 8 kilometers from Takur Ghar. And that's... from Takur Ghar, it's about 13 miles to the Pakistani border. So the Trail of Tears went right to the Pakistani border, which, like all borders, is on some sort of line of drift. This one's on a ridge line. So we stood up on this high ridge looking into Pakistan. There's no line there. It's the Durand line. Looking into Pakistan, you could see still bandages. There was a piece of equipment about 500 meters down the other side of the slope, the Pakistani. And we could see Miram Shah. And so it was obvious they went to Miram Shah. So we went back, and I had my agency counterpart with me, Spider. So he and I went back, and we both sent up through our separate chains of command, hey, the enemy that survived Shahi fled to Pakistan. Request permission to go into Pakistan to talk to the Pak military to see if we can find these guys and destroy them. Where they went, there's probably more of them. Franks, everyone said no. Just like before, Franks is like, send them. So we got on an aircraft. I won't talk about the aircraft, flew into an airfield. I won't talk about the airfield, and linked up with our Pakistani counterparts, special ops counterparts. And they were good guys, and I say that because you could see right away all they cared about was making Pakistan, a first world country. They were very, Pakistan hates India and India hates Pakistan. It's a religious thing mostly, but they wanted to be like India. And the first day I got there, the commander showed me that. He goes, look at this. And I read the headline. It's like, India produces 9 millionth Honda motorcycle. And, it was like the headline of an Indian. He goes, see that? That's what we need to do. I'm like, oh, okay. I guess we're going to talk business instead of fighting Al-Qaeda. But the point of it was he was showing me that he cared about his country, and he kept talking about his kids and the shitty schools, that, and Pakistanis are like Indians, super intelligent people. This guy certainly was, and he just wanted good schools. So they were very much in on the fight, but he said, look, our generals are like yours. They're not going to believe any of this. And it's like, well, they have to. We have evidence. So the second day we were there, they took us to the equivalent of the Pentagon, and we were brought into this room, me and Spider, dressed in REI, beat up clothing. We had been fighting a battle for, we were all hairy and disheveled, and they're all, it's Pakistan military is the Brit military. It's like the stepchild of the British military. So everyone's got a teacup. The fine china's out. Everyone's in a perfectly appointed uniform. They even have an English accents when they speak English. And so it was every 4-star general in the Pakistani army around the table, and they turned it over to us first, and I went first, because they asked me to, and I just told them about Shahi Coat and what happened and how we followed the Trail of Tears. I had pictures, and I said, these Al-Qaeda are hiding in the Northwest Frontier Province, and we don't want to do it ourselves. We want to do it with you. We want to link up with our counterparts and get them out of your country. And if you don't, they're going to do the same thing they did, in Afghanistan.
Holy shit.
We then turned it over to them. They went around
You're the one that's having that discussion?
Yeah. Yep. And
Wow.
then we went around the table.
What do you think about that? I mean, I'm just curious. You're coming from Anaconda, where the top head shed fucking inserted themselves somewhere they have no fucking business being. They probably have business being at something like that versus on the, I mean, it just seems ass backwards to me.
Yeah, I mean,
Does it to you?
yeah, but dealing with American military, teaches you that, you got to go to if you ever been to the Pentagon, it's a surreal experience too. And I don't want to be too harsh about this, but
I'm not saying you should. I'm not. Let me rephrase. I'm not saying that you shouldn't have been making those calls or been in that room by any means at all.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that it from the outside looking in, it would be a lot more fitting if the roles were kind of reversed there.
Yeah.
Just in my
Yeah,
opinion.
yeah. No, it's a great point. I haven't thought of it that way. I think
You're
again,
convincing Pakistani top generals
that
to
there's
allow
Al-Qaeda.
operations to happen and kill bad guys inside of their borders.
Yes.
But you're not allowed to actually handle what you're supposed to be fucking handling on the ground. Not that you aren't supposed to be handling that, but it just seems more of the job description than foreign war policy.
Yeah. Oh, it's a great point.
Wow.
But, remember, just like we did when we talked about Shahi Coat, Anaconda, you got to go back to that time and you got to put yourself in that time. So, it was the equivalent of after Pearl Harbor still. We were highly motivated. There was no doubt about our purpose. Our purpose was righteous. We were trying to neutralize this terrorist organization to prevent them from inflicting further combat power against the West. And we knew because, the Twin Towers were still, the image is still indelibly etched in your head. So, the passion is there. You knew what we were doing mattered, or we believed what we were doing mattered. And of course, these were real fighters, and we had just fought them. And
How many days prior was this? Was Anaconda to?
Well, we followed. So the 13th day, Anaconda started on the 28th of February, I think, 27, 28. And then went 13 days till when we went and walked to the border, 12. And then the 13th day was we came back. And then we sent it up the flag. So it's only 2.5 weeks.
So the leadership was busy trying to come up with the lie and how they're going to turn Anaconda into this heroic event.
Well, the
while
immediate,
you're over here doing foreign
but I
war
think
policy.
Our immediate chain of command was, but I think the Franks was, and I'm not a Franks, However, my interactions with him were always, he was spot on. He's the guy who told me, here's your mission, find the enemy, then kill or capture them. And I was like, I told you I had to suppress my urge to pump my fist before I got out of the room and go, that's the fucking greatest mission I've ever been given. And he was also the guy who told every general, you guys need to be more like AFO. We can't have convoys driving around Afghanistan. We can't have massive military bases with PXs in them. This is what did in the Soviets. You need to stay low vis. It needs to be a couple of guys. And when intel comes and says, hey, we think there's enemy over the mountain, it takes me about 5 days to get a conventional SF unit to go check it out. These guys go, okay, we'll put 2 guys in an SUV and drive over to the ridge and take a look. And then I get feedback right away. So he was a huge advocate of nimbleness and, less is better, which I think I carried with me through all of Afghanistan, which was, respecting the xenophobia of the Afghans. Any large formation, they're going to hate. Any massive mistakes, collateral damage, they're going to turn against you. We have to be incredibly surgical, incredibly low vis about everything we do. And so I appreciated that. And he saw the opportunity. He knew they went to Pakistan. All right, let's fucking go get them. But my own chain of command, the Joint Special Operations Command, was busy making up rules to make sure that Anaconda / Shahi Coat never happened again. And that these, lower ranking guys never were able to find, fix, and destroy an enemy in battle again without the massive tox. So anyway, I finished my briefing and then they went around the room, and each Pakistani general spent between 5 and 10 minutes
berating the living shit out of me. They all said basically the same thing. You've never been to Pakistan before. You don't understand our culture. You don't understand the Northwest Frontier Province. We know what's happening in our own country. There's no Al-Qaeda in Pakistan. Thank you, sir. And then the next guy, and then the next guy, and then the next guy. And it got so bad, my buddy, Spider, who's in addition to being a great leader, great operator, is a great diplomat. And he had experience in Pakistan. I won't say what that was, extensive experience, and knew, a number of PAC military guys. So he was very well versed at the culture and everything. And he just, took the floor and he said, gentlemen, we understand your hesitation to believe this. We're not trying to convince you this, to blame you, or to put you into a position to try to force you to do something. We're just telling you what we just experienced and what we saw. And the reason is we have your best interests in mind. If they're here, people are going to die here in the Northwest Frontier Province. That's what kind of people these are. And, they waved him off. In the end, the head general, the chief of staff, summed it up. He said, "What we appreciate you coming here, but you haven't convinced us of anything. Nothing has changed. There's no Al-Qaeda in Pakistan. There's no Taliban in Pakistan." And consider UBL was there at that time also. So that ended the meeting. We left that meeting, drove back, it was in Islamabad, to the embassy where we were staying at the time, and met with the chief of station. And Spider goes to me before we walk in, he goes, "Hey man, I just want to tell you ahead of time, don't fucking go off when we start talking. Have I ever gone off on anybody?" Because I hadn't. I'm not a explosive, emotional guy. And he goes, "No, but you might on this guy." And I'm like, "All right, what the fuck is this going to be?" So we open the door, go into his palatial office, and he's sitting, in the little side chairs. There's a coffee table, 3 chairs. He's in the one that's raised up. He's a short guy. And the first thing it's part, I'd already described how we were dressed, how disheveled we were, hair and everything. And so contrast draws interest in the human brain. And I was like just taken back first by his hair. His hair was permed, and it looked like he took a basketball and cut out a section for his face and put the basketball on his head. That's how his hair was, perfectly permed. I think you use a pick to make a perm perfect. He was in this suit that, probably cost at the time $1,000. It had a handkerchief, perfectly triangled in the pocket. And he goes, "So I heard your meeting didn't go well." I'm like, Spider's taking over. I'm staying quiet. And he's like, "Yeah, they've got it in their minds that there's no Al-Qaeda here, but we need to convince them. We need to, this is a mistake, because if they allow this to happen, they're going to build up here, to know that they've got a safe zone of operation, and then they're going to just start launching attacks. We want them to make it uncomfortable for Al-Qaeda, push them back into Afghanistan where we can neutralize them." And the chief of station goes, "Well, I don't know what you two have been smoking, but I'm the one who controls intelligence in Pakistan. And I'll tell you, those generals were telling you the truth. There's no Al-Qaeda here. I don't care what you saw at the border. Nobody passed over that border. There's no Al-Qaeda in the Northwest Frontier Province." And now I was like, now I know why he told me not to go off. So I just bit my tongue again. And I did speak up a couple of times. We showed him that we had pictures, bandages. We had pictures of the dead guys. I don't know if you saw those pics, the guys up on top of Takur Ghar. We had guys down in the valley. These are foreign fighters. These are not amateurs. These are hardcore fighters. Look at these guys. I mean, I'd be proud to have these guys in my unit. That's what these guys were like. That's what you saw when you realized the dedication, the tenacity that they showed. But he was having nothing to do with it. Waved us off. He goes, you guys can stay here a few more days, but I'm not supporting your assertion that there's Al-Qaeda in Pakistan. And by the way, the ambassador wants to talk to you. Like, okay, well, maybe that's another chance to convince somebody. So we walk out of there. Spider turns to me and goes, see what I mean? And I go, fuck, dude, this is unbelievable. So we walk down to the ambassador's office. Secretary says, have a seat. She's not ready yet. Okay. So we sit there. Hour and a half later, from the appointed time, the secretary goes, you can go in her office now. We walk in her office. It's empty. There's nothing on the desk. We're like, is this a fucking joke? We just waited a half hour for her to be available, and she's not, she's not even sitting behind her desk. All of a sudden, the speakerphone on her desk, it's the secretary. Madam Ambassador, are you ready to talk to the two men? And I was going to say the name, but I don't want to say the names. She says, yes, I am. I'm like, okay. So she says, okay, I'm listening. And
You gotta be shit.
Spider goes to me, ma'am, I have to ask this because protocol for the agency. How do I know who I'm talking to and where are you? This is a conversation that should be face to face. She goes, well, when the war started, I took leave. I'm back in Virginia, and it doesn't matter. I'm still the ambassador. I'm still making decisions. What is it that you want? She went right to that.
Holy
So
shit.
think of how surreal this is. We're sitting in the ambassador's office. It's fucking dark. There's like one little light on. We're talking to a speakerphone to the ambassador during the initial phases of the war in Afghanistan. And she's not even in Islamabad. She's the ambassador for Pakistan back in Virginia. And we start talking. We go, here's what happened. And she said, okay, so what do you want? What do you want from me? And we go, well, we'd like to go forward. We'd like to go to Miram Shah with our Pakistani counterparts. We'd like to check it out. Ideally, we'd like to set up a base there and monitor the situation and collect intelligence to figure out what exactly they're doing and how many of them are here. Oh, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. And by the way, do you have guns on you? And we were both fucking, had our sidearms on us at the time. We go, yeah. She goes, you're not allowed to have those guns in Islamabad. Who gave you permission to have them? And, I kept wanting to speak up. I want to go, we don't need your fucking permission. And Spider, ever the diplomat, said, I can't remember what, but somehow said, we have to have them for force protection. Not approved, disapproved. And you're not going forward. And I've got another meeting, so unless you have something else, I'm done with this meeting. I'm like, okay. Instead of saying thank you, we just hit the button on the phone, the fucking, that was to her.
Holy
and we walked out of there. So now all the generals, the chief of station, the ambassador. So we go back, get on our secure internet, send this note back. We CC the CENTCOM liaison so that Franks can get it and go. Every one of them says there's no one here. We have no idea why they're so adamant there's no Al-Qaeda here. It's not like it's embarrassing. It's not like it's some indictment of what they've been doing. There's just real enemy here, and we followed them. We have proof that they're here. We just want to check it out. As part of, bin Laden might be here. We threw that in. That got to Franks. The next day, we got Spider got it. It's coming through agency channels from the chief of station. Apparently, you have some high-placed supporters because I've been overruled, and I've been told that you're supposed to go to Miram Shah tomorrow with the PACs. I won't say the name of the unit, their special ops unit. But I'm going to tell you, you're wasting your time. There's no Al Qaeda in Pakistan. And we're like, okay, well, we're fine with that, but at least, we'll figure it out once we get on the ground in Miram Shah. So we leave all that shit behind. The Pakistanis are incredibly sensitive, to Americans in Pakistan. We understood this. We actually were in Pakistani military uniforms when we went forward. So we go to the most forward outpost Pakistan has in Miram Shah. And it's this ancient base that we arrive at. And when I immediately, I told you about the stepchild of the British military. When we walk into the base, there's 5 shoeless soldiers painting rocks that line the walkway into the base that lead to the commander's office. So we walk by these guys and, I'm already going, fuck, this is going to be interesting. We get in there. The inside of the headquarters is like a shrine to British occupation. It was literally a museum with pictures from, the Great Game, the years that before Afghanistan threw all the Brits out, and showed the lineage of the military, the British military. There were special teacups that were drinking by 4-star generals. There were all these items. It was like it was a museum. And then they bring us in to see the commander. He's a colonel, and we walk into his office, and he just starts yelling at us. What do you think? You're going to come in? I'm supposed to sit here and listen to you now? You're going to tell me that there's Al Qaeda in my sector, my operation? I have men out every day. There's nobody here. There's no Al Qaeda in Pakistan. And quite frankly, I'm being forced to talk to you. I would not talk to you if I wasn't being ordered to talk to you. I think Franks called the president of Afghanistan at the time, I think was Zia, who was very cooperative. And by the way, when I say this about Pakistan, I'm not criticizing the PACs. In full objective truth, if it weren't for the Pakistani ISI and military, they're the ones who captured Abu Zubaydah. They're the ones who captured Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. We wouldn't have the 2 biggest trophies of the war on terror without the PACs. So, this is another institution that's, constantly at odds with itself, with the bureaucrats, the people who aren't real leaders, and those who care, like that lower level commander, Lieutenant Colonel, talking about the 9 million Hondas and his kids getting to go to a school that had competent teachers. That's the dynamic, in every country. So he's shouting at us, and he goes, okay, so what do you want? What do you want to tell me? So we present our case very calmly. Both me and Spider showed him the pictures, and he goes, none of this matters to me. Okay, I've had enough of this. Lieutenant, they call him, same, just like the Brits, Lieutenant. Yes, sir, comes in, snaps to attention, and we're like, wow. He goes, show them the item. We're like, fucking item, man. So the lieutenant walks over to a lockbox. He's got the key. It's like attached to one of those, like
lanyards.
Yes, lanyards.
Things.
Pulls it out, opens the lockbox, pulls out a key with no shit. The ring was that big, and there was that many keys on it. And he turns to this cage door, and he starts going through keys to open the cage door. On about the 10th tee, he gets the cage open. Behind that, there's a steel door. 10 more keys, gets the steel door open. Goes into this room. We're like, wow, this must fucking really be something. This evidence, he's going to show us this, this, you can't come back after you see this. Finally, the lieutenant comes out with this little like cigar box thing that's also locked. And he comes out, stands at attention to the colonel. Here it is, sir. And open it. The commander yells at him, you fucking swine. You know, he said something in Pakistani. Open it, you swine. And the kid goes through the keys, you know, his hands shaking, finally opens it. And the colonel reaches in and pulls it out and goes, what do you say to this? And I'm having, I don't know if you were a Monty Python fan, but I'm having flashbacks. You know the shrubbery thing?
Yeah.
A shrubbery. It's like, what the fuck? So that just popped in my head. You know, this is a fucking hairy situation, but it shows you how humor and insight are indelibly linked. And so I'm thinking, it's fucking shrubbery, man. It's just a piece of paper he's got in there, some kind of commercial wrapper of something. And what's funny about it is I wiped this literally, you know, without using my hand, I wiped the smile off my face because I then thought, this is getting fucking explosive. You know, like my senses are telling me this is getting dangerous. And so I went from a Monty Python flashback to, if they start shooting, you know, we were both armed, I'm going to fucking drop this colonel and then we're going out that window and we're going to fucking run the 13 kilometers back to the border and fucking escape this place. So, you know, that's why I say humor and insight. So Spider goes, what is it? And he goes, you look at it and tell me. And we fucking hold it in front of us. It's a Danish MRE cracker wrapper. So what? The Danes, the Jaegers had a small contingent, which we loved the Jaegers. We had trained with them multiple times before 911, had multiple personal relationships. So they came over. They were not being used. We tried to get them attached to us. They were down in Kandahar with that big, it was run by, I think, a SEAL, that big conglomeration in Kandahar. We tried to get them attached to us. But I knew, I stayed in contact with them and I knew they did a OP mission up on the border. And then, you know, they told me about it after it happened. We did an OP, it was nothing. We went up, sat on the border for 2 nights, came back. I'm like, well, that's fucking not bad because at least you're, you know, getting into the shit. I go, what'd you find? And they're like, nothing. So immediately it clicked to me that this Danish team, recce team, was up there. But this was an MRE wrapper that probably one of them had, you know, discarded and it blew across the border into Pakistan. And so he's going, you've been here the whole time. You've been inside Pakistan trying to say that the Al-Qaeda is here the whole time. This is a setup. And, you know, at some point you just, when you're staring in the eyes of a madman, you just stop trying to, one thing you don't want to do is be a madman like him and start, you know, trying to convince a madman of something they're not going to be convinced of. So Spider, you know, just said, okay, Colonel, you know, where are we staying? The order was that you would have a spot for us to set up our ops center and that we could begin monitoring the situation for the next, I think, 6 weeks. And he goes, I don't have any room. You're sleeping out in the soccer field. And I'm like, it was nice out, you know, the weather was okay. Pakistan's very temperate. And there were trees out there and shit. And I'm like, I'll put up my fucking poncho hooch. Spider's like, that's not happening. That is not happening. I don't care if you don't have room. You move somebody out of that room right now, and we're taking over that room. You're going to get us a room with a roof over our head and a room that we can put up an antenna. This is a travesty. So again, I'm looking at the window, fucking touching my sidearm. So we walk out of there. We get on the SATCOM, top hat, antenna, call back. Spider calls back to the, you know, agency headquarters, which was totally on his side, just like Frank's was on our side. Not an hour passed and out he came sheepishly. Okay, I have a room for you. And we set up our ops center there in Miram Shah. And, you know,
wow.
Yeah. So, 6 days after we set that up, 6 days after the shrubbery conversation, 23 Pakistani soldiers were killed by 3 Al-Qaeda members. They went to a house that's really a fort. The Pakistanis had a full platoon lined up in front of the house. They pounded on it, open it up. We've been told that we are allowed to come inside. The door opened, 2 guys with AKs fucking on automatic just leveled the whole platoon. 23 dead. I think there were 30,
Holy
so only
shit.
7 lived. And from that moment on, they started supporting us, and they realized there were Al-Qaeda in Pakistan.
Any word from the generals, the ambassador, or the chief of station?
Never. No, sorry about that. Not that fucking we gave a shit. I never saw any of them again.
I was hoping you were going to say they all got fired.
I don't think so. The one guy was on CNN a ton after that, and the station chief, told everyone he knew everything that was happening in Afghanistan the whole time. And, every time I saw him on CNN, I'm like, that fucking hairdo, man, you got to get rid of that perm, dude. It's distracting as shit. So, anyway, so that was Pakistan.
I'm gonna have to find out who this is.
Yeah, so Pakistan, ended, and this is my 3rd tour. It's winter of 2002, Christmas time, and the rumor had come up that we're gonna go into Iraq next, and it was, all of us, agency, SF, unit guys, no one believed this was going to happen.
Why? Why didn't you believe that?
Yeah, good question. Because I didn't think about it at the time, but only reflecting. I think we were that way because first, this is almost a year in, because we came in really November, December of 01. So it's a year in. And in a year of working the situation, we understood, not only where we were in the effort to find UBL, the kill or capture UBL, but also prevent the enemy from using Afghanistan as a safe haven to launch ops against the West. And we had made huge progress. I'd say the majority of the progress had already been made. There were no foreign fighters, or if there were, they were onesie-twosies left in Afghanistan. The Afghans themselves, what a lot of people don't understand is there's plenty of Afghans who believe in freedom, and they're freedom-loving Afghans, just like the ones we left. The majority of the military we left behind in the disgraceful exit of 21 were freedom-loving Afghans. And so we always connected with those guys. We had personal relationships with those guys. So in one sense, we were personally invested in Afghanistan. But at the same time, we understood how the gravity of this, the importance of it, and the effort that it was going to take to finish this off. And we had leads at the time on UBL. So hearing that we're going to go jump and do Iraq was more like why the fuck would we go do that right now? If it's a real threat, Saddam's been there for years. Can't we wait, 3 years, 2 years? Because all the guys who are here now, all the guys I work with are the same guys that will have to be moved out in order to really take Iraq. So none of us believed, we just believed it was all bluff. It was all over the news, all the UN shit and that. So we believed it was just a bluff. And then it was announced that CENTCOM was starting planning conferences down in Tampa. So they were planning the war in Iraq before any of the UN stuff had happened. And in conjunction with that, they were sending out, here's what we know so far. So we got, and it was right about Christmas. I can't remember before or after because we didn't really celebrate Christmas. We were doing ops. It was in the Christmas time. We got a packet. Here's the packet Colin Powell's going to eventually brief the UN on. Here's the logic of why we have to invade Iraq. And so me and Spider went into a room to look at these satellite photos. Now, again, the history, the 1 year in Afghanistan could also be called a year of disproving the validity of any satellite photo. Because every satellite photo, remember you asked me before about Shahi Kot, I was told there's no one there. We've got satellite photos, and all their low-tech guile defeated those satellite photos. They had tarps over their dish because satellite photo didn't see any of those. Of course, you don't see people because they're sleeping, they're camouflaged, they're in their tents, whatever. So, a guy on the ground foundational lesson is never believe a satellite photo or never take it as a foundational fact. It can be a corollary, a contributing fact. So we start looking at these, and these are the famous, I think there's 7 pictures, same one, 7 satellite photos that Colin Powell showed the UN. We had all 7. They were all different versions of the same thing. They were convoys lined up next to buildings in Baghdad and next to buildings in a remote outpost about 40 miles into the desert, the middle of the desert, western desert from Baghdad. And we just started looking at them. And a satellite photo, an Intel satellite photo always comes, it's the photo, but the photo doesn't mean anything. You right away default to the call-out boxes that have little lines to tell you what each thing is. And so, we started reading the call-out boxes, and this truck was a decontamination truck. That's what the call-out box said. The guys around it were security members, obviously securing a high-value type item. And the buildings they were next to all had this common denominator. They had this square thing on the roof about 6 feet by 6 feet and about 3 or 4 feet high on top of the roof. Each of the buildings had this thing, which the call-out box called an air purification system. So this guy, my agency counterpart, in addition to being a great leader and diplomat, he's also funny as shit. So he immediately switches to a Pulp Fiction like voice, and he goes, "Okay, let me just get this shit straight. So this fucking thing right here, this decontamination truck, looks a hell of a lot like every water truck we've seen driving around in Iraq for years. And if you were driving 40 miles out into the middle of the desert to a place that doesn't have any water, wouldn't you take a water truck with you?" I'm like, "Fucking A, man." And he goes, "Next thing, these air purification systems, these air, that purify the air, doesn't that look like the same thing we got on top of our buildings, an HVAC system? And wouldn't you have a heating and air conditioning system on top of every building where the temperature fluctuates between 107 and 38 degrees, which is constant in Iraq? The nighttime is freezing, the days are hot as shit." And I'm like, "Spot on." And I go, "And those security guys standing guard, zoom in on that one." And we had it on a big screen and attached it up, and he zooms in, and the guy's fucking taking a piss, very clearly taking a piss. He's not pulling security.
Holy shit.
So these are the 7 satellite photos.
Oh my
gosh. And again, the lesson out of that I'd pass on to everyone who's listening is, anytime you see a photo or a video that's narrated, or a photo with call-out boxes, get rid of the call-out boxes, get rid of the narration, watch the video without the narration, look at the satellite photos without the call-out boxes. Then pop those up and see if it matches what you take away from what you see. That's common sense. That's allowing your common sense to operate without being prejudiced by someone trying to hand jam to please their masters. Those Intel guys were probably told, "This is for sure WMD activity, prove it. Show me that this picture is that." And that's why they put those call-out boxes on there. So we were kind of in shock. We didn't know Colin Powell was going to use those at the UN. We were kind of in shock. As I told you, there was already a planning conference. So we both as we did so many times, went up both our chains of command and said, hey, I don't see what they're saying in those satellite photos. It looks like a water truck. Everybody takes a water truck wherever they go. There's no water out in the desert, so that place has to have a water truck visit it. That's why he's there two different times. It probably comes every week to refill their tanks. And every building in Iraq has an HVAC system on top of it, just like they do in America. But, that went nowhere. That went nowhere.
That went nowhere?
Yeah. And only like when I rethought of that, when you asked me to come back and talk about it, and I started putting Iraq into the context of today. So today it's 2026. So we're 23 years removed from that moment. And in 23 years, we never have found any evidence of chemical or biologic weapons in Iraq. And that's not, though, the lesson. The lesson is this, and it's so applicable when you put it in context of 2026 and these color revolutions, that again, these unelected government administrators from the State Department and CIA have executed all across the world, including Ukraine, as we talked about. That was totally manufactured. Maidan revolution, protests, same thing they did in the U.S. in 17 and 18. That's what a color revolution is. It's the tech approach, the indirect approach to doing what we did in the war of Iraq: regime change, overthrowing a government, installing your friendly boy Friday
straw man.
Yeah, to be the president. And so when you think about that, when you think about this strategy of taking out heads of state or governments as a strategy, and in order to execute that strategy, you're using a intelligence system that has been proven, empirically proven over and over, to be fundamentally flawed. And that's why color revolutions need to be outlawed. That's why the whole forced regime change thing needs to be the absolute last resort, because it's usually based on bad intelligence. And in this case, saying that up front, now you're going to hear everything we're doing, and every guy who got killed there, those decision makers have that blood on their hands, those individuals. And so Colin Powell took those 7 slides to the UN on the 6th of February. And just to, re-blew myself on it, I watched the videos. They're still online of his presentation. And
Are they really?
Yeah, he starts it off with, everything I'm going to show you is based in hard empirical facts. There is no gray area here. What I'm about to show you is empirical proof that Saddam has violated the 1991 UN treaty that was made after the UN war, that he could not. And
we toppled an entire fucking country.
Yep.
Off of a water truck, a guy taking a piss, and some air conditioners on a fucking roof.
And an HVAC system. Yeah, it's a great way to put it. And it's why we need to fucking outlaw this shit, because these people who don't know anything, they've never experienced the real world, they don't have any operational experience, are making conclusions to support their own emotional proclivities. They're usually steeped in politics.
Is it emotional, though?
It's not logical.
Why do you think we went in there?
I think oil has a lot to do with it, but it was just a thing. I think the hubris of, look, we just fucking were successful in Afghanistan. We weren't yet, but the first year was highly successful in Afghanistan. No one thought we'd kick the Taliban out, be able to put a new government that seemed like it was for the people in power that quickly. So I think hubris was a big part of it, overconfidence. And then I've never liked this guy. This is where the emotion comes in. I've never liked Saddam. We should have gotten him back in 91. It was a mistake not to get him in 91. Remember, Bush 1 did 91. Bush 2 did the Iraq War. So there's a connection there too. He's emotionally, he's emotionally focused. And then what I told you about the Ukraine war with Trump initially getting nothing but fucking horrifically bad intelligence from the individuals around him, I believe that that's the main flaw of Bush. Bush wasn't an independent thinker. He wasn't a critical thinker. So he defaulted to Cheney and Rumsfeld, two septuagenarians who also didn't know shit about shit, both 25 millionaires and above, 25 to 50 million each. Didn't give a
Cheney
fuck.
did know a lot about something, and that's logistics.
He did.
With his fucking company, KBR.
No doubt. So all that.
Which ran all logistics in both wars.
Exactly.
There's the fucking connection.
Exactly.
Dick Cheney, fucking
corporate, profit, obsessed, no doubt. And dude, and then, but the ignorance, the naivete, and then, what's disgusting is their inability to think forward in time. Fucking guys are going to die. Civilians are going to die. And because you're fucking hand jamming something through that is not hard evidence. You just think it's good enough because you already know we need to get rid of Saddam. We need a friendly government in Iraq, which we still don't have today.
Gee, I wonder why.
Exactly. Because we can't, that's the flaw of the color revolution. You can't pick the best leader for a country. You cannot. The country needs to pick the best leader for the country. And we've now seen what that looks like. It's someone who loves their people, loves their country. Mission Men and Me puts the country's purpose first, their citizens second, and themselves last. That's been toppled. It's me, mission, and men is last to all these globalists. And I think that was the way Iraq was. It's horrific what they did, but
I wonder if there are any other countries in the Middle East that wanted us to topple Iraq.
Almost assuredly. So I'm sure Saudis did, and the Saudis don't like the Iranians either. So, but you've got oil companies, you've got oil lobbyists that influence that. Your point on Cheney is exactly right. It might not have been the main reason, but it's the inertia that makes these decisions final. He's like, fuck, if we do this, I make another 20 mil in zero strike options that were given to me for free for being CEO of that company. So, that's why you've got to bring in ground truth. You got to bring in objective thinkers. You got to bring in people who don't have agendas.
I mean, that amount of greed to topple a country and put your own people at risk, how many people died in Iraq? Do you know?
I think it's 4,000.
How many amputees?
Yeah. Burn.
How many
horrific burn victims?
Cancers that are still going on today from all the fucking
PTSD, TBI.
Traumatic brain injury. I mean, it is divorce, fatherless kids, all for a fucking logistics company.
Yeah.
In a water, and they fucking called a water truck, a fucking air conditioner, and a guy taking a piss.
Yep.
They manipulated the fucking UN with a water.
Yep.
It's just, it's so far out there, it doesn't even fucking seem real.
Yeah. And I was still, until really even these last 5 years ago with the pandemic and the 2020 election and whatnot, I still always believed, our government will collectively make the right decision. They can't be this fucking dumb. Yeah. They can't be this fucking ignorant. There's no such thing as government-wide conspiracies. So none of us still believed, even we sent all this back, sent it back to, I mentioned the CENTCOM planning thing, and I had my point of contact. I was, still the ops officer. So I sent back to my ops NCO, hey, I need you to go down to CENTCOM planning conference tomorrow. Here's the list of what I want you to tell them. And we've redone the satellite photos with our own call-out boxes. I want you to present them. He's, Roger that, sir. Can't wait. Calls me back next day. I'm like, how's it going? He goes, they won't let me come to the meeting. I'm like, what? He goes, yeah, the CENTCOM planning meetings are for 06s and above only. And right there, I was like, we are fucked. And, I'm promotable to 06, so I'm not like saying there's some, but I wasn't even going to go to the conference. I was going to send my guys to it. I had guys who had been to Iraq in other capacities that I won't mention. They'd also been through all the combat in Afghanistan, which Afghanistan, the lesson of Afghanistan was through with and by. So when he told me that, I was like, fuck, this thing is spiraling out of control. So we started running brainstorming sessions in Afghanistan. We're at Bagram, it's still a South Bronx shithole at the time. We're in some crappy ass hangar. We had these brainstorming sessions at night, and I had SF guys, I had agency guys, and I had unit guys, and whoever else was around. And we were like, okay, what are the main lessons from Afghanistan that apply to Iraq? Let's talk about them. Let's get them down on paper and let's send them to them, because if they're going to do this thing, let's at least take advantage. So number one was, and this had been an idea rolling around from the beginning of Afghanistan. There needs to be a hyphenated American database where, and it's not a secret database, everybody in that database has been approached and has volunteered to be eligible to serve. And what that is it's got Iraqi Americans, Chinese Americans, Afghan Americans, every hyphenated type American, first generation, who, by the way, are some of the most patriotic people, the ones who come here for the right reasons, some of the most patriotic Americans you find. It's always been that way, first generation, because they know what freedom, how important freedom is. And so that was an idea, and I said, we need that.
It's a good point. Fucking immigration might be the only damn thing keeping this country alive.
Yeah.
First generation Americans.
Yeah.
I'd never even thought of that.
But individuals who come here for what we stand for, freedom, not come here to fucking
I'm with you.
Steal money and fucking infiltrate and all that other horse shit, bring their religion, because this is a free country. It's freedom of religion. You can do whatever you want yourself. So the first thing was the hyphenated American database. Start it now. Find every Iraqi American. Find out how many we can advise, because that leads to point two. We've got to have Iraqi American cultural advisors from the first day. If we're going to do this thing, every unit needs to have an Iraqi American cultural advisor. Why is it so important to have that hyphenated? Because that guy understands the culture of his old country through the culture lens of his new country. And he can translate that to you. Here's why they do that. Here's why this is important to them. He speaks both languages. If you think about it, the main reason I tell anyone that the history of expeditionary warfare is a history of a lopsided record of like 4,000 to 0. Expeditionary warfare has never worked. You can't go to a country and force decisions on that country if you're not going to live there with the decisions, because you make different decisions if you got to live there, if your family's there, if your kids got to grow up there. Those are a whole different set of decisions. The same ones you make in your neighborhood should be made when we go overseas to another country, but that's not what happens. We just make flippant, you have guys who know their tour's ending in a few months, do this, do that. And so we needed these Iraqi Americans with us. When we went into Afghanistan, I was fortunate because the entire time I was co-located with the agency, and the agency had a handful of Afghan Americans. I had a Wall Street lawyer, an Afghan American Wall Street lawyer, who was with me the entire time leading up to Anaconda. All the intel we gathered, I never would have been able to gather that without him. If I had to pick an all-star team from those first phases, this guy would be on that all-star team with a couple of the heroes that, who worked with me during that time. That's how important they are. And if you think about it, if you can't, just at the most basic language, communication language, if you can't communicate, how the fuck are you ever going to find common ground with anybody? Enemy, friendly, neutral? How are you going to persuade them of why you're there, the case you're trying to make for why you need to find these foreign fighters and get them out of their country? You can't even do that. So, to think you can operate in another country without connecting with the people and communicating, which, that's the history of our species can be traced back to the history of language. Once we could speak, the arc of human evolution just skyrocketed because we could share knowledge. Think about not being able to share knowledge and all the miscommunications that happen because of that. The Jessica Lynch convoy drove into a hornet's nest of enemy because they couldn't read the signs, the highway signs, and they couldn't understand what the people who were jumping up and down, screaming at them, telling them in Arabic, do not go in there. It's full of enemy forces. They're going to kill you. That's on video. They were screaming that at these trucks as they drove obliviously into Nasiriyah. So language matters, and that was why we were so passionate. Have these guys ready, and every unit that goes in needs to have one with them. And then our final thing was also an extension of the database. We need to be thinking about post-combat. How do we get the country stood back up? We already have been studying Iraq quite extensively, and we knew that anybody who had any key job was a Saddam, loyalist. So once you take out Saddam and his administration, all these loyalists who people hate, they shouldn't have been in the job. And I'm talking about the guy who runs the power company, the water company, the sewage company, the gas company, the trash pickup company. They're all gone. And of course, what do you do? How do you start that shit back up post-combat? We need Iraqi Americans who've been city managers, who've worked in, water companies, and all of these turned out to be legitimate. Once they started doing this, and I sent these 3 lessons back. Again, tried to get them to CENTCOM.
Man, you came up with all this stuff?
My guys, the brainstorming sessions, they were just the aggregate, of guys on the ground who had been in Afghanistan, like me, 3 tours. I don't claim authorship of them. I claim, I organized the brainstorming, but they came up with this shit. It was the collective common sense. That's what you're always trying to aggregate and bring out. And so we sent it back, same thing. We can't get it to them. It's 06 and above, and there's no way to get this to them. So earlier, before I came back for that 3rd tour, I had done this briefing up to at the Pentagon on how we, found Al Qaeda and where I thought this intel we found after Shahi Coat that told us where UBL was. And guess what? It was intel that came from a source who was related to the courier, the same courier who was shot in the final raid, the one courier that bin Laden used from 2001 till he died in 11 to bring him information from his Al-Qaeda underlings. And we were turned on to this guy from an interrogation that I got to sit in on, and the guy was from Tunisia. He was a cobbler from Tunisia, fixed shoes. And he knew this guy. He said, if you want to find him, just follow this guy. And so at the time, we even knew where this guy was. So I presented that case to the Pentagon, and they were blown away by it. And remember, there's a rift in the Pentagon between civilian and military. So I'm talking to Paul Wolfowitz and his civilian staff, not to the military. They didn't ask to hear, what Pete Blaber and his AFO guys found out about UBL's location. And he was in Banu, which, I told you we drove to Miram Shah. We cut through Banu on our way. He was there the whole time. So we gave that intel, and at the end of the briefing, I walked outside, and Wolfowitz's, he had this young guy who's the youngest, what are they called? What do they call a general level of civilians in DOD? SMS or something like that.
I don't know.
Yeah, there's some rank thing they use. He was the youngest executive ever. Great guy, total patriot. He comes up to me and goes, look, you just blew everything we thought out of the water. I don't want you to think wrong about this, but here's my card. If you ever have information that no one will listen to, you can't get anyone to take action on, just call me, because that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to bridge this gap, this bureaucratic gap between guys who know what should happen and all the bureaucracy in between. And I'm like, fucking A. And I gave him my card, and I said, same thing goes. You call me if you ever have a question. So after I was told CENTCOM wouldn't took it, I went to the secure phone, and I'm like, I'm going to fucking try this number. Beep, 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 beep. And I called him. Name was Jim. I go, Jim, here's what's going on. Here's what CENTCOM's doing. I have no idea. You probably know better than me. I still don't think we're going to do Iraq. But in case we do, we did this brainstorming session, and here's the 3 things that have to happen if we're going to be successful in Iraq. He goes, let me have him, Pete. Let me have him. I gave him the 3 things I just told you, and unbeknownst to me, he went right at it. Immediately, they traveled to Dearborn, Michigan, which is the highest population of Iraqi Americans. They're also in Fresno, 2 places, Fresno, California, and Dearborn. He went to both. Recruitment began right away. And I'm not getting feedback on any of this, but this is what he's doing on his own volition. Again, shows you the value of boundary spanning. If we're going to make government work, you got to be able to connect, randomly connect to other groups, not only go one way. And traditionalists are going to go, oh, he's crazy. That's why we have a chain of command. It's like, no, fucking that's not why we have a chain of command. The goal is the same for everyone, to accomplish your purpose. And we're crazy not to open our whole system, take advantage of the strength of the whole instead of the individual parts. So that's finally, I told you Colin Powell gave that speech in February, but I think it was early January where we got the word, you're going back. We need you to go back. You're going to go back and prepare for operations in Iraq. We're like, fuck. We're in the middle of some heavy ops in Afghanistan. So, but order's order. And I'm like, wow, they must know more shit than those satellite photos. Always believing, always giving the benefit of the doubt. So we flew back. While I was flying back on the C-17, my guy back at the unit faxed, the equivalent of faxed me the CENTCOM plan, which he said, Panther, this thing just went final. And I'm like, what? They've already finalized the plan? I thought we were coming back to help with planning, And so on the plane, it's a 23-hour flight. We were stopping in Munich, I think, to refuel. On the flight, I started reading the plan, and same thing. I was just crestfallen. We're not going to use we're not going to bring Iraqi Americans because it'll be too logistically difficult to house and feed them in the initial stages. We'll consider it at later stages in the op. We're not concerned about infrastructure repair. We think the Iraqis will be able to do that themselves. So it might sound crazy for, a unit guy to be upset over 2 seemingly administrative things, but you could tell right away, and with the background of all of these experienced combat veterans going, these are the 3 most important things to success. I was just in shock. So, same thing when I got to Munich, I called my buddy at DOD again at the SecDef's office, and I'm like, hey, I just read the plan, and there's none of this is, and he goes, I know, we're dealing with the same thing here, but give me another couple of weeks. We're working this thing. We're gathering these guys. We've got volunteers. Maybe we can make it happen, and the right thing will end up getting approved. I'm like, okay, roger that. So get back to the rear, start prepping. The other part about the plan was same thing we learned in Afghanistan. Don't plan, prepare. The problem with plans is the prison of the plan. Once you make it and say this is the plan, you're a prisoner of that plan. Mm-hmm. No matter what new information comes out, you can't adjust the plan because the plan's finalized. And with this one, when I got back and called down to the guy who was running the 06 and above meetings, he said, look, Pete, I get it, but the time for good ideas is over. And I've always hated that expression because the time for good ideas never fucking ends. It doesn't end the moment you start or the moment you're operating. The time for good ideas is right now.
This applies to everything in life. As new information comes in, you need to be able to set your fucking ego down and change your mind.
Yeah.
And nobody does it.
Yeah.
Nobody does it.
No. But you can train yourself to do that.
You get slaughtered as a flip-flopper if you do it just in everyday life talking about politics. Like, no, new information came on and I fucking changed my mind. My thinking has evolved.
I saw your clip yesterday. You said those exact words on that clip from a couple days ago.
Man.
No, you do. And so think about this statement. Freedom of choice can best be summed up as freedom to change your mind. If you don't have freedom to change your mind, you don't have freedom of choice. You just took away your most cherished human feature, your freedom to choose. And you can't choose if you can't change your fucking mind off new information. And so you're never, ever marry yourself to a plan. Even if you worked for 1,000 hours on that thing, even if it's your plan, your version of what happened, as soon as you find contradictory information, go with the flow, man. That's how nature works. And you can keep going down the wrong path, but you're going to experience the same thing, just like those extinct species I was talking about. You're going to be extinct, and the learning feedback loop will catch up with you. And that's the case here. So, still with all this, I did not believe we were going in. I thought this was just a bluff, kind of like what I feel like today with Iran, that it's a massive bluff. But
do you think it's a bluff?
Well, that's where I'm astute enough through experience to know that what I think and hope for is not reality. So I'm not sure. Obviously, we're getting to the point of no return, where you can't even, the bluff gets called and you got no other option but attack. And I know we're going to talk about that later, so I don't want to go off topic. But anyway, I still didn't believe, and then we deployed. It was like, okay, we're getting on planes, we're going to Saudi Arabia, and landed in Saudi Arabia. It was a surreal scene there. The middle of the desert was transformed into a mega metropolis of tents and generators and every accoutrement you could imagine. The logistic capability of our country is, beyond comprehension.
KBR is a powerful company, isn't it?
There you go again. Yep, and you're right. And that's what was happening. And C-17s were landing every 5 minutes, blackout land, blackout takeoff. They'd land, taxi. Guys with nods in forklifts would come flying up to the back of it, unload the pallets. The C-17 did a hot turn right back out to the runway, blackout, night vision goggle, takeoff, gone. 5 minutes later, next one comes in. And that was all night for every night for day after day after day. So everything was there. And as soon as we got on the ground, we had to find our way through this maze of tents to the jock, the center of everything. And right away, the first thing I came in on, they'd just gotten out of a VTC with Franks, and Franks was pissed off. He was like, this plan sucks. And I didn't mention the operational part of the plan. The plan was basically this. There will be a frontal attack from the south and an airfield seizure of the Baghdad International Airport. And we were like, what in the fuck? Why would they do that? We just learned this lesson of through, with, and by. We have Kurds in the north. We have all the Shiites in the south. We have a force on both sides of Baghdad that will fight against Saddam and his Sunni henchmen that we can trust. And we know there's no other method. There's no other way to successfully do an expeditionary military operation unless you do it through, with, and by. Because as soon as you do it on your own, that xenophobia and that collateral damage all begins wearing against you. You lose the hearts and minds. You're not making good decisions because you don't live there. But, there was none of that. And Franks luckily called it out. He said, just like Afghanistan, this is all target-oriented instead of enemy-oriented. And, that was the first thing I heard. And I was like, again, I'm giving him credit because credit's due. That's incredibly insightful. That's what everything should have been focused on. Well, that second day, our unit commander got sick, had to be sent back to the States, and I was promotable to colonel. I was already promotable on the command list, so they made me the unit commander. And, the general, the JSOC general, is the same one from Afghanistan. So, it was not probably a happy moment for him that now I'm the unit commander, but he was under so much pressure from Franks, he had no other choice. And Franks, again, because he knew I was the AFO commander, was a big supporter of me and the unit working like AFO. And so we immediately started coming up with a new plan while we were in Saudi Arabia, brought everyone together again, and we were like, what do we need to do? And we settled on a couple things. First was, let's not just, do the cookie cutter approach. What do we need to operate behind enemy lines, and what do we need to do to be successful for the overall mission? The mission was multi pronged. It was kill or capture Saddam and his Decca 52, and find WMDs, if they're out there. And so we already concluded there's no WMDs.
Sounds like an easy task. Just look for the air conditioner on the roof.
And the guy taking a piss.
Taking a piss on the wall.
Yeah. So we changed it to an effects-based operation. Everything we did had to have an effect. So that's what effects-based operation are. It's not the thing you're doing, it's the effect you're trying to achieve. So they weren't going to change the massive frontal attack from the south out of Kuwait, which was divisions lined up. They weren't going to change that, but maybe we could make it a little bit more efficient for them by creating an effect that the main attack was really coming from the Western Desert. And so how do you do that? Well, it turns out we were in the coalition part of this thing. So we had the Brits there, and they sent an SBS, so the equivalent of Brit SEALs. The 5th Special Forces groups are the same guys we worked with in Afghanistan. All the same guys were there, just like us. They were going to go in desert mobility vehicles, and the Aussies were there. The Aussie SASR, SASR was there too. So our thought was we take all 4 elements, and each of these elements had between 10 and 20 vehicles, desert mobility of all types. And we thought, when you looked on the map, let's look at this as a whole. Let's use let's create the impression that the main attack is coming from the west via the swarm. Let's swarm, move forward at the same time, all in a massive, about 100-mile salient. Let's move to the east toward the built-up areas, which is Fallujah, Tikrit, Baji. Let's move like this to create the impression they'll get calls throughout the sector. Hey, there's guys here, there's guys here, there's guys here. And eventually they'll think the main attack's coming from the west. They'll reposition forces, make it more efficient, thin the lines that are facing the main attack from the south. So it was effects-based ops with swarming. And you would think that'd be a no-brainer, but we immediately got pushback. You can't do that. 1991, every element that was scud hunting was rolled up. You know the story of Bravo 20. Mm-hmm. The unit had guys scud hunting. They had to go on the run. And this is again why you have to have updated subject matter experts. We were like, it's no longer relevant. And it's no longer relevant for what we call J squared, which is JDAMs and javelins. We now had JDAMs and javelins. JDAMs give you the ability to point and shoot, either with a laser, you can talk them in, but laser's the best way. You can use handheld lasers. You just touch that vehicle, that target you want hit, and the aircraft punches in the code, releases the bomb, and the bomb maneuvers its way, precision strike onto target. So JDAMs, and then the Javelin was a game changer for defending against armor. You can engage as far out as you can see. The thermal sight on the Javelin is what makes it, really the weapon that it is, the great weapon. The thermal sight's amazing. And so you just lock in on a target and fire that Javelin, and you'll destroy, especially in 2001, any armored vehicle in the planet. And so, now it changes the equation. Thin-skinned vehicles can take on an armored formation because you have javelins. You got to know how to use them, and you got to employ them at the right distance, but it changed the equation. So we got approval. Next, we had to get approval from all our foreign and even our SF counterparts. They were all stationed in Jordan. So we flew over to Jordan, had this great meeting with all of them. They were all like, fuck yeah, it makes so much sense. We're part of the swarm. Then we got down to the details. It's like, okay, let's exchange frequencies. And all of a sudden, this high-ranking intelligence guy who was there stepped in and goes, you can't do that. You're not allowed to exchange. American freaks cannot be used by foreigners, doesn't matter who the ally is, without special permission from I don't know who. We're like, okay, well, that doesn't make any sense. So we can't talk to them. What if they're ambushed and they need us to come to help? How are they supposed to call out for help? Well, you're going to have to figure that out. I can't violate security protocols. So the next thing we did was we had the Iridium sat phones, and luckily the SF guys had them already, so it was just a matter of exchanging phone numbers. I can't remember if it was the Brits that didn't have them or the Aussies, but we gave them our extra without, once the intel guy was gone, we gave them the Iridiums, and then we literally exchanged phone numbers. And that it sounds superfluous, but that became a huge force multiplier because we were updating each other as we went along, getting smarter from each sector. They're already up here ahead of us. They haven't met any resistance, so we can probably move a little faster, on this next leg. And, we had a number of encounters. We hit 4 targets that we were told to hit. They were all dry holes, but they all had people. They all had Iraqis on them, and we learned a lot from each time. We learned there was no plan. No one knew anything about WMDs, and they certainly seemed to be truthful in the way they told us it. We had a battlefield interrogation team with us. So we had, psychs, we had guys who made their living off interrogating people. We brought them with us across the border behind lines. So we were learning, we were exchanging that knowledge. So this swarm, was getting stronger with every mile it passed. And we made it. We found no WMDs. We went all the way to where the built-up area starts, Tharthar Lake, Haditha Dam, Fallujah. And now we're entering a new phase of the operation. And I should add, right before we got there, the SBS had an incident which just underscores why you need Iraqi Americans, why you need cultural advisors, why you need linguists, whatever you want to call them. The SBS, a bunch of Bedouins came up on their position. And, a lot of people don't know this, but the Brits take breaks to have their tea. And they were having tea when these 3 Bedouins came up. And they, hey, you want some tea? And no. And, it was described to me, one of the guys, it was a weird encounter, but the Bedouins just waved him off and left. And, we're hearing this and we're like, dude, every fucking Bedouin since, cell phones came out has a cell phone. They all talk to each other. They're all incredibly territorial. If you're on, when you drive through the desert, doesn't matter if it's Iraq, Jordan, you come across these cairns everywhere. Cairns, a pile of rocks. Those mark Bedouins' territory. And other Bedouins know you don't go into that area. That's their desert. And somehow they fucking patrol that shit and know everybody in there, exactly where they are. They know all the terrain. So the SBS sat back down to have tea, and minutes later, they were surrounded. I don't know how many. I think the initial report said 50 to 100. Because they hadn't thought through it, panic set in. Most guys hoofed it, ran, left the vehicles. The Bedouins captured their desert mobility vehicles.
Holy shit.
Their radios, bunch of weapon systems. Yeah, it was pretty bad. But that's
that's why we don't share freaks.
Exactly. Exactly. So that guy, but even if you did that, all he could do is get on and call the freak, and freaks change, whatever, every 48 hours.
I'm just being an asshole.
No, it's a natural point. You have to say that to that guy's, to the point that he made. It's relevant, but it's more, I didn't say this about the guys that we had. Desert mobility has been a unit mission from way before Desert Storm in 91. And again, same, just like, the dog thing, it was guys going, what capability do we not have that we might need based on threats in the world? And they started doing desert mobility, and it is tough training. It's time-intensive training. It's arduous training. You're living in the desert. You're freezing. You're hot. You got to figure out fuel loads. You got to figure out routes. You got to be a mobility expert because you're constantly getting stuck. Every off-roader knows this. You got to understand how to drive, which requires guys to go to all kinds of off-road driving schools because the techniques are everything. You can go over a boulder, a 5-foot high boulder with a vehicle, but you got to know how to do it, how to turn the wheel the right way, how to accelerate the right way. So, the unit, the PhD level of knowledge on desert mobility, I can't do it justice with adjectives. And these guys embodied that, and they were serious as shit about it. I've been on multiple training exercises, and you realized the power of accumulated knowledge. And a big part of that is contingencies, always thinking through things, knowing, if this, then this. I think we talked about lone survivor. If a recce team is ever compromised, there's only one option. It's abort the mission. Mm-hmm. Once you're compromised, it's abort. Unless you're going to disarm a nuclear weapon that's going to blow up the world. That would be maybe the one exception, but you abort the mission. And that's the kind of thing that only training, only talking about it, living it, and then pounding it into the heads of not just your colleagues, but the new guys that come in. And so the unit was incredibly steeped. We ran into Bedouins about a week after that. Was just my headquarters element, because I came out in the field, and I'll get to that in a second, came forward. We ran into Bedouins too, but we had our Iraqi Americans with us. I had one of them with me, and we immediately asked them, hey, what can we do for you? What's going on? They want to know who you are. What are we doing? And I told Saif, my Afghan, I said, tell them we're Canadians, and we're here to evacuate the Canadian embassy. We're on our way to Baghdad to get the Canadians out. We have no part of this war. We don't want any trouble with you. We're not here to take over your country. We'll be in and out. Bedouins were like, thank you very much. Would you like to have some green tea with us? They put the tea on. I'm like, I ain't fucking drinking that shit. I put it up to my mouth, because I was the commander. Saif had some, but they left, and nothing happened. Probably reported, hey, there's a bunch of Canadians out here, and to Canadians watching your show, I'm sorry I had to.
Whoops.
Yeah, pretend I was a Canadian, but that was the way it was. We found a forward operating base. It was the Iraqi equivalent of Area 51. It was the middle of the desert. It was where they did special testing, literally in the middle of the desert. Perfect for us. We turned that into our base of operations. That's where I flew out in a small plane, landed on the highway, got out of the plane and set up my command and control element there, which was 5 guys. Same thing, lessons learned, stay small, stay nimble, always command and control as far forward as possible, because you have to, if the guys are hungry, if the guys are cold, if the guys are, are injured, are, losing their motivation, you have to live that with them. You have to experience that with them. It's the context I was talking about, why a disconnected chain of command can't make good decisions. So the way you do that is you connect with the environment, and that's what we did. We brought in the Rangers. The airfield seizure was called off by Franks, so you had a full regiment of Rangers doing nothing. So I got a battalion of Rangers attached to me. It was actually 2 companies. 160th guys, we brought them out, Little Birds specifically. And then we started operating out of this desert hide site, and we called ourselves the Wolverines after the famous B movie. What's it called? Dawn. Not Alone. It's Red Dawn. Red Dawn. So we called ourselves the Wolverines, and that's what we were known as. Just operating behind enemy lines. Wow. We are what you need us to be, and immediately, because of the phase of operations, the Thunder Run happened, and the government fell. But Saddam, the deck of 52, his 51 other closest advisors were all on cards, and that's who we were trying to capture. And I was, same thing, effects-based op. We could either go try to find intel to try to go find all 51 of them, or we can create an effect that forces them to make mistakes. What's that effect? Well, there's only 2 basic lines of drift with roads on them that you can use to get out of Iraq to the north and west. One's Highway 12, the other's Highway 1. If we block those highways and word gets back they're blocked, they're not even going to try to get out. They're going to go to ground wherever they're at, Baghdad, Tikrit, and we're going to have a much better chance of finding them all. So our mission flexed. It turned into what we call LOC, interdiction, line of communication is what LOC stands for, interdiction. And we set up, fixed battle positions on these roads. But to do it, I needed more people. We were already running low, and we were now in the built-up area. And I told you it was effects-based. We wanted them to think the main attack was coming from the west. So again, ideas come from the ground up. It was like, sir, we should get some tanks attached to us. I'm like, that's a great freaking idea. So my buddy who I told you about in Afghanistan, Jimmy, was working as, because he was highly respected, was chosen as to be the war liaison officer for the head 3-star general on the ground. So he was his special advisor, not his aide, but his special advisor. So I called Jimmy first. I go, Jimmy, here's what we need to do. Here's why we need to do it. If you can kind of, begin desensitizing, get a feel for what the general thinks of this, but make the idea, his idea. Make it seem like this is a great idea. If only we had tanks. And Jimmy did that. I sent the request up through my chain, the JSEC chain, and the first thing the JSEC ops officer said, they never fly. No one's ever attached tanks to a special ops unit, and no one's going to attach them to you guys because no one thinks you're going to have anything substantive to do with the attack. I'm like, yeah, well, just pass it up anyway. Passed it up, approved on the spot. Nice. He calls me right back. He goes, I have no idea how this happened, but somehow this got approved. So you need to find a way to get to allow C-17s to land. General Franks is going to send you up a platoon of tanks. So Franks approved 10 M1 Abrams tanks to be sent to this hodgepodge Wolverine group in the middle of the desert. Yeah, we scraped out an airfield. We had some great CCT guys who set that up. They were with us the whole time. Scraped out an airfield that night, set up the beanbag lights, in come C-17s, disgorged this platoon of M1 tank guys with a platoon leader, and I was the first guy to walk up to them, and their first question could have been, are you a freaking alien? What is going on here? And I'm like, what were you guys told? They're like, we were told, get your tanks ready to get on an airplane. You're going to link up with a new group and you're going to be attached to them. I'm like, they didn't tell you who we are? And they're like, no. And so I had this conversation with their commander, and, I watched him go through all 5 emotional phases of disbelief, shock. But in the end, he's like, this is cool as shit. He was really motivated, and they were too. So we had 10 tanks now. So this ruse that we're operating on, this effects-based op, we now want to show the Iraqis the tank. And the city we're nearest to is Tikrit and Baji. And Tikrit is Saddam's hometown. We knew through intel that his best troops were stationed in Tikrit. So it was a robust defense in Tikrit. It was nothing we were going to be able to do anything against. But again, what effect do we want? We want these guys to throw down their weapons. We want them to abandon their tanks. We want them to run for the hills. We don't want them to fight back. We want them to create this sense of hopelessness. So as we're planning that and moving to, rehearsing how close we can get to Tikrit, before we're detected, my original group was attacked by what was described as 50 to 100 Fedayeen in pickup trucks. And this was a massive firefight. And again, JDAM's, the J square was supreme. And I should say, I told you about J square. We also had D squared, which was also 2 new things on the battlefield. We had dogs and we had drones. So we brought the dogs with us. We brought special kennels with temperature control in them because they can't handle the total heat. They won't work the same way. So we had special kennels that actually had little mini air conditioners in them embedded in our trucks.
Wow.
And we brought 2 dogs, and we had the first, self-piloted drones.
Oh, shit.
Yep. And so we were able to sweep whenever we went into patrol base, rest over day position, we were able to sweep our position with concentric circles. And it was while sweeping this position that one of the guys, at the exact same time the dog began to growl, saw this small armada of pickup trucks screaming through the desert right at us. So, probably someone else from a distance saw us, some Bedouin called them. They were heading right for our patrol base, and probably I think reports were there were 10 pickups, because I said there was 25 to 50 guys, and they just annihilated them with JDAMs. There's films of F-16s dropping bombs that literally hit into the back bed of the pickup truck, which is packed full of Fedayeen guys. And then that's the JDAMs, and then the Javelins were just blowing up pickup trucks from 4 or 5 kilometers away. So it was great proof of concept right there. But we're doing the recce to figure out how to do this mission, and the mission we came up with was we want to do a show of force operation. That's what we called it, on the edge of Tikrit. Tikrit goes right up against the desert. There's a highway, that's Highway 1, that is the demarcation line between pure desert for hundreds of miles and built up, a couple 100,000 person town. So we sent this mission to hire, said this is what we're going to do. It was approved. But as I said to you, the Thunder Run mission had just happened. So everyone was talking about the Thunder Run, and the Thunder Run was M1 tanks and Bradleys that just floored it and went through a bunch of enemy fighters, went right to Bayap Airport, which was undefended. There was no enemy there, occupied Bayap, and that was kind of a dagger through the heart of the, Iraqi defense. Once Baghdad International fell, they, panic set in and they fled. But it had the wrong effect on, these commanders, these generals. They were like, just do a Thunder Run into Tikrit. Well, we were Panders and Pinzgauers, non-armored vehicles. And the tanks, we had been operating for about a week when we pulled the mission off, and we already were down to 5 tanks. It took 10 tanks to make 5. They break by the day. And so on that mission, we were down to 5 tanks. So we went to Tikrit. The first guys up were our guys in the unarmored vehicles. They went to a cloverleaf intersection, so highways just like in America. They occupied the cloverleaf. The pillars that support the clover were their cover, because we don't have armor. These are mechanized forces that are out there. And then the tanks crawled forward, and we put the tanks on the 4 car node. It was a classic cloverleaf, so there were 4 off ramps. We put 1 tank on each with the 5th tank up on top, and then just sat there and monitored, looked at Tikrit. I remember it. I was 3 kilometers out in the desert. My little command and control element, we moved forward with them. I could see the cloverleaf. I could see Tikrit, and it was dead quiet. And the guys were reporting the same from the cloverleaf. Not a creature's moving. There's no cars. There's no nothing. And this is, again, where experience comes in. We had learned that whenever a city is completely quiet and without movement or motion, something is awry. And, the sub-element commander there knew that, passed it to his guys. They were like, guys, stay alert. Stay alert. There's something going on here. And sure enough, a couple minutes later, it just, opened up. Tikrit opened up. There were gun positions on top of buildings. There were gun jeeps that were positioned behind buildings. They would pop out like angry cockroaches, fire machine gun fire at us, pop back in.
Shit.
There were positions everywhere. There were positions in buildings, on top of buildings, garages. And, the tanks, in the initial fuselage, the tanks, you're in a losing battle against an M1A2 Abrams tank with their thermal sights, because they just started locking in and blowing these, positions away. But what we realized was the only guys who were initially shooting were the guys who were on guard duty. Guys were waking up, and the fire, no matter how many things we blew up, the fire continued to intensify.
No
And
shit.
Bill, the guy who was in charge of the guys on the Cloverleaf, was calling me. He's going, "Hey, this fire's pretty intensive. We're just continuing to follow the plan." I'm like, "Roger that. Keep your back." The last thing I told him in the briefing: keep your back to the desert at all times. So, Bill calls me back a third time, and I can hear the staccato of 50 cal firing in the background, main guns, and I'm like, "Fuck, this is a fucking all-out battle." And he goes, "Hey, man, it's getting really hairy. What do you want me to do?" And I said, "Well, as soon as you think it's untenable, I want you to pull back in the desert and pull out. You've already accomplished our mission, which is to make them believe that the main effort is coming from the West and that these tanks have already arrived. So it's hopeless. We've got them surrounded, and the guys down south have no escape." And he's like, "Roger that." Well, as soon as that happened, my SATCOM radio came to life, and it was the same general that I talked about in Afghanistan. And he said, "What do you think you're doing?"
Oh, man.
And I'm like,
Is this McChrystal?
"No, it's his underling, Daly." And so I just very calmly reiterated to him what the plan was that he had already approved. This is a show of force operation. We're on the edge of Tikrit in thin-skinned vehicles. We showed them the tanks. That was the purpose. We're returning fire. We've already blown up a number of vehicles, a number of enemy positions, but this is at least a brigade of fighters, and there's mechanized vehicles. We can already see the mechanized vehicles, and it's a total mismatch. It's not our mission. And he goes, "I don't care what you told him. I want you to drive into that city and take out those positions." And then he was like, "Serpent out." I'm like, "Fuck." So Bill gets back on. So all the guys forward have this SATCOM frequency on their radios. So every vehicle hears this. So it's freezing cold out. Fucking bullets are cracking, everywhere. The sonic crack above their heads. They know it's pretty hard to make a unit operator realize he's outgunned and outmanned, but they all knew that. It was a no-brainer. And so Bill calls me and he goes, "Panther, what do you want me to do?" And I go, "No change. Continue on with mission. As soon as you think the time is right, pull back into the desert and head back to our patrol base." And he goes, "Roger, I just have one problem right now. One of the tanks ran over some telephone wire when it went into position, and now it's tangled in the track and it can't move." And as soon as he told me that, five operators jumped out of one of the vehicles and ran down to that vehicle and started working on it with, infrared headlamps, trying to detangle with these tanker guys the wire, but we couldn't move, so we were stuck. So a couple seconds after that, my Iridium phone rings, and it's one of the generals second, a guy who would go on to become a 4-star general. And he goes, "Hey, Pete, I know what you're saying, and I just want to tell you that I think it's a mistake. And if you don't go into Tikrit, I don't think you're going to be in command much longer." This is a subordinate. And, I'd already had this conversation with myself in Afghanistan, the mission, the men and me, what's my mission? It's an effects-based op. My men, they're counting on me. I will never send my men in unarmored, thin-skinned vehicles to attack a brigade that's in fighting positions in a city. This group happened to be the same group that was in Somalia, so they'd already experienced a real world urban swarm and how helpless you are against an enemy who knows the terrain and can swarm you in an urban center. So there was no doubts in their mind about the senselessness of such an order. And I couldn't talk to this guy, and I didn't want to. And because I was going back and forth with the guys. Bill's telling me it's still stuck. We're taking some really heavy fire. And I'm like, I just told the guy, "Hey, I'll get back to you, Roger." Hung it up, got on another line. They're one of our contingencies were, if anything happens, there's 160 attack helicopters. They're about 70 miles south of us in a loiter position. They weren't the ones we brought out. So I had their freak. I called them up. I gave them the code word, we need you ASAP. 15 minutes later, I heard them come in, fly forward. They went through their entire basic load of rocket fire, machine gun fire. 2 of the Apaches were hit. They had to pull back. And at that moment, Bill said to me, "Hey, looks like we got the telephone wire untangled. Looks like we can pull back. What do you want me to do? I'll do whatever you tell me." And I said, "No change. Pull back into the desert, and I'll meet you back at the safe house." Roger that. And, I know he was not going to be on again, but immediately the radio crackled to life. And once again, "What did I just hear you say?" I said, "Sir, it's the same thing. This is the mission that you approved already. They are not capable of going into Tikrit. Now you listen to me." And then dead silence. And so I was like, I tried 3 times, the standard thing, even though, I was doing it slowly because I wanted Bill off that. And he was already gone. He told me later, he goes, "It wouldn't have mattered. Once you said that, we were not going to turn around, and there was nothing to do." He goes, "We would have been cut to pieces." Turned out, I later found out from a staff officer, he was so pissed off, he yanked, he had the push to talk
off the wall.
Yeah, he yanked the cord from his push to talk handset out of the radio thing and broke it and stormed out of the tent.
Oh my!
So
What? I mean,
yeah. So this is, you can tell this dynamic.
why the fuck
He's
would you
300
want to
miles
turn
away.
a diversion into the main?
He wanted another
assault
thunder run.
force?
It's this same thing I was telling you about: hubris, emotion. I'll be famous. We'll have done a thunder run with thin-skinned vehicles. You can do it. They did it. And it's like, we're not a tank division. A tank division has something like 200 tanks. I got 5, and they're all holding on by a thread. And I have nothing to support the 5 with. I have no maintenance group or nothing like that. And my guys are in thin-skinned vehicles. But, it was an eye-opener, and it was good. It was, in a way, it was positive for me because, it was the final thing I needed to learn. I have no interest in compromising my integrity to get to the next rank. And so when we got back, it was, sun's coming up. We got back before them. Like I did every night, I was waiting for them, or every morning waiting for them. They got out of their vehicles, first checked themselves and the vehicles for bullet holes and damage. And then the sergeant major of the group, codename Armani, made a beeline for me. And he was fucking, I can still see him vividly, the classic, example of a operator who's been in combat all night. His equipment is still perfectly ergonomically organized on his body. His weapon's still perfect. His rest of his body is in tatters. His shirt is ripped. His hair is matted down by, the combination of sweat and, the headsets that he's wearing on his head. His face is full of black shit, probably oil coming up from machine guns that he was firing. His eyes, zombie-like eyes from, another vampire night of staying up all night on 2 or 3 hours sleep in the day. And he just made a beeline to me and he said, "Sir, we heard every word of the conversation in our vehicle, and we were hanging on every word. And I just wanted to shake your hand and say thank you for what you did." And that moment to me was the highlight of my, my military career, tied for the greatest thing that, greatest feedback I ever got in my military career. And, that's also just reemphasizes that's what it's about. If you're not taking care of your people, when you make a decision, then you're making a senseless decision. And that's what happened there. But we now had a better expectation for, what was about to happen. And that very next night, we went out again to patrol the desert, and we discovered a brigade of mech. And the guys discovered them from a max standoff distance. So they sent, I think, 4 ATVs forward, and each of the ATVs had laser pointers, and they just sat from about 1.5 kilometers in front of this mech brigade, and they just touched each vehicle with a laser, and a JDAM evaporated the vehicles. After the first 3, the Iraqis were like, this is some voodoo shit. They just abandoned the rest of their vehicles, and we destroyed a brigade's worth of mech equipment that night. That next night is when the main attack all stalled at the Karbala Gap. I don't know if you remember that. They were all stalled. They were out of gas, couldn't move any further. And, they all set up their nightly VTC with CENTCOM, and Franks got on there and he said, the night before they had sent a swarm of Apaches, 100 Apaches, to go in and attack this defensive position. And you might remember that. Something like 60 Apaches were shot up. They had to retreat. Apaches can't operate on their own. And so it failed. And Franks got on there and he said, this is why I was against the original plan. Look what you guys are doing. You've just driven into the country. You haven't even made contact yet with any significant enemy. And I got 45 guys up north who just destroyed a brigade worth of armor. And, he counted the vehicles. He's like, and then he read them, like 46 tanks, 38, rocket launchers, all this shit. And I later was told by one of the guys who was in one of the divisions, a staff officer, he goes, once he did that, he goes, it was very effective, because we were like, if those freaking unit guys can do that in those Pinzgauers, we can do it in M1s. And he said that was a big motivation for, the ops that they pulled off, the additional thunder runs they did to take the rest of Baghdad. So, it worked out for the better. I got a call from my contact in DOD. He's like, we're hearing everything. We're listening to radio. It's amazing. And I just want to, but I need to get some feedback from you. And I go, yeah, sure. And first thing I want to do is thank you for, finding and then being able to send those Iraqi Americans over to me before we launched out. Like, please tell your boss and you, thank you so much for what you did. We couldn't have done anything without the Iraqi Americans. And he goes, oh man, that's good to know, because we're getting real heat back here from the Pentagon about the whole system. And I go, well, what's the heat? And they go, well, it turns out you were the only one who took the Iraqi Americans with you into the box. And I'm like, what? So they sent 30 Iraqi Americans over. We interviewed all 30, picked 2, our 2. So there were still 28 of them. The problem was they didn't have security clearances. So even us, before we took off, my higher headquarters intel guy, great guy, comes up to me and goes, Pete, I hate to be the one to say this to you, but you can't take those guys with you. And I'm like, why? And he goes, because they don't have security clearance and you're the most secure organization in the military. And I go, but they're Americans. And he goes, yeah. And I go, and we're Americans. And he goes, yeah. And I go, to me, that's the only thing they had to pass. Their fellow Americans, they volunteered to leave their jobs and fly to nowhere for no task. No one ever told them what they were going to do. These 2 are actually on Pinzgauers riding into combat. They've participated in 6 combat firefights already. And funny thing about the metamorphosis, if you looked at them, you couldn't even tell at this point they were Iraqi Americans. They had jungle floppy hats on. The guys that outfitted them, they had their own kit. They were, they looked like kind of like support guys for operators or whatever, but they were completely ingrained. And I was just in shock that no one else took them. And I said, look, most of the commanders probably, got treed by a chihuahua over the intel thing or didn't understand how much they'd need them, but I bet you they all understand it now. So don't let anyone talk you out of it. Get those other 28 and keep bringing them in, because we're going to need more and more of these guys. So we rotate these guys out. And he goes, okay, great. I have one other favor I need of you. He goes, yesterday, Ambassador Bremer took over. He's in charge of all ops in Iraq now because Saddam, the government had fallen. And I go, yeah. And he goes, he doesn't have any Iraqi Americans with him. And remember, the plan said no Iraqi Americans because they're too logistically problematic. We got to put them up. We got to feed them. We already have enough guys. And then I'm like, okay. And he goes, so if you could give one of your guys, and I hate to say this, but your best guy to him, you'll be doing something for everybody in country. It'll help him navigate the decisions he's got to make. And there was a rift between DOD. Bremer was State Department, so there was a rift. The DOD did not agree that state, which if you think about it, shame on, again, the Bush administration, you don't change in the middle of the battle. You don't turn it over to a State Department guy. And Bremer was flying into the country. He'd never been to Iraq before.
Holy
So he flew in that day, and I said, yeah, I can do it. And he goes, okay, you need to go to the green zone and make contact with them to give it. So we were told anyway, the fourth ID was coming in, the Marines were coming in. It was time to go back to Baghdad to do, find the rest of the deck of 52. So we were coming in anyway. And, we drove back into Baghdad, and then I took Saif to the green zone to where Bremer was setting up in Saddam's palace. And so when I got there, it was a beehive of activity. Contractors were repairing the new skylights that had been made by the JDAMs, the cruise missiles that took the initial group out. The air conditioners were being put in every window. They were even working on the pool, the swimming pool, Saddam's swimming pool at the time. And so Saif, my Iraqi American, said to me what I was thinking already as we walked through the unobtrusive opulence of the palace entryway. He said, this doesn't feel right. And I was like, fucking, you are so right, man. It does not feel right. And we walked into the palace, again, beehive of activity. I asked a guy, hey, is there anyone from the State Department I can talk to who can tell me how to link up with Ambassador Bremer? He goes, that guy right there is the head guy. Gray, ponytail, reading glasses, barking out orders to people. So I walk up to him. Again, I have not showered yet, nothing. I come walking up to him with my Iraqi American, and I introduce myself, gave him the context. Here's why I'm here. I was asked, I don't know if you know who Paul Wolfowitz is. He's Deputy Secretary of Defense. His staff asked me to bring, this is one of my most trusted guy down here, so you can have a cultural advisor for all the decisions you can make. And, guys, you could tell he wasn't really, And then I finished talking, and he goes, okay, so I know who Paul Wolfowitz is, and Paul Wolfowitz is DOD. But let me tell you something, Colonel. This is a Department of State op, and we don't need any DOD assets here, and we don't need any cultural advisors. Now, your boy here, I can give him $60 a day to be an interpreter at the front gate. We definitely need that. So I can put him in right away. But that's all. And if you'll excuse me, I got to get back to work. And he's like, get that air conditioner over the other side. And I turn to Saif, and he goes, sir, is this for real? Is this guy for the real? I cannot believe this. How are they going to talk? How are they going to work with the people? How are they going to know where the enemy is? How are they going to know how to fix things? How are they going to be able to tell the people, hey, help is coming. We're going to fix this up. Here's what's happening. I'm like, Saif, I don't know, buddy. And I remember the moment because it was the first moment in my life that I felt embarrassment for being for my country. This guy embarrassed me, being a fellow American. But, Saif, it was like, that's why you got guys with you. You always want a wingman, to bring you back to reality. And I'm like, fucking great point. And I turn to this guy and I go, look, dude, where is Ambassador Bremer right now? And he goes, he's in a meeting. Why do you want to know? And I go, where's the meeting? And he goes, well, it's somewhere where you're not allowed to go to because you don't have an access badge and you're not cleared to hear what he's talking about. So I'm like, this is when you're, again, staring in the eyes of a madman. Don't become a madman yourself. I look around and I see this in the hallway, this magic marker written sign that says conference room and an arrow. And it just made sense. He'd be down this hallway in the conference room if he's having a meeting. And I go, yeah, okay, thanks for your time, Bub, because he was calling me Bub the whole time. And where are you going? And I go, we're going to see Ambassador Bremer. And he goes, you can't go down there. And he starts following us. Well, you don't have a clearance. You don't have badges. He's in a meeting. It's a really important meeting. I go, what's the meeting about? Over my shoulder. I'm not going to patronize this guy anymore. And he goes, it's a meeting on what day to pick the trash up. And I go, Saif, what day should they pick the trash up? He goes, it does not matter. Any day but Saturday. You don't pick the trash up on Saturday. And the guy's ignoring Saif. He's like, not good enough. And I go, is that a good enough answer for you? He goes, you are not allowed to go down there. So we come to the conference room, and it's 20-foot high oak doors, ornately carved. You could tell this was Saddam's. And the doors were shut. I wiggled the handle; they were locked. But there was a crack in the door, and I put my face up to the crack, and I could see inside. I could see Bremer, and I could see all the individuals in the meeting. And the first pattern that jumped out was there were no Iraqis in there. These were all like State Department guys in suits talking about what day to pick the frickin' trash up. And the trash was a problem. Just like the guy said in the brainstorm mission, the infrastructure, there was no water, no power, no electricity. So no electricity, no water, and no sewage. So you couldn't flush toilets, and there was no trash pickup. So there were mountains of trash. At this point, they were only like 10 to 20 feet high, but forming on every street. So I'm sitting there trying to listen to the meeting. This guy's behind us. He's going, I'm going to tell you one more time. You are not allowed in there. Pull your ears and your eyes away from that door, and you two need to get out of here. And this is where Saif, shines. He goes, sir, you hear something? I know the wind blow really hard around here, and all I can hear is a bunch of hot air right now. And the fucking guy turned around, stormed off in search of somebody to tell. Saif said, what do we do? I said, well, let's wait till the meeting ends. We sat there 4 more hours. And there was a window, you could see the sun going down. It was martial law, so we had to be back to our safe house before sundown. We had ops that night too. I said, Saif, let's go. And he's like, sir, this can't be really happening. They can't be really going forward without any Iraqi Americans. And I'm like, yep, we'll try again. We'll come back. So we tried every day for, I think, the next 2 weeks. I would send a guy with Saif. We brought him up, re-offered every time. They would not take him. 6 weeks later, the trash piles were mountains, rat-infested mountains, no water, no power, no garbage pickup, no employment. The Bremer's second day in command, he was UN allowed him to create decrees with the power of decrees. So decrees are only usually used by despots and dictators. That's do this with no explanation of what it's doing. And he disbanded the Iraqi military on his third day in country that he had never been in before, and put 150,000 military men out of work. They already don't get barely paid anything. Now they have no money, and they're part of the no power, no sewage, no water, no hope for jobs.
And who are they pissed at?
Exactly, us. And then on top of all this, I told you it's 6 weeks later, there's no messages going out to the Iraqi people. The human animal can suffer for unthinkable amounts of time and can accomplish feats that, no one can ever believe. A someone who a ship sink can swim forever if they just know there's an island up in front of them. So what the most important thing that should have been happening during that time was a combination of radio and pamphlets and guys going out to neighborhoods telling them, hey, here's what's going on. Everything's about to be rebuilt. We're putting these people on water, power. We've got to rewire the electricity to your house. And as Saif said, you can have the garbage picked up in hours. Just tell the guys on each block, if you move that trash to a certain location, you'll make this amount, and you can pay them next to nothing. They'll do it because that's the way Iraqis are. So he's also sharing cultural,
Knowledge.
Yeah, knowledge of these people, and that's a great solution. We should have picked that trash up, not 6 weeks, the first week. We should have picked it up and then had these guys, okay, every Tuesday, you guys bring the trash to this central location. You'll get paid by weight. However much you bring, we'll pay you. And same thing. That's why we said all the Iraqi Americans who work in sewage plants, water treatment plants, electric generator plants, they all should have been deployed over there waiting. And then on the word, they should have gone to those facilities, hired other Iraqis, used their knowledge, their language, and turned the whole city back on. And a guy named Spider Marks, who was the head intel general during the initial invasion and those initial months after the invasion, along with his Iraqi intel counterpart, wrote a paper. And they said in that paper, and you can still access it online, it said the insurgency it's not an organic insurgency. We created that insurgency. The U.S., through Bremer's bad decisions, created the insurgency that we ended up fighting for, 15 years and thousands of lives lost.
Man.
So I think that's Iraq.
That is fucking unbelievable.
Yeah, so learn from it, listen to the guys on the ground. Never stop brainstorming. The time for new ideas never ends. Through, with, and by. Expeditionary warfare does not work. It never has, never will. You have no idea what people you've never lived with or spent time with need and what they expect. You've got to do it through, with, and by, and you've got to trust your subordinates, and you got to use common sense. And all that was violated in that war.
That is unfucking believable from start to finish. Water truck, AC, guy pissing on a wall. The tanks.
That's why we have to look at, whenever they say there's intel.
Fucking enemy. We created our own fucking enemy.
Yep.
Wow. For a logistics company.
Yeah, and in those first 6 weeks, you could drive anywhere you wanted in Baghdad. We always ate at the open air cafes. Everyone we ran into would come up, and we were in civilian clothes. We didn't want to, create that sense of we were an invading force. Everyone came up to us. Thank you for what you did. Saddam is a tyrant. All we need is just some help getting back on our own feet. We can do this. They wanted to pull themselves up by their bootstraps, but we were the ones preventing them. We wanted to do it. And it goes back to your logistics thing. We've got these contractors who should never have been focused on refurbishing the palaces. So his second decree after disbanding the military was a decree that repurposed all Saddam's property, all of his palaces, and there were a lot in country, as new military and State Department headquarters. So the infrastructure moved into all the palaces. We couldn't have done a thing more counterproductive to, not losing the hearts and minds of the people. Now we're in palaces, and for the State Department, who ran the Green Zone, it just became a self-licking ice cream cone. Their real mission became force protection. And with every IED, every car bomb, they ordered more people, more sandbags, thicker walls, higher walls. And when you order more people to do that, you got to order more food to feed them, more medics to take care of them, more facilities to house them. And so the Green Zone became a self-licking ice cream cone. It was just a thing whose mission was force protection of itself, not making the best decisions for the people, not figuring out, where we needed combat ops and where we didn't.
That entire fucking war was bullshit. Wow. I don't even know what to say.
Yeah. Except learn from it,
I wonder how much money KBR made.
Billions. Every cafeteria, every
cafeteria, every
post.
hooch that was made, every Connex box, every air conditioner, every window, every shitter, the mail, the food, the bathrooms, the gas, everything, all of it.
And it was really focused on the wrong thing. We should have had minimal headquarters in that country. We certainly didn't need Bremer. We certainly didn't need these massive military headquarters. We should have been using that effort to rebuild the infrastructure, the primary aspects of it: water, power, trash pickup, sewage. Get that shit going. People got to live and communicate with them. They need to hear, they need some hope, and they were given no hope. And during that period, it changed from spring to summer, and the average temperature in Baghdad in the summer is 107 degrees. So it gets higher, a little lower, but it's always over 100. It's like living in Phoenix in the summer with no water, no power, no sewage, no job, nowhere to go, no safety, because now you got criminals and gangs terrorizing neighborhoods. So just, the most important thing is that we learn from it and we don't ever allow that to happen again.
Man, no wonder they fucking hated us.
Yeah.
Well, want to take a break?
Sounds good.
Building.
What do you think, Shawn?
We're high. Well, Pete, I just all that context that you just gave, and it's a lot of shit for people to listen to in one episode.
Yeah.
Wow. The whole fucking war, man. So, I can't remember if I asked this on the break or if I asked it before we took the break, but I said, I wonder how much money KBR made off the Iraq War. And I've always thought or known that's why we went in there, was to enrich Cheney and his buddies. But so are you familiar with Claude?
Yeah.
Claude, yeah, it's like is the best AI consumer product out right now. So we pulled up Claude to see how much money Halliburton made off the war. Halliburton was by far the biggest corporate beneficiary of the post 9/11 wars. Here's a breakdown of what's known. The headline figure: KBR, a former subsidiary of Halliburton, was estimated to have received at least $39.5 billion in federal contracts related to the Iraq War alone.
Unbelievable.
$39.5 billion fucking dollars. The broader GWAT picture: by 2008, Halliburton KBR had received more than $30 billion just for logistics work under the Pentagon's LOGCAP, Logistics Civil Augmentation Program contracts in Afghanistan and Iraq. The $39.5 billion figure captures the fuller decade-long picture. How it grew so fast. In 2003 alone, Halliburton received DoD contracts worth $4.3 billion, more than it had received in the entire previous 5 years combined. That year, it posted a record total revenue of $16.3 billion.
Wow.
The political backstory: the concept of privatizing military support services was first initiated in the early 1990s by Dick Cheney when he was Secretary of Defense, and Halliburton got the contract to develop the model. Cheney later served as Halliburton's CEO from 1995 to 2000, then became vice president under Bush. The controversy: once it secured its contracts, Halliburton proceeded to vastly overcharge the Pentagon for basic services, even while doing shady work that put U.S. troops at risk. The Defense Contract Audit Agency flagged major billing deficiencies, and the Pentagon's Inspector General launched a criminal investigation into fuel overcharging. Many of the deals were awarded without competitive bidding from other firms.
Wow.
In short, roughly $39.5 billion in Iraq-related contracts over a decade, with an additional Afghanistan and broader GWAT work on top of that, making Halliburton KBR the single largest contractor of the entire post-9/11 war effort. The honest answer on a full total: the Afghanistan-only number was never as large or as cleanly tracked as the Iraq number. Most reporting on KBR's massive totals, the $16 billion KBR one from 2004 to 2006, or the overall $39.5 billion figure that covers Iraq and Afghanistan together, with Iraq being the far dominant share. Afghanistan was always the secondary theater for KBR in terms of contract value. A rough estimate based on available data would put KBR Halliburton's Afghanistan-specific work in the range of $4 to $6 billion over the full 20-year war. But that's only an approximation. The bulk of the $39.5 billion figure was Iraq. The two wars were financially lopsided. Iraq was a far bigger contracting bonanza.
Wow.
I wonder if anybody has any questions
Wow.
on why we went to war in Iraq.
Yep. Even though the guys on the ground were questioning, what are we doing? Why would we leave Afghanistan? He saw it as a money thing. It's incredible.
Water trucks, air conditioners, and people taking a piss on the side of a bucking building.
Yeah.
And we found the YouTube video of Colin Powell briefing the UN with the slides.
Awesome.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Decision-making, problem-solving.
Thanks, Claude. You know what the next question on my outline is?
No. What?
When did you know it was time to leave?
Well, you just heard it. Twice I knew. I was trying to make up my mind anyway. I never joined the military to be a general I didn't have any, I just wanted to serve. So for me, every year from probably, the first time you can get out is when you're a captain, like 4 to 6 years. So that's the first time you go through, and I had fun every assignment that I got, especially those first years. I couldn't imagine a better job, a better profession, better people to hang out with. So but then it was always, hey, develop a situation. I'll stay as long as there's a purpose and I feel like I'm fulfilling that purpose. So then you get up, you get up into your past 10 years and you start heading for 20, and you naturally think about it again. Am I going to stay? Am I going to get out? And so it was always on my mind. I told you, I got my MBA through a program that was offered on Fort Bragg, North Carolina, and I did it on Saturdays and weekend Saturdays, and then you had to do a 2-week thing at the end. You had to take leave to do it. I took my organizational behavior textbook to Afghanistan with me, kind of nerdy, but I needed some reading material. And so, business always fascinated me. I never wanted to be an old military guy, I never wanted to be one of these hangers-on. I thought, when you're not operational in the military, you really, there's really no reason to stay in. So all that played into me. But then, first thing happened was Afghanistan. And, I was told, stop coordinating with the CIA in the 10th Mountain or commander's going to bring you home. And like, well, I'm not fucking going to stop coordinating because that'll get my guys killed. And I'm not going to change, what we're doing because we're about to attack the largest pocket of foreign fighters in Afghanistan, and it's an opportunity cost. And so I knew right there, because if there's a general that doesn't like you, that's, in your chain of command, they're going to be in that chain of command. They're going to be on every board. And so it wasn't like I thought my career's over. It was more like that, I knew what I was doing when I said, no, I'm going to keep going. And then Iraq, that phone call in the desert and him screaming at me, he's the same guy. And, I wasn't going to get my guys killed there either. And so again, there's selfless and there's selfishness, and they're actually very similar. You can call it selfless, but it's also selfish. You get your guys killed, you're sentencing yourself to you're gonna pay the price for that the rest of your life. You better be able to look at every decision you made, even the ones that didn't work out so well, and you better be able to look back and go, I made it for the right reasons. I made it. I was trying to take care of my guys. I was trying to accomplish the purpose. So even when things don't go, as you expect them, that your motives were pure and that you did what you did as part of trying to take care of your guys. When you don't do that, I think you're sentencing yourself for a life of guilt and PTSD-like feelings. So, by the time I hit 20, it was just kind of like a fait accompli. And I'm glad you asked it, because I don't want people to think I was, an outcast or anything. I was a benefactor of the system. I got promoted early to every rank. By the time I was a colonel, I was 4 years ahead of my contemporaries. And, I didn't get in any shouting matches with generals. I was never like that. Even that one, I basically got along with him pretty good, except when it came time to, execute shit. And he tried to micromanage or do senseless, make me follow senseless orders. So it wasn't any of that. And then, just like we're saying with Cheney and Halliburton, decisions are made not by one thing, by a whole bunch of things. And so, when you look at a big decision, you never make a major life decision based on one single variable. So getting out's a huge decision, as you know, no matter when you do it in your career, and you got to think through it. And I luckily, knew how to do that, how to make those big decisions. You sit down and brainstorm with yourself, write down everything you can think of in bullet form that has to do with, should I stay or should I go? And you see in front of you, your brain can only think of one thing at a time, but your eyes can connect things and make 5 things one thing. So when you put a bunch of bullet points down, your eyes are going to see the usually 5 to 7 most important things in there. And you kind of, put a check mark by them, rise them to the top as your priorities. And so, I never wanted to be a general. I was always intrigued. I always believed that, life's not worth living unless you reinvent yourself every couple of years. And couple meaning, whatever makes sense. 5, it can be 2. But you should reinvent yourself, challenge yourself in new ways. And so it also intrigued me getting out. But I also had, kids at the time. I felt, some guilt about my kids, not being there enough for them. And I knew that if I stayed in, my marriage was not working out. I knew I would rarely see my kids again. So, and I didn't want that. I wanted to be part of their lives, take care of them.
How old were your kids?
When I got out, they were 13 and 11. So, just hitting adolescence. And, great ages that you want to be there, take them to events and stuff like that. So it was all those reasons. And, I never regretted it for a second. People are always saying, do you miss it? And I'm like, no, because it's kind of like aging. It doesn't, not that it sneaks up on you, you're aging. So when you're going through your military career, and my military career, I can't put an adjective on that either. It was beyond anything I ever hoped or could have imagined, the opportunities I was given in those 21 years. But you're done. When you make colonel, you've there's no more great jobs. There's no more operational jobs. There's no more operational leadership. Someone can maybe disagree with that because a major general occasionally strolls onto the battlefield, but there's no more, the stuff that I came in for is not relevant anymore. And so nothing jazzed me about being a old general, being some boy Friday as a 1-star and a 2-star and, genuflecting at the altar of wokeness, compromising your integrity, which you have to do to, I hate to say it, but you do to be a general. You got to agree with those things. When a higher ranking general tells you, you got to say, yes, sir, and that's it, or you're not going any further. So I just never had any interest.
It sounds even worse than being a fucking private.
Yeah, I did.
E1.
Yeah.
I mean, if that's all you do is a 1-2-star general is just
do what you're told.
I mean, I guess it's nothing new because they were like that the whole.
Yeah.
I mean, the ones like you always leave. Always fucking leave.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to guilt trip you by any means.
No. And that's, the number one thing that made me want to stay was guilt to guys. I knew, all the things we've talked about. I knew about all the fucked up decisions that get constantly made and these generals who micromanage and push these fucked up decisions down. And so I felt, I had a role in, call it what you will, being a shit blocker. Shit rolls downhill unless there's something to block it. It's going to land on your guys. And so part of a leader's job is to be a shit blocker. You get hit by the shit so they can stay clean and continue to operate. And so I felt guilty about that. And, like I said, I was on the command list. So, but it was still tough. And, having everything together it just made sense for me. It was the right time. And like I said, never regretted it, never looked back. Every second I've been out has been great too. So no remorse at all.
How was it reintegrating with your family?
It was, it was good. It was, they were happy that my kids, that I would be home regularly. They didn't know what that was because, I've been gone a lot for most of their lives. And I think Iraq was the first time, when we went to Afghanistan, it wasn't really a war, but Iraq was a war. And like, if you could go back and remember the media depiction, we were going to war, kind of like World War II. And I always remember that because when I got dropped off at the unit, I turned around and my kids were both crying in the car, and I always remember, I can still see them crying,
Man.
worrying about their dad. And when you're in combat, I just cannot remember many times being scared or having trepidations about things, but I was always, the thing that always kept me, making me double sharp was I got to get back, to see my kids. I got to see my kids. I got to get back home. And I believe, you always hear people say it's kind of a platitude now, guys fight. They're fighting for the country, but they're really fighting for the guy next to them. Yeah, of course, you're always fighting for the guy next to you, but you're really fighting to get home, to get back home. War sucks, no matter what any take you want to have on it. It sucks. It's a difficult time in your life, and every human craves normalcy, and home is normalcy, however your home life is. And then kids, are your offspring, your genetic code, your responsibility. And so it's hard to reconcile yourself not being there for them as much as you possibly can. So,
A lot of guys struggle with purpose after service, especially guys that spent 20 plus years in. I mean, how did you find a new purpose?
Yeah, it's a great question. I was lucky, I started working when I was still on terminal leave. So I went and worked big biotechnology company, Amgen, in Southern California.
How the hell do you get into biotech right out of Delta?
Yeah, it was a convoluted road. I did that Secretary of Defense's corporate fellowship. I had my MBA. I did that fellowship, and I did it at Amgen. I got sent out there, and I just established relationships. A couple of executives said, "So when are you going to get out?" I was like, "I don't know. It might be a couple of years, might be 5 years. I don't know yet." And they were like, "Well, if you ever do, give us a call. We'd love to bring someone like you in." And the CEO of Amgen was a submariner, Naval Academy guy, really good guy. I owe him a lot for trusting me and bringing me in. And so I had two other great jobs. One was Triple Canopy. I was going to go to work, for Triple Canopy in a pretty great position, great paycheck, all that. I had another one at a consulting company.
Triple Canopy was Delta Heavy, right?
Yeah, it was founded
At least
by
at the beginning.
unit guys. Yeah, ex-unit guys. Before my time, the two founders, they left before even 91. And then the Sergeant Major, who was also my Sergeant Major, even during Iraq, he became the president of that company. Great, super intelligent guy. And then they had a bunch of other super intelligent Sergeant Majors beneath them. I mean, they could have been successful in a lot of different businesses. So they were a good company. And I would have been honored to go work there. But I also had a principle. I told you I wrote things down. So the next phase of that is write down what will kind of make you happy. And one of the things was purpose, a purpose I can believe in. But the other was I wrote it. It was like the last bullet I wrote. If at all possible, I would like to do something that has no tentacles to the federal government. So I just did not want to, deal with government bureaucracy anymore. And, maybe I was a little shell-shocked from all that, but I didn't think that was business. I mean, it is business, obviously, but not pure, true business, and so as I then had this choice of 3 places to go, because I called Amgen up, I called my point of contact. He was in an airport. And I'm like, hey, I'm getting out. I just want to let you know. And if there was anything available, I would be. He's like, what? You getting out? Why didn't you tell me? He goes, you got anything lined up? I go, yeah, I got 2 things. He goes, wow, Jesus, I told you to call me when you got out. And he's like yelling at me on the phone and sent tickets. A couple of days later, I flew out there, did interviews, and it just, it was the other side of the country from Fort Bragg. It was 0 government interaction. It was totally reinvent yourself, learn new information, new knowledge, a real purpose you can believe in, take care of patients, do things for people who are sick. And so, I just decided on Amgen. And again, I was never regretted it. It was a great company to work for. I worked in multiple functional areas, but most of my time was in sales and marketing, the commercial side. Sales and marketing people are just great people, especially in pharma. They're very, very value-based people. You and I have talked about business, the expression, you eat what you kill. Salespeople, good salespeople, that's the way they are. And good salespeople are good value-based people. They're hard workers. They're funny. They're personal, and so it would, and I was put in a leadership position too. So I didn't have any expectation for that, but I realized how important it is also to go back to leading, because, leading's just what I said before. It's, using common sense to make good decisions and solve complex problems that set the conditions for your people to succeed. And that's the same in the military as it is in business. And if you can do that as a leader, you'll be a successful leader. So, I just used common sense, the thing I was taught in the unit, right off the bat to lead these teams. And I also had a great beginning because we had a new product, no one had ever used it before, no one had ever sold it, no doctor had ever heard of it. It was kind of a breakthrough technology. And so, there was no protocol. So it was like, untrampled wilderness in front of you, you got to find a path. Lewis and Clark type thing. And so that was a great part of it too. But to your point, I think it's so important if there's one thing that, all of us can do to help vets and that, the military can do when they counsel vets who are getting out, it's get them engaged as quickly as possible when they come out of the military. Mm-hmm. What you said is exactly right. Make sure they have a purpose they believe in that makes sense to them, but get them engaged. Don't give them time. Idle minds, create chaos. And, part of that getting away, other side of the country, getting away from the federal government is you're not thinking about stuff anymore. You just wash that behind. You're too busy learning mechanism of action and, how a molecule communicates with your genes and, how it either accelerates or stymies a disease. And you're learning all this stuff. It's something new. It's stimulating you.
How does a molecule communicate with your genes?
Through proteins. The cell uses proteins. The proteins are the communicators that send messages that, send the code back and forth. Mm-hmm. And your genetic code is riding herd over everything. And you understand that, molecules are that's why a mechanism of action is when they isolate what's causing a disease or what's curing it. Now they can they can reproduce that molecule, and they clone the cell that does it. They clone it in a fascinating way inside hamster ovaries, Chinese hamster ovaries.
Wow.
Yeah, and then they make that cell, reproduce that cell in this massive fermentation process, and then that's what a biologic is. A biologic's not a chemical. It's the cell's own chemistry. It's your cells, or the specific cell recreated, going back in your body to replace the ones you're deficient at or have too many of, which is what, again, causes disease. So I could believe in the process. It was complex enough. I got the lead. So it was just, as good as it can get. But my goal has always been to try to do something to pass that on to vets, try to hire vets as much as possible. I hired over 500 people at Amgen, and whenever I had a chance to hire a vet, I did. So yeah, it was a great, great commercial career. I was an executive, just did really.
I mean, as far as leadership, I'm curious. I mean, you're coming from Delta, where, guys, I've interviewed enough of you guys to know it's you're competing to keep your job every single day you walk through the doors. It's a very high caliber person. What is it like coming into the civilian world, where maybe people aren't as motivated?
Yeah, for me, well, they're not motivated, but at least at this company, they're like elite. You couldn't just be, out of college and get a job there. You had to have had a successful track record, 5 to 10 years usually for salespeople at another company. You had to be good, and it was hard to get hired, by a company like Amgen. So I had good people, but that's the thing about leadership, and that's why I think that CEOs in a lot of big companies, and especially like billionaire CEOs, they stop leading, because you're not leading anymore if you don't have to persuade people. And, one thing about the unit, you asked last time about being an officer there, you don't just flip your hand and tell guys what to do, because they'll go, it fucking doesn't make any sense. And, they'll go, why do you want me to do that? And if you haven't thought through it, if you don't have the logic of why ready, they're not going to accept it. And there's a good reason for that, because if there's no logic of why, it's probably a senseless decision. It's not thought through properly. And so, you learn the power of persuasion. You learn the power of logic. You learn the power of seeding. You talk to a few guys first. What do you think of that? Well, shit, man, we should do it. Can you put together something? And, you get guys involved. And I think it's the same thing in the corporate world. You've got to spend time with the relationship part of it, but you cannot be one of these, choose the tag, micromanager, sociopath, do as I say, no matter what, or I'll fire you. And the worst thing about doing that is those people are your checks and balances. They're the ones who are going to keep you from making a massive mistake that'll tube your business, tube your reputation, whatever it is you care about. So, it sounds weird, but because I came from AFO and then the Wolverines, these, unconventional forces, it was just natural for me to go into this thing I'd never, led before and had no real experience with, because same thing, common sense is that common ground and common language that connects us all. So if you're operating off a common sense perspective, and part of that is the ability, the ego that allows you to say, fuck, I have no idea, and you should be saying that to your people, because you hire your people to be experts at things, and trust is the most important aspect, the glue that holds any organization together. And trust is not a one-way street, getting your people to trust you. You got to trust your people. It's reciprocity. And you show trust when you say to people, you ask them questions. Hey, how does this work? How do you actually do that? How, what's part B? What's part A? And let them tell you, because what you're saying without saying is, I trust you. I trust your knowledge. I appreciate your knowledge. Can you share some with me? And I think it has, a compounding effect. Because, my guys, I was obviously different. Some people thought it was, heresy that I was put into positions I was put into with no real experience. But I'd always explain to people, I do have experience. I have this experience in decision-making, problem solving, and using common sense. And that's what sales and marketing is. No matter what the product, you've got to immerse yourself in the product. You've got to be a subject matter expert. But, that's another advantage military guys have. You've got neocortical discipline. You can engage your brain. You can read shit. You can study shit. And what you find in most corporations is most of the people have stopped doing that. They're not up on the latest, product breakthroughs or research and development breakthroughs. And you can carve your own niche by just learning that stuff and being competent at it. So, it was, again, I couldn't have designed it better, but, going right away, I'm still on terminal leave when I started my job. And, it just having good people, learning something new, being away from all the things that frustrated you so you can kind of get them out of sight, out of mind, altogether just made it an ideal situation for me.
What got you into writing?
Right away when I was there, so, we talked about guilt. I was still had all my friends who were in, they're still fighting. This is, 2005, 6. So, my buddies, I'm talking to them, I'm meeting them. I've traveled to DC a lot, so I'd meet guys in DC, both military and agency. And right off the bat, from all the aggregation of all that, I was, angry, frustrated because we weren't learning anything. All the things that are in my first book, always listen to the guy on the ground, when in doubt, humor, creates insight, develop the situation. All these principles, guiding principles, were not carrying on. And that's what...
They were not carrying on?
No, they were, so we talked about it like, Takur Ghar, Shahi Code, Anaconda, all those lessons were, spit out. I gave 50 presentations after that. And, always listen to the guy on the ground. You don't have to do what the guy on the ground says, but you always should defer. And it's that selfish, selfless thing. Again, if you want to do what's right, you better use the best check and balance available to any human, and that's the people around you. Bounce it off them, and you better have created an atmosphere where your guys can walk up to you and go, "Boss, you're smoking crack, dude." And, you laugh like that, and you go, "Okay, tell me what crack pipe I'm smoking on," and they'll explain it to you, and you go, "Fuck, man. All right, thanks for coming up to me." And your guys save you from doing stupid shit. And that's everybody. That's not even just leaders. It's everybody. We need wingmen. We need other perspectives. We need to have some sort of check and balance on our emotions, which are usually the main driver of senseless decisions.
I just did that the other day.
Which?
One of my main guys advised me not to do something, and I fucking did it anyways. And I paid the fucking man for it.
Wow. But you came back.
Apologized to him for not listening.
Wow, good for you, man. And you made that video.
And that's what that was about.
Good for you, dude. Yeah, so you not only trained yourself that's the common sense way to act when that situation happens, but you also modeled common sense behavior to your guys, and they'll probably remember that for the rest of their lives and pass it on and do it to their own subordinates the same way. So, it makes so much sense. You're shafting yourself from being a tyrant being a micromanager, being a sociopath. And so, yeah, I wrote it because I felt like there were, we weren't learning the fundamental, foundational lessons of the global war on terror. So I wrote the Mission, the Men, and Me. And, it was an out of the blue thing. Like, if you had asked me before that, what kind of writer I'm a shit writer. I don't, it's hard, I have to sit there and struggle through stuff. And so, I did a bunch of research on writing, talked to a bunch of people who wrote, and then like anything, you just start, and this is again where military discipline comes in. I was working full time. And so it takes time to write a book, 1,000 hours minimum. And so I realized the only way I'm going to do this is wake up early. I'm kind of more of a morning person than night. So I'd wake up between 5 and 6 and start writing before I had to, go into work. I didn't have to be to work till 8. So I could, leave 7:30, 7:45. So I'd get that time in. I wrote all weekend. I'd wake up the same time on Saturday and Sundays, right till about 2 o'clock. I had some vacation time. So once I got close to the end, I started taking a day of vacation a week to write full time on that day. It was exhausting. And when you take on something like that, something in your life has to give, professional, personal, social. So I became, I call it monk mode, because I had a deadline. So I went to monk mode, which is, you're a freaking monk. You don't go out anymore. And you can't really work out, because the main thing that keeps at least me and a lot of writers from writing is you're tired. And that's why, you either turn into a coffee addict or, people do all kinds of stimulants to stay up and write. But stimulants don't work. When I'm physically exhausted, which I usually am for the rest of the day after a workout, I can't write. So my writing's got to go before the workout. And for a book, I begin cutting my workout back. Instead of 6 to 7 days a week, I go to 4 and, have full days where I do nothing but walk. At the time I lived near the beach, so I'd walk down to the beach in the morning and the evening. But you have to stop workouts and curtail your social life. But then you get it together, and it's anticlimactic. I didn't make any money off any of my books really, which I didn't write them for. But like the Mission, the Men, and Me, within like 6 months, there was nothing initially, but within 6 months, I just started getting this unbelievable feedback from people. Hey, I've read your book. I gave it to, every guy in my platoon. Thank you for writing it. I've always thought all this, but I could never put it into words, which is, the ultimate common sense compliment. And I still get that. That book, The Mission, the Men, and Me, sells like the same it sold when I launched it.
No kidding.
Yeah, I launched it in 2009. So it's, a 17-year-old book.
The guys inside the institutions are using it for the knowledge.
Yeah, yep.
It's good shit.
Yep, it is.
It's a
and
legacy.
Very, what better reward is there than that? So, and then, I worked for 10 years in the corporate world, and, you asked me this morning, why'd you get out? And it was to write this second book, The Common Sense Way, A New Way to Think About Leading and Organizing. And the reason I got out was because this one is much more, my first one, most of it was, like written in my head. All these guiding principles were guiding principles I used constantly, and I had all these fresh examples, so it was fun. This one, I have to explain the biologic underpinnings of common sense in it, and I have to do it in a way, great science writers write so that an 8th grader can understand what they're saying. That's what makes a great science writer. He can explain, a cell's mechanism of action to an 8th grader. And so, I was neither well-versed at writing science, and I wasn't really at writing either. And then I did more research on biology to write this book than I did in probably the 10 years of working in a biotech company, which I did a lot of research, but I had to intensely research this one just to prove it, and to validate what common sense is. And of course, it's all easily validated. I was just, one of the first ones to put it all together into a book. It's also an interesting thing about writing. Writing's a muscle, and it's your neocortex thinking brain is what you write with. It's the only part of your brain that can produce or process language. And so, the way you strengthen your brain muscle is the same way you strengthen your body muscles, resistance training. You have to discipline your brain, and the way the neocortex gets stronger and it gets an ability to override your emotional brain. Emotional brain is the reason you do most of the things you later regret are from emotions. And so, your neocortex has to get strong so it can override them, the second you think about it. And the way you do that is resistance training. You resist the temptation to act on your emotions, usually, and think of all the things: eating, drinking, shopping, chasing, whatever it is you chase. all those things.
Chasing.
All those things you have to, practice resistance training on. And, micro habits are how you get to a macro habit. And so it starts small, and, you don't drink, but if you're drinking, you should get in the habit. If you're only halfway through your drink and someone says, let's go, leave that half drink. Not doing you any good to guzzle the other half. You're going down to I went down and got dinner, last night, and the guy was, you want something to drink? And I'm like, no thanks, because I don't drink during the week. And, I didn't get there by just instantly going, I'm not going to drink during the week. You have to make the micro habits. And eating's the same way. People with eating problems, shoving a bag of Keebler Rich and chips into your mouth is an emotional thing. You're, trying to relive your childhood. It's a crazy thing, and you're getting fat, and you're getting fat while you do it. So you just need to apply resistance training. And, for people with weight, that can be as simple as walking with your shopping cart past the dessert aisle. Don't go down that fucking cookie aisle, because you're going to start throwing shit into your basket. So all that kind of stuff. And, just very briefly on learning, becoming consciously aware of what common sense is and how to access it, the value, especially for first responders. And that's what motivated me. I speak to quite a few large corporations. I talk about how to use common sense to make good decisions and solve complex problems. But I also do it to all first responder organizations, and I prioritize them whenever they ask. So police, fire, military, and everything about staying alive comes down to understanding how to engage your thinking brain. To give you an example, first go back, what is common sense? Well, if you ask 100 people what common sense is, you're going to get 100 different answers. But if you ask those 100 people to write down their definition of common sense or say it out loud, you're going to get 100 different definitions. And you have to ask, why is that? And the reason is because common sense is highly contextual. You can't say whether something makes sense or not unless you have a full understanding of the context of the moment that it happens. So, what makes sense in one situation can be absolutely senseless in another. So back to what common sense is. Common sense refers to the common way we humans make sense. You see, we all make sense a common way via patterns and relationships that we perceive through our common senses of sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch, which is why it's called common sense and why we all have 2 eyes, 2 ears, a nose, a mouth, a brain, and a spinal cord elegantly wrapped in skin. If we made sense any other way, we'd be another species. And what does that tell us? It tells us that common sense is the common ground and the common language upon which our species stands. And the question it begs is, shouldn't it be the way we lead and organize too? And that's the question I set out to answer. How do you use common sense to lead and organize? And as I already mentioned, the beauty of common sense as opposed to any other, leadership technique or decision-making, problem-solving technique is you don't need a special degree or pedigree to live and lead the common sense way. You have everything you need etched inside each and every cell, every one of the 30 trillion cells that make up your body and brain. All that's needed is conscious awareness of how to access it and put it into practice in the context of the moment when you need it the most. And the way, very briefly, to arrive at that level of knowledge is to understand this thing called metacognition. And it's the metacognition is simply how our brains think and make decisions. And it's not complicated. It's not left brain, right brain. It's not memorizing the different cortexes of your brain. It's just, when you hear the definition, it makes total sense. Most people think of the brain as one homogeneous organ, so it might surprise a lot of people to learn we actually have 3 brains. And they sit one on top of each other in our head in order of evolutionary development. So the first brain that evolved before we were even humans is our reptilian brain. That's why it's called reptilian. We share it with reptiles. The reptilian brain is like reptiles. It's cold-blooded. What it's doing right now for both you and me is it's monitoring our survival, our bodily survival functions, heart rate, breathing, metabolism, body temperature. Your reptilian brain's monitoring all that. Any blip in any of those, it's going to react with a negative emotion that you're going to feel. It's in essence, though, what it's doing to learn that is your reptilian brain is constantly sweeping the environment around you. And its only algorithm is it detects unfamiliar things with negative emotions and ignores familiar things. So familiar faces, familiar places, the route you drive to work every day, the way you tie your shoes, there's no blip from your reptilian brain that's telling you problem, avoid. But when you try something new, your reptilian brain is going to react. So strange faces, strange places, just the thought that you're lost. And everyone knows the feeling, we're lost. You can feel in you, the feelings are called feelings for a reason, because emotions are neurochemicals that physically exist inside our bodies. That's why we feel them. That's why your face flushes when you're embarrassed. So, the feelings are what your feedback loop is. That's how you know what's happening. But, the reptilian brain will tell you if there's a problem with one of those. And the easiest way to see your reptilian brain in action is to hold your breath. Even in, so Wim Hof, did you have Wim Hof on here?
No, I should get him on.
You do, man. As you're about to hear, he's one of the heroes of human evolution, and he did this all on himself. The basis, a big part of what I talk about, he discovered himself. And so Wim Hof's known as the Iceman, and because he's got all the world records for swimming, under the polar ice cap for the longest distances, staying in freezing cold water for the longest period of time. He takes people up Mount Kilimanjaro with nothing more than workout shorts on and boots. He wears no pants, no shirt, and he gets his people to do it. Why? Because he's teaching them how to override their reptilian brain. That's your reptilian brain panicking as soon as it feels any gradient of water. And I'll tell you how to test that in a second when I get to the neocortex. So that's the reptilian brain. And just remember, the reptilian brain doesn't understand language and only reacts to visual stimuli. So, advertisers know this. So so do political propagandists. They know that images are what stimulate the reptilian brain. And the reptilian brain, again, only reacts with negative emotions. So think anger, fear, and panic. Those are Those are the reptilian brain's go-to for any of those things that are happening, whether it's bodily function or unfamiliar face, place, or situation going on around you. That's why people panic. The next in order of evolutionary development is your limbic brain or emotional brain. And the emotional brain evolved to enable us to learn from our experiences, because the reptilian brain, reptiles don't learn. So a crocodile doesn't learn anything. A crocodile can leave its nest, have all its eggs eaten by a snake, and it'll come back and go not learn a thing. It'll just lay another satch of eggs, and then they'll get eaten too.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, they don't learn. They've got no ability to learn because they have no emotions. That's what makes a reptile cold-blooded. That's why we call it, they are cold-blooded, but we call them that, and that's why it's synonymous with being a murderous
reptilian
madman. Yeah. So the emotional brain evolved to enable us to learn through experience, and it does that by attaching emotion to everything you learn. So we definitely need our emotional brain. It's this file system for our memories. So every memory you had when you were happy is filed in the happy memory section. Every memory you have when you were in danger is filed in the fear section. Every memory you have of getting in a fight is filed under the anger section. Why is that important? Because the reptilian brain is also called a one-track mind. When your emotional brain, when your emotional brain is riding herd, which is most people, you're only capable of accessing memories that are tagged in that same file cabinet. So when you're angry, you have no memory of the times you won the day through compassion and calm. You only remember other times you were angry. You have no ability to remember the times when you're afraid of that it turned out to be a false alarm, or you showed bravery and, squashed that fear. You only remember times that were when you were afraid and fearful. So that's why the emotional brain's one track. Like the reptilian brain, your emotional brain doesn't understand language, nor can it produce language. And once your emotional brain reacts, it takes all its cues from the reptilian brain's radar. But once it reacts, it's stuck on that moment. So whether someone's jumping out at you or it's the first sight of a bear on the trail ahead of you, that fear now is riding herd over your body. If you allow that to ride herd, you're only capable of accessing those fearful memories. And if someone next to you is trying to talk to you, you're not even understanding it. That's why it's so hard to describe what love is, or really any emotion. Words don't apply because your emotional brain has no ability to correlate the emotions it creates with language. And that goes both ways, understanding and producing. So the third part of our brain is the wrinkly giant thing on top. That's our neocortex. Neo is new, cortex is brain. It's the brain that enables us to think logically, to reason, to problem solve. It enables us to do creative thinking, language, and math. So those alone would make you think, man, that's the part of the brain that makes us human. But there's one other thing that makes it just absolutely indispensable to first responders or anyone in a life or death situation. Again, it's the only part of the brain that can understand language, and it's the only part of the brain that can monitor ongoing sensory information. So let's go back to that bear that just popped out. If you allow your fear and panic to ride herd over you, what the bear is doing is not registering with you. You're also not cueing your memory to go, what kind of bear is it? Are there cubs with it? Is it black bear, grizzly bear? Is it standing up? Is the hair on the back of its neck? All the things that tell you if a bear is going to charge. And then more importantly, all the options. Make yourself big, stay calm, talk calmly to the bear, back up, all the things that are going to save your life. Those are only available through your neocortex. So your neocortex, because it's the only part of your brain that can monitor ongoing sensory information and understand language, it's the only part of our brain that can make sense of what's going on around us in a crisis and sensible choices about what to do next. So how do you turn your your neocortex on and override your reptilian and emotional brain. Luckily, biology to the rescue again. It's incredibly simple. And there's 3 time-tested, they can work, they'll work anytime you test them, techniques, and you can do them all at the same time. The first is what's called diaphragmatic breathing, which is belly breathing. So, the proper way to breathe, put your hand on your belly because it adds another neocortical connection. You're feeling your belly. Breathe in through your nose. Usually I do a count of 4. Your belly should go all the way out like you got a cannonball down there, and then breathe out through your mouth. And it should be 6 or 7, count of 6 or 7. And do that 4 times, and you vanquish anger, fear, and panic. So, to top that off, that's just the breathing. If you breathe while speaking calmly, when we speak calmly, we calm the way we act. And counting, remember I said neocortex is the only part of our brain that can count. So you can calmly count while breathing and completely vanquish even the worst situation you've ever been in. And more importantly, engage your thinking brain to avail yourself of all the options that are going to allow you to get out of it. So, the best example, contemporary example of how our 3-part brains work happens on the highway. So you're driving down the highway and someone cuts you off, and your first reaction is always going to be reptilian and emotional. And the reason for that is this: although your neocortex is 3 times the size of your older non-thinking brains, your emotional and your reptilian brain, 3 times the size, it's last to receive bottom-up sensory information. All our nerve endings come up through our spinal cord and then enter the brain through the brainstem, which the brainstem is the reptilian brain, then pass through the emotional brain and then into the neocortex. So MRI studies show that your reptilian brain is alerted of sensory stimulus, what's going on around you, the bear, in 20 milliseconds, which is not even the time it takes to click my fingers. It's a flash. While it takes 240 milliseconds to reach your thinking brain, about a quarter second later. What does that tell us? It tells us that your first instinctive response, no matter who you are, no matter what unit you are, how elite you are, your first instinctive response to any type stimulus is always unconscious, emotional, and without context. And so what training and what conscious awareness teaches you is to make it second nature, that you immediately breathe, and you'll do it naturally. You don't even have to think about it. You immediately breathe. Whenever you're talking in a crisis, you talk calmly. That too, you have to use practice. You have to do micro habits to make the macro. And that's why special op guys are naturally able to stay cool, calm in crisis, because we do, stress inoculation. We train to stress ourselves to a point where there's nothing left. You're like, this will stress the guys. You're like, no, it won't. Really the only thing I ever thought toward the end of my time in the unit, the only thing that can get you in that condition red anymore is halo, is jumping out of a plane, where it's all on your own volition. You either pull the ripcord or you're going to burn in, because that's the mindset. And that's 100% neocortex. You got to breathe. You got to, you do verbal repetition, look, grab, pull, check. You go over that 1,000 times. You do it with your hand and arm movements. So, learning how to engage your neocortex and turn off your reptilian and emotional brains. Every first responder should be taught to do that. It's breathe, talk calmly, count. By the way, Thomas Jefferson's famous quote, when angry, count to 10. When very angry, count to 100. And that's, if you go back in history, people who can write down what they think have been saying that for 1,000 years. They've been talking about counting, speaking calmly, and breathing. And up till now, we just thought it was, yoga and everything else was some voodoo magic. It's not. Yoga is neocortical. It's turning on your neocortex, turning off your emotional and reptilian brains. That's how you be in the moment. And you can be in the moment anytime by just breathing deep and intensely focusing on something. So here's the way to kind of put that into practical application to see for yourself. The first thing, I told you about the road rage thing, and everyone should know that, because remember, the guy cut you off. So in 20 milliseconds, your reptilian brain is reacting. Anger, fear, panic. He fucking could have killed me. That's where road rage comes from. Your emotional brain's taking signals from your reptilian brain going, motherfucker, adding emotions onto that. Again, rage all that comes from your emotional brain. Whereas if you a quarter second later, when your neocortex turns on, your neocortex makes sense of your emotions. Your neocortex suddenly goes, the driver, that guy's 80 years old, or he's 17 years old, or it looks like a husband driving his wife to the hospital, or they just might not have seen me. That's your neocortex making sense of your emotions. And how appropriate is it? Because if you're getting mad at another driver, you're not thinking about driving anymore. Mm-hmm. You're a hazard to yourself. Your job is to get to point B, not to get pissed at people. So that's the order. That's how the three-part brain works together. But there's other things to do that allow you life-saving capacities. And the first I'll talk about is in Wim Hof's expertise. It's cold water. And I will tell you, my entire military career, I've already said this, I just am not a guy who gets scared, and maybe that's constant neocortical training. But the one thing I was very apprehensive about is falling into cold water. I hated cold water. I don't have a lot of meat on me, so I feel like I get colder than a normal person. I always remember, not the modern Titanic movie, but the old ones, them dudes swimming in Newfoundland iceberg water. And it's like, how do you survive? What would I do? Well, Wim Hof has got the answer for you. You breathe, you talk calmly and breathe. And here's how you can understand it. People probably listen to this going, yeah, whatever. That's not going to work. Well, here's how I want people to see for themselves. Next shower you're taking, take your normal shower, whatever your temperature is. Everyone's usually, hot to warm, somewhere in there. Go through begin while the water is at its normal temperature. Do 5 deep belly breaths, diaphragmatic breathing. So while you're in the shower, do it 5 times. Then reach up to the hot water nozzle and turn it down. I started with going halfway down. You're going to feel what feels like very uncomfortable cold water. Go right back to diaphragmatic breathing, 5 breaths. On your second to third breath, you're going to be shocked. You're going to think someone's playing a prank on you. Someone set up an automatic temperature control device, because the water turns hot. Even on your first time you do this, it turns hot. You're going, what the fuck? You're checking the nozzle out. I still do it, although now I'm so advanced at it. Then go down and do what you're comfortable with your first couple of times. I didn't go all the way down till, my third or fourth time. And then go down and breathe again. And you'll find that cold water is actually very comfortable. It's not bothering you at all. I used to jump into, a cold pool or whatnot, and, you scream when you come up, and you act spastically, right? You try to rub your body. You don't need to do any of that, but see for yourself in the shower. And if you want to take an ice bath, that's how you do the ice baths. And Wim Hof will train that. He teaches it on his app. He's got a great app. I do Wim Hof every morning. I wake up, I do 30 diaphragmatic breaths, and then I hold my breath. And remember what I said about breath holding. That's why he does it. As soon as your reptilian brain detects that carbon dioxide, panic sets in. You'll feel panic set in the first seconds of holding your breath. But Wim Hof teaches you've already built up, you've already oxygenated your body and your lungs. So now you can survive, and you just have to believe. And I can go 3 minutes without breathing. I can hold my breath, but eventually you're going to breathe. And by the the end of the third minute, if you're fighting panic like a fist fight, the reptilian brain is telling you, you are fucking dying. You're not. And as Wim Hof explains, there's all kinds of benefits of holding your breaths. They're finding now it lengthens the telomeres on your cells, the things associated with aging. So hugely important. And it's neocortical discipline. So whenever I tell that to people, they say, yeah, well, what about swimming underwater? How do you breathe then? That's a good question. So I did the research on that too. And it turns out, I don't know if you've ever heard of the sport of free diving.
Free diving?
Yeah, free diving it's huge in the Philippines and Southeast Asia. And it's big in the US too. It's, usually it's in a lake or in the ocean. A cable attached to a buoy is set down to whatever depth they're going for, and then it's anchored to the bottom. And then divers, the competition is they take turns. They guide themselves down along the cable. They get as low as they can, touch the cable or put a tag on it at the spot they're able to go down to, and then they have to return to the surface without passing out for the dive to be qualified. Now, some of those guys in the Philippines I know can hold their breath over 7 minutes, 7 to 10 minutes.
Shit.
Yeah. And so how do they do it? So I couldn't find anything online, so I went out and I interviewed, and I happened to be doing this gig in Philippines, and I went to a competition and I started talking to these guys. It turns out every free diver uses the same technique. When they're underwater, the way they turn off their reptilian brain and turn on their neocortex is they sing a song. And so you can try this too when you do the breath holding thing. Do the Wim Hof. I do 30 deep breaths, then hold your breath. When I hold my breath, I sing a song. So I started with Christmas carols, the only songs you know the words to, because you need words, right? And the words, you're saying language, right? Remember, so singing adds another, I didn't add it, but your neocortex is the only part of your brain that can sing or produce music. So every free diver is singing to themselves as they're diving down and back up. And the song's important. I got rid of the Christmas carols. I learned a couple rock songs that I sing. It works more than just underwater. So if you're doing anything that requires, strain to get to a certain time limit. So a good example is planks. Do you do planks? They're generally considered one of the best ab exercises,
Not anymore. But I used to.
Yeah, well, they're great, and they do them anywhere. So planks, my goal is always to do the plank between 1:45 and 2 minutes to hold the plank. So same thing happens to you when you get into that position right off the bat. It's your reptilian brain. It's not breath, but it's going, hey, I'm hurting. These muscles are going to give out. You can't keep supporting yourself like this. Panic is setting in. So I sing a song while I'm doing my planks, the same song I use to hold my breath, and it works just as well to get through a difficult, arduous thing. So again, pain is coming from your reptilian and emotional brains, the perception of pain. Neocortex turns that off. It makes sense of the emotion. I'm not in pain. I'm not going to die. I can breathe anytime. All I got to do is open my mouth. There's no reason to panic. Hold. And the micro, habits turn into macro. So then the final thing I'd tell you that it allows you to apply the triune brain in the common sense way is in a life or death situation, everything comes down to situational awareness, right? And that can be your wife's walking through a parking lot late at night, at the grocery store. If you're not situationally aware, you're vulnerable. So situational awareness is hugely important. Walking through a parking lot is a moving example, but you're still scanning your horizon. So what do you do? How do you make sure you're scanning it? You're not allowing fear, because remember, I got a bad feeling about this. When you say that, your emotions are creeping into your thought process. Your emotions are beginning to try to ride herd over you, and you've got to shut them off. immediately and use your neocortex. So how do you do that? What's the optimal way you do it? Before I even knew about this, before I learned it, it was taught to me by a unit sniper. Pay attention like a cat. And all you got to do is imagine a cat sitting on the edge of a field looking for a mouse. They sit, I wish I had a picture right now. They sit perfectly symmetrical. Their ears are peaked up, facing the direction. Their eyes are wide open to get all the light in they can. They breathe little short breaths through their nose to smell. Their hands are down to feel the ground, and to feel the temperature. So in any life or death situation, tell yourself, pay attention like a cat. And the other part of that is important for your neocortex only engages if it has a purpose. So other than the conscious ways of breathing and talking and counting, it needs a purpose. So when you're hungry, you tell your neocortex, I need to find food. When you're thirsty, you tell your neocortex, I need to find water. Neocortex needs a purpose. So telling your neocortex, pay attention like a cat, can save your life. And where I feel like it's made a huge difference for me is driving. When it was taught to me, I was in a static position. We were looking for PIFWICs, people indicted for war crimes in Bosnia. We were in a static position. There was an old guy, went to the market every day, used disguises. We were overlooking the market, and we just, with his profile, we had to look at everybody and then imagine, is that him in disguise? And I found it gets pretty boring after day one, and his pay attention like a cat worked like a charm for me. That was the first part. The second part was in Bosnia. The thing that took the biggest toll on the unit in Bosnia wasn't enemy forces, it was driving. Because we drove everywhere. We followed people. We drove to meet sources, and they drive like crazy in Bosnia. Any country that's, been turned upside down, drivers become even crazier. And so we had a lot of guys getting crashes. And I remember we had to drive from Tuzla back to the safe house. That was very common. And many times I was tired as hell. You're like literally feel like you could fall asleep while driving. Well, next time you're drowsy while driving and you got to get home, tell yourself, pay attention like a cat, and then do it. And you will see, because you're breathing, your eyes are wide open, your ears are peaked to try to listen to sounds. Suddenly your hands and your feet become part of this equation. You get better coordination between your foot, gas and brake, and your hand on the steering wheel, and you'll feel a more in-touch sensation of your steering wheel once you start breathing and paying attention like a cat. So those are just a couple of the examples, and that's what I teach in that book.
Man,
and
that's very informative.
yeah, it's nothing, there's no science, you don't need multi-syllable words to describe it. You like the shower thing, to me, it's the most fascinating experiment I've ever conducted, and I still am amazed at it today. Today I automatically breathe. I can go all the way down to cold water. It doesn't bother me. It feels good. And just, a few years ago, I would have been spazzing out, if you threw me into cold water. So it works.
Man. Some really great knowledge there.
Thanks,
you,
man. Yeah.
Thank you.
Passing it on.
You're doing a hell of a good job.
Thanks, man. Yeah, get Wim Hof on. He came up with all that shit himself.
Do you know him?
No, I don't. I'd love to meet him. He invented all that stuff. He can do amazing stuff. He actually can control his immune system through breathing, and he teaches you how to walk out into the freezing cold. He can do this fast, deep breathing that turns him like red. It fills him with air,
Wow.
but it heats his body so he can go out and sustain and, not die in freezing cold weather right off the bat. And that's how he does that Kilimanjaro thing.
Holy shit.
And it goes, it's validated because, if you read what the Pilgrims wrote, the most fascinating thing they wrote about the Indians was their disbelief, how in the dead of winter, Indians can come walking up to their village with a loincloth, a bow and arrow, shirtless, pantsless. How were they doing it? Well, humans used to have this capacity, and we have this capacity that once you exercise it, once you establish it, it burns what's called brown fat. We don't do it anymore. It's like a lost trait of humans, but you burn brown fat to keep you warm in the freezing cold, and that's how Indians did it. But Indians were cool, calm, and collective. They were breathing, they were doing the breath work. I'm sure they were talking to each other. All these secrets have been known, for a long time, but just lost in modern society.
Man. Damn, Pete, what an interview, man. Holy shit.
Thanks, man.
I did want to talk to you about Venezuela, but maybe we should do that another time.
Yeah.
Would you come back?
Yeah, of course.
I do want to ask about that damn discombobulator. What the hell is that thing?
Well, I can't go into complete detail, but it works. It's an offshoot of the noise thing that was canceled between the years 20 and 24, 2020.
Why did they cancel it?
It was thought to be inhumane, and it was 2020 to 2024 is when senselessness reigned supreme in our country, and it is. And the DOD, it's a DOD weapon, and remember what's his name, Miley in Austin.
Yeah.
Enough said. You only need to say their names, and they canceled it, and it was brought back as it should be, because it's got all kinds of purposes, and certainly crowd control is one that it should be looked at.
Have you used it?
I've been in demonstrations and I've seen it used. Yep.
What does it look like?
Well, the original ones were big, almost look like radar dish type thing or bullhorn type things. But they come in different configurations. I don't know the ones now. I know they're smaller now. They've made them more compact, more powerful, and they've figured the whole frequency thing out.
See, I did a very small stint doing some anti-piracy shit contract. I only did 2 trips. The most boring job I've ever had in my life. But we ran into some British guys that were doing it too, but they didn't have weapons. They had a little satellite dish that would
Wow.
shoot a sound burst or something.
Yeah.
But
Did that work?
They didn't like it. They said they would rather have the guns than that thing. They
Yeah.
were like, we tried this thing a bunch of times and didn't fucking do a damn thing.
Well, it seems
So
like
it must have been a different thing, but
no, it seems like it wouldn't work in the ocean because it's totally directional. That's why it's a dish. It's, has a cone-like shape, the ones I've seen, because you've got a direction. You've got to, send it in the general direction of whoever it is you're shooting it at. And then I can't remember all the acoustics of water, but I know there's huge things about water. So, if you're short, the water might be totally neutralizing the effect, or long or not right on.
who did they demonstrate it on?
We had them demonstrated on us.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
All right, what's the experience like?
It sucks.
Can you move?
It's like
Can
the
you
first
think?
time someone demonstrates the chokehold on you. Yeah, you get discombobulated. It works on the brain, the same thing we just talked about. And there must be a frequency that takes your neocortex out of it or whatever, because you're confused. I remember confusion, anxiety, especially anxiety, like you don't know whether to hold your ears or, rub your hands together. It's bothering you. And at those levels, that's why it seems to make so much sense as a crowd control device, because, you can't defeat a crowd and you're not going to want to slaughter them with machine gun fire. So,
Yeah.
Use something non-kinetic that's not going to cause permanent injuries. So, but that was a while ago, and the last time anyone told me about it was in 2018 or 19, and that's what I mean. Then it was ready for prime time, but they killed the project.
Interesting.
And killed all the all the devices that they had stockpiled at that time.
I'm sure that was a hell of a lot more advanced than the shit the Brits were using for an anti-piracy
Yeah,
contract,
I
so.
am too, especially if he had it holding a little thing like that. It's pretty funny.
Well, Pete, oh, man, dude. Seriously, what a fucking interview. And so much knowledge, so much leadership knowledge, so much uncovered lies, and man, the arc of your life is just like no other. It was a real honor, man.
No, right back at you, dude.
Thank you.
Totally enjoyed talking to you.
You too. Thank you. Cheers. No matter where you're watching the Shawn Ryan Show from, if you get anything out of this at all, anything, please like, comment, and subscribe. And most importantly, share this everywhere you possibly can. And if you're feeling extra generous, head to Apple Podcasts and Spotify and leave us a review.